Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 574 to Chapter 590. He didn't think about Dai anymore. In life, he was a human. After death, he was like Tuesday. Perhaps he had some thoughts, but his thoughts were so indifferent that they were almost indiscernible. After Dai consumed the fruit of life and death, he seemed to have thought of many things. That was why he chose to help the great Qin Emperor block the Bloodfire Demon King at the last moment. At this moment, Suyu was more interested in Baifeng's discovery. Could it transform into essence qi? To be honest, if it was really old Zhou's blood, it would definitely be as effective as the nine-leaf sky lotus. Old Zhou was too strong, too terrifying. The magma on the second level felt like old Zhou's blood was boiling, but in reality, it wasn't blood. Even if it was only on the surface. Suyu was looking forward to the effect of the blood pool. Yun Chen's path might have something to do with this. Teacher, where is the blood pool? I'll take you to see, Baifeng said excitedly. I was just about to use it. I let Grandmaster Yun Chen use it first. After all, he's extremely powerful. If he doesn't die after using it, we can try again. He didn't die, which means that this thing has more advantages than disadvantages. I was just about to try it when you guys came. Behind him, Yun Chen didn't say anything. Even now, he was still at a loss. Of course, he was also wary of Xingyu. After all, she was an undead monarch. Among those present, he was the only one who could compete with her. As for Baifeng using him as a test target, he couldn't be bothered to say anything. At least the benefits were real. To be honest, he didn't expect to gain anything here. The effect of the blood was really extraordinary. Soon, the group walked deeper. After a while, Suyu saw a blood-red pool. Baifeng said excitedly, this is it. The blood-red pool was very calm. Inside, there was blood slightly boiling. There wasn't much blood, but it emitted a faint fragrance. Is this a blood cell? Suyu thought to himself. This was old Zhou's blood cell, right? Blood was born in it, or rather, it was a part of blood. At this moment, he smelled it. Before he moved, little Furball suddenly jumped out and sniffed. Smells so good. Suyu glanced at it. You drink blood too? The Furball was depressed. This isn't blood, it's fragrance. I don't drink blood, but I want to eat delicious food. Suyu wanted to step forward, but Yun Chen said, your blood is too strong. Even if it's just a little bit, it contains a lot of power. You'll easily explode. Suyu smiled. Me, I'm about to transform 5 times, I'll explode, what a joke. Speaking of Baifeng, my Ling Yan's 5 transformations was different from ordinary 5 transformations. Once he completed the 9 transformations, perhaps he would soon be able to advance to the Sun-Moon tier. At that time, he would truly be powerful. Suyu didn't say anything. He took another step forward, squatted down, and looked at the blood pool that wasn't too big. Although it was called a pool, it was about the size of an ordinary bathtub. The blood inside was very thick. Suyu reached out and submerged his hand in it to sense it. Behind him, Yun Chen wanted to say something but hesitated. He was ready to throw him out, but when he looked again, the expression in his eyes changed. Beside him, Lan Tian smiled faintly. Don't be shocked. This terrifying kid tore several invincible elites apart outside. Baifeng widened his eyes and looked at Lan Tian. Did I hear wrongly? Lan Tian seemed to know what he was thinking, and said faintly, you can seal your 6 senses and pretend you didn't hear it. Just now, in the battle outside, dozens of invincible elites died. This kid tore several invincible elites apart by himself. The great Qin King was almost killed. This kid called a bunch of scoundrels to help. Those who survived just now were all called by him. Little Baifeng, you can't do it. Baifeng opened his mouth wide. Suyu didn't even turn his head, and said. Casually, teacher, don't pay attention to him. You're not as bad as he says. After all, you're a researcher. Besides, I did some calculations. I only tore 3 invincible elites apart. I didn't really kill invincible elites. Senior Lan Tian is exaggerating. F***CKU, Baifeng wanted to roar, just 3 invincible elites, just 3 invincible elites. Get lost, he said quickly, I'm going into this blood pool. Get lost, it's mine. He originally wanted to let his disciple soak in the bathhouse, but now, get lost, no way, Suyu laughed, teacher, forget it. You'll explode. But it's okay, I have a way. The energy in this blood is too strong. You can't hold it. After saying that, he took out a big bathtub. Baifeng looked at him in surprise. Why did you bring this? It's not a bathtub. This is a carrier. This is the shape. Suyu explained. This is not a bathtub. I don't know what it is. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Do you think I have nothing to do with a bathtub? Behind him, Yunchen opened his mouth again and was speechless for a long time. Is this carrier worthless now? Soon, Suyu took out some water condensation beads, some treasures of heaven and earth, and some emperor's saliva. Then, he threw in some lotus roots. After that, Suyu thought for a while and threw in a big piece of Milky Way sand. Soon, Suyu thought for a while and burned the fire of inheritance. The 5 elements Shenwen forging. Then, he carefully fished out drops of blood from the blood pool and sprinkled them into the bathtub. This scene caused Yunchen to be dumbfounded. Yunchen looked around, his face was gloomy as if he was the only one who was stunned. Yes, only him, there were many people here. Wu Lan, Wu Qi, Baifeng, Wu Jia, Lan Tian, Suyu, Xingyu. But he was the only one who was stunned. The others looked indifferent as if they were used to it. Yunchen comforted himself. These people didn't know what was good for them. They didn't know how precious these treasures were. Yunchen felt that this pool of things, not including the blood, could be exchanged for a carrier. While he was thinking, Wu Lan frowned and said, neutralize the blood energy? You're making a bit of a rash move. The Milky Way sand has a certain corrosive effect, and its main function is to purify the blood, making it more powerful. You're using the emperor's saliva to neutralize it. Although it can neutralize part of it, it's still a bit of a waste. Your lotus roots should have healing effects, right? I think it's too little. So they knew each other. Yunchen was speechless. Suyu said with a smile, I know, it's fine. It's not a big deal. You can't digest it anyway. It's more or less enough now. Teacher, come in and soak in it together. It'll neutralize the energy, and the effect is not bad. All of you come in. It's not difficult to forge your body, and it's not difficult to transform your vitality. As he spoke, he murmured something and a series of sacred words entered everyone's ears. This is a breathing technique. Cultivate while breathing. Soon, Suyu continued chanting. This is the 72 forges of iron. Cast as much as you can. It's fine if you can't succeed. If you can't succeed, you can complete Ling Yan's 9 transformations. Breathing technique, 72 forges of iron. They were all top-notch cultivation techniques. Cultivate the body first. There's no need to rush my willpower. Suyu said with a smile, all right, these are yours. I'll go in and try soaking in the pool. The power of these things was neutralized, but it still consumed the blood energy. It was a waste. But for Baifeng and the others, too much power would cause them to explode. It was better to weaken it a little. It would consume a lot of resources just to consume energy. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't do such a thing. This thing was not used to forge the body and the 9 transformations. But to Suyu, this was nothing. Besides, this blood was discovered by his teacher. Soon, Suyu jumped in. A powerful blood power filled his body. As for the blood character, it had long since been on the verge of a breakthrough. Now, it only needed to absorb a bit of blood qi, and with a rumbling sound, the transformation was complete. Rank 5, Sun Moon Shenwen. At this point, Suyu had 3 rank 5 Shenwen. This bit of blood seeped into Suyu's body as if it wanted to change his body. However, Suyu was very strong now. Just a little bit of blood wasn't enough to change his body structure. Old Zhou's level was very high, but this wasn't essence blood. It was just a part of the blood. Suyu didn't want to collect Old Zhou's essence blood. First, if he really collected it, Old Zhou might wake up and he would die. Second, the level was too high. If it was real essence blood, the Atlas wouldn't be able to devour it and Suyu would explode. Third, Old Zhou was still alive. If he really devoured his essence blood, he would be like Madonna and become a target for old Zhou to devour. Old Zhou's resentment was still there and it would be easy for him to be possessed. So, at this moment, Suyu only cared about this pool of blood. Everything else would be put aside. As for Bai Feng and the others, they hesitated for a moment. Soon, they all entered the bathtub. The bathtub didn't look big, but when they really entered, they realized that it was very spacious. This was a treasure, a vessel-level existence. The group, other than Blue Sky, Yun Chen, and Xingyu, all jumped in. Below, Suyu was bathing, absorbing the energy and slowly pushing the essence chi to transform. As he bathed, he looked at Blue Sky and said, "Senior Blue Sky, are your clones gone?" "None." Blue Sky said grudgingly, "I only have this one clone." Suyu understood, the main body is still here, right? Do you have many main bodies? Yun Chen felt like he didn't understand what they were saying. Blue Sky said it was gone, and he thought that Blue Sky only had this physical body. Then, Suyu asked him how many main bodies he had. Damn it, was this even a human conversation? Blue Sky, on the other hand, looked resentful. A few main bodies died too. I only have a few main bodies. Your main body is too weak. I think it's better to fuse with some invincible main bodies. Invincible is too strong. It's not easy to fuse with them. Suyu shook his head and said, that's not necessarily true. I think if we take the invincible essence blood, the strength of the body, is actually just that. Let's go back and see if there are any invincible bodies left behind. If we find them, I'll extract the essence blood and you can try fusing with them. This way, if you fuse with a few dozen more, you can really become invincible. Makes sense. We can try. But a main body without essence blood has no soul. Suyu smiled and said, you have to eat one bite at a time. What's the rush? Right, Principal really didn't come this time? No, he's waiting outside. Blue Sky didn't hide it and said casually, he said that when you come in, there will be a lot of trouble and a lot of people will die. He will meet you outside. Don't worry, when you go out, he will take action to prevent any accidents in the outside world. His main task is to escort you back to the ancient city. Thank you, Principal. Wan Tianxing indeed didn't come. It seemed that he was preparing to meet everyone outside. But it was hard to say now. The situation was unclear, and the outside world had probably changed. It would be difficult to meet them. As Suyu spoke, he absorbed the power of the blood. The powerful force pushed him to complete the fifth transformation. Soon, Suyu, who was already close to the fifth transformation, shook his body. With a boom, a powerful force swept out in all directions. In the distance, Xingyu groaned. Suyu suddenly smiled and said, sorry, I can't close the yang aperture now. As I get stronger, the yang aperture absorbs more power. Sir, please forgive me. I will find a way to solve this problem. After completing the fifth transformation, Suyu was too strong. His physical strength, without opening the yang aperture, was as high as 13 million apertures. The increase of the yang aperture was a little weaker now, but it was still strong. After opening the yang aperture, Suyu's strength had exceeded 20 million apertures. Suyu was sure that in terms of physical strength alone, he was comparable to some weak invincible realm experts. Of course, that was after opening the yang aperture. The power of the physical body was only the power of the physical body, it didn't represent anything else. However, at least he had some capital to protect his life. Now the yang aperture had become the top priority. If this problem wasn't solved, Xingyu would be sucked to death by him sooner or later, so you couldn't judge Xingyu's strength, but she was definitely not as good as Tuesday. She hadn't reached the 7th level of the Eternal Realm, at most, the 5th or 6th level. And undead spirits of the same level were not the same as living people of the same level. Therefore, Xingyu's strength, to be honest, Suyu felt that she might not be as good as Xiao Longwu. At most, they were about the same. And Xiao Longwu had just reached the Dao realm a few days ago. After completing the fifth transformation, Suyu didn't feel any heartache. Suddenly, a lotus petal fell into the blood pool. Yunchen stretched out his hand, wanting to stop it. Forget it, he gave up. At this moment, his heart trembled. You are crazy. This is the 9-leaf sky lotus, a treasure that was hard to find in the world. You squandered it just like that. As for Suyu, he didn't care about that. Once the 9-leaf sky lotus merged into his blood, it had something to do with time. Suyu's vision blurred. Suddenly, a river of time appeared. Suyu exerted force, and with a tearing sound, he tore the river of time apart. Yes, his current strength was much stronger than the average 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm. The 9-leaf sky lotus had one function: to fuse with multiple bodies of 3 lives, strengthening the 3 bodies, strengthening the main body, and reaching the standard of fusion. As for Suyu, he had no interest in getting a body of 3 lives. At this moment, Suyu felt that he could directly get a body of 3 lives at the Lingyun stage. But Suyu knew that this thing had too many drawbacks, and he had no interest in getting a body of 3 lives now. It was better to walk his own path step by step. The river of time trembled. Suyu had very little control over it, and he couldn't be bothered to waste it. At this moment, he was protected by a force. That was the power of the 9-leaf sky lotus. Soon, Suyu seemed to return to the moment just now, back to the moment when he had just absorbed Invincible's blood essence. In front of a wave, Suyu quickly stopped, and without a word, dove head first into it. As expected, he vaguely saw himself ripping apart Invincible just now. Suyu didn't waste words. He grabbed the other Suyu, and with a roar, stepped from the past into the present. Under the protection of the 9-leaf sky lotus, he quickly returned. Along the way, the other Suyu's strength was constantly dissipating in the river of time, but Suyu didn't care. It was an external force to begin with. Before long, Suyu returned. With a rumble, a phantom merged into his body, and a powerful force overflowed from Suyu's body. With a rumble, the powerful force caused Suyu's body to continuously collapse, but he quickly recovered. One after another, with a loud rumble, 360 acupoints turned into blazing suns, Lingyun's 6 transformations. Not only that, but the power of the blood was also rapidly propelling him forward. Without a word, Suyu threw out another 9-leaf sky lotus. He had 3 petals, but only used one. This time, he hoped that with the power of the blood and the 9-leaf sky lotus, he could directly step into the 9 transformations. After the 9 transformations, if everything went well, he could quickly step into the 9th tier of the mountain and sea realm. He officially began to unify the acupoints and step into the sun and moon realm, inhuman. At this moment, Yunchen sighed with emotion. If he wanted to, he could directly cross the mountain and sea realms and step into the quasi-invincible realm. Beside him, Lan Tian looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. Isn't that an idiot? If so, he could only unify the 3 bodies, and he missed a lot of opportunities to improve, just to become a quasi-invincible realm. It's not like I haven't killed them before. What quasi-invincible realm or invincible realm? They're all rubbish. What's important is the realm. Just now, if Suyu wanted to, he could directly skip those, use the carrier to carry the past bodies he captured, turn into 3 bodies, and officially become a quasi-invincible realm expert. But then Suyu would only be a slightly stronger quasi-invincible realm expert. He wouldn't be a peerless demon. At that time, he had crossed a lot of things, and his primordial chi would no longer transform. He was going to unify the 3 bodies to prepare for the doctrine, and he would only be one of the ordinary quasi-invincible realm experts. Quasi-invincible realm. Countless people were pursuing that realm, but Suyu didn't care about that. He didn't even think about it. Even if he had a lot of carriers, he didn't think about it. In the distance, Xingyu was trembling because of the breath of death, but she sneered and said, "Quasi-invincible realm? Unify the 3 bodies? I don't have much memory, but I also know. Unify the 3 bodies is very inappropriate. The real experts in the ancient times, the experts, were not rubbish, and they would not practice the 3 bodies." Yunchen glanced at her and said calmly, "Everyone knows about this. You're not the only one who knows. In the ancient times, there were some rules. Unify the 3 bodies, there were many drawbacks, troubles, and dangers. But you don't know that when the ancient parliament was destroyed, there was a rule left. Those who didn't unify the 3 bodies would be destroyed by the rule. The cultivation method that didn't belong to the 3 bodies would be destroyed. So, in today's universe, the 3 bodies are the foundation. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many Eternals? The 3 bodies do weaken the strength, but it also provides convenience for everyone to prove the doctrine. At least, we don't need to face the tribulation of rules. Xingyu ignored him. She didn't care about it. Suyu, who was practicing, suddenly opened his eyes. Senior Yunchen, you mean? Unify the three bodies is a must? Yes. Yunchen nodded and looked at Suyu again. After a while, he said, of course, you go your own way. When you really reach the moment of proving the doctrine, the tribulation of rules may not be able to do anything to you. After that, Yunchen said no more. There were some things that he couldn't do, but that didn't mean that Suyu couldn't. Of course, it would be very dangerous. But when was Suyu not in danger, Suyu didn't ask any more questions. Soon, he continued to push his power to tear apart the river of time. He didn't go to the future. The past was the real thing. He captured the past bodies and fused them into his body. He didn't use the three bodies, but simply borrowed the power of the past. He strengthened his yuan qi, the second nine-leaf sky lotus petal was consumed. Suyu's aura soared again. With a rumble, the seventh transformation was completed, the blood was pushing him toward the eighth transformation, and the nine-leaf sky lotus still had one petal. The eighth transformation was stable, but as for the ninth transformation, it was hard to say. Even if it wasn't stable, it was close. The third nine-leaf sky lotus petal was thrown into the blood pool by Suyu. Suyu once again appeared in the river of time, and in the bathtub, Bai Feng and the others were also completing their transformations. Body forging couldn't be simpler. They had enough resources, to Bai Feng and the others, the consumption was too small. So many treasures were enough for them to forge their bodies for a long time. The transformation of Yuan Qi was also very simple. Before, Bai Feng had only been at the second tier of Ling Yun. Now, after continuous improvement and transformation, Suyu had only just completed the seventh transformation of Ling Yun, and Bai Feng was about to catch up. At this moment, he opened his eyes and sighed. I'm going to surpass you, Suyu. Kid, you're still not good enough. Everyone talked about cultivation level, not strength. Strength was meaningless, we only looked at cultivation level, you don't care how weak I am. My cultivation level will soon surpass yours. So you couldn't be bothered with him, even if you're at the ninth tier of the mountain and sea realm, I can crush you with a single finger, alright, there's no need to say such words. Let teacher feel good and comfort himself, lest he become a freak like Blue Sky in despair. Another half an hour passed. Suyu's qi and blood surged. With a rumble, a powerful aura spread out in all directions, Yun Chen and Blue Sky's expressions changed slightly, the eighth transformation was completed. Humph. A light snort sounded out beside them. In the distance, Xingyu's body trembled, and her death aura dissipated slightly. As for Suyu, he quickly stopped cultivating. Soon, his yang acupoint began to absorb his own power. It absorbed the power of qi and blood instead of the death aura. Suyu rapidly absorbed the power. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the power that was supposed to push him to the ninth transformation was absorbed by him. Suyu, who was about to transform to the ninth transformation, directly stopped the ninth transformation. 44 million apertures power, not counting any bonuses, not counting the yang acupoint, this was Suyu. As for Xingyu, she could no longer hold on under the situation where he absorbed the death aura. If Suyu didn't rely on himself to provide the yang acupoint's power, Xingyu would be directly absorbed by him. Suyu jumped out of the blood pool. The blood pool had dried up, but Suyu didn't care. He stepped on the ground, and the entire cell space trembled slightly. At this moment, Xingyu's death aura was in disorder. She looked at Suyu and said coldly, "You think I can't hold on? What a joke. Suyu, don't overestimate yourself." "You're right, Your Excellency," Suyu said perfunctorily. His yang acupoint was currently absorbing his own power, so he didn't want to admit it. He suspected that if he continued, Xingyu would really die. There was no need to complete the ninth transformation. It would happen sooner or later, he had to solve the problem of the spirit acupoint first. After opening the yin acupoint, the yang acupoint would be neutralized and could be closed at any time. Only then could he complete the ninth transformation. That would be more suitable. Otherwise, under the ninth transformation, Xianxia would definitely die if the young acupoint lost control or fought. This time, he was able to turn the tables because of Xianxu's help. He, Suyu, was a person who remembered grudges and favors. Now, it was too easy for him to kill Xianxia. He just had to absorb the death aura crazily and then punch her. Then, Xianxia would probably die. She couldn't even dodge because the power absorbed by Suyu's yang acupoint was too strong. As for Suyu, he also felt that his realm was a little unstable. It was too powerful, his physical body and willpower were a little out of balance. His control of power was also a little out of control. He needed to adjust it slowly. Suyu thought for a moment, then looked at Yun Chen and said, Senior Yun, if it's just based on power, I mean physical power, where is the eternal power? Based on power? Yun Chen glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, the physical body proves the invincible realm. When the three bodies unite, it can almost reach the force of 30 million apertures. Once it is separated, the power is not too strong. Each body of 3 lives has about 20 million apertures. This was the reason why the top quasi-invincible realm experts could fight against the invincible realm experts. As long as the 3 bodies were separated, some quasi-invincible realm experts could kill them. Suyu nodded slightly. The transformation is not low. Is this the first phase of the eternal realm? No, it's the second phase. Yun Chen explained, the real first phase is actually rare. The first phase is the existence that proves the Tao in the small world. Their power is not strong, just about the same as some top quasi-invincible realm experts, about 20 million apertures. Under normal circumstances, as long as they don't prove the Tao in the small world, they have the power of the second or third phase. Understood, therefore, the first phase was also very rare. They were all trash invincible realm experts. The first phase can increase the force of 10 million apertures? Looking at the situation, it's about the same. 30 million was the second phase, 40 million was the third phase, that Suyu, at this moment, just based on the physical power, he also had the power of the third phase. Of course, the strength of the invincible realm was in the rules, space-time rules. Even so, Suyu also felt that he was terrifyingly powerful. If an ordinary eternal realm expert was in front of him, if he took him by surprise and gave him a punch with all his strength, the other party might be directly blown up. I am the strong one. Suyu sighed in his heart. He was getting more and more powerful. This time, after entering the Xianxia mansion, he had gained a lot. Of course, the more the gain, the more the trouble. Suyu couldn't be bothered. He glanced at Bai Feng and the others, who were still cultivating. Suyu didn't say anything. Soon, he took out the Book of Civilization. A large amount of blood was injected into the Book of Civilization by Suyu. This time, he killed too many people. Suyu didn't get many corpses, but there was a lot of blood essence. Including heavenly soldiers, he also had a lot of them. They were all seized. There was also some invincible blood essence. There was no need to keep these things. It was easy to locate them, the blood essence was absorbed, and the number of golden lines on the Book of Civilization increased. 113 lines, 114 lines, as the blood essence was absorbed. When Suyu absorbed the invincible blood essence, there was a loud bang, and the entire Book of Civilization trembled violently. 118 golden lines. After absorbing countless blood essence, the Book of Civilization stepped into the middle stage of Heavenly Soldier and advanced. Yun Chen, Lan Tian, and the others watched silently. Suyu was really terrifying, and Suyu didn't stop. Soon, he took out 6 heavenly soldiers. With a strange look in his eyes, he said, "Help me, I'll shatter these heavenly soldiers and integrate them into the Book of Civilization." Yun Chen and Lan Tian looked at him strangely. Damn, this guy was really crazy. Are you sure? Yun Chen couldn't help but say, you're a blacksmith, even if there are some problems with these heavenly soldiers, you can spend time to erase everything, no need. Suyu Bare One's teeth smiled and said, it's important to turn them into your own strength. What heavenly soldier carrier is not important? When you're strong, you can have anything you want. After saying that, Suyu smiled and said, seniors, help me do it together. The main body is a mid-level heavenly soldier. These heavenly soldiers, fuse one for each page. Still have a lot of carriers, fuse them into the pages. Suyu chuckled and said, I'm strong now, I can control it. It's best if the pages reach the heavenly soldier level, and the main page will soon reach the divine soldier level. That will be terrifying. At this moment, even the madman Lan Tian couldn't help but ask, how many carriers do you have? I didn't see, about 20. Suyu smiled and said, not many. There are only 6 heavenly armaments. Altogether, there are only 26 of them. Just now, I have 301 pages, which is not even 1/10 of the book. Fortunately, I have integrated 1 page into the entire book. If I integrate all of them, there will be 27 of them, madman. Lan Tian couldn't help but scold, I was just saying, I said I wanted 10,000, in fact, I never thought about it, you madman, you're really doing it. I was just joking, King, you're really doing it, you're a doer, I'm convinced. At this time, he wasn't crazy, because he felt that Suyu was the crazy one. What a lunatic, are you crazy? He was really just saying it casually. He had never thought that he would have to fuse with 10,000 vessels. That was impossible. But Suyu, including these, he was going to fuse 27, is he crazy? Suyu said calmly, Senior Lan Tian, since you think about it, then do it. Civilizationists seek the unknown, explore the future, everything is for the future, who knows what will happen in the future. Besides, it's useless for me to have a lot of carriers, my teacher and the others can't use them now. After saying that, Suyu smiled and said, besides, when I need to use them, I'm not afraid that no one will kill me, because all worlds want to kill me, my life is unfair, I'm destined to fight, I don't lack these. Yes, definitely. If he didn't die, all worlds would be unfair, and the battle would not stop. Suyu had already become an overlord that all worlds feared. The power behind him was also terrifying, unknowingly, Suyu had already gathered too many invincible, if he really stood out, he would also be one of the overlords. Not just an overlord, but another overlord outside of the gods, demons, immortals, and dragons. This time, once I go out, once the news is leaked, Suyu smiled and said, do the two of you think that I have another path? Maybe in order to kill me, those guys will join forces and even destroy the ancient city. So, I have to become stronger. Suyu's eyes were cold, I don't want to be forced again and again, blocked in the ancient city, even if they don't come looking for me, sooner or later I will kill my way to their door and collect their corpses. In his hand, the Book of Civilization trembled. Suyu smiled happily and said, don't worry, Wan's corpse is waiting for us to collect. Suyu wants him to die, no one can live until the 5th. Don't worry. The Book of Civilization trembled slightly and quickly stopped moving. As for Suyu, he began to break the heavenly weapons and carriers. He didn't have this strength before, but now he was strong enough, and with the help of Yun Chen and the others, he soon fused the pages of the book into the carriers or heavenly weapons. He fused the gods, demons, immortals, dragons, and the underworld into the carriers because Suyu found that there were too many experts in these races. If the pages weren't strong enough, it wouldn't work at all. Only by being strong could he suppress everyone. Rumble, one by one, the pages of the book began to advance. Soon, more than 20 of them had advanced to the peak earth weapon level. The projection was also getting stronger and stronger. Among them, the page of the immortals had reached the 7th level of the sun and moon, terrifying. The entirety of the record of civilization was also advancing. By the time Suyu was so tired that he wanted to die, 126 golden patterns appeared on the record of civilization. Soon, with a rumble, 127 golden patterns appeared, high-level heavenly weapons, beginner. Even so, the entire book of civilization was terrifyingly powerful. High-level heavenly weapons, even some old antiques didn't have such heavenly weapons. And the two Shinwen weapons of civilization were also strengthening as the weapons advanced. The Shinwen weapons were also strengthening. In the end, Suyu absorbed all that he could. Soon, only a drop of invincible blood essence was left. It was the invincible blood essence from Guizhou. It was the blood essence of a living person. Suyu wasn't in a hurry to absorb that drop of blood essence. It was useful. The next time he met this invincible blood essence, it might be of great use. He could instantly shatter it, shake its body, and then kill it. Powerful. Suyu sighed. His clothes disappeared, and instantly a white robe appeared. He held a book in his hand, and his long hair fluttered slightly. At this moment, Suyu was overflowing with a holy aura. Looking at Yunchen and the others, Suyu held the book, slightly cupped his hands, and smiled like a spring breeze. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Yunchen and Lan Tian couldn't help but want to get close. Soon, their hearts turned cold. They couldn't help but tremble. Looking at Suyu, they felt that the world wouldn't be peaceful anymore. This madman looked too normal now, normal enough to make people want to talk about dreams and the future with him. Suyu. Lan Tian said with some resentment. Can you teach me how to be so perverted that people don't feel that I'm a pervert, but instead feel close to me? Seeking advice, I'm waiting online, it's urgent. I'm often rejected by everyone because I'm a pervert. Tell me, how to be so perverted that no one rejects me. Lan Tian suddenly felt a bit inferior. I don't fit in with everyone, but it turns out that I'm not a complete pervert, Suyu smiled. Fellow Taoist Lan Tian must be joking. A scholar is well-mannered and naturally approachable. Reading more books will be helpful to fellow Taoist. As his words fell, he flipped open the records of civilization. On the page of the immortal race, he wrote, there is an immortal in Wan named Xianxia. He is an eternal level 5 immortal. He is skilled in the heavenly strike technique. At this moment, his face was sacred and devout, as if he were writing an epitaph for Xianxia. As Suyu wrote, he murmured, no, I still lack one thing. I lack a pen. As a scholar, it's too sloppy to write by hand. I also need a divine pen. Madman, Lan Tian roared in his heart again. You are AF * King Madman. The key is that when I look at your writing, I want to get close to you. It's too scary. Suyu recorded the names of some big shots, the techniques they were good at, and their realms. Soon, the page of the Celestial Clan was filled to the brim. Still missing. The Celestial Clan was the most complete, but it was still missing a lot. It lacked some soar, and invincibility. On the Celestial Clan's side, Suyu was still suppressing them and didn't kill them for the time being. As for the Demon Clan's side, on the Bloodfire Demon King's side, he didn't know if they were all dead. Moto also died, Suyu wasn't too sure. If they were dead, then so be it. If they weren't dead, then their luck was prosperous. Suyu and the others could escape, but Moto's side was uncertain. Moto might not be with the Bloodfire Demon King. There was no other reason. These two weren't on the same side. With Moto's character, Suyu felt that the probability of him hiding in the Bloodfire Demon King's weapon or in the secret realm was not too high. This guy was going to the 8th floor before, but he didn't see him afterward. He didn't know if he went alone. He promised to help Suyu get the 9-leaf Sky Lotus, but there were too many battles, and even the Great Qin King came out. That guy might have run away. There's also the Minister of Heaven. I don't know if he's dead or not. Suyu thought in his heart. It was hard to say, about this guy. Friendship was out of the question. If he really died, it wouldn't hurt. However, the other party drove him crazy. How to put it, it was a pity. He cultivated to this point, but at the critical moment, his 3 bodies conflicted. To be honest, whether he was helping the human clan or the demon clan, at that time, a level 9 eternal realm was enough to control the situation. But this guy conflicted with himself. This was the most regrettable part. Otherwise, the 9-leaf Sky Lotus might really be taken away by him. 3 body techniques. Suyu murmured and closed the book. The drawbacks of the 3 body techniques were obvious. Unfortunately, now it seemed that everyone could only go this way. Just look at Lan Tian and Wan Tiansheng. There was no other way. As he was thinking, Xingyu's cold snort sounded in his ears. Suyu, I'm leaving. Suyu tilted his head and looked at Xingyu. He smiled faintly and said, don't worry, my lord. If the Guiyuan saber is destroyed or taken away, my lord can leave at any time. If it is not taken away, it will be dangerous for you to go back now. As he said that, he smiled and said, it's rare for us to have such an opportunity. Let's not rush. Let's not use the passageway and walk on the 1st floor. Actually, it's not impossible to leave. I will think of a way, don't worry, my lord. If he didn't take this path, then he would take another path, such as the teleportation path. Suyu was thinking about how he was going to get out. With that said, Suyu added, I still want to go up to the 8th floor to take a look. The 8th floor might have living people. Teacher Lu and the others are still there. I'll go take a look and see if there's anyone who needs help. He had to go to the 8th floor. Lu Wenyan and Hong Tan were running around. Weaklings of the 2 sun moons were running around. Were they really not afraid of death? At the side, Yunchen hesitated and said, You want to go to the 8th level? Yes, I'll go take a look. Suyu said with a smile, That's why I'll have to trouble Senior Yun here. As he said that, he looked at Lan Tian and said, Senior Lan Tian, what's your mission in coming to the Starry Mansion this time? Are you just here to watch the show? What do you mean? Lan Tian smiled. Suyu also smiled and said, Senior, you don't have high expectations for some treasures now, do you? The 9-leaf sky lotus is a supreme treasure. It's fine if you don't want to tell me, Senior. Lan Tian chuckled and quickly said, Alright, it's not that I don't have anything to do. In fact, I also want to go to the 8th floor. The Sky Saint sent me here this time mainly because he wants me to go to the 8th floor. He doesn't have high hopes. The Sky Saint knows an ancient expert who once lived here and wants me to find a way out. Who? King Wen? I don't know. Suyu indeed did not know, nor did he know, nor had he heard of it. Lan Tian was also not too familiar with it. He said with a smile, It's said that it's a big shot of the Tao of civilization. I'm not too sure about the specific situation. I only know that the Tao of civilization masters reaches the limit of the sun and moon, and eternity is difficult to seek. The Sky Saint wants me to see if I can find something. The road ahead is difficult, so there's no other way. He sighed. The road ahead was difficult. Was Wan Tianxing strong enough? Very strong. Wan Tianxing, who had not reached Tao validation, was now probably a level 4 Eternal Realm expert, so he could fight invincible and was extremely powerful. But, this was the only way. For Wan Tianxing, this was not enough. The current him was equivalent to Xiao Long Wu, and perhaps even weaker. Xiao Long Wu had killed a level 5 Eternal Realm expert before, and Xiao Long Wu was still improving, but Wan Tianxing was somewhat at the end of his rope. King Wen? Suyu murmured, Will King Wen have any directions? Did Principal say what it is specifically? No, he's not too sure, but he has been in charge of the Great Xia Civilization University for many years, and he once studied in the Seeker Realm, discussing the Tao with many powerhouses. He roughly guessed that our Shunwen lineage might be from King Wen's lineage. Wait. Suyu looked at him in surprise. What do you mean by our Shunwen lineage? Senior Lan Tian, you're the transformation lineage. Lan Tian looked indifferent. It's just the Shunwen lineage. More than 10 Shunwen lineages are the Shunwen lineages. How simple is that? I completed the outline when I was young, but of course, I was too lazy to learn. I focused on the transformation lineage. Yunchen sighed. You're quite talented, but unfortunately, Lan Tian interrupted. There's nothing to be regretful about. I think I'm doing very well now. Yunchen didn't say much. He was Wan Tianxing's senior brother, his teacher. In terms of seniority, he was from the same generation as Lan Tian, but in fact, he was 1 generation higher than Lan Tian. Lan Tian smiled. Little Suyu, let's go to the 8th floor to take a look. As for these people, they can stay here. It's safer. Suyu smiled. Can Senior go up? Of course. Lan Tian smiled sweetly. There's no place I can't go, Suyu got goosebumps from his smile. Pervert, Suyu said again, Senior, you've been complaining about your grievances. Lan Tian smiled bitterly. Didn't you say that he's your friend? Aren't you clear about the situation? Alright, as expected, Lan Tian knew a thing or two. Suyu nodded. Senior's clone technique is awesome. Even if I don't make a move, if Senior suffers some grievances, that person might come out. Try not to alarm that person, it's too dangerous. Of course. Don't you see that I don't feel wronged? Lan Tian forced a smile. I'm so pitiful. But even if I don't say it, he's afraid. That person is too strong. Now that the enemies are dead, what if he suffers a little more and that person comes out? Both of them were well aware. What friend? That person is just a vengeful spirit in Xianxia mansion. Don't provoke it. It doesn't distinguish friend from foe. Suyu looked back at the people who were still bathing. After thinking for a moment, he left behind a storage ring. Inside were some treasures like Milky Way sand, water-condensed pearl, and dragon blood fruit. Suyu handed the storage ring to Yun Chen. Senior, give it to my master. If you can leave by yourself, leave by yourself. Even if it's dangerous, it's better than following me. Suyu smiled. Soon, he said, by the way, Senior, if you don't go with me and leave first. Suyu thought for a moment and said, everything was done by me. Senior, remember to remind those people outside that there's no need to say anything about the great Qin King. Just say that I'm colluding with the dead spirits. Then, Suyu squinted his eyes and said, I've told those seniors in advance. I'm not afraid of anything. If one dares to trouble me, come and try. The great Qin King is seriously injured. Don't come. When he spoke up to hear, he glanced at Bai Feng and the others before he continued, I might return through the dead soul dimension this time. Feel free to push the blame onto me. It's fine. If you can't, then push the blame onto Senior Blue Sky. Lan Tian complained, I'm too weak. They don't believe me. They believe. Senior can't be killed. Suyu laughed. Yun Chen wanted to say something but stopped. Soon, he said, the dead soul's domain is dangerous. Although you have a good relationship with some dead spirits, going through the dead soul's domain is still dangerous. Suyu smiled and said, don't worry. I, Suyu, dared to go to the Falling Stars Mountain when I was cultivating. Now that I've come this far, why wouldn't I dare to? Go through the dead soul's domain? Then I'll escort you, no need. Suyu smiled and said, Senior Yun is so strong. Your qi and blood are too strong. It's only suitable for me to go alone. It's not suitable for others. Then, Suyu didn't want to say anything more. Soon, he stepped out of the crack in the realm wall. Lan Tian chuckled and followed. Xingyu also walked out with a cold face. Behind them, Yun Chen sighed. He looked at Bai Feng and the others who were still bathing, then looked at the storage ring that Suyu gave him and sighed. The Shinwen faction would only bring disaster to Suyu. Suyu, on the other hand, had never forgotten about this bloodline from start to finish. The 7th level, at the entrance of the dead soul's domain. Suyu and the other two arrived in the air. Suyu didn't say anything. The word blood and Shinwen swept in all directions. In the void, wisps of weak blood were gradually condensed by him. Too many experts had died, old Zhou didn't have a taste for blood. Soon, a drop of blood gradually formed. It was from the demon race. Suyu raised his brow slightly. He had the blood essence of the immortal race and the celestial race. However, this was the first drop of the invincible blood essence of the demon race that he had obtained. Not bad, he had actually condensed a drop of invincible blood essence. Soon, the little fur ball was taken out by Suyu. Go see if there's anything to carry it. This time, Suyu had used almost all the things that could carry it. He could do whatever he wanted with money. Anyway, he wasn't going to give it to anyone, his own strength was the foundation. If he threw out his civilization will now, even Invincible would have to fight for his head. Of course, it wasn't that Suyu didn't leave anything behind. The 2 dragon blood fruit trees were still left behind. The small ones couldn't be used as a carrier, but the big ones weren't much of a problem. They could be used for emergencies. The little fur ball was a little unwilling, but it still quickly went to smell the fragrance. The carrier was also very fragrant. Not long after, the little furball came back with a green leaf on its head. It actually felt that there was still life. What is this? Suyu was a little surprised. Was this a carrier? Blue Sky was quite knowledgeable. He took a look and judged, it might be the leaf of an ancient Jianyuan tree. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was an incomparably huge Jianyuan tree that was extremely sturdy. Even its leaves could be used as a carrier. I wonder if it's this. Suyu was surprised. Even leaves could be used as a carrier, that tree had countless leaves. So powerful? It's just a rumor. Blue Sky looked at the leaf and said with a smile, it might not be true. Even if it is, it's impossible for every leaf to be a carrier, so you understood. Just like old Josno's hair, it was impossible for every strand of it to be a carrier. Soon, Suyu walked to the entrance of the undead spirit passage. At this moment, there were no undead spirits around. The rules here seemed to have been destroyed. Xingyue looked at the undead spirit passage and said, actually, leaving here now is the best choice. Not many people will pay attention to this place, Suyu said with a smile, it's too simple. Believe it or not, there are definitely countless undead spirits watching not far from here. Once you go in, be careful not to be torn to pieces. Xingyue looked at him suspiciously. How do you know? Nonsense, Suyu was speechless. With such a big change here, there would definitely be undead spirits coming. This brain of hers, sometimes there, sometimes not. You wait here. Sir, don't run around. I'll try my best to take you out of the teleportation channel. It's definitely not safe here. Humph. Xingyue snorted coldly. So you did not say much. Snort meant that you understood. Understood, he looked at the entrance to the 8th floor, and was stunned. Where was the entrance? Strange, the entrance was here before. Where was the entrance now? Damn it, why was the entrance gone? His sword flew up, and Lan Tian quickly followed. The two of them searched in the air for a while but did not find anything. Suyu frowned. Suddenly, he took out a City Lord order and activated it. Hongmeng Sacred City Lord Suyu, I have something to report to the council. Please open the passage to the 8th floor. The void was silent for a while. After a while, a door opened slowly, as if it was hesitant. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the 7th floor, the door opened. A mechanical voice said, identity verification. A moment later, a wave of rule power swept over Suyu. When it swept over the Sea of Will, it seemed to sweep over Little Furball. However, when it swept over the tombstone outside the Sea of Will, the rule power was suddenly disrupted. After a long time, a mechanical voice came from the void. Hongmeng, Great Star, Rainbow Rain, and Cloud Sky City Lords, Tomb Guards, Level 4 Authority, Level 3 Area Prohibited. Suyu was stunned. There was no problem with the first one, but what was behind it? Tomb Guards, Tombstone, the Wen King. The Wen Tombstone wouldn't be the Wen King's tomb, right? After obtaining the tombstone, one would be the tomb of the Wen King, Suyu was slightly taken aback. What was this level 4 authority? Level 1 was the highest? Also, was it the rule power or a living person who gave the orders? Suyu asked, Senior, are you a rule power or a living person? No comment. Suyu was speechless. Why did this sound like a living person? To be honest, if it was a living person, that would be terrifying. I don't even dare to go in. Soon, Lan Tian smiled and said, Human Realm, Dean of the Heavenly Dao Academy, Lan Tian, returning to the council to report. Suyu was stunned. Damn it, what is this? The rule power also swept over Lan Tian's body. Soon, it echoed mechanically. Dean of the Heavenly Dao Academy, Level 7 Authority. Lan Tian was unconvinced. How can this be? I am the Dean of the Heavenly Dao Academy. If Suyu can reach level 4, how can I be level 7? No one bothered with him. Lan Tian was still unconvinced. Heavenly Dao Academy, I have read about it in the books. In ancient times, it was a great academy for the human race, a great institution for teaching and educating people. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be worse than some Houyi, right? Why is it only level 7? Listen to this name, how domineering, how domineering. No one answered. Suyu looked at Lan Tian strangely, Senior, does this mean your authority is very low? Lan Tian snorted. Nonsense, you should know from the meaning. Level 1 might be the highest, but isn't level 7 low? Suyu shrugged. He was also wondering if his authority was high or low. Hongmeng City Lord, this position shouldn't be considered low, right? But the key was, this level 4 authority, was it given by the Hongmeng City Lord or the Tomb Guard? He couldn't figure it out. Regarding the ancient times, Suyu knew too little. Also, whether this was the rule power or a living person, Suyu didn't know. He only knew one thing, take it easy. It seemed to be dangerous. Suyu glanced at the dark passage in front of him, then looked at Xingyu. Sir, wait for me here. Don't run around. Humph. Xianxia was furious, are you ordering me? Of course not. Suyu laughed, I mean, I am going to do something for Sir. Sir, wait for my good news here. I will be back soon. Xianxia was too lazy to bother with him. Suyu smiled and quickly stepped into the passage. In the dark passage, he and Lan Tian entered together. A moment later, their eyes lit up, and they appeared in a grand hall. It was an extremely spacious grand hall, it was very big. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in their ears, wait for the summon. Without the summon, don't barge in. Suyu was speechless. Is this for real, everyone? On the 8th floor should be dead. Who the hell summoned me? What a joke. Just as he was thinking, Lan Tian suddenly sniffed, pressed his hand toward Suyu, pointed to a somewhat dry mark on the ground, and transmitted his voice, Kid, it looks like blood, the fresh kind. Suyu raised his eyebrows and quickly transmitted his voice to Furball, smell it for me, whose blood is it? Little Furball was reluctant. Recently, he had been doing all the work without any benefits, so he had lost some of his motivation. After sniffing, he said lazily, it seems to be that bloody demon king's blood fire? I guess so. Weak and feeble, Suyu's heart moved slightly, blood fire didn't die, Suyu, this is a 9th level Eternal Realm expert, not to be trifled with, this guy isn't dead yet, sure enough, at this point, it was really difficult to kill him. Old Joe actually didn't kill him, at this moment, the huge hall was dark. It seemed to be an endless void all around. No one knew who built this damn place. Could it be that those who came to meet back then had to wait here? How miserable, very bureaucratic, powerhouses from all sides, those who could come were at least top-notch figures, but they had to wait in this damn place. Suyu didn't say anything. He activated the Yin word Shenwen, concealing himself. Soon, he merged into the ground, disappeared, and turned into the shadow of Lan Tian. As for Lan Tian, he was slightly uncomfortable and transmitted his voice, you make me feel a lot of pressure, kid, I keep feeling that you will explode and kill me. How can that be? I'm not that kind of person. You are. I'm not. You are. Alright, so you couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Soon, Lan Tian followed the direction of the blood he had discovered before, determined the direction, and rushed in a direction in the darkness. At this moment, they were all in this hall. And looking down from the 8th floor, this hall stood in a corner of the 8th floor. It was an inconspicuous corner, but it was huge. On the 8th floor, countless mansions stood in great numbers, covering a shocking area. It was not a random layout. In the center of the 8th floor, there was a group of palaces that stretched for hundreds of li, forming a huge palace. There were no walls around the palace, only huge statues. Creatures of different shapes were carved on them. There was an incomparably huge lion, a ferocious hoe, a phoenix spreading its wings, a giant dragon riding on the clouds, an immortal stepping on auspicious clouds, a demon god with the strength to uproot a mountain. 99 statues lined up in all directions, sealing off the entire palace. Beneath each statue was a closed palace gate. In the sky, there was a vague formation. There seemed to be a person sitting on the formation, suppressing the ages. Above the palace, there were 2 huge runes of wool floating. Myriad worlds, yes, myriad worlds. There were only these 2 words. Surrounding the palace were many splendid mansions that surrounded it. King Wen's Mansion, Martial King Mansion, War King Mansion, King Ping Mansion, Divine Emperor Mansion, Demon Emperor Mansion, Immortal Emperor Mansion. Mansions stood in great numbers, surrounding the palace. Although the ancient half-emperors were half-emperors, they were still emperors. Therefore, their mansions were called sovereign mansions. The mansions of human kings were called king mansions. Other than the king mansions and sovereign mansions, there were some marquee mansions. Outside the Myriad Worlds Palace, outside the king mansions and sovereign mansions were the marquee mansions. Among them, there was a mansion that wasn't too big, called Heaven Supervisor Marquee Mansion. Yes, that was the Heaven Supervisor Marquee Mansion. Beyond that were the residences of some rather famous conferred generals. The 8th floor was the mansion of these people, the lowest being a titled general. Only those who had reached that level were qualified to open their mansions on the 8th floor. Moreover, the mansions of title generals were the residences of some top experts. There were also some Houyi who didn't open their mansions on the 8th floor, but on the 7th floor. Of course, there was also a king mansion on the 7th floor, King Gong Mansion. It was the only king mansion on the 7th floor, and it was where the Dead Spirit Passageway was located. Outside these mansions was the hall that Suyu and the others were in. It was like a gate tower that stood outside. Only after entering could one pass through the mansions and head to the Myriad World's palace. Just as Suyu and the others were looking for the exit. Outside the palace, there was a huge door that led to the White Jade Avenue in the distance. At that moment, there were a few people gathered on the White Jade Avenue. Lu Wenyan and Hong Tan were extremely vigilant as they looked at the people in the distance. Over there, Madonna and the Blood Fire Demon were both there. They separated and also looked at Hong Tan and Lu Wenyan. On the other side was the fated Qin's Long River. He disappeared, but Suyu didn't care. He didn't expect him to go up to the 8th floor. There was another person wearing a half-gold mask. It was the symbol of the Skyhunter Pavilion. The half-gold was embellished, and Suyu was very familiar with it. It was the symbol of the Deacon Elder, who was also in the quasi-invincible realm. There were 9 elders in the Skyhunter Pavilion's Deacon Elder Council. The first elder was Invincible Realm, the third elder and the 8th elder were dead. At that moment, this was one of the remaining elders. Not far from him was an old man covered in gold. Bear One's teeth smiled. His teeth were all golden. He was from the All Heavens Treasure Tower, under the command of General Many Treasures. 7 people, these 7 people were gathered on the 8th floor. At that moment, they all looked solemn. Especially when they looked at the Blood Fire Demon, their expressions were ugly. This person actually came. They were a little surprised. Shouldn't the Blood Fire Demon be on the 7th floor to seize treasures? Why did he come to the 8th floor? The 8th floor had great opportunities, but the danger was also great. It was easy to die here. It was normal for them to gamble once. It was not normal for them to gamble once in the Invincible Realm. Moreover, they were in the Eternal Realm level 9. It was stupid to come here. It was too easy to die. They didn't care about the benefits in the outer area and couldn't get the benefits in the inner area. They might as well grab the 9-leaf lotus on the 7th floor. The Blood Fire Demon had just arrived. At that moment, his expression was cold and indifferent. He didn't make a move. 2 of his bodies died, 1 was destroyed, and the Sea of Will was injured. Of course, with his strength, even if he was seriously injured, it was not a problem to deal with a few quasi-invincible realm experts. However, the strongest person here might not be him, but Long River of the Fated Clan. This expert who was as famous as September and the others. Bloodfire Demon had also forgotten about this guy's existence. He didn't expect him to come to the 8th floor. As for the others, the Bloodfire Demon wasn't too worried. As for Moto, he didn't pay much attention to him. This guy had run away before. At the beginning of the battle, he saw that his chances of getting the treasure were not high, so he ran to the 8th floor. He didn't expect these people to be here before he came. It could be said that everyone present had come to the 8th floor for the first time. Everyone was very unfamiliar with this place. They didn't dare to run around, nor did they dare to move. If they were careless, they could easily die. The group of people didn't say a word. At that moment, the Bloodfire Demon came up. Everyone was extremely vigilant, wondering what had happened below. Did the Bloodfire Demon get the 9-leaf lotus? Was he injured? His aura was a little weak. Was he injured and failed to get the treasure, or did he succeed and come to the 8th floor to take refuge? The most nervous were probably Lu Wenyan and Hong Tan. The 2 of them had come up for a day, but they hadn't gone far. They were extremely careful with their steps, afraid that something would go wrong. At that moment, time flowed in the eyes of the Fated Clan's Long River. He said softly, "Lord Bloodfire, don't use force here. This is where the ancient council used to be. The power of rules is dense here. If you use force, it will be very easy to trigger the power of rules." The Bloodfire Demon said coldly, "Long River, I don't need your advice." He didn't look at these people, nor did he care about the 2 humans. Although he hated humans now, the 8th floor was dangerous. If he didn't attack, it would be easy to expose his true strength. Right now, he could still intimidate others, but once he attacked and his strength was exposed, it might cause some trouble. Even now, he still had lingering fears about the great changes in the seventh layer. He had almost died, Suyu's group might not be dead yet. That terrifying existence might have been lured out by Suyu. That guy wouldn't die with him, so they might still be alive. He had to go deep into the 8th floor as soon as possible and find a place to hide in case those people caught up. He wasn't the same as before. Before, even the great Qin King would find it difficult to kill him. But now, forget it, the blood fire demon's eyes flashed with blood-red light. Soon, a token appeared. It was his identity token. He held the token in his hand and looked around. Strands of nomological force densely covered the entire void. Without a certain status, danger was everywhere in this damned place. He didn't linger and quickly walked along the edge of the white jade path. Yes, the edge. He was just a general. He wasn't even as good as a general, even if it was an inferior general. According to the level of authority, human emperors were naturally the highest, level 1. Civil kings were half a level higher than martial kings, and they were all level 2. Half-emperors and human kings were all level 3. Marquises had level 4 authority, titled generals had level 5 authority, and inferior generals had level 6 authority. The Bloodfire Demon's general was similar to the Blue Sky College's dean. It was the highest under the general. Level 7 authority, below that were level 8 and 9. Those below were not qualified to come to the 8th floor. Level 7 authority wasn't too low. It was the boundary between the ruling and being ruled in ancient times. In the outside world, they were all great generals of a region. Suyu's status as the city lord of Primordial Mist City was actually not at the 4th level. Even with Old Tortoise's status in the past, he only had the 5th level of authority. However, with the Wen Tombstone, he had the 4th level of authority. Clearly, the guards of the Wen Tombstone in the past were all marquee rank experts. The Bloodfire Demon didn't care about others. He only had level 7 authority. According to the information he knew, he couldn't go to the areas of experts above 3 levels. For example, Marquises were level 4. He couldn't go there. He could go to the titled generals' residences in the periphery. As for Suyu, he couldn't go to the 9th floor with level 4 authority. Similarly, he couldn't go to the Myriad World's palace without being summoned. The Myriad World's palace's authority level was also very high. He could go to most of the other places. At this moment, Suyu didn't know all this. He was too young and hadn't had time to understand the ancient times. The Bloodfire Demon's eyes flashed. When he passed by Lu Wenyan's group, killing intent rose in his eyes. Lu Wenyan's expression changed slightly. At this moment, his aura skyrocketed, instantly reaching the peak of the Sun-Moon realm. Yes, Shunwen, the last Yubation Shunwen. Previously, he had exploded all of them, but he had given one to Wu Jia and kept it with him. This time, in order to go to the 8th floor, he was worried that he would encounter danger, so he took the last Shunwen from Wu Jia. In fact, he hadn't planned to use this one before. At this moment, he knew that even if he was at the Sun-Moon realm, he could be easily crushed by the Bloodfire Demon. But, he was still unwilling to be crushed to death and was ready to fight to the death. Breaking the rules here would make the Bloodfire Demon unlucky. As for the Bloodfire Demon, seeing that he was about to attack the rules here, he cursed in his heart, F***ck off, if this king was at his peak, you could attack. Do you think I'm afraid of you? No matter how strong the rules were, the outer rules couldn't do anything to him, but now, forget it, you're crazy, I didn't plan to kill you at all. Why do you look like you're going to fight to the death? If you really triggered the laws, then he would be severely injured and even his trump cards would be exposed. For better or worse, he was a level 9 eternal cultivator. Those fellows outside might covet his sea of consciousness and his other treasures. Leave, the Bloodfire Demon King wasn't interested in fighting them to the death. Although Lu Wenyan was Suyu's master and his injuries were caused by Suyu, he wanted to kill Lu Wenyan along the way. However, if it involved his own life, then forget it, the Bloodfire Demon said coldly, ridiculous. With a look of disdain, a contemptuous attitude, and an attitude of contempt, the Bloodfire Demon walked away. Childish, this king is at the eternal realm. Do you think I'll lower myself to your level? What a ridiculous guy, he left with a contemptuous look. Lu Wenyan's heart was at ease. That was too damn dangerous, scared me to death. He watched the other leave, not daring to speak. That was a peerless powerhouse at the same level as the strongest human. No matter how arrogant Lu Wenyan was, he didn't dare to be arrogant to such a guy. Watching him leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He left, too terrifying. The blood fire demon was so arrogant that he didn't kill them. They were so lucky. Just as they were thinking, suddenly, the door of the hall opened, and blue sky floated out. However, no one recognized him. They all had strange looks. Who was this? It couldn't be helped. Blue sky's appearance and aura changed. They really didn't recognize him for a while. As for blue sky, when he saw them, he was also slightly stunned. Soon, Bear One's teeth smiled and said, "Yo, my little cuties, you're all here. Do you see blood fire? Where did my cute blood fire go?" Phew. Blue sky, they recognized him. Lu Wenyan also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Senior Blue." As soon as blue sky saw them, he smiled faintly and said, "It's you too. Where's blood fire? Did you see him?" "The blood fire demon just left." "Oh, this son of a bitch is seriously injured, but he ran quite fast. It seems that I have to look for him and kill him." The group was stunned. What? Kill who? Kill the blood fire demon? Kill this peerless powerhouse? What a joke. Blue sky laughed and said, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with killing him?" "Xianxia, you can kill him too. I think that guy has less than 1% of his strength left. He's dead." Xianxia was slightly stunned. Thinking of the blood fire demon's weakness and the figure that left in a hurry, he said with a deep look in his eyes, "The blood fire demon is injured? Something happened on the 7th floor?" Blue sky chuckled and said, "Of course, the 7th floor is fun. Invincible realm experts are dead. Let me count, about 30, the group was stunned. There were less than 30 invincible realm experts in total. Right? All dead? Stop it, how is that possible? The elder of the Sky Hunter Pavilion said in a deep voice, "Where's my minister, him?" Blue sky laughed and said, "Dead? I'm not sure. He's either dead or disabled. He either came to the 8th floor or entered the dead soul realm. I don't know the specific situation. It's too tragic." The group's hearts palpitated. Madonna couldn't help but say, "So you did it?" What did he say? Suyu, who was in the shadow suit, was speechless. "Little Mo, you have a deep misunderstanding of me. This is a level 9 Eternal Realm expert. Whether they die or not, what does it have to do with me?" Suyu pondered for a moment. "Should I exterminate all the fellows here? Madonna, Sky Hunter Pavilion, Fated Kin, Heaven Treasure Tower, should I kill them all? It shouldn't be difficult, right?" Suyu judged that Xianxia's strength was not weak, probably about the same as his current strength, maybe a little weaker. But Xianxia was probably not weaker than Xiao Longwu, who hadn't proved the way. He might be a little stronger, and might not be easy to kill. As for the other two, Suyu wasn't afraid. As for Madonna, this bastard seemed to have a teleportation talisman that ignored space. It was probably useless. When he saw me, he would probably run away. I can kill the Sky Hunter Pavilion and Heaven Treasure Tower, but these two are just ordinary quasi-invincible realm experts, right? Suyu thought to himself, why don't I just kill these two? Too many people will get in the way. He heard that the 8th floor was where the residences of some important figures were. Suyu was still very interested. Of course, he was more interested in which part of Old Zhou was this. According to his calculations, it was his leg. However, whose leg was like this? Or could it be that Old Zhou's legs were split open and straightened, forming a T-shape? If that was the case, the 8th floor must be very long. 2 long legs were split open. Old Zhou had maintained this posture for countless years. If he really revived in the future, could he still walk normally? At this moment, Suyu could not help but think about it. Because Old Zhou was too strong, such a powerhouse was turned into this by Taishan. Even if he did not know this Taishan and had never seen this Taishan before, Suyu also felt that he was really ruthless. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding his head to the ground. How much hatred and resentment did he have? Soon, his thoughts turned elsewhere, to the few people present. Was there anyone else on the 8th floor? Teacher Lu and the others should have been here for some time. Why were they still in the periphery? Suyu transformed into a shadow. At this moment, he silently observed for a while. Using the tribulation word in Shenwen, he carefully sensed for a while. Soon, he discovered something. In the void, there was some vague power of laws. The laws on the 8th floor were very heavy. The power of laws. Suyu was quite familiar with this. It seemed that there might be some untouchable laws on the 8th floor. Senior Blue Sky, kill the others and find Bloodfire as soon as possible. He should be heavily injured. Blue Sky did not reply. He chuckled and suddenly disappeared on the spot. Rumble, with a loud bang, the wealthy old man from the All Heavens Treasure Tower quickly retreated and shouted, "Blue Sky, don't go crazy. This is where the ancient parliament is located. If you act rashly here, you will be punished by the laws." "Hee, I'm not afraid." Blue Sky chuckled. The old man was extremely depressed. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly slapped out toward the surrounding void. The next moment, in the void, a large hand of laws grabbed towards them. It was a large hand formed by the power of laws. It instantly fell towards the two of them. The wealthy old man had to let this lunatic Blue Sky know that if he triggered the laws here, he could easily be killed. This is only the outermost area. "Blue Sky, wake up!" Old man Fugue roared. At this moment, the law hand was incomparably powerful, and time power was unable to block it. Lan Tian also wanted to test the strength of the punishment, so he slapped towards the hand. With a bang, Lan Tian took a step back. His hand was cut, and some blood flowed out. As for the wealthy old man, he was naturally inferior to Lan Tian. After being hit by the big hand, he fell to the ground with a bang and vomited blood. He knew that the power of the laws was strong, but it still caused the laws to fluctuate. This was to let Lan Tian understand that if he killed Lan Tian, he would also be punished by the power of the laws. "Lan Tian, this is just a private duel. Once it's a life and death battle, the power of the rules will be even stronger than it is now." In ancient times, the 8th floor was the residence of powerful figures, and they didn't allow people to fight randomly. Thus, there were strict rules for this, and the punishments were extremely harsh. Old man Fugue coughed up blood and said, "I have no enmity with you. If you insist on killing me, you will also be heavily injured. Why bother?" He was also helpless because of this madman. Normal people wouldn't do things that were strenuous and unrewarding, but Blue Sky wasn't normal. Blue Sky cackled, "That's it? That's not enough. It seems like you can't kill me. Heavily injure me. I'm not afraid." In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 blue skies appeared around him. As for Shadow Suyu, after thinking about it, Blue Sky had so many doppelgangers, so why would he need to pretend to be a shadow? In the next moment, Shadow Suyu turned into a middle-aged man. He had the appearance of Zhao Ming from back then, and he also mixed in with the doppelgangers. A bunch of Blue Sky's doppelgangers had been killed, but there were still many left. One had to say that this guy was also a great killer. That rich old man's expression changed slightly. He cursed inwardly and quickly fled towards the depths of the white jade path. Unlucky, he stepped on dog shit when he went out, and he actually met such a madman. The doppelgangers tried to stop him, but the rich old man instantly threw out more than 10 treasures. He was really rich, and they were actually at the earthly soldier level. They all rushed towards the doppelgangers. As for the old man, he carefully turned left and right, running towards the front of the white jade path. This white jade path was still a bit dangerous. There was a lot of power of the laws pervading the air. In ancient times, this reception hall would have emissaries to receive them. Now, the 8th floor was already empty. There was no emissary, and they could only rely on themselves to enter. Puff, the rich old man had just run less than 100 meters when a power of the laws blocked in front of him. Before, the blood fire demon was fine, but he was blocked. The power of the laws directly penetrated his body, and his flesh and blood were instantly blurred. The old man didn't care about this anymore. He ran first. Nearby, Moto, Changhe, and the second elder of the Sky Hunter Pavilion were also not interested in competing with the madman Blue Sky, so they all walked forward. As soon as Blue Sky came, the temporary peace was disrupted. That rich old man, gritting his teeth, tore the river of time, and crossed 100 meters with one step. The long river was turbulent and suppressed by the power of the laws, but he didn't care about this. Run first, and the blue sky doppelganger also followed closely. Suddenly, a middle-aged man doppelganger appeared behind him. The old man didn't bother to care. The blue sky doppelganger was not weak, but it was difficult to kill him. It was okay to be punched, but he would run first. Behind him, Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. Let me kill you. Alas, the current quasi-invincible realm didn't have any sense of crisis. Although I used the word quiet in Shenwen to block your sense of crisis, you are still quasi-invincible realm. You really don't know anything? Hit me. Then I'll hit you. At this point, Suyu really hadn't hit anyone with all his strength. Thinking of this, Suyu threw a punch, mountain-suppressing fist, duo Shenwen's method of martial arts. As soon as the punch was thrown, the rich old man's face suddenly changed. The fatal threat made his hair stand on end. He screamed, "No, I have the way to open General Dwebao's mansion." Boom, with one punch, the rich old man was torn apart. The river of time was turbulent. The next moment, the past body of a young man appeared. It was the appearance of the old man when he was young. At this moment, his face was pale. Impossible, blue sky couldn't be so strong. This wasn't the lethality of a quasi-invincible realm expert. Just as he was thinking, with a bang, time burst out. With one kick, the river of time was shaking. With a bang, the river was broken. With one kick, the young man was kicked into pieces. At the same time, a book appeared and instantly collected everything, including a carrier. Essence, blood, fleshly body, everything was collected by Suyu. Soon, on the page of the immortal clan, there was another small head. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. It was still from the immortal clan. This heaven treasure tower was said to be related to gods and demons. It was true. The guy from the immortal clan was actually in it. The immortal clan almost let a fish escape the net. Waning sun crashed. On both sides of the road, everyone who was about to leave was stunned for a moment and looked at Suyu. As for Suyu, he was currently leisurely holding on to the book, calming down the law energy that was sweeping towards him. This was a punishing law energy. If he killed someone here, he would be punished. However, Suyu also saw that the punishment was not too strong. It was probably enough to kill a quasi-invincible realm expert, probably because this was the periphery. Those above the invincible realm should not be punished and killed at will. Suyu blocked it with the will of civilization and then let the big hand of rules pinch him. With a creak, his body was squeezed until it glowed. At this time, the power of rules dissipated. And Suyu rubbed his arm and said with emotion, "It's so scary. My arm is swollen." Silence, absolute silence. Xianxia, the second elder, and Moto were all shocked. Was he still human? Suyu. Moto looked shocked. The next moment, without saying a word, he activated a jade talisman and instantly disappeared. In the void in the distance, people could see the confrontation of rules. After moving about tens of thousands of meters, Moto's shadow flashed in the distant void and disappeared instantly. Suyu was speechless. "Why are you running? We're partners." In the distance, Moto didn't look back or look. He quickly fell into the ground and disappeared in the huge mansion. "Screw you," Moto was shocked to death. This guy was terrifyingly powerful. It was normal before. It took him a long time to kill a quasi-invincible realm. But now, it was easy to kill a quasi-invincible realm. Forget it. Under the punishment of the power of rules, under normal circumstances, a quasi-invincible realm would be crushed. But Suyu's arm was swollen. Screw you, Moto didn't dare to talk about cooperation with him. Cooperation was also based on a certain foundation, like last time. But now. What a joke. Suyu's strength had skyrocketed. Under such circumstances, why would he want to cooperate? No need. If so, why not run? Not far away, Chang had directly opened a time channel. Regardless of the danger, he forcibly moved himself and instantly disappeared. And the second elder of the Sky Hunter Pavilion also shouted. A boat appeared under his feet. He wandered in the void, wandered in the long river of time and space, and quickly escaped. Both of them were shocked. Damn, this is Suyu, so scary. killing quasi-invincible realm like a chick. Too scary, even if Xianxia was strong and could fight quasi-invincible realm. At that moment, he saw the scene of his own death in the River of Fate. Yes, the scene of him being killed by Suyu shocked him so much that he didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly disappeared. 2F** King scary, even if he had to pay a price, Xianxia had to be separated from Suyu. Behind him, Suyu, in his snow-white robe, floated in the air. With a smile on his face, he chuckled and said, "Take care, don't rush. I'm not planning to kill you. If I go out, I hope you can put in a good word for me, Suyu. I only killed 1,000 people. The rest were not killed by me. They were all killed by Xuehua. Both of them ran faster than rabbits. As for the rest, they didn't care at all. They knew that something big might have happened on the 7th level, Suyu. Suyu, this madman, was terrifyingly strong. They didn't know how Suyu did it, but they all understood, and were even horrified. The extremely young Suyu might really have the combat power of Invincible Realm now. This was too scary. Xianxia and the others, which of them didn't have their current strength after countless years of accumulation? The human race was indeed scary. After they left, Lan Tian said faintly, "Not chasing anymore?" Suyu smiled and said, "No rush. If we can kill, then kill. If we can't, then forget it. Let them go out and spread the word. There aren't many people left alive." There weren't many people left alive. He had to let a few people go out and share the pressure for the human race, right? At the same time, let them announce that I, Suyu, am here. In any case, these people didn't know anything. Killing that rich old man was just to let these people see how strong he was. The Great Qin King. The Great Qin King didn't come again. Now, there was someone who knew, Xuehua. After killing Xuehua, I'll take all the blame. At least I have the ancient city to rely on. Otherwise, if news of the Great Qin King leaked out, it would be big trouble. In any case, the All Heavens One wanted to kill me for a long time. I'll get used to it. There was a faint smile on Suyu's face. Soon, he turned to look at the dumbfounded Lu Wenyan and Hong Tan, and his smile instantly turned into a bright smile. "Teacher Lu, Grandmaster, did you miss me?" Hong Tan and Lu Wenyan still looked at him in a daze. "We are knowledgeable people. Our master was once an invincible sun and moon killer, a true invincible killer. Now, there aren't many invincible sun and moon killer experts. What haven't we seen? But Suyu is Ling Yun, right? Killing a quasi-invincible killer is really like killing a chick. What did you eat to suddenly become so powerful?" Lu Wenyan looked at him in a daze. "What's the problem with the 5th strike?" Suyu was speechless. He was mentioning this again. "Teacher, there's a problem with the 5th strike." "Alright, I'm Suyu. If I'm not, I can crush you with one finger." Lu Wenyan's expression changed. He felt that there was something wrong with what Suke said. What did he mean? He glanced at Suyu and then at Blue Sky. Since he came with Blue Sky, he was probably Suyu. But Lu Wenyan still couldn't help asking, "How did you become so strong?" Suyu chuckled and said, "Teacher, you've taught me well. Of course I'm strong. Speak human language." "Ahem, it's simple. 360 vital apertures opened, 72 body forging, 8 changes of vital chi. Isn't it normal for me to be stronger?" "Is it normal?" Lu Wenyan thought silently. "Is it really normal? F***CKU. It's not normal at all. It's impossible for a normal person to do what you said. It's exhausting. Being strong is also traceable." Lu Wenyan calculated for a while. If it was as Suyu said, this guy's strength was terrifying. "Why did you come to the 8th floor?" Lu Wenyan asked and then said, "Where are the others?" Suyu said with a smile, "They're fine." "Teacher, why did you and Grandmaster run around? It's so dangerous here. A quasi-invincible would die worse than a dog, and an invincible would die a little better than a dog. Why did you come to the 8th floor for no reason? Are you looking down on us or are you worried about us?" Hong Tan was helpless and didn't want to talk. But Lu Wenyan said calmly, "What do you know? Here, it's not about strength. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than a semi-emperor? Here, it's not about strength, but about rules, status, and rank. I have 5th level authority here. Speaking of this, Lu Wenyan smiled and said, "You don't understand. Fifth level authority is equivalent to the authority of some titled generals in ancient times. Do you know what a titled general is?" Suyu said with a smile, "I know, I understand. Titled generals aren't as powerful as Hou Yi, right? The old turtle of primordial chaos is a titled general. Teacher, don't forget that I'm the castellan of primordial chaos city. Fifth level authority is nothing." Lu Wenyan was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but curse in his mind. *CK, I really forgot about it, Suyu quickly said with a smile, "Besides, I have fourth level authority, not fifth level authority." Huh? Lu Wenyan was stunned for a moment. Before he could ask, Blue Sky suddenly said angrily, "Why do you have fifth level authority? I'm the dean of the Heavenly Tao Academy, why is it only seventh level authority?" This, Lu Wenyan glanced at Blue Sky and said awkwardly, "You were conferred by Wanfu Prefect, right?" "Yes." Lu Wenyan said awkwardly, "Wanfu Prefect seems to have inherited the position of a surplus general. He can only confer a lower title to you at most. As for me, before my teacher died, he gave me the position he inherited, so my authority is slightly higher." Blue Sky was gloomy. Meanwhile, Suyu asked curiously, "You inherited the position of a conferred general in the fifth generation?" Lu Wenyan nodded. Hong Tan said hurriedly, "Is Shuehua really injured? Let's not talk about that for now. If he's really injured, find an opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, he might obtain great benefits from this place and recover from his injuries. That'll be troublesome. You two are reminiscing about old times, hurry up and kill Shuehua," Suyu smiled. "Grandmaster, there's no hurry. We have to figure out the rules of this place first. There were too many experts in ancient times, and they set up the rules. If we don't act appropriately, we'll easily violate them. We won't even know how we died." That was true. Hong Tan and Lu Wenyan quickly explained what they knew. To put it simply, the two of them had come here to go to King Wen's residence. Of course, there was a high chance that they wouldn't be able to make it there. It was said that King Wen's residence was located in the deepest part of the city. According to the rules, one could enter the first level zone with fourth level authority. However, that didn't mean that one could move around recklessly. In fact, beyond the fourth level zone, there would be countless troubles. A little carelessness and one would be finished. Suyu listened quietly, thought about it, and nodded. According to them, Suyu's activities in the Marquis's residence weren't too dangerous. As long as he didn't take the initiative to look for trouble, the rules wouldn't do anything to him. However, once he left the Marquis's residence, he would have to be careful at all times. Understood, Suyu nodded and said, "Teacher, do you know if the voice we heard when we entered was the power of the rules or a living person?" "I'm not sure about that." Lu Wenyan quickly said, "My teacher came to the 8th floor in the past, but at that time, his strength wasn't too strong. There were many things he didn't explore clearly. As for whether the guards were the rules or a living person, he didn't have the strength to investigate. Yi Badian came to the 8th floor, it wasn't strange to say that it was strange. However, there was still a little strange. The 8th floor. Suyu sensed it. If one didn't have the strength of the sun and moon realm, it would be very difficult to come up. How did Yi Badian come up, or, what was his sun and moon realm when he came up? When did Yi Badian come up? Very few people came up to the 8th floor, and those who came up were also very few who left alive. Yi Badian was quite bold. At this moment, Suyu didn't really want to explore. Because it was dangerous, he wanted to leave now. His main purpose was to find Lu Wenyan and the others. If he found them, it would be best if he could kill Shuehua, but if he couldn't, then forget it. However, this teacher and grandmaster of his seemed to have some ideas. Suyu asked, "Teacher, did you come up this time just to look for something? Something that belongs to King Wen?" Lu Wenyan explained, "It's not that I'm specifically looking for something. I mainly want to see if there is a way to advance to the invincible realm, a way to advance to the civilization master." He looked at Suyu and said, "Our lineage doesn't walk the path of the flesh after all." Suyu nodded, "Yes, that's right. We are all scholars, so we still have to walk the path of culture. The path of the warrior is too easy to improve. There's no challenge at all. I can beat the invincible realm now. F asterisk CKU, F asterisk CK off, Lu Wenyan roared in his heart. Get out of here, I knew I couldn't talk to a bastard like you. Words hurt my heart. It's so uncomfortable. We don't walk the path of the flesh because, on the one hand, the body is indeed weak. On the other hand, the path of the flesh mostly depends on resources. The path of civilization, in fact, depends on perception and comprehension, which consumes less resources. Xinwen's advancement or outline is good. In most cases, it depends on perception and opportunities. It's very difficult to rely on resources to forcibly advance. However, when the conditions are right, the consumption is also low. Suyu, on the other hand, spoke too harshly. This kid consumed countless resources to forcibly build up his body to this level. It could only be said that he was rich and willful. In addition, his talent was really strong. Although the path of the flesh was simple, Suyu was also different from ordinary people. Whether it was enlightening or body forging, he had reached a limit that almost no one could surpass. Even in ancient times, there were people who opened heavenly cycle apertures, but almost no one could open heavenly cycle apertures and body forging at the same time. Body forging at the 72 times was not something that humans could accomplish. The 72 times of iron forging represented everything. Suyu stopped discouraging his teacher. He smiled and said, "Then let's go take a look. Teacher and Grandmaster should go down now. I'll go take a look. It's still very dangerous up there. The 7th level is slightly safer." Lu Wenyan frowned and said, "The more people, the more power. You're Grandmaster and I won't drag you down. If you really encounter trouble, you don't have to care about us." Suyu sighed and said, "What are you saying? With the two of you here, how can I not care? You're already so old, how can you speak like this? I don't want to talk to you. You think we're weak," Lu Wenyan cursed in his heart. "I'm already at the 4th Sun Moon realm. I wanted to ask you if you're afraid, but now, forget it, I don't want to talk about it anymore, I'm tired." At the side, Blue Sky was observing something. At this moment, he turned his head and snickered, "Let's go, kid. Don't waste time with these two. Xuehua's authority probably isn't high. If he wants to go, he'll probably go to some demon mansions. I've observed for a while. The distribution of these mansions should be regular. There's demonic energy there. It might be the demon's territory. Let's go." Suyu looked at Lu Wenyan and the others. "Teacher, you can either wait for me here or find a place to hide. I'll get rid of Xuehua and come back. As for taking the treasure, I can come back next time. Don't worry." After saying that, Suyu smiled and said, "Soon. Other people open this place once every 10 years. If I'm strong enough, I can open it at any time. There's no hurry. Anyway, it's not time for me to advance to the civilization master level yet." The two were surprised. He could come in at any time, they didn't ask. After thinking for a while, Lu Wenyan quickly said, "Then be careful. Xuehua is a top powerhouse among the invincible. Even if he's injured, he's not that easy to kill. You can take the treasure at any time." "You're right. You're Grandmaster and I won't cause trouble for you. But remember, don't go near that council court." "Why?" "I don't know. My master said it once, and I remember it. I didn't ask him why." "Okay." Suyu said no more. Soon, he set foot on the white jade avenue with Lan Tian. When the two of them disappeared in front of Lu Wenyan and the others, Lu Wenyan said with some resentment, "Damn it, this kid. Junior brother, did we embarrass ourselves again?" Hong Tan nodded and sighed. "Yes, we could at least suppress it in the past. Now, forget it. Senior brother, I think we should just find some opportunities in the periphery and strengthen ourselves. Don't think too much about other things." Thinking about the two of them, they carefully searched here for a long time. When Suyu came, what were they searching for? "I'm extremely strong, I'll rampage around, I still want to kill the Xuehua demon, I don't have the time to dawdle around like you guys." Helpless, Lu Wenyan's face was filled with sorrow. He was becoming weaker and weaker. "Forget it, I'll listen to my junior brother and take a stroll around the outskirts." Outside. This was the 19th day since the opening of the mansion. In 11 days, the opening of the Xingyu mansion would end. But at this moment, all the passages had been broken. No one knew if the passages could be reopened and transported again. How many people were still alive inside? After a long time, someone sighed. Let's wait a little longer. I see that there are still many names on the Heaven Hunter list. If there is no problem with the list, then there is a high chance that they are still alive. Modo Na, Zhan Wushuang, Changhe, September, Devouring Heaven, these people are all on the list. Their names had not disappeared, so there was a high chance that they were still alive. However, Tianji's name had disappeared. He might have already died. This made the Tianyuan experts sigh. As for the spirit vengeance, the passages had long been broken. Those that were broken before the Great Change were probably dead. This time, the Tianyuan tribe had suffered a great loss. On the side of the immortal race, all of them looked indifferent. All of them were very calm. But everyone knew that the immortal race was not as calm as they appeared. In these 2 days, many immortal kings from the immortal race came out of seclusion and rushed over. Clearly, the immortal race was all dead, and the immortal race was not satisfied. When the mansion opened and people appeared, the immortal race might cause trouble. No matter which race came out, they might cause trouble. After all, their people were gone. On the side of the human race, many invincible realm experts rushed over. The other races were about the same. In fact, there were more invincible realm experts than before. Is there still no news from inside? The Xingyu mansion is no longer shaking. There has been no news for a long time. Are there any human descendants inside? Let's contact them and see what happened. We will pay for the consumed resources together. At this moment, everyone was very anxious. What had happened inside? Someone looked at the demon race. Demon King Emogo, why don't you contact Modo Na? Modo Na is still on the list. There is a high chance that he is still alive. Emogo frowned slightly and said indifferently, he is not the only one alive. Zhan Wushuang is alive too. Changhe and September are not dead. On the side of the human race, Da Xia of Goguryeo can contact Xia Longwu. In the distance, Da Xia of Goguryeo said indifferently, what's the use of me contacting him? Even if I tell you, you won't believe me. That was true. Actually, it was best to contact a few more people and ask what had happened. Unfortunately, a group of invincible realm experts did not want to waste their essence blood. Perhaps if they asked now, they would hang up later. On the side of the human race, Da Xia of Goguryeo pondered for a moment and said telepathically, let's ask about the situation. I will ask Longwu, let me do it. King of Great Zhou said telepathically, I will contact Tianfeng. Yes, Zhu Tianfeng. King of Great Zhou, did not seem to be the King of Great Zhou. Or, was Zhu Tianfeng of the Zhou family bloodline? Da Xia of Goguryeo was not surprised and said telepathically, alright, burn your essence blood. If we really fight later on, no one will be surprised if you are weaker. Otherwise, it will be easy for you to be exposed. Do you mean that I am inferior to old Zhou? King of Great Zhou looked at him with a deep gaze. Do you think I am inferior to old Zhou? Da Xia of Goguryeo's expression did not change as he replied telepathically, you know very well. Can you match up to that spear strike of his? Fufu, I can try. Da Xia of Goguryeo could not be bothered. Yes, the King of Great Zhou here, was the Great Light King in disguise. The real King of Great Zhou was guarding the Eastern Rift Valley while the Great Qin King had entered the Starry Mansion as the Great Light King. The deployment of high-end combat forces created the illusion that the Great Qin King was still in the Eastern Rift Valley. This time, the human race's main goal was to let the Great Qin King advance. However, some of the movements earlier did not seem to be good. The King of Great Zhou, no, the Great Light King did not say much. He turned his head to look at the Great Star Ancient City again and frowned slightly. If there were any changes this time, he did not know what role that fellow Suyu played. Soon, he sat down cross-legged, burned his essence blood, and started to contact Zhu Tianfeng. When the other experts saw this, they did not interfere but watched. It looked like the human race could not sit still either. Did he contact Zhou Polong? Soon, the Great Light King vaguely established a connection with Zhu Tianfeng. In an instant, he entered a special domain. In the next moment, he saw Zhu Tianfeng's image. Without saying anything, he quickly asked, "How is old Qin?" "He is heavily injured. 2 out of 3 died." The Great Light King's heart trembled. "What about the others?" "Xiao Longwu and Qin Jin are heavily injured and are recuperating." "I'm fine." "Also, what? Suyu is here. He is too ruthless. He killed countless experts, be careful. When you teleport out, be careful. The passageway is broken, and you might not be able to teleport back." I know what happened. In an instant, the Great Light King fell from the special state, and his face was somewhat pale. It was not just because he had consumed too much energy. There was another reason. The Great Qin King was really in trouble. Big trouble. When he saw Dashia of Goguryeo look over, he smiled and nodded. When he saw the others look over, he suddenly revealed a sorrowful expression. "It's over. It's over. Our human race has suffered heavy losses." So tragic, the group of people was speechless. "Screw you, your human race has suffered the least losses and may have the most lives now. Whoever believes you is stupid. This bastard. Even his acting is so hypocritical." The great bright prince smiled. His smile was very relaxed. Soon, he sent a voice projection. "To Dashia of Goguryeo. Make preparations. Something happened to old Qin. 2 out of 3 died. Once we come out, quickly bring old Qin away. Don't let anyone notice anything. You and I know about the mortal realm. At most, tell old Zhou, but don't tell anyone else." Dashia of Goguryeo's heart trembled. Something happened to old Qin. The worst-case scenario had happened. What about the 9-leaf heavenly lotus? If we really can't do it, old Zhou and I will advance to Dao integration. If old Qin does not die, he will be able to suppress the others. I didn't ask. There was no time. I probably did not manage to obtain it. Dark clouds rose in Dashia of Goguryeo's heart. This was troublesome. Soon, the Great Light King sent a voice projection. Also, that fellow Suyu did indeed enter and killed countless people. This change might have something to do with him. I didn't ask for the details. If he comes out, it will be difficult for him to return to the ancient city. Although it is not far, we need to think about it. Should we escort him back to the city? Of course. But, the Great Light King sent a voice projection. One is old Qin, and the other is him. Both sides are very dangerous. Do you think the few of us will be enough? Dashia of Goguryeo was silent for a long time. Then, he sent a voice projection. Back then, we gave up on Shinwen's faction. Are we still going to give up on it? Again and again, if we can't do it, we will mobilize all the eternal realms. While old Qin and we are still alive, we will fight him. If we fight him once, even one will feel fear. Let's wait for old Qin to come out before making a decision. Also, it's best to put on a good act on old Zhou's side. Otherwise, there will be a huge problem. If old Qin really dies in battle, just say that I died in battle. For the time being, I will continue to pretend to be old Zhou, and old Zhou will pretend to be old Qin, putting on a good show. If the Great Light King died, the human race would be shaken but would not collapse. If the Great Qin King died, the result would be completely different. Therefore, the Great Light King could disappear, but the Great Qin King must continue to exist. Dashia of Goguryeo did not say anything. If it really came to that, he could only make this choice. Although old Zhou was strong, it was too difficult to replace old Qin. Others might not say anything, but he, Dashia of Goguryeo, was not convinced. At this moment, the 2 human experts were also worried, but they could not show anything. They both had calm expressions on their faces. On the 8th floor of the Starry Mansion, Suyu and Lan Tian quickly followed. Even when they encountered some huge mansions, they did not go over to investigate. Treasure hunting was secondary, the key was to find the Bloodfire Demon King. Compared to finding people, although Suyu and Lan Tian were strong, to be honest, at this moment, they were not as useful as the weak little furball. This fellow was especially sensitive to smells, the smell of Shinwen, or the smell of the Sea of Will. In fact, Suyu and Lan Tian could not smell it at all. But the little furball could really smell it. After searching for a while, the little furball suddenly sniffed. It's in front, inside that big mansion, so you hurriedly looked over, and his eyes lit up. The Blood Cavalry General's mansion. So you looked around. He was not sure if this was the surplus general's mansion or the conferred general's mansion. In any case, the Bloodfire Demon King hid inside. Found you. So you looked at Lan Tian, and the two of them instantly disappeared. In the distance, in the huge mansion, the Bloodfire Demon King entered the mansion with an ugly expression. Danger, someone is chasing me, damn it, I hope they don't find me. There are so many mansions here, they should not be able to find me. Blood Cavalry General, the Bloodfire Demon King murmured in his heart. The Bloodfire Demon race had some records of this Blood Cavalry General. He looked inside the mansion, hoping that there was something good inside that could help him recover some of his strength. Bloodfire. A faint voice resounded throughout the 8th floor. Blue Sky's voice, he didn't hide. At his level, Bloodfire was not so stupid. He didn't even know that someone was coming, let alone being sneak attacked. Of course, so you still hid a little. He was lucky that the other party didn't find him. Blood Cavalry General's mansion. Bloodfire Demon King's face was cold. Blue Sky, was there anyone else besides Blue Sky? There must be someone else. Blue Sky alone, even if he was seriously injured, it would not be so easy to deal with him. Bloodfire Demon King didn't say anything. At this moment, he was opening a room. The mansions of these ancient existences all had restrictions. He didn't know if there were treasures in the room, so he opened it first. Drops of blood were squeezed out by him. This was the territory of the demon race powerhouses. Here, the demon race still had some preferential treatment. However, the restrictions of the ancient powerhouses wouldn't be open just because you were a demon race. If it was so simple, the treasures in the ancient powerhouses' mansions would have been stolen by the servants long ago. Take a gamble, however, as he opened the restrictions, in the void, wisps of rule power gathered. This was considered a theft. Even if he could open it, the rule power would punish him. Bloodfire Demon King gritted his teeth. Take a gamble, this big room had a name. Fragrant Medicine Hall. Since it was named like this, there might be some ancient treasures in it. Even if it couldn't restore his 3 lives body, he hoped it could strengthen his past body so that his physical body would no longer be so weak. He was opening it quickly, and Blue Sky seemed to feel this too. He smiled faintly and said, I found you. My little cutie, don't run. Bloodfire Demon King gritted his teeth, and his heart was filled with hatred. Arrogant little guy, if he wasn't seriously injured, he would kill him with one slap. The Great Qin King is here? He was more worried that the Great Qin King would come up. In addition to the Great Qin King, Zhu Tianfeng was the strongest among the other invincible humans, but he only had the strength of Eternal Stage 5. Of course, he was very powerful now, but if the Great Qin King didn't come, the other party was more likely to protect the Great Qin King. Don't forget, there were quite a few outsiders in their group. Bloodfire Demon King judged all this, his eyes cold. The other party might send another invincible human at most, or Suyu would come. Suyu, the Bloodfire Demon King sighed in his heart. Encountering such a young and powerful genius was what they feared the most. Young people were not to be trifled with. When they were young, these people also rose by killing the experts of the older generation. Now, it was their turn to be old. As they grew older, they became more apprehensive. Once they became apprehensive, their will to fight to the death would be worn away. Although he said that he was not afraid of death, how could he really not be afraid of death? When he was young, he, the Bloodfire Demon King, roamed the heavens alone. During the 9th tide, he even roamed the human realm alone and fought against those old fogies of the human race. During the last tide flow, the Bloodflame tribe had slowly risen to prominence under his leadership. What they relied on was their courage to fight and kill. In the end, the Bloodfire Demon race became a race second only to the Origin Demon race. They became a peak existence among the demon race. One by one, the Bloodfire Demon King suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He had survived the last tidal change. Had he reached the end of his life, he didn't want to. If he died, the Demon Emperor might swallow up the Bloodfire Demon race. The foundation he had. laid down might benefit the Demon Emperor. The Bloodfire Demon King had never been satisfied with that guy. He wasn't too strong, and his calculations weren't brilliant. He wasn't as strong as Tiangu, as cunning as the God Emperor, as brave as the Great Qin Emperor, as mysterious as the Fate Emperor, and many others. Under his leadership, would the Devil race be able to survive the 10th tidal tide? Unfortunately, he didn't seem to have much of a chance. His calculations weren't brilliant enough, and he died in this damned place. Boom, behind him, the hand of law slapped towards him. The Bloodfire Demon King grunted and ignored it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly tore a crack in the restriction in front of him. He instantly turned into a ray of blood light and entered. Outside the door, Blue Sky had already located him. So you turned into a clone and entered the Blood Cavalry General's residence. Just as Blue Sky wanted to enter, he was blocked by a restriction, insufficient authority. He had about the same authority as the Bloodfire Demon King, but this was the demon race's general's residence. He couldn't barge in, but the Bloodfire Demon King could. Outside the door, Blue Sky's head was bleeding. This restriction was very strong. Not only that, but at this moment, the power of law was also gathering, as if to kill him. Blue Sky was anxious. F***ck, why can't I go in? And Suyu, who was originally mixed in with the clone, suddenly stood out at this moment. With high authority, he could see a thing or two at this moment. He turned his head to look at Blue Sky, and then at the rapidly healing gap. He saw the words Medicine Fragrance Hall and frowned slightly. The Bloodfire Demon King was looking for treasures to recover. How much strength did he have left? Suyu wasn't sure how much strength the Bloodfire Demon King had left, but a level 9 Eternal Realm was very terrifying. The Great Qin Emperor had killed many Invincible Realm experts when he was seriously injured. Suyu was still a little worried. Blue Sky wasn't weak. If the two of them worked together, they could take care of each other. Suyu hesitated for a moment. However, once the Bloodfire Demon King recovered, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. He didn't dare to fight with Blue Sky. Perhaps his strength had declined greatly. Thoughts rose one by one. Seeing that Blue Sky still couldn't come in, Suyu transmitted his voice, Senior Blue Sky, seal the surroundings, be careful of being ambushed. I will go in first, Senior find a way to come in slowly. As soon as the words fell, Suyu turned into a breeze and quickly disappeared into the closing gap. Suyu went in and was still on guard against the ambush of Bloodfire. In the end, there was nothing at all. In front of him, a blood light flashed and flew towards the depths of the hall, and the entire hall. At this moment, a huge medicinal cauldron was suspended, and under the medicinal cauldron, they were all connected to the earth fire. This place was definitely a good place for forging weapons and alchemy, a treasure land. These large cauldrons on the periphery, Suyu smelled something. Some of the large cauldrons had broken or even disappeared, because the earth fire had not stopped and had been burning. If the medicinal cauldron was not strong enough, after countless years, it would have long been broken, and there would be no medicinal pills left. This was the casserole chicken stew. The more it was stewed, the more fragrant it was. However, there was a limit. If the fire was not turned off and the chicken had been stewed for 100,000 years, it would have to be super old, and the casserole would also have to be top-notch. Clearly, the Bloodfire Demon King knew this as well. He did not look at the periphery at all, and directly flew into the depths, looking for the treasure medicine that had not melted for 100,000 years. Even if this Blood Cavalry General was not as strong as him back then, the pill that he refined was not much, but it was still a top-notch treasure medicine that had not been destroyed after 100,000 years. If the other party was a surplus general, his strength might not be comparable to the Bloodfire Demon King. Even among title generals, there were not many at the Dao Integration Realm, and at the Dao Integration Realm, they were usually marquis. The Bloodfire Demon King was strong and had high standards, so the treasures that he needed to recover were also of a high grade. Suyu also rapidly flew forward. Even though there were some cauldrons that had yet to shatter, some of them had been extinguished, and some were still burning, so you couldn't be bothered to give them another look. He rapidly flew through the air, flying towards the depths of the great hall. In less than a minute, Suyu saw a huge treasure cauldron. At this moment, the bottom of the treasure cauldron was still burning with 7 colored flames, turning the entire cauldron transparent. This cauldron might not have been like this originally. And in the transparent cauldron, 9 pills were leaping and floating like spirits. In his mind, little Furball sniffed crazily. Smells so good. Furball rarely ate these things. Under normal circumstances, he would only look at them. He had no interest in eating pills because there were too many impurities and they were not pure. But at this moment, Furball was tempted by this treasure medicine that had been calcined for 100,000 years. It was too fragrant, treasure medicine. At this moment, there was a circle of restrictions around the cauldron, and the 7 colored flames were burning. The cauldron was still spinning. The Bloodfire Demon King was outside the restriction, and at this moment, he was quickly breaking it. When he heard the sound, he suddenly turned back and looked into the void. A look of helplessness appeared in the Bloodfire Demon King's eyes. A little too late, he was lucky. He had actually encountered a treasure in the first residence he entered. He was really lucky. There was actually such a treasure in the Blood Cavalry General's residence. The Bloodfire Demon King looked into the void and sighed. This is a blood demon pill. Under normal circumstances, it can strengthen the body and blood. But this is a 100,000-year furnace of treasure medicine. Perhaps it can be considered a divine pill. This cauldron was forged by the 7-colored glass fire for 100,000 years, but it actually wasn't destroyed. Now, it can be considered a top heaven-grade weapon. Of course, after being forged for so many years, it may only look strong, but once it moves, it will be destroyed. Suyu, I don't want to fight with you anymore. You take 6 for the Great Qin King to recover, and I will take 3. This cauldron is yours. The Bloodfire Demon King said calmly, you have been following me, worried that I would leak news of the Great Qin King, right? I am the only uncertain factor. The others may have been bribed or silenced by you. Race, sometimes, is above many things, the Bloodfire Demon King smiled. At this moment, he had the demeanor of an overlord. I am injured, very seriously, but it won't be that easy for you, Suyu, to kill me. How about this? I promise you that I will not leak news of the Great Qin King or you. You take the big part, I'll take the small part. Suyu slowly appeared on the spot and looked at the Bloodfire Demon King. This was an expert who didn't look too old. He was a middle-aged man. When he was young, he might have been very handsome. His fiery red hair fell over his shoulders, and his eyes were strangely handsome. The fiery red flame symbol between his eyebrows was even more devilish and beautiful. Bloodfire Demon King, Bloodfire Demon Race, this race was the best at fighting and the most daring to fight. Suyu looked at him. At this moment, his white clothes were moving up and down, and a book appeared in his hand. He looked at the Bloodfire Demon King and smiled. I am very interested in your suggestion. I have no interest in going against you. If we fight to the end, I don't know who will benefit. The Bloodfire Demon King looked at him for a while and smiled. Then let's break the restrictions together. I will do it, and you help me block the rules. Your authority seems to be quite high, and you can break the rules better. After that, we will split the pills and cauldron and go our separate ways. Suyu suddenly smiled. How much strength does Lord have now? The Bloodfire Demon King laughed and looked at him for a while. After a long time, he said, not much, but it is enough to deal with an eternal. Suyu, you are very similar to me when I was young. Who cares if he is strong or not, go up and kill him first. If I was young, I would definitely fight you, but now. I am old. Old, Suyu nodded and smiled. Lord is old. How about this, Lord, break the restrictions, and I will block the rules. We will fight for the treasures together. The Bloodfire Demon King glanced at him and said no more. He began to break the restrictions. Suyu was far away from him. He threw out a book to stop the gathering of the rules. If too much gathered, Suyu would personally take action and shatter the power of the rules. The two worked together, and it seemed to be a happy scene. The Bloodfire Demon King broke the restrictions and smiled. What level of authority do you have? I feel that the power of the rules here is avoiding you a lot. Level 4. Suyu smiled. What about you? Level 7. The Bloodfire Demon King smiled. It seems that your fortuitous encounter is not small. There are people with great fortuitous encounters like you in every era, but there are very few who are as strong as you. Your human race is blessed by heaven. The remnants of the ancient era have eaten 10 generations of people. Your strength should be related to the ancient era. You can say so. Blood Fire Demon King smiled. Time Master's inheritance or Wen King's inheritance? Or Wu King's inheritance? I've seen the inheritances of other human kings, such as he too, and a peerless human powerhouse during the last title change. They are all inheritances of ancient human kings. They are powerful and monstrous, but not to your level. I don't know. Suyu smiled. I'm not lying. I really don't know. Blood Fire Demon King nodded. You have some judgment, but you know too little about the ancient era. Like me, I always felt that I inherited the inheritance of the Blood Fire Demon race from the ancient era, but I don't know whether it's true or not. After saying that, he smiled and said, Suyu, if I invite you to go to the demon race, will you agree? If I recover from my injuries, succeed in Dao integration, kill the current demon emperor, and unify the demon race, so you can become the king of the demon race and establish another race, will you agree? No. Suyu dissipated some of the power of the rules with a punch. He smiled. Some things can't be changed, such as race. As long as I'm alive, I'm a human. This is a fact that I can't change. It doesn't mean that I'm a demon. That's true. What a pity. The Blood Fire Demon King smiled. I have high hopes for Moto Na. Unfortunately, he's from the origin demon race. If I tell you that I actually have high hopes for him and even thought about Moto Na becoming the leader of the Blood Fire Demon race, will you think I'm lying? There's no need to lie, Master. Plus, Moto Na is indeed quite talented. The Blood Fire Demon King smiled. It's quite fun talking to a young man like you. The older generation always thinks too much. At this moment, he was about to break the restriction. However, he still said, Suyu, how much do you know about the situation in the universe? Suyu shook his head. I don't know much. Some old antiques are popping up. It's been 100,000 years since the last 10 title changes. Too many things are hidden in time. I haven't even come into contact with the history of the previous 9 title changes, let alone the ancient times. There are many things that I don't know much about. Yes. The Blood Fire Demon King smiled. You're right. The human race's 9 title changes all failed in the end. From this, we can see how many secrets there are. Once is fine, but 2 or 3, all the way to 9. You all failed. Is the human race really unable to rise? Or has the human race always been weak? Suyu nodded. Yes, 9 times in a row, there were some things that were worth thinking about. The Bloodfire Fiend continued. There should still be survivors from the previous 9 tide flows. However, there should also be quite a few from the other races who are fighting in the dark. This is something that many have guessed. Otherwise, once the realm passage opens, we won't be the only ones invading. With that, he added, the Grand Qin King and the others are the pillars of the human race. However, that's only one of the pillars. There should be others behind them, including the devils. Every time a tide flow ends, some of the old-timers vanish, die, or go missing. Suyu smiled. Are you saying that there's a group of old-timers in a place we don't know about, trying to intimidate each other? That's right. The Blood Fire Demon King said. However, the human race is in a disadvantageous position. All of the experts from the previous 9 tide flows should be there. You might not know this, but I've been through the 9th tide flow. The truth is that every time a tide flow ends, it's always inexplicable. Perhaps it's because a winner has been decided in secret, or because one of the old-timers managed to get out of the fray and turn the tide. The 9th tide flow ended, and the humans were defeated. The 9th tide flow was a very powerful one, and everyone said that the humans had a chance to rise to prominence. But then, the king of the humans was killed. A look of curiosity appeared on Suyu's face. Human king? That's right. During the last tidal wave, your human race was stronger than it is now. It was also unified. The peerless genius I told you about is that late-stage human king. He's comparable to an ancient human king. He's very powerful, terrifyingly powerful. In the late tide flow, he suppressed immortals, demons, and dragons. He fought many battles and killed countless experts, but in the end, the human race was defeated. Because he was killed? Suyu asked curiously. That's right. Who killed him? The Blood-Fire Demon King thought for a moment. I'm not sure. It was chaotic at the time, and he was fighting the emperors of the other races when he was killed. According to my judgment, it would have been very difficult for the half-emperors of the various races to kill him. Moreover, if they had killed him, the half-emperors of the various races would have been wiped out. In the end, almost all the half-emperors of the various races returned alive. Only he was killed and buried in the Star Sea. My guess is that it was some old fogies who joined forces to kill him. He looked at Suyu. That's why being too outstanding isn't necessarily a good thing. Suyu nodded. Thank you for your advice, Senior. At this moment, the Blood-Fire Demon King opened the restriction, and a thick medicinal fragrance intoxicated the two. The Blood-Fire Demon King smiled and looked at Suyu. Let's go to the side. This is a rare treasure, so don't destroy it. No matter who wins, it's a good thing if they take it. If I win, I'll take it and recover from my injuries. If you win, you can take it to help the great Qin Emperor recover from his injuries, or use it to cultivate. Suyu smiled and said, What are you talking about, Senior? It's already come to this. Youngsters. It's time for you to behave. The Blood-Fire Demon King sighed. You're worried that I'll become stronger after swallowing the medicinal pill and kill you. As for me, 3 pills are not enough. I want all 9. It's nonsense to say that I'll give you 6. You probably won't believe me. Then, he smiled. So, let's work together to open the restriction first. Later, we won't both be injured, and we won't even have the strength to open the restriction. That would be a loss. The item is here, and the winner takes it. Whether we win or lose, we can make a request of each other. What do you think? Suyu looked at him and was silent for a while. Then, his smile gradually disappeared. Senior, please speak. Actually, it's nothing. If you win, I hope you can give some of my relics that are useless to you to Madonna. Tell him to fight to the end. That bastard doesn't deserve to be the Demon Emperor. Blood-Fire sneered. He doesn't deserve it. Using our race's prodigies as substitutes and making our race's prodigies live in fear is not the Emperor's Tao, nor is it the King's Tao. This is the Demon's Tao. A true powerful being doesn't rely on others. His Tao integration stage isn't even reliable, and he wants to reach the next level? What a joke. The demon race is counting on him. He's already crippled. How can he become one of the top 3 races? The Blood-Fire Demon King looked down on the current Demon Emperor. He looked down on him, even if he was more powerful than him. Suyu was surprised. Senior, you mean Madonna is more suitable than him? Of course. The Blood-Fire Demon King smiled. That guy is an idiot. You don't understand, but I do. No race will pin their hope of revival on their own race's prodigies. Remember this. The God race has Zhan Wushuang, and the immortal race has Xian Wuji. Everyone says that they're substitutes for the Divine Emperor and the Immortal Emperor. Bull*T, they don't use the 3 clones technique. Why do they need substitutes? It's to fool that idiot of my race. He made a large number of our race's prodigies tremble in fear and almost cripple them. Didn't you notice when you were fighting them that the emperors of these 2 races had entrusted their blood essence or willpower to them? Suyu shook his head. That's right. Only that idiot of my race has been entrusting his blood essence and willpower to Madonna. Don't you think he's stupid? The Blood-Fire Demon King smiled. Last time, when his 3 clones were crippled, he killed a prodigy on the spot and turned into his past body. That idiot is extremely timid. At that time, even if he wanted to do it, he wouldn't do it in front of everyone. Now, everyone in the demon race is in danger. Sigh. There's nothing to say. He's afraid of death. He's afraid of being slaughtered into the demon realm. But he won't be killed so easily. He's also afraid that I'll challenge his authority. Suyu, if I say that if he didn't kill that demon king, I wouldn't take his position, would you believe me? A little. Blood Fire Demon King smiled. That's good. At least I believe you. To be honest, if he didn't kill that Demon King, I wouldn't have cared. But he killed him in front of everyone, so I had to step forward. Otherwise, the demon race will definitely collapse. Then, he smiled. Tell me, what's your request? If I win, I'll satisfy it. Suyu thought about it and smiled. Nothing much. First, get my teacher and the others out safely and back to the human race. Second, forget about the other treasures. Leave my Shinwen to my master. Third, tell my father to marry another woman and have another child. Blood Fire Demon King smiled. That's it? Your request is not high. People are already dead, why do you need so many? Suyu smiled. Out of sight, out of mind. What do you think, senior? How carefree. The Bloodfire Demon King raised his hand and gestured. Suyu smiled and followed him to an empty space not far away. Over there, it might be the resting area of the alchemists. Bloodfire Demon King wanted to take away all the elixirs, but Suyu was unwilling. And Suyu wanted to silence him, but Bloodfire Demon King was unwilling. In fact, there wasn't much room for negotiation. Both of them knew what was going on. The so-called cooperation to obtain the treasure, at this point, who would take it seriously? Instead of scheming against each other later, it was better to determine the winner now. The winner would take it all, and the loser would be finished. Don't destroy the treasures and leave behind a few last words. It had to be said that at this moment, Suyu suddenly felt a little excited and happy to determine the winner with such a powerhouse. Moreover, a powerhouse like Blood Fire Demon King was quite straightforward. There were some twists and turns, but not too many. At this point, it was better to talk it out in advance. It was a bit like a spar. Although such a spar would determine life and death, however, there were very few opportunities like this in the War of the Myriad Races. Fighting alone, life and death, determined the winner. The two walked to the empty land, and Blood Fire Demon King smiled. You are also strong in your body. My body is ruined, but I am still a level 9 Eternal Realm expert. Why don't you try it out first? I'll do as you say. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, the two instantly collided, punching and kicking, breaking mountains and seas, suppressing the sun and moon, fighting invincible, mountain-suppressing fist, sky-splitting blade. In the blink of an eye, Suyu used dozens of cultivation techniques in succession. Bloodfire Demon King, on the other hand, was much simpler and more direct. From beginning to end, he only used a set of fist techniques and a set of leg techniques. Loud rumbling sounds echoed between heaven and earth, the two fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, with a loud bang, Suyu flew out, but his injuries were not serious. Bloodfire Demon King stayed in place, but his weak body was cracked. He smiled and didn't care. He sighed. Fortunately, I didn't fall behind. But your body is really good. Very strong. He had been fighting for many years, and his skills and experience were more than Suyu's. It was just that his body was weak at this moment, and he couldn't exert much strength. Even so, he was still able to send Suyu flying despite his weak physical body. In the distance, Suyu quickly climbed to his feet, panting. He smiled. As expected of a senior. The older, the wiser. Although I know a little more, I'm a little mixed. That's normal. You're still young, which is already very good. Among the younger generation, there aren't many who have more battle experience than you. Those of the older generation who haven't experienced the ninth tide flow, and those who came later don't have much experience either. The Bloodfire Demon King walked towards him, smiling. Do you really think that all of them fought their way up? Luck, opportunity, talent, all of these fellows rose up. There aren't many who fought their way up. As soon as he finished speaking, the two collided again. Suyu punched out, one punch after another, using vibrations to shake his opponent's body. Seeing that the Bloodfire Demon King's body was cracking, Suyu rejoiced. Suddenly, his right hand was grabbed by the Bloodfire Demon King. Huh! With a low roar, the Bloodfire Demon King roared and went all out. With a rumble, Suyu's right hand was broken, after breaking Suyu's right hand, the Blood Fire Demon King still grabbed his arm. With a reverse explosion, he dragged Suyu and smashed him towards the ground. Suyu also kicked, breaking the bones in his hands. Boom, Suyu was smashed heavily into the ground. The 8th floor was incomparably solid, but he smashed a large hole in it. After casting for 72 hours, Suyu still had a defensive barrier around his body. At this moment, it was destroyed by the other party. His right hand drooped down. Broken bones. Suyu quickly regenerated flesh and blood, but the pain was still unbearable. Excruciating pain, it was more painful than having his arm cut off. His body was much stronger than the Blood Fire Demon King's, but his arm was still easily broken by the other party. The Blood Fire Demon King shook his hands, panted for a while, and laughed. Amazing, your body is so powerful that it's a bit scary. If you say you're at the middle stage of the Eternal Realm, I'd believe it. Monster. Boom, as he spoke, his feet were like sharp swords. With a buzz, he kicked through the void, and with unparalleled speed, he quickly kicked Suyu. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks, 100 kicks were sent out, and Suyu only had time to counterattack a dozen times. Rumble, with another loud noise, the two separated. From top to bottom, Suyu was covered in footprints and blood. His forehead was caved in by the Blood Fire Demon King's kick, revealing some blood. As for the Blood Fire Demon King, there were only a few footprints and fist marks on his body, but they were deep to the bone, and blood was constantly dripping. The Blood Fire Demon King laughed at himself. This is called 1 strong man against 10. No matter how many times I hit Suyu and kicked him 100 times, it's not as powerful as his one punch. Strength. Sure enough, without strength, no matter how superb one's skills are, it's useless. The world's pursuit of strength and realm is indeed reasonable. Suyu panted. Senior must be joking. If Senior had the same strength as me, I would be dead. Living for tens of thousands of years is no joke, right? The Blood Fire Demon King laughed. Be careful, I don't seem to be your match in terms of physical strength. Let's play with the rules. The time rule. This is the trump card of the Eternal Realm. You probably aren't proficient in it, but it's okay, I'll teach you how to play. Wang, passing through the void, the Blood Fire Demon King instantly appeared in front of Suyu and slapped down with his palm, directly hitting his forehead. Not only that, at this moment, Suyu's punch hit empty air, as if the two were not in the same spacetime. This won't do, you and I are not in the same dimension. My attack, in the future. The Blood Fire Demon King waited for him to punch before slapping down with his palm, directly hitting Suyu's arm. With a crack, his arm broke. The Blood Fire Demon King was wrapped in the power of time, laughing. If that's the case, you will lose. No matter how strong you are, you have to hit me, Wang. He attacked again, attacking the past and the future, not the present. Suyu kicked out, and the opponent delayed for a while. When he kicked out, his foot stepped on Suyu's leg. With a bang, his calf was kicked, causing severe pain. This was invincibility. This was the power of time, the power of rules. No matter how strong you are, you can't hit him. Suyu suppressed the irritation and uneasiness in his heart, instantly regaining his calmness. At this moment, he was no longer impetuous. I have died many times, I have experience. It's not that I can't deal with him, I have a way. Shenwen, at this moment, quickly reached his peak. Bear with it, calm your heart. Calm Shenwen activated, blocking perception. Endure Shenwen activated, endure, don't be impulsive. Calamity Shenwen detected danger, determining when it would come. Slow Shenwen activated, reducing the opponent's speed. Blood Shenwen activated, extracting the opponent's blood. Suyu seemed to have returned to his weak days. Even if he was stronger than the Blood Fire Demon King now, he was no longer impulsive. Suyu's eyes flashed, and suddenly, he punched out again. Just as he punched out, he suddenly retracted. Elbow strike, boom, with a loud bang, the arm that stretched out from the void was broken by his elbow, blood splattering in the void. The Blood Fire Demon King quickly retreated, his figure appearing, looking at Suyu with a complicated expression. No one wanted to die. However, Suyu was truly a monster. He wasn't just a powerful brute, he was also a civilizer. He had many tricks up his sleeve, and he had enough patience and endurance. You are too monstrous. Suyu didn't speak. The battle broke out again in an instant. This time, it was Suyu who took the initiative to attack. He suddenly stared at the river of time beside the opponent, his eyes as bright as the sun and moon. This was the source of his rule force. Break the river, boom. The blood-fire demon king retreated, but his arm was hit by Suyu's punch, causing blood to drip again. The blood-fire demon king quickly surrounded Suyu, and the river of time was looming. He circled around Suyu, constantly attacking, and Suyu was also constantly counterattacking. From the beginning, when the opponent threw 10 punches, Suyu would return 1 punch. Now, when the blood-fire demon king threw 10 punches, Suyu could return at least 3 punches. The injuries caused by 10 punches were far less than Suyu's 1 punch. Rumble. The violent sound spread between heaven and earth, echoing in the quiet 8th floor. Both of them didn't speak much. At this moment, the others on the 8th floor also heard this violent sound. In front of a mansion, Madonna frowned and listened silently. In his mind, he quickly constructed a scene of 2 people fighting. This was also a kind of talent. At this moment, Madonna seemed to see the battle between Suyu and the blood-fire demon king. Retreat, Madonna murmured. Sure enough, the blood-fire demon king quickly retreated, while Suyu threw a punch. Before Madonna could react, the blood-fire demon king was extremely experienced and slapped out with his palm, while Suyu twisted his arm and kicked up. Boom, a loud sound echoed in the entire 8th floor again. The blood-fire demon king was kicked away, blood gushing out of his mouth. Madonna seemed to have heard and seen it. In his eyes, there was a touch of helplessness and sadness. The blood-fire demon king might really lose to Suyu. He couldn't seriously injure Suyu with 1 blow, leaving only minor injuries on Suyu. Suyu was exchanging injuries for injuries. In this case, if the battle continued, the blood-fire demon king would definitely lose. The battle continued. Bang, 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 both of them were covered in blood. The more Suyu fought, the braver he became. Not to mention that Suyu's body was strong, and there were many people in Shenwen. After fighting for about half an hour, the blood-fire demon king was a little tired. He was too badly injured, with his body destroyed. The Sea of Will wasn't strong. At this moment, he was almost fighting with the power of the Invincible Realm against Suyu. He could still fight against ordinary Invincible Realm experts, but Suyu's body was even stronger than some guys who had just entered the Invincible Realm. Boom, with another loud sound, the blood-fire demon king flew backward, black blood gushing out of his mouth. He looked at Suyu with some helplessness and unwillingness. If I were at the same level as you, Suyu said shyly, Senior, I'm Ling Yun. Puff. He spat out a mouthful of blood. No one knew if it was because he was angry or to cover up his embarrassment. Yes, Ling Yun, he was Ling Yun, he wasn't invincible. Blood-fire coughed, and blood gushed out. He looked at Suyu and sighed, You're very strong, but if you really meet the experienced Eternal, even if it's only 1 level, you may not win. You may not be able to hit him, you're too slow, Suyu nodded. But if I hit him, I'll kill him with 1 punch. 1 punch? Bloodfire laughed. Do you really think you can kill me with 1 punch? At this moment, Su. You took a deep breath. Senior, I respect you as a man and didn't bully you too much, but it's time to end. Senior, have a safe journey. I, Suyu, will also send you off. At this moment, Suyu was full of death energy. I haven't used my yang aperture yet. He was afraid that the stars and moon couldn't hold on. Now, the yang aperture was still absorbing his power, and Suyu couldn't hold on much longer. He had to borrow the power of the stars and moon first. Otherwise, if this went on, Suyu couldn't hold on by himself. Mountain suppression. With a loud roar, this punch was extremely powerful. The powerful force even broke the void, revealing a dark space crack. And this was in the 8th level, where there were countless powerhouses. In an instant, a large amount of rule power swept over, but Suyu didn't care at all. With a punch, it was earth-shattering. Blood-fire demon king was first shocked, then relieved, and finally helpless. F***ck, mother F***ker, this guy actually didn't use his full strength to fight with me. F***cku, this fellow was a little too terrifying. Since the beginning of time, no one had been able to compete for the title of Lingyun, not even the human sovereign realm. Not at all. Blood-fire demon king smiled bitterly, but he didn't give up. Instead, with a roar, his whole body burned, and his flesh dissipated, turning into a fist mixed with the power of time. With a loud bang, he punched toward Suyu's fist. Boom, a loud sound once again shook the world, and a powerful force swept out in all directions. Lan Tian, who had just broken the seal, had just entered. With a loud bang, the powerful force hit the door, and his body was flattened. He slowly slid down the door. There was only one thought in his mind: Suyu, you are not human. Boom, and at this moment, accompanied by this loud sound, the world shook, and a blood-red color instantly appeared in the sky. A huge cloud also appeared at the same time. The blood cloud was a fallen phenomenon. The golden cloud was a reward. Not only that, but there was also the rule power emerging. That was the rule of punishment, at this moment, in the outside world. Suddenly, the world shook, in the distance. In the sky above the demon realm, at this moment, an incomparably powerful figure appeared, walking step by step toward the demon realm. Suddenly, this figure collapsed. A huge blood sun fell, and in the sky, the stars fell. At this moment, the entire heavens and realms instantly fell silent. The next moment, in the sky above the demon realm, 5 demon kings appeared, looking at the sky. 5 demon kings, kneeling on the ground, tears of blood flowing down their faces. My king has fallen, the 10th tide, the first level 9 eternal realm demon to fall. The heavens shook, the star sea shook, huge waves swept across the world, and blood rained down. This expert that survived the 9th tide, the expert that led the blood-fire demon race to the peak, would not be able to return to the demon race this time. Send our king off. Thousands of blood-fire demons screamed and knelt on the ground. Our king will never have the chance to reach the peak again. Blood Cavalry General's mansion. Suyu punched out, and the blood-fire demon king Sea of Will collapsed. Yes, the Sea of Will collapsed. At the last moment, the blood-fire demon king's body and the Sea of Will merged into one, and he also punched back at Suyu. Dead, a peerless powerhouse, a 9th stage eternal powerhouse, died just like that. Suyu didn't know if he felt wronged, because Bloodfire's death was mainly caused by old Zhou, causing him to die in the hands of a junior like Suyu. At the last moment, Bloodfire didn't leave anything for himself, only a storage ring, which he left with the cauldron at the beginning of the battle. Suyu watched silently, watching him disappear from this world. After hesitating for a while, he took out the record of civilization. This time, it wasn't just to strengthen the record of civilization. In fact, the other party didn't leave anything. Suyu's punch almost destroyed everything. Suyu took out the record of civilization and collected some residual blood, residual willpower, and some aura. He considered for a while and decided to collect this person's corpse and record it. The Bloodfire Demon King, the second strongest demon of the demon race, the leader of the Bloodfire demon race, died in battle today, died in the hands of Suyu. Suyu raised his hand and began to make some simple records in the record of civilization. He was an ambitious and ruthless person. It was just that his luck wasn't too good, and his strength wasn't strong enough. He still had courage. This time, the 9th stage eternal powerhouses who dared to come in were all bold enough. They were willing to risk it for the sake of Dao unification, Suyu silently recorded. In the void, the nomological hand slapped towards Suyu, and at the same time, the heaven and earth reward also came. No matter how seriously injured he was still a peerless 9th stage eternal powerhouse. The nomological hand slapped over, but it was still in the void when it was hit by the cloud of reward and dissipated. The two offset each other, and a large amount of nomological power overflowed. And Suyu had already expected this scene. He opened his mouth and spat. Pure rule force has its own will. It's hard to convert it into one's own after killing or rewarding. However, once it's impacted by the rule force of heaven and earth, it can be easily absorbed. This was also Suyu's experience, one that was rarely seen in the 10,000 worlds. Reward and punishment came at the same time. Nowadays, very few people would encounter such a situation. However, Suyu had already encountered such a situation several times, including when he was advancing to soar. The punishment from the 5 elements divine art and the reward from advancing to soar were actually 2 types of rules that conflicted. Unfortunately, Suyu didn't understand this at that time. Vast amounts of nomological power, a kind of power that was superior to all other powers, rapidly merged into Suyu's body. So you could have advanced to the 9 changes, but for the sake of Xingyu, he chose to stop. This time, the rule force was pushing his physical body to advance again, which made Suyu feel helpless. Advance, if not, then he would advance. He had to satisfy himself by providing his yang acupoint with the power it needed. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he couldn't absorb Xingyu's power. Once he reached the 9 changes, he could absorb Xingyu's power for a short period of time, but if he fought a protracted battle, Xingyu would be sucked to death. The current Xingyu probably couldn't hold on much longer, Suyu sighed helplessly. I didn't want to, but unfortunately, the heavens forced me to advance. Xingyu, don't blame me. Outside the door, Lan Tian, who had slid down from the wall, had a look of disdain. These words, sure enough, shameless people were invincible in the world. Suyu, this kid, was abnormal, shameless, evil, and black-hearted. This guy was abnormal to the point of being normal. Lan Tian felt that he was a level higher than himself, and Suyu began to advance to the 9 changes. It couldn't be helped, the heavens forced me to advance. If I didn't advance, these good things would be wasted. As for the little fur ball in his mind, Suyu couldn't be bothered with it. This guy had led the way this time, so he should give it some benefits. At the same time, at the entrance to the 8th floor, Xingyu lay limp on the ground, looking up at the sky with a stupefied look in her eyes. I have been sucked dry. When would such days come to an end? I can't even have peace in death. How long has it been? She remembered that it hadn't been that long. Back then, she had vowed to convert Suyu into a general under her command. It had only been a few days, and her current death chi was only enough for him to crazily suck for a while. He had directly sucked it dry. Not far away, in the Dead Spirit Passage, some death chi enveloped her and was absorbed by her. Xingyu, however, had no interest in absorbing it. She had no love in death, she couldn't even live in peace as a dead spirit. They said that dead spirits were invincible, but whoever was converted would be finished. Emotions were all lies. I want to return to the dead spirit world. Xingyu murmured. I want to go back. It was so uncomfortable and stifling to be in this place. Suyu was getting stronger day by day. She could no longer bear this guy's explosive absorption power. 6th floor. The heavens and earth shook. The Great Qin King and the others also felt it. At this moment, the Great Qin King looked at the sky and sighed. He said softly, that Bloodfire fellow is a good opponent. We fought a few times in the past. The Bloodfire demon race's reputation for being good at fighting came from him. Unfortunately, his talent is a bit lacking, and he has been stuck at Eternal Stage 9 for a long time. Races, people, sometimes, sigh. The Great Qin King let out a rare sigh and did not say anything else. He had interacted with the Bloodfire Demon King before, and they had fought a few times. The Bloodfire Demon King was a very proud person, and he had thought that he would be able to escape. In the end, he still died at the hands of Suyu. The Great Qin King felt a bit emotional. Suyu, if he killed Bloodfire today, it might be the beginning of a new era. In the 9th tide, Bloodfire was also a powerful figure. Bloodfire was not weak, but of course, he was not as strong as the Great Qin King. However, when he had fought Daxia of Goguryeo, they had been evenly matched. It was only because he had encountered the Great Qin King that he was not strong enough, and he had been crippled by old Zhou. In the end, he had died here. No one knew if this person's death was good or bad for the demon race. The Demon Emperor feared him, so he had been suppressing the Blood-Fire demon race these past few years. The Blood-Fire demon race was famous for fighting, but that did not mean that they were unafraid of death. However, if they did not act as vanguards for the original demon race, how could the Demon Emperor tolerate them? This race was very powerful. Within the demon race, there were many branches of the demon race that stood on the Bloodfire demon race's side. The Bloodfire demon race would be suppressed by the Demon Emperor, and they would become cannon fodder. The human race would most likely have to fight with the Bloodfire demon race in the future. The Bloodfire demon king was the same as him, they were both fighting for this opportunity. The Great Qin King wanted to join the Dao and help the human race stand up. The Bloodfire demon king wanted to come as well. If he did not come, the Demon Emperor would fear him and attack him sooner or later. If he came, he would be in great danger, and if he went out, there would be trouble. If he died here, he might be able to escape. Without him, the blood fire demon race might have a chance to live. The great Qin King silently thought to himself. If he died, what would happen to the human race? Beside him, the others all had different expressions on their faces. Not long after, Bloodfire had been killed, not far away, September 8 as he glanced at the human race. Now, there were only a few people who knew about the great Qin King's situation. September, Devouring Heaven, Emptiness, the Five Elements race, and the Fated race. They knew what the great Qin King's situation was. Bloodfire was dead, and the others were probably dead as well. Even if Heaven's minister was not dead, he would have gone crazy. Even if he was not crazy, he might not leak it. After all, he was a human race member of the first tide. It was impossible for the human race to leak it, so they would become thorns in the human race's eyes. September looked like a simpleton, but he was not stupid. Idiots would not be able to do this. As September 8, he thought about some things. While he was thinking, Emptiness suddenly laughed and said, "Department head, you asked me to take the inscribed tombstone last time. After that, I was in trouble and didn't have a chance to return it to you. Now, I almost forgot. I'll return this inscribed tombstone to you." After saying this, he took out a stone stele. Emptiness smiled and said, "Here. I don't want it anymore." In truth, he was wondering if this inscribed tombstone, was it real or fake? Forget it. Whether it was real or fake, he realized that he could not use it. Who cares? I don't want it anymore. Bloodfire's death is a terrifying thing. Suyu must have done it. There's no other candidate. Suyu was a vengeful brat, his heart was black, and his hands were also black. The inscribed tombstone should be Suyu's. He took it away. Suyu did not say anything now, but a dog that bites does not bark. If it was real, Suyu would cause trouble for him sooner or later. Instead of waiting for trouble and not knowing whether it was real or fake, he should first throw this hot potato away. He threw a stone stele at Zhu Tianfeng. Zhu Tianfeng was stunned. "Damn, why didn't you give it to me before? Now you're giving it to me." There was no need to ask. He was probably scared. He was not scared of him, but scared of Suyu. He took the inscribed tombstone and was too lazy to look at it. He threw it to Xiao Longwu. As for Xiao Longwu, he casually kept it, not even looking at it. Kong Kong's gaze was a little strange. Xiao Longwu was too lazy to say anything. It was fake. If it was real, Wan Tianqing and the others would have chased Kong Kong for thousands of miles. What was Kong Kong thinking? That teacher of his wouldn't leave the real thing to Kong Kong. He didn't look at it and was too lazy to look at it. He didn't explain either. There were only a few people present. He would just treat it as if the inscribed tombstone was with him. If someone wanted to snatch it from him next time, he could just throw it out. Since Kong Kong couldn't tell, the chances of others doing so weren't high either. And Kong Kong lowered his head. However, he was cursing in his heart. Damn it, it was really fake. Nonsense, if it wasn't fake, why did Xiao Longwu not take it seriously? What a joke. So you told him that he wanted to teach him how to use it. The source was right here. Everything was fake. If he taught him how to use it, what could he do? Kong Kong was tired, the human race was cunning and treacherous. Damn it, none of them were good. To think that he had been the scapegoat for them until now. The key was that even if he gave it to them now, the outside world might not believe him. They might think that it was with him and he was too embarrassed to say that he had already given it to the human race. Who would believe that? How depressing. At the side, Huangjiu suddenly said, "Elder, can you verify your Dao now? Why don't you verify your Dao here? There's still enough time. Otherwise, if you go out to verify your Dao, it will be very troublesome. Why don't you consume the 9-leaf sky lotus now and verify your Dao?" As he said that, Huangjiu smiled innocently and said, "Elder, His Majesty the Great Qin King and Prefecture Head Xia are here. If you verify your Dao, they can take care of you." Xiao Longwu looked at her and said calmly, "If you want to verify your Dao, they can protect you. It won't be too dangerous. Verifying your Dao here is similar to verifying your Dao in the outside world. There won't be any danger if you verify your Dao now." Now was probably the best time to verify his Tao. The outside world couldn't enter, and most of the people inside were dead. Among the remaining elites, humans were the strongest. If Kong Kong verified his Tao, no one would stop him now. If this was any other time, the Celestials wouldn't let him go if he went out. Inside, the Celestials wouldn't let him go either. After all, there were 5 Celestial Kings. And now, the chance was here. At this moment, not only him, but 9 moons and Heaven Devourer were also tempted. Verify his Tao here. With the 9-leaf sky lotus in hand, it was actually very suitable to verify his Tao here. Easily verify his Tao. What they were afraid of was that the humans would stop them. Once they verified their Tao, they would be very powerful. 9 moons and Kong Kong verified their Tao, and their strength was probably stronger than Xianxia's. There was a high chance that they would be about the same as Xia Long Wu and step into the 4th stage of the Eternal Realm. In terms of combat power, they were not weaker than Xia Long Wu. If that happened, Xiao Long Wu, Zhu Tianfeng, and Xianxia would be neutralized. With the injured Great Qin King, they might not be able to fight against the fated Qin and the 5 Elements race. The humans would be in danger. If they did not verify their Tao now, the humans still had an advantage. The Great Qin King swept his gaze over them and said calmly, "If you want to verify your Tao, you can do it now." Zhou Polong shook his head and said, "If you want to verify your Tao, Kong Kong can do it. As for Huangjiu, we know the situation. There are some things that the humans owe them. Kong Kong can verify his Tao, but the other 2. I suggest that you go out and verify your Tao. 9 moons and Heaven Devourer will not be in great danger if they go out. The Iron Eaters and the Ancient Hua race both have half-emperors, and they are ancient races. Ordinary races will not stop them unless they want to offend you. Kong Kong mainly offended Ancient Heaven." He did not agree. The Great Qin King was the overlord of the humans, and he cared about his bearing. He could agree, but as a powerful human, one of the invincible ones, he had to refuse. He could not put all his hopes on these people being good people. Once they verified their Tao and suddenly turned against the Great Qin King, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. Even if he killed them, they did not have the right to compare to the Great Qin King. The Great Qin King glanced at him and did not say anything. He knew what was on everyone's mind. There were some things that he couldn't just do as he pleased. From a personal point of view, he didn't have any objections. However, Zhou Polong and the others weren't worried for no reason. Fortunately, 9 moons soon smiled and said, "I can't verify my Tao so soon. Let's wait a little longer and talk about it after strengthening 3 bodies. I am very dissatisfied with my current realm. After we go out, I will think about verifying my Tao." On the other side, Gu Dai smelled the fragrance of the celestial corpses and quickly said, "Me too. Kong Kong will verify his Tao. This guy is weak, but we are strong. There is no rush." Kong Kong was speechless, however, he really needed this opportunity. At this moment, he did not stand on ceremony. He cupped his hands at the humans and said, "Thank you. It is mainly because that old guy Ancient Heaven is too troublesome. Otherwise, the spatial beasts would not be afraid of anyone when they verified their Tao." That was true. The spatial beasts verified their Tao, and you surrounded and killed me? What a joke. I teleported away. Could you surround and kill me? There was no use in numbers. The key was that Ancient Heaven was too strong. The half-emperor of the spatial beasts did not want to start a war with the Celestials for Kong Kong, so he could only let Kong Kong wait and see. The others did not say anything. The Great Qin King said, "You verify your Tao. Long Wu, Xianxia, you two also devour the 9-leaf lotus and try to recover your 3 bodies. There is still some time. So you gave you the vessel, use it." Soon, the Great Qin King looked at Huangjiu and said after a moment of silence, "You should be of the Lu family's bloodline. I already sensed a familiar presence. Do you want to return to Lu City, or?" Huangjiu bowed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, there is no need. This time, I still want to go with the elders. Huangjiu may be a human, but I have the heart of a spatial beast. I know that the humans are invincible. If you want to make up for it, there is no need. I have not suffered since I was young, and the elders have been very good to me. If you really want to make up for it, just make it up to the others in the Lu family. As for me, I hope that the seniors, including Senior Lu Wenyan, won't tell it, so as not to add to the sadness. She turned to look at Kong Kong and smiled. Moreover, Suyu is afraid that I will enter the Lu family and cause trouble for them. You don't have to worry so much. This time, if the elders can verify their Dao, all grudges will be written off. The Lu family does not owe me anything, and neither do you. If one day, the elders and the human invincibles are enemies, you can also treat me as a spatial beast and kill me when you need to, no need to show mercy. At the side, Kong Kong was not moved, only angry. He shouted, "Little girl, what do you know? Nonsense. How can there be human spatial beasts among us spatial beasts? You're a human, not a dimensional beast. Don't spout nonsense. Young people, you don't know anything, yet you dare to talk nonsense." He wrapped his fist in his palm and smiled at the invincible martial artists. This girl is too young, please forgive her. She is the blood of the Lu family, of course she has to acknowledge her ancestors. Of course, she is stubborn, but there is no hurry. I will teach her well. If there is time, let her go back to Lu City. But in his heart, he was cursing, "Stupid girl, your grandpa, even offended Tiangu. Do you really think I can go back to the spatial beast world? If Tiangu kills you one day, you will have to go back to the human race." At the side, Xiao Longwu and the others didn't say anything. Xiao Longwu glanced at Huangjiao and didn't say anything. Come to think of it, if he hadn't lost her, she would be his daughter-in-law. She was loyal. Unfortunately, she did not grow up in the human race, so she did not have much of a sense of belonging to the human race. This could not be blamed on her. It could only be said that the destruction of the Lu family caused many people to be sad. The group did not say anything. Those who needed to heal their wounds did so, and those who needed to verify their Dao began to prepare to do so. The invincible martial artists of the fated kin and 5 elements also sat cross-legged and did not say anything. At this moment, it was best not to speak. On the 5 elements side, the floating earth spirit suddenly said in the minds of the elites of the 5 elements race, "Elder, keep an eye on this woman. If Empty is killed one day, bring her back to the 5 elements race. TSK, no matter what, she is in the same sect as Suyu." The elders of the 5 elements race were speechless. Their geniuses did not have any face. Instead of thinking about how strong they were, they only thought about how to suck up to him. Could they do that? With Suyu's murderous personality, it was normal for him to cut you into 8 pieces one day if he did not like you, and this brat, he was too timid. When Suyu was here, he did not even say a word and did not come out. He just hid in his heavenly soldier and did not even say a word. But now, the great Qin King was here, and he dared to speak. The floating earth spirit was a bit afraid of Suyu. Against the great Qin King, how should he put it, such an elite would not bicker with him. Suyu was petty, powerful, and young. Provoking Suyu was more frightening than provoking the great Qin King. Suyu did not have the mind to care about the outside world and the movements on the 6th floor. At this moment, his body was shaking. The 360 apertures were like the burning sun. Hung long long, the 9 transformations of the physical body had officially begun. Not only that, under the 9 transformations of the physical body, the mountain and sea tier was the unification of the apertures. 360 apertures had originally combined into 9, and now, once the 9 apertures combined, it was the sun-moon tier. The 9 apertures began to combine, and that was the mountain and sea tier, stepping into the first layer of the mountain and sea tier. When 9 became 8, it was the second layer of the mountain and sea tier. When 3 became 2, it was the 8th layer of the mountain and sea tier. When it became 1 aperture, it was the 9th layer of the mountain and sea tier. When it reached the 9th layer of the mountain and sea tier, it was the opening of another aperture. When it opened into the shape of a crescent moon, it was the sun-moon tier. The mountain and sea unity aperture was like this. Unity aperture. At this moment, as Suyu completed the 9 transformations, he pondered whether he should circulate the heavenly cycle technique and attempt unity aperture. He felt that it was not too difficult. The mountain and sea tier was actually just a transitional process. The process of unity aperture, he had long calculated that after completing the 9 transformations this time, he might be able to directly step into the ninth layer of the mountain and sea tier. However, stepping into the ninth layer of the mountain and sea tier might not be of much help to his battle prowess. The process of unity aperture did not change much. Unity aperture is only to strengthen the aperture's power in the later stages, and to prepare for stepping into the sun-moon tier and becoming invincible. It doesn't matter whether it's unity or not. Suyu thought to himself. His body shook again, and he enjoyed the service of the power of regulations. It was very refreshing. This time, he did not absorb the rewards, but only used them to neutralize the power of regulations. At this moment, he successfully stepped into the 9 transformations. Boom, his blood and chi surged, his body shook, and the void rippled. At this moment, Suyu was a little terrifying. His physical body had officially stepped into the 9 transformations, more than 60 million apertures. Boom, his powerful physical body shook the void, and even Suyu felt a little out of control. He did not dare to use the yang aperture at all. He still needed the yang aperture to absorb the powerful energy, lest it became too powerful. Incomparably powerful. Even if the yang aperture's increase is a little less now, as long as it reaches a 50% increase, it will exceed 100 million. Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Too powerful. This trip to the Starry Mansion was simply an opportunity given to him. Most importantly, he did not dare to use the yang aperture now. The yang aperture would still need to absorb his energy and weaken his battle prowess. Otherwise, if he relied on absorbing the star-moon tier, it would really not be able to hold on anymore. Therefore, I have to find the river diagram next, and find the teleportation location of the star map. Otherwise, the yin and yang will not be harmonious, and the stronger I am, the more restricted I will be. As for the other treasures, Suyu did not care too much about them. He would walk his own path. For treasures, he would take them if he saw them, and forget about them if he did not. In any case, he could not run away from this place. At most, he would come back next time. Too powerful. Suyu sighed. This time, he really stepped into the ranks of the experts of the Myriad world. The only shortcoming was that he was not proficient in the way of time, and his speed was a little slow. No matter how fast you ran, the other party was good at the power of space and time, and you could not hit the other party. Previously, the Bloodfire demon had verified this point. He had exerted the power of the quasi-invincible realm. If the other party really had the power of level 3 eternal realm, Suyu would probably be beaten to death. When the two sides fought, their attacks were not in the same dimension. When you punched out, the other party moved your power to the future or the past, and it did no harm to the present. How could you hit it? So, I still have to consider the power of rules. Shenwen. What about space Shenwen? What about time Shenwen? Time Shenwen could actually be replaced by the word slow, but space Shenwen, if he really wanted to outline it. Suyu was also depressed. He had been looking forward to this for a long time, but it turned out that he could not outline it. There was no justice in this world. The 30th space Shenwen, why couldn't he outline it? If he didn't outline it, he would beat empty to death. Ahem, don't think about it, or I might not be able to control myself. The space beasts must have a deep understanding of space. Suyu suppressed this idea. Soon, he took a step forward and picked up the storage ring left by the Bloodfire demon. After thinking for a while, he suddenly threw it into the air and said lightly, "Moto, the Bloodfire demon left this for you. He told you to fight the demon emperor to the death." This is what he said. "I, Suyu, am a man of my word." The storage ring instantly disappeared in the air. The 8th floor. In front of a mansion, Moto looked at the storage ring that flew to the entrance with a complicated look in his eyes. He sighed inwardly. Bloodfire demon, he left it for himself. He was from the Origin demon clan. Bloodfire demon, with a murmur, Moto flew in that direction. Sorry, Suyu is too strong. I can only watch you being killed, but I can't do anything. The Bloodfire demon clan. I will do my best to take care of them. Moto's feelings were very complicated. This was also the first time he suffered a great shock. Suyu was already so strong that he was a little far behind. Don't be afraid, I will catch up, definitely. In other places on the 8th floor, Longhe of the Fated Kin and the second elder of the Skyhunter Pavilion were also shocked. Bloodfire was dead, he died in Suyu's hands. If this news spread, all the heavens would be shocked. Suyu would also truly be noticed by all the heavens. Not by ordinary people, but by those invincible and half-step emperors. They would officially treat Suyu as the #1 person. He was no longer a nobody who relied on the ancient city. Suyu was an overlord-level powerhouse himself. Even though Xuehua was seriously injured, not just anyone could kill him. He encountered Suyu and was soon killed by Suyu on the spot. This news must be spread. The second elder of the Skyhunter Pavilion used the Skyhunter list and the mask to send messages again and again. Unfortunately, the 8th floor wasn't shaken right now, so it was difficult for the news to spread. However, if the 8th floor shook a little more, he would definitely be able to send the news out immediately. Suyu came in. Not only did he come in, but he also killed Bloodfire. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a great commotion. At this moment, Suyu didn't care about any of this. Soon, he walked in front of the huge medicine cauldron. The Bloodfire Demon King had already released the seal. At this moment, Blue Sky also flew in and said resentfully, "Little Ayu, you just hit me, do you know that?" Suyu nodded, "I felt it." "Sorry, I won't hit you next time. It was an accident." "Little Ayu is so nice." Suyu shrugged. He wasn't so afraid now, nor did he have so many goosebumps. Because if Blue Sky dared to approach him now, he would shake him until he flew away and smashed into a pancake. Blue Sky only grumbled. The current Suyu had just advanced, and the overflowing power made him feel afraid. At this moment, Blue Sky also looked at the medicine cauldron and took a deep breath. After so many years, this blood demon pill is still here. You really have great luck. Once the Bloodfire Demon King takes it first, he will definitely recover more than 60% of his injuries. At that time, it won't be difficult to beat you now. Suyu nodded. He admitted this. If he had come a step later, the Bloodfire Demon King might have been able to break the seal, take the pill, and recover part of his strength. It wouldn't be difficult to beat Suyu to death. Blue Sky looked for a while and coughed lightly. How about giving me one? You want this? Not me, the Heavenly Saint needs it. He was injured quite badly last time. Don't tell me you think he's a pervert like you, recovering in a few days with a bunch of treasures? That's true. Last time, when Wan Tianxing killed Invincible, Shunwen was almost finished. His physical body was also seriously injured, and his injuries were indeed not light. Is one enough? Almost. Lan Tian chuckled and said, "Little Ayu, does that mean you agree?" Suyu smiled, "It's a small matter. Principal is injured, and healing is more important." After saying this, he continued, "Do you think the remaining 8 medicinal pills will be able to help the great Qin Emperor recover from his injuries? It's difficult. But the past body can be strengthened, and not only can it be strengthened, but it can also recover to its previous strength, close to the eternal stage 9. Blue Sky judged, it shouldn't be a big problem. In this way, if he gets the origin restoring saber, actually, even if his strength drops a little from before, the drop won't be too big. Of course, the capital to protect his life will definitely be lower. The biggest advantage of 3 bodies as one is that he can die 3 times. Now, he can only die once. The great Qin Emperor can create 3 more bodies, but he needs at least 2 9-leaf heavenly lotuses. Each lotus can create 1 body, but the 9-leaf heavenly lotuses have been destroyed. I don't think there are many treasures that can help him recover, or he can learn from the Demon Emperor. Suyu directly interrupted, "Then let him be single. Learn from the Demon Emperor, and his reputation will be ruined in a day." He would rather the great Qin King not recover than to use this method. If he really used this method, even Suyu would find him to settle the score. Blue Sky said faintly, "That's hard to say. Maybe someone will agree to do it voluntarily. It's not like you don't know." Suyu nodded, not saying much. This possibility existed, he didn't care too much. Soon, he grabbed at the medicine cauldron with one hand, but the medicine cauldron buzzed and crashed towards Suyu. With a loud rumble, Suyu caught the medicine cauldron with one hand and saw 140 golden patterns shining on the medicine cauldron. Heaven-grade weapon, top-grade heaven-grade weapon. It even had some self-awareness, and at this moment, it was frantically struggling. Suyu snorted and suddenly took out the Wenmingji. Blue Sky took a look and immediately gasped, "Don't, this is a top-grade heaven-grade weapon." This thing is good enough for the Great Qin King and the others. The Great Qin King's spear might not be as powerful as this. This was originally a general's weapon, probably used by a level 9 eternal expert. Now that it had been forged by the earth fire for 100,000 years, it was incomparably powerful. Was Suyu going to destroy this cauldron? Suyu smiled. There's no use keeping a disobedient weapon. Back then, when the Wen Mingji was disobedient, I was prepared to give it up. How can a weapon be turned around? It's a good weapon if you use it well. If you don't use it well, no matter how strong a weapon is, it's still a scourge. Madman, Blue Sky once again felt that he was incompatible with Suyu because he wasn't crazy enough and abnormal enough. F***CKU, this cauldron is really a good thing. Don't be like this. He wasn't an alchemist, otherwise, he would be crying crazily right now. This might be the strongest medicine cauldron in the Myriad worlds, and at this moment, that big cauldron also seemed to sense Suyu's thoughts, as if it sensed that Suyu wanted to destroy it and feed it to the book beside it. Suddenly, it trembled a little and quickly became small, crystal clear, small and exquisite, as if it was trying to please Suyu. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly said coldly, "How can this be? A weapon can actually figure out its master's intentions. This thing can't be tolerated, I have to destroy it." Why is your brain a little different from others? Blue Sky was powerless to ridicule. The medicine cauldron resisted, and you wanted to destroy it. It submitted to you, and you still want to destroy it. In this day and age, it's difficult to even be a weapon, and the Wen Mingji, at this moment, was floating obediently. Its master was very irritable. Don't ever provoke it, no matter how good a weapon is, the master dares to destroy it. If it can't be used, then destroy it. Just as Suyu was about to make a move, suddenly, he picked up the medicine cauldron and looked at it, murmuring, "Ancient heavenly weapon, how about giving it to Teacher Zhao?" Previously, he had obtained an ancient weapon forging technique. Together with this peak ancient heavenly weapon, how about giving it to Lao Zhao? Suyu touched his chin. Not to mention, it was really suitable. Good stuff. If Lao Zhao didn't want it, he could give it to old Lu. After all, old Lu could use it to please one of the 3 great mistresses, Wu Yuehua. She was a true alchemist. This thing, for an alchemist, was the treasure of the treasures. Without thinking much, Suyu opened the medicine cauldron. Suddenly, a strong fragrance gushed out. The 9 pills wanted to fly away, but Suyu quickly caught one and sealed it in a jade box. He threw it to Lan Tian and asked, "Do you still want it? Principal wants one to heal his injuries, what about you?" "Me?" Lan Tian smiled faintly, "I don't want it. I just want some corpses. Next time, don't snatch corpses from me. In the Myriad worlds, we are in the same profession, and in the same profession, we are enemies. Next time, when I go out to kill, don't follow me." They were really in the same profession, Suyu was also speechless. Indeed, there were corpses. He wanted them, and so did Lan Tian. He merged with the Wen Mingji, and Lan Tian directly refined it into a clone. It was indeed not suitable for them to act together, and it was easy to have conflicts. Alright, next time, not together. Suyu took the treasures and soon, he walked out of the door. In the air, the rule power seemed to want to condense. Suyu didn't even look at it. This was just the periphery. He walked out directly. Lan Tian was stunned. "Where are you going?" "Go, leave this place as soon as possible. I want to return to the Myriad worlds." "Huh?" Lan Tian was stunned. Are you serious?" Suyu said without turning his head, "Now, knowing all the secrets is useless to me. Getting all the benefits is useless to me. I want to leave this place before the Xingyu mansion is officially closed, return through the Dead Soul domain, and try to return within 10 days. Return early, ambush. Maybe I can even kill a group of people." Suyu smiled. "Senior can stay here for a few days and wait for the last moment to leave." "I can't do that. I have to leave early. Just when they think I'm inside, I'm outside. I'll kill them from behind." Suyu smiled. "Treasures move people's hearts. Unfortunately, I don't care. This place will be mine sooner or later. I will come here sooner or later, but not now. Including the so-called Myriad Worlds Palace, I will step into this place sooner or later, even. The 9th floor. There are many secrets in this place. What's the use of knowing them now? Suyu looked at the sky. That gatekeeper might be a living person, an ancient big shot. But, I think there might be rules and restrictions. Suyu smiled. People are afraid of greed. I have harvested everything I should have harvested. I have to leave now. Otherwise, if I wait until the last moment, I am afraid that my nest will be gone. Yes, he had to leave. He had taken all the benefits he should have. Now, he would go to the dead soul world, find the river diagram, find that place, and harvest the final benefits. Then, everything would be perfect. The things were here, and they couldn't run away. After 100,000 years, what could be taken away? Others had taken away. What couldn't be taken away would be mine sooner or later. Behind him, Blue Sky was a little surprised and shocked. After a while, he murmured, Suyu, it doesn't make sense that you didn't succeed. Suyu's strength had increased, and his authority was also higher. But in the end, he only killed Shuehua and was about to leave. Suyu was greedy, but not greedy. Greed was not the same as avarice. Suyu smiled, Senior, this thing, the benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. Maybe some people think that I am timid, but it doesn't matter. I will leave first. If Senior likes it, you can have some fun here. Even the river can't do anything to you. Don't say that I am leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu had returned to the entrance. Leave, Xingyu was probably anxious, so she quickly took her back to the dead soul world. If they didn't go through the transmission channel, they would go through the dead soul channel. Now that Suyu was strong, he was a little more confident. With my strength, I can kill an ordinary dead soul monarch with one punch. Suyu tore the void and directly left the 8th floor. He left in a straightforward manner, without any hesitation. Lan Tian was on the 8th floor, and the others didn't know that he had left. They probably couldn't wait to hide from him. Who would dare to provoke the human race? So he was very relieved, including the fact that Lu Wenyan and Hong Tan didn't leave. He wasn't that worried. It was fine, everyone had their own fate. Even if he left, these people might still have their own fate. The moment he tore the void and left, in the reception hall on the 8th floor, a phantom appeared, looking at Suyu's back. After a long time, there was a strange look in his eyes, and he disappeared on the spot. This guy with level 4 authority didn't hesitate to kill the enemy and leave. With such a decisive character, if he didn't die, he would have great achievements sooner or later. The human race, what a scary guy. 7th floor. Xingyu thought that Suyu would take a long time to come out, so she was still lying on the ground. When she felt Suyu approaching, she instantly jumped up, and Suyu was already in front of her. Xingyu was furious. You deserve to die, look at how I'm lying on the ground. Suyu smiled, Great Sovereign, let's go. Let's go to the 6th floor first, find the Great Qin King, give him something, then, take the Dead Spirit Passage and take this subordinate to your country. Xingyu looked at him coldly, Suyu, don't be so arrogant. Suyu had a kind face, and holy light flooded, Great Sovereign, this subordinate understands. Xingyu was a little dazed. This person in front of her looked so pleasing to the eye. She followed Suyu to the entrance of the 7th floor. Along the way, she was thinking, why does Suyu look so kind? Am I too fierce to him? He is a good person. Xingyu silently thought, yes, a good person. If he isn't, how can I feel so close to him? As for Suyu, he looked calm, walking in front. This was not difficult to deal with Xingyu. There was no one on the 7th floor at the moment. Suyu did not plan to call for the people in the stronghold. Yunchen was there. He would come out when it was time. Now, except for the unstable factor, old Zhou, everything was safe. Once he came out, he still had to be careful of the dead spirits coming out of the dead spirits channel. If there was no rule power to suppress this place again, the 7th floor would be the dead spirits' paradise in the future. However, there is a high chance that I can't go to the 8th floor. There are guards there. Suyu thought. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the 7th floor. He tore open the channel again and flew to the 6th floor. Tearing open the channel required strength, and Suyu's current strength was clearly enough. 6th floor. When Suyu tore open the channel and walked out, everyone who was recuperating looked towards the entrance with some vigilance. Who came? Soon, they saw Suyu in snow-white clothes, as well as Xingyu who was seething with death aura. Some people had a strange feeling. Suyu and this dead spirit had a good relationship. The other dead spirits had all left, but this one was still here. This was the Star Moon Monarch who had converted Suyu. Since when could the living and the dead get along so well? With a strange feeling, Zhu Tianfeng soon flew through the air and landed in front of Suyu. He smiled and said, "Shuehua is dead." "Yes." Suyu smiled and cupped his hands. "He died quite quickly. According to this movement, the one from the Heaven Division might not be dead. However, I didn't find him on the 7th floor, and I don't think he was found on the 8th floor either. I don't know if he entered the dead spirit's world or disappeared through the time channel. In short, he won't be able to return to the infinite worlds for a while. No matter where he went, it would not be easy to return to the infinite worlds. Especially in the dead spirit's world, unless he went through the ancient city channel. The key was that he had to get Suyu's permission. If Suyu did not agree, where could he go? Suyu did not say much. Soon, he flew towards the Great Qin King. The Great Qin Emperor sat down cross-legged and looked at Suyu. Suyu did not say anything and took out the medicine cauldron. He opened it, and the 8 medicinal pills once again flew out. The strong medicinal fragrance made all the experts look at the elixir. The Great Qin King's eyes flickered. Suyu smiled and said, "Consider it as a gift from me to the human race's backbone. 8 pills should be enough for King Qin's current body to recover quite a bit. He might even be able to recover to the 9th dan. With the help of the origin returning saber, he might not be much weaker than before. The only thing missing are 2 chances to revive." Then, Suyu added, "I hope that His Majesty, the Emperor of Qin, will not learn from the demon monarch. Before Shuehua died, he told me that the rise of any race and any expert would not be based on the sacrifice of the next generation. Even the demon race understands this. I believe that His Majesty, the Emperor of Qin, understands this as well." Suyu took out 8 medicinal pills, sealed them, and handed them to the Great Qin Emperor. He bowed slightly and said, "This can be considered as me, Suyu, contributing some of my strength to this race. I hope that these treasures can be used on this race and not on an individual." Race, individual. The Great Qin Emperor was an individual, but he also represented the race. Suyu's meaning was clear. "You represent the race, and this is me showing my respect to you for protecting the human race. If you forget your original intentions, you have no right to take these treasures." The Great Qin Emperor looked at him silently. After a moment, he reached out and took the medicinal pills, saying calmly, "Don't worry." Suyu did not say anything more. He turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, the void trembled, and Suyu instantly turned around. This time, Suyu's eyes moved slightly. In the distance, an incomparably huge ancient beast appeared. Its body was somewhat translucent. Kong Kong rarely showed his original form, but at this moment, Suyu recognized him at a glance. This was Kong Kong, a spatial ancient beast. He was going to prove his Tao. Suyu was surprised, but he quickly understood. He saw Huangjiao, who was near Kong Kong, and was very anxious. Huangjiao did not mind Suyu's arrival. Suyu could understand and did not think much of it. In Huangjiao's heart, no one in the All-Heaven Wan, including the Lu family, could compare to Kong Kong. This was because Kong Kong treated him very well. Suyu did not care much. He looked at Kong Kong, who was proving his Tao in the void. At this moment, he did not leave. He wanted to see if this spatial ancient beast proving his Tao would be of any help to him in comprehending the space Shenwen. In the void, a huge river of time appeared. From the river of time, an incomparably huge spatial ancient beast walked out. It seemed to be a future body, and it looked very powerful. First, it merged with the future, and then the future body instantly merged with Kong Kong's main body. Kong Kong, on the other hand, had a solemn look in his huge eyes. In the next moment, an incomparably powerful force appeared. From the river of time, another figure walked out. This figure was different from before. Very strong, it was full of immortal energy. Even from afar, one could feel the immortal energy overflowing. Not only immortal energy, but there was also incomparably dense heaven yuan qi. At this moment, everyone understood. This past body used a coffin lid. Heaven Ancient's coffin lid was a treasure at the peak of heavenly soldier level. Moreover, Heaven Ancient had used it for many years, and it still had Tao accumulation. At this moment, Suyu was somewhat curious and asked, how did he steal Heaven Ancient's coffin lid? Didn't Heaven Ancient bring it with him? This was a very strange situation. Beside him, the great Qin King glanced at Kong Kong and said, it has something to do with the human race. Back then, a few people and I went to the celestial realm to investigate and alarmed Heaven Ancient. Heaven Ancient was cultivating, but he stopped halfway and searched the world for us. At that time, Kong Kong seized the opportunity and broke into Heaven Ancient's lair and took his coffin lid. As for the coffin, Heaven Ancient refined it, so he didn't take it. As for the coffin lid, Heaven Ancient didn't refine it because it was a set item, so you had to say that Kong Kong was very courageous. His timing was also very good, so you continued. His Majesty King Qin went to the celestial realm to investigate and even took the Heaven Yuan ancient tree. In my opinion, the celestial realm has the most old antiques. Is Heaven Ancient the oldest? It's hard to say. The great Qin King said in a low voice, the celestial realm hasn't fought much these years. The gods, demons, humans, and dragons have all suffered losses. Only the celestial race has suffered the least. If it wasn't for killing so many celestial kings this time, the celestial race wouldn't have fallen in these 400 years. And in the previous tide flows, there should still be some old antiques alive. Then, he said, the last tide flow, the human race's defeat might have something to do with the celestial race. So you asked, His Majesty King Qin, how much do you know about the previous tide flows? The great Qin King was silent for a moment, then suddenly blocked the surroundings and said, I don't know much. The only thing I know is that no matter how strong the human race is, no matter how fast they rise, in the end, it's actually the human race that loses. Retreat, or be destroyed, there has never been an exception. In the 9 tide flows, the human race had countless experts, but still couldn't change this outcome. The waters of the myriad worlds are deeper than we can see. He looked at Suyu and said, I've read some records about the last tide flow. The human race was very strong. The 9th tide flow might be the strongest the human race has ever faced, or it could be said that it's only second to the first tide flow. 9 is the extreme, and in the last tide flow, the human race should have either won or suffered a great defeat. It's very difficult for there to be another tide flow. In the end, an accident happened halfway through the tide flow. At that time, the human king was killed, and the human race was defeated. Suyu nodded. You mean, at the last moment of every tide flow, there's a force suppressing the human race, preventing them from rising again? That's right. The great Qin King said solemnly, it might be some experts left behind from the ancient times, or something else, or it might be related to the ancient council. But the human race hasn't been destroyed, so it's clear that they have some backup plans. The 9 tide flows have failed, and this time, I don't know if the human race can hold on again. Perhaps it's over, or wait for the next tide flow. With that, he added, perhaps you can ask those old antiques in the ancient city. Perhaps they know something. Suyu nodded, but didn't say anything else. He looked up silently at Emptiness, who stood in the air. Proving one's Tao with 3 bodies wasn't difficult, but it also depended on fate and luck. If one's luck wasn't good, the 3 bodies wouldn't be able to become one, and there was no way to prove one's Tao. At this moment, Emptiness's 3 bodies were rapidly fusing together. Suyu could sense that his present body had probably consumed the 9-leaf sky lotus to strengthen itself, and had just barely managed to bring the 3 bodies to a point of balance. Emptiness's past body should have been the strongest, followed by the future body, and the present body the weakest. Both past and future bodies had actually reached a point of invincibility, and only the present body had remained in the quasi-invincible realm. But now, with the help of the 9-leaf sky lotus, all 3 bodies had just barely reached a point of invincibility. The 3 bodies began to fuse together, and the space in the air rippled. This race's Tao proving had a lot to do with space. Suyu watched silently, feeling silently. Suyu didn't know much about the Tao of space, but he had been constantly learning and comprehending it. At this moment, it wasn't just him. There was another person next to Zhu Tianfeng, Xianxia. This expert of the Tao of space was also looking at Emptiness with shining eyes. The spatial ripples around him were obvious. Suyu's heart stirred. He looked at Emptiness while observing Xianxia. As for Xianxia, he was also in a state of comprehension. His palms kept moving, and with a light tap, the entire space began to ripple. It had to be known that this place could support invincible battles. Even invincible invincibles had some difficulty tearing through space. Xianxia hadn't been in the sun and moon realm for long, and was only in the second tier. But with a light tap, he could make space ripple. This level of attainment in space was extremely profound. Space, travel, point to point, another dimension. Suyu had once had a Shunwen that involved a bit in the domain of space, the beast character Shunwen. Of course, it had only formed a small beast space, and not a true spatial Shunwen. However, he still dabbled in these things, including Suyu, who had cut through space and felt these things before. As he observed emptiness as one, he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to sense that Suyu was looking at him. His originally fast movements slowed down a bit, allowing Suyu to see more clearly. Space was like mud in his hands. Xianxia continued to play with space, molding it at will. Soon, a small spatial black hole appeared, and a suction force came from it. Xianxia's hand pierced through the spatial black hole. Suddenly, 100 meters away, his arm appeared. A point-to-point piercing. The Tao of space isn't difficult. Outside of the space we are in, there are spaces of different dimensions. This is the origin of the mystic realms. Storage rings, mystic realms, teleportation formations, teleportation gates. These things all involve the domain of space, including your book, which also has a large amount of space compression. Actually, when we disappear and appear instantly, we enter another dimension and compress space. For example, in your book, a space of 1,000 meters is instantly compressed to 1 meter, and I can step out with one step. On this basis, I can extend it. 10,000 meters, I can compress it to 1 meter, and I can also appear 10,000 meters away in an instant. Therefore, the Tao of space and the Tao of teleportation, how far you can teleport is related to your strength. It is to compress space in another dimension. In layman's terms, our space travel is to bend a steel bar. When a normal person walks, a steel bar that is 1,000 meters long is perfectly straight. From one end to the other, you have to walk 1,000 meters. And what we need to do is bend the steel bar, bend it into a circle, and touch the two ends. I can instantly go from one end to the other. Xianxia was explaining to Suyu. He knew that Suyu had always wanted to outline space Shunwen, but he had always failed. This time, he might be able to gain some insights. Because emptiness was proving his Tao, and emptiness proving his Tao was not slow. He had always been able to prove his Tao because the three bodies were not balanced. At this moment, with the three bodies as one, his strength was similar, and his fusion speed was very fast. And in the void, the space was constantly fluctuating, which also provided an opportunity for Suyu. Suyu ignited the flame of inheritance, constantly comprehending something. He might not be very proficient in this Tao. In the past, if he wanted to outline space Shunwen, it would be very fast, but this time, the difficulty was not small. After an unknown period of time, emptiness roared, and a muffled sound echoed through the world. Boom, in the void, a cloud appeared. It was a reward for a genius and expert like emptiness. It was also related to the rules of space. And at this moment, in Suyu's eyes, the space contracted violently, and soon exploded. It contracted again, and then exploded again. In the sea of will, a Shunwen gradually began to take shape. The 30th Shunwen appeared at this moment. Besides Suyu, there was also a faint spatial fluctuation. In his mind, the Shunwen formed with some difficulty. After a moment, a Shunwen appeared. Pierce, not empty, not anything else, but pierce. The piercing of the shuttle, Suyu's body moved. It was not that he was too fast, but he really disappeared. After a while, he appeared crookedly more than 10 meters away. Xianxia's eyes moved slightly, and he spoke again, too slow, too short. Suyu nodded. The speed of the shuttle was too slow, and the distance was too short. For an expert, this was no different from not moving at all. But this was a good start. Suyu was delighted. If the Tao of space became stronger, first of all, an extremely troublesome problem would be solved. The problem of passively taking a beating would be solved. At the very least, if his Tao of space became stronger, he could dodge, attack, and keep up with the invincible. Of course, the opponent also had the power of time. Fighting the past and the future was also a serious problem, but this problem had nothing to do with speed. At worst, Suyu could just run away. There would no longer be a problem of 100 punches from the opponent and Suyu not being able to fight back. Too weak, only the second stage Shenwen was too weak. The second stage Shenwen was only in the Soar realm. It was too weak. If he wanted to compare to the invincible, he had to at least reach the 5th stage Shenwen. Pierce, slow. These two Shenwen needed to become stronger. Pierce through space, slow down the opponent's speed, and stop time. In truth, the slow Shenwen contained some power of time. This was something he had comprehended from King Silkworm Annihilation's time technique. When these two Shenwen became stronger, they could solve one of Suyu's current shortcomings. My willpower isn't strong enough. If my willpower reaches the Mountain Sea realm, I might be able to help my Shenwen ascend. Therefore, I have to open my Yin aperture. These thoughts rose up in Suyu's mind, and his heart was filled with joy. He had wanted to kill Void to show him how to comprehend the power of space. Who would have thought that his luck would be good, and he would actually comprehend it on his own? He glanced at Void. Void was almost done corroborating his Tao, but he still needed some time to completely transform. Suyu didn't say anything else, nor did he look at him. He bowed slightly to Xianxia, and then disappeared. He continued to pierce through space. Each time, he only traveled about 10 meters. But soon, he traveled 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, Suyu only stopped increasing the distance after traversing several hundred meters at a time. His willpower was constantly being depleted, but he was enjoying it. He continued to traverse the distance, heading straight for the entrance of the 7th level. The crowd watched him disappear and reappear bit by bit. After a long time, Zhou Polong said softly, "What a monster." This was a true monster. The comprehension of the Shenwen was as simple as drinking water. The Tao of space was nothing at the moment. It was only a few hundred meters. Some demons were even larger than that. With a single slap, teleportation was no different from not teleporting. However, this was just the beginning. Hu Xianxia faintly nodded. He has one thing that is his greatest advantage. To pass through space, he needs a powerful physical body to resist the tearing power of space. His physical body is powerful, and his divine characters have also improved. He doesn't need to worry about how far he can travel, unlike me. My physical body is a bit weaker. If his divine characters are the same as mine, he can instantly travel 10,000 miles, while I can only travel 10,000 miles. After saying that, he asked, "How strong is his body now?" Before, Suyu seemed to be invincible, but he seemed to have devoured the essence blood of invincible people. His body might not have reached the invincible level, but it had reached the quasi-invincible level. What about now? Zhou Polong and the others didn't say anything. The Great Qin King looked in the direction that Suyu had left and didn't say anything. How strong was his body? As long as it was very strong, Suyu wasn't that proficient in controlling his power, and some of it leaked out. The Great Qin King sensed that his body was at the middle stage of the Eternal Realm. Around the 5th stage, most likely, the 3rd stage of the Eternal Realm would have around 40 million apertures, and the 4th stage would have around 50 million apertures. The feeling that Suyu gave off was that his body was even stronger than Xiao Longwu's. Right now, almost all invincible people were invincible on the warrior path, so it wasn't a big problem to measure it in terms of aperture power. Apart from time power, speed, and invincibility, Suyu didn't have much of an advantage. What a terrifying boy. The Great Qin King muttered to himself. He looked at the 8 medicinal pills in his hand, and they were all extremely powerful medicinal pills. He didn't say anything and directly swallowed one of them. With a rumble, his blood qi exploded out, and his body shined with a golden light. The Great Qin King silently sensed that these were very powerful medicinal pills. He didn't need 8, at most, he would only need 5 to restore his past body to its peak state. However, his past body was slightly weaker than his present body and future body. At its peak, it would only be at the early stage of the Eternal Realm. However, the past body had its benefits. At the very least, it looked a bit younger. The Great Qin King inwardly laughed. He was currently refining the origin returning saber, and once he recovered to the early stage of the Eternal Realm, with the origin returning saber, he wouldn't be much weaker than before. Perhaps the origin returning saber was more suitable for Daxia of Goguryeo. However, this was an outsider's, not his, so Daxia of Goguryeo had to walk his own path. As the great Qin Emperor thought about this, he once again looked at Suyu's departing figure. That fellow could sometimes make people feel that he was incredibly grand. Anyone who gave these medicinal herbs would treat them as supreme treasures and leave them for their loved ones or the next generation. The eighth level had fortuitous opportunities, but it also had danger. Xuehua had encountered danger, while the fortuitous opportunity was with Suyu. He had most likely obtained them after killing Xuehua, and Suyu had risked his life to obtain them. "Don't worry, I can still hold on for a while," the great Qin King said. Right now, the human race still needed a banner, and Suyu was not enough. At the very least, he could not suppress everything. Moreover, even if he could, now was not the time. Every generation's human king would face danger. At the very least, he had to lure out this danger first. Boom, the great Qin King's aura exploded forth, becoming incredibly powerful. A saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed through the air, causing it to shatter. By the side, Zhu Tianfeng and the others were overjoyed. Not too far away, the invincible members of the Five Elements race and fated race sucked in breaths of cold air. The human race's luck was simply astonishing. With the great Qin King's severe injuries, if it was anyone else, they would have been lucky not to die. But the great Qin King, no, Suyu had thrown out treasures one after another, completely reversing the situation where the great Qin King had lost 2 of his 3 bodies. Just like that, the great Qin King's battle prowess was greatly reduced. The great Qin King revealed his strength and the origin returning saber in front of them. Actually, they knew what he meant. Whether they said it or not, it would not affect him much. After weighing the pros and cons, perhaps not saying anything was the best choice. The Five Elements race powerhouses quickly smiled and said, "Congratulations, great Qin King. Your strength has recovered, and you have reached another level." Saying congratulations meant that they understood what he meant. The great Qin King forced out a smile, but it was a bit stiff. "It's all right, thank you." "We don't dare," the powerhouses smiled, but they were thinking about what Suyu had said before he left. When he left, he only had one sentence: everything was done by him, Suyu. He was not afraid of revenge. If anyone wanted to take revenge on him, they could come. 7th level. Xingyu followed Suyu and asked in confusion, "Why did you give the medicine to the great Qin King? Even if it can't increase your cultivation, when you're heavily injured, one pill can heal all your injuries." Suyu chuckled, "It's all for my lord. I can't continue to grow stronger. So, for my lord, I have to give the treasure to someone else, lest I can't help but forcefully increase my strength." Xingyu looked at him suspiciously, not quite believing him. Suyu smiled, "My lord, let's not talk about this. I see that your strength seems a bit weak. My lord, to increase one's strength as a dead spirit, one only needs to devour large amounts of death qi, right?" "No," Xingyu said stiffly, "death qi is only one part of it. There's also the dead spirit mark. In addition, one needs to enter the dead spirit galaxy." "Really?" Suyu smiled, "My lord, is the dead spirit world dangerous?" "Yes." "Then, will it be dangerous if I become my lord's subordinate?" With these words, the vitality on Suyu's body gradually dissipated. Soon, he turned into a dead spirit and asked, "My lord, can you see that I'm alive now?" Xingyu glanced at him and shook her head, "No, but," she pointed at Suyu's heart, there's blood qi. The dead spirit has no blood qi. There's only death qi. You can seal the heart, but after that, your strength will decline a bit. The heart was the transfer point of blood qi. Suyu nodded. His strength would indeed decline a bit if his heart was sealed. "It's fine, the seal is done. When the seal is unsealed, kill anyone who sees it. It's not a big deal to kill the dead spirit. Entering the dead spirit world, not pretending to be a dead spirit would be courting death." Soon, Suyu's body turned black, and his heart stopped beating. After thinking about it, a cloak also appeared on his body. He had originally wanted to make it white, but after thinking about it, he gave up on that idea and made it black. At this moment, Suyu was wearing a black cloak. Beside him, Xingyu's cloak was red. She glanced at Suyu and felt a little strange. Why are you copying me? Suyu ignored her and continued to make some adjustments. Soon, the book in his hand turned into a staff. He smiled. My lord, do I look like a necromancer? Xingyu couldn't be bothered. At this moment, the two of them walked to the entrance of the 7th floor. Duke Gong's mansion had disappeared. That passage was cold and empty. Around it, there was a faint power of law condensing. Suyu judged and shook his head. If no one interferes, this power of law won't be able to stop the dead spirit monarch. This place will soon turn into a dead spirit kingdom. However, after I leave, my lord, don't come here. This place is very dangerous. Not only that powerful existence, but the 8th floor also has some dangers. In addition, it opens once every 10 years, but every time someone lingers, they will be finished. So, I guess that every time it is closed, someone will come to clean up the mansion. Clean up? Xingyu was puzzled. What clean up? Suyu smiled. It's like cleaning up trash. Outsiders, after that time, if they continue to stay here, they will become trash. Of course, trash has to be cleaned up. As he spoke, he glanced at the entrance of the 8th floor. At this moment, the entrance had already appeared. Suyu raised his eyebrows and transmitted his voice. The entrance of the 8th floor closes when there is danger. When there is no danger, it will appear. This kind of flexibility is very difficult to achieve. Only living people, living rules, such as Lord Xinghong and the others, can adjust in time. Since the ancient city had such ancient existences like the stone statue, it was not strange that there were such existences here too. Xingyu wasn't too interested in this. At this moment, she looked at the entrance of the dead spirit realm with some doubts. Are they all dead? Many dead spirit monarchs came. There were many here originally. After many invincible ones died, a monarch came. At the last moment, there were probably close to 30 dead spirit monarchs. Are they dead, still alive, but not daring to come here? Definitely not all dead. Dead, there must be some dead, but old Zhou didn't kill his way into the dead spirit realm. So, there must be some monarchs who escaped. After entering, there was still danger. Suyu quickly said, after entering, my lord, say that I am a quasi-invincible dead spirit that you converted. Okay. Xingyu didn't say much. Suyu said again, is this place very far from the ancient city of Xinghong? It's okay. After crossing 32 dead spirit monarchs, it's my kingdom. Xingyu suddenly felt a little proud. My kingdom is also very powerful. Suyu nodded perfunctorily. Who are you kidding, very powerful? Do I believe that? Last time when the fire demons attacked, your kingdom was useless. The key is 32. You're really good. How did you get here? When my lord came, did you encounter any danger? It was okay. Xingyu said proudly, I am very powerful. I just borrowed the path. Those weak ones didn't dare to stop me. Really, a few battles were inevitable. After asking a little about the situation of the dead spirit realm, Suyu took a deep breath and stepped toward the dead spirit passage. It was time to go and see. At the very least, he had to find the river map. Without it, Suyu wouldn't know where the teleportation portal was. If he couldn't find the river map, he could find Dai Dai. Was Dai Dai dead? Suyu wasn't sure. Also, this person should be very familiar with the great Qin King. It might be this human expert of the tide. After eating the fruit of life and death, he didn't know if he had recovered a little bit of his humanity. Another thing was to find the river map and discuss how to convert dead spirits into living beings. Now, Xingyu wasn't that helpful to him. Should he help her convert? But Suyu knew that this was very dangerous. The river map could also do it in the past, but he hadn't seen him do it. Before he too died, he was already a level 9 Eternal Realm expert. He wouldn't be weaker than him. Even he couldn't convert any dead spirit monarch into a living person. Could he do it? So now Suyu didn't act rashly. He had to find out first. Suyu stepped into the dead soul domain. Death Chi swept over him. He raised his head and looked at the sky. It was dusky. In the distance, there seemed to be a long river that ran through the domain. That was probably the dead spirit galaxy. At the same time, a few hundred miles away from the dead spirit channel, several dead spirit monarchs stared into the distance in fear. Even now, they still hadn't recovered from the shock. A dead spirit monarch whispered, "Ta-fa, are we going back?" So dangerous, they didn't know that there was such a dangerous existence on the other side of the channel. They thought the origin-restoring blade was the most dangerous, now they knew that there was a powerful existence in the Xianxia mansion. Ta-fa said gloomily, "Wait a little longer. I don't know if Xianxia is dead or not. She seems to be related to those humans. That terrifying existence seems to have been lured out by them. If Xianxia is not dead, we can ask her if we can go back." This was their lair. If they couldn't go back, they could only wander in the dead spirit realm. Just as they were thinking, a faint laughter sounded in their ears. "If you really have nowhere to go, the Hongmeng Kingdom welcomes you all as guests." He too, "They're here, no, the hired thugs are here." At this moment, in the distance, he too walked over in a refined manner. There was a smile on his dark face, and he looked very trustworthy. However, the group of undead monarchs all glared at him, because he too had run faster than them. Entrance to the Dead Souls realm. This was the first time Suyu had stepped into the Dead Souls realm. As soon as he stepped in, he felt the thick aura of death sweeping towards him. Looking left and right, there was not even a shadow of a ghost. Clearly, when Ol Zhou went berserk earlier, all the undead nearby had either been killed or escaped. Suyu was actually curious about one thing, so he asked, "Sir, every time you kill someone in a certain area, dead spirits will appear instantly. Where do they come from, and how do they appear instantly?" Rules. Xianxia had also returned to the Dead Souls realm at this time, as if she had returned to her old nest. She was much more confident, and her voice was much colder, full of vigor. As for dead spirits, the dead spirits in the ancient cities are usually converted by you residents. They are waiting in a dead soul conversion pool, and can be transferred to the ancient cities at any time. In other places, most of them are randomly selected by the rules. Then, she looked at Suyu, her eyes cold. "This is my territory. Suyu, I have many good friends in the Dead Souls realm." Suyu nodded, not minding at all, and smiled, "Congratulations, sir. Don't talk nonsense, where did you get good friends from? You are a rotting dead spirit. I know that you did not even help he too when they attacked Hong Mongolian city. Do you think I don't know that? Even the dead spirits in the Apocalypse ancient city went to help, but you did not. Do you think I don't know that? With your personality, you have good friends. Who are you kidding?" He did not believe it, and was too lazy to say more, so he said, "Sir, I found that dead spirits like to collect ancient city tokens. Why is that? Even here, they can be bribed with some ancient city tokens. Moreover, many dead spirits had ancient city tokens. In the ancient cities, killing dead spirits could drop some ancient city tokens." Xianxia said indifferently, "Ancient city tokens are not ancient city tokens, but identity tokens from the ancient times. They are some duties given by the rules. When the ancient city token is of a high enough level, the dead spirits can also recover some of their intelligence. It is given by the rules." "So you understood, you mean that as long as the ancient city token is of a high enough level, for example, the rules will help you recover some of your intelligence? Not bad." Xianxia said indifferently, "However, the remaining ancient city tokens are of very low levels, including the ones in the ancient cities. In fact, they are only the identity tokens of some minor characters in the ancient times. Not many of them are of high levels. The so-called high-level ones were at least the badges that the surplus generals had. In fact, Suyu also had some. For example, the Great Star Ancient City token was held by the surplus general. The Great Star Ancient City token was considered a title general token. These things can promote the resurrection of the undead. No wonder. In that case, the undead spirits chasing after the ancient city token could also be considered a kind of instinct. Their instincts urged them to get their hands on this token. Getting more of it might be able to speed up the recovery of their memories. One probably didn't know much about the world of souls. The only thing he knew was that there were many undead monarchs. Suyu was also very curious about this realm. Like a curious baby, he asked, "Your Excellency, is there a city in the Dead Soul realm?" "City?" Xianxia said coldly, "Only when the undead reach the sun and moon realm will they have some spiritual wisdom. Only when they reach the quasi-invincible realm can they open their mouths. Only when they reach the monarch level can they have real self-awareness. What do they need a city for? Of course, some monarchs would also build some palaces for themselves, which was prompted by their memories before they died. They didn't need a city. What was the use of a city? In such a big country, there was a king of the dead spirits and several quasi-invincible realm experts. How could they build a big city and let these undead wander on the streets? They were too bored, Suyu was speechless. While he was thinking, Xianxia said again, however, there is no city near us. It seems that, there is a place. I once heard from a traveling king of the dead spirits that there is a city in the east. Many kings of the dead spirits will go there to trade or cultivate. There are many kings of the dead spirits there, and it is said that there are experts in the Tao integration realm there. Suyu was surprised. You've never been there? Why should I go there? Xianxia's voice was cold. Why should I go there? I'd just like to stay in the Great Star Ancient City. Suyu immediately understood. As expected, she was still a rotten homebody. It looked like there were cities in the dead spirit realm, but there were probably none in this area. Suyu continued, Master, are there many Tao integration realm cultivators in the dead spirit realm? I don't know. Then have the most powerful beings of the ancient times been revived? I don't know. They're either revived, or they're in the dead spirit galaxy. You can go look for them yourself. Xianxia didn't hold back. Go look for them yourself, dead spirit galaxy. Suyu looked at the celestial river in the distance and asked, My lord, is the celestial river of dead souls really a river? Of course. The energy of death in the dead spirit galaxy transforms into river water, which runs through the entire dead spirit realm to summon dead souls. When living beings die, they may appear in the dead spirit galaxy, and under certain circumstances, their memories will be awakened. Suyu nodded. He had heard of this before. However, the dead spirit galaxy looked very far away. Xianxia continued, the dead spirit galaxy is the territory of the dead spirits. Even the dead spirits rarely go there because they don't know if a powerful dead spirit will suddenly awaken, or if they will be devoured by the dead spirit galaxy. As for you, if you go there, you will be completely transformed into a dead spirit. It's that terrifying? Alright, I don't want to challenge myself to see if I can hold on. Suyu looked around. It was a gloomy world, and he felt a little depressed. It was as if his surroundings had been desolate since time immemorial. Even the ground was black. Suyu stomped his foot, but the ground didn't budge, as if it was extremely sturdy. There were wisps of death energy seeping out from the ground. Suyu wanted to dig some soil to see what it was made of. He was just about to squat down and dig when Xianxia yelled, Don't move. The black soil in the dead spirit realm is used to protect the dead spirits. If it's dug away, there will be some big trouble. What kind of trouble? I don't know. Suyu was speechless. You don't know? Because it's different. Xianxia said coldly, sometimes, you will dig out an ancient dead spirit that is in deep sleep. Sometimes, you will dig out a corrosive aura that can even corrode the death energy. Sometimes, you will dig out a curse. Alright, Suyu was speechless. Was the underground so complicated? He should listen to the old so that he wouldn't be taken advantage of. He put aside his thoughts of research. He wasn't like Wulan and Bai Feng, who dared to dig everywhere for research. Suyu did some calculations. Today should be the 20th day since the Starry Mansion was opened. He'd better get back before 30 days and stab them in the back. You guys think I'm outside, I'm inside. You guys think I'm inside, I'm outside. You guys want to block me, I'll lead people to block you guys. Suyu was not interested in exploring the dead soul's realm at the moment. The more powerful one was, the more one could eat. In ancient times, countless people had died. Who knew if there was a real emperor here? Even if there wasn't, there would be many path integration realm cultivators in the dead soul's realm. In the dead spirit realm, even Hou Yi was a Tao integration cultivator, and even some titled generals were Tao integration cultivators. Even though these guys had become dead spirits and hadn't fully recovered, they were still better than Suyu. Soon, Suyu said, Master, is there a way to find He2? Yes. Suyu was overjoyed. There was a way. Just as he was thinking, a sharp howl rang out, He2. Come out. Holy sh*t, Suyu was speechless. Is this the way you said? He quickly got up and walked behind Xianxia with a serious attitude. Holy sh*t, Xianxia is a lunatic. Is this how you find people in the dead spirit realm? Xianxia was very satisfied. Yes, this is how I find people. If I don't find people like this, how can I find them? Do I have to search inch by inch? In the entire dead soul realm, not many big stars and moons had been explored. Who knew where he too had gone? He too was not an ordinary king of the dead souls. He would not stay in one place and not move. That guy often went out to get people, and he had gone to too many places. Also, who knew if he too was dead or not? Let's see if there are any living dead spirits nearby and ask about the situation. He too, come out. The shrill howl reverberated in the dead soul's domain. He too, who was fooling his henchman, was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have heard the shout and listened carefully. After a while, he looked at Tuafa and said, Tuafa, is it Xianxia calling for me? Tuafa didn't hear it clearly and didn't care about it. He said in a low voice, he too, it's not impossible for us to go to your country. Just give up the dead spirit galaxy. He too was speechless. I'm talking about serious business, and you're telling me this? I think I heard someone calling for me. Xianxia, that guy didn't die, maybe he really didn't. Xianxia and Suyu were in cahoots. When Suyu left, he seemed to have taken her with him. So, she came back alive and the change in the starry mansion was over. This time, he was a little disappointed. It was an accident that he went to Xingyu Mansion, but he still wanted to build an army that belonged to him in Xingyu Mansion. In the end, it was all over. He listened again. A moment later, he said, I'll go take a look. Xianxia seems to have really come out. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. When the other undead monarchs saw him running away, they hesitated for a moment before following him and running into the distance. On Suyu's side, he was following Xianxia. Xianxia said as she walked, he too might be dead. If he's dead, we'll go back to my starry moon kingdom. No, I have to find a place. Humph. Xianxia snorted. She didn't want to find a place. It was so big, where could she find one? But if she didn't, Suyu would keep sucking her death chi. It would be troublesome. She hoped he too was still alive, Suyu didn't say much and continued to follow her. There was nothing along the way. The whole realm of dead souls was like a graveyard. It was too depressing, and there wasn't even a small dead spirit. According to Xianxia, under normal circumstances, the whole realm of dead souls was actually filled with many mindless dead spirits. These were all weak dead spirits. Some crawled out of the galaxy of dead souls, and some were born directly in the realm of dead souls. The real experts were all in deep sleep, waiting to be awakened. There wasn't any here. Maybe they were all summoned and killed in one go. It would take some time for the mindless dead spirits in the surrounding realms to wander over. In such a big place, there were only Suyu and Xianxia. In fact, Suyu felt a little depressed. He would probably be bored to death exploring this damn place alone. While thinking, Suyu's heart skipped a beat. And Xianxia also looked in one direction. Soon, a dead spirit gradually emerged in the void. In the distance, he too said with a smile, Xianxia, it's really you. As he said that, he too looked at the dead spirit behind Xianxia with some doubts. Where did this come from? He thought for a while. As the sage of the realm of dead souls, he too felt that his wisdom was superior. After thinking for a while, he was a little uncertain. Could it be Suyu? Suyu seemed to be able to turn into a dead spirit, right? He also knew the method of yuan aperture reversal, but now his memory was not deep, so he was not sure for a while. However, Suyu was overjoyed. He too was still alive. It was good that he was alive. He was really afraid that he was dead. If he was dead, where? Could he find a place to teleport? So as soon as he saw he too, Suyu didn't hide it. It was meaningless. He quickly transmitted his voice, Lord He too. He too was stunned for a moment. It was really this guy. He was really bold. A living person coming to the realm of dead souls was courting death. He turned his head to look at Ta-Fa and the others, and transmitted his voice to Suyu, if there's anything, wait for me to deal with them first. If Suyu came here, there was a high probability that he had something to talk to him about. He too didn't bother to ask more. Ta Fei and the others should deal with them first. Soon, Ta Fei and the others arrived. Seeing Xianxia, Ta Fei said directly, Xianxia, what's the situation over there? The Yuan restoring saber is gone. So, everything is safe? Ta Fei was overjoyed. Even the Yuan restoring saber was gone. He quickly looked at Suyu. Where did it come from? I just changed it at the Starry Mansion. Ta Fei was a little dissatisfied. This is our territory. Changing dead spirits in our territory. Did you ask for our opinion? Xianxia said lightly. There are many people inside, including the great Qin king. You can go and try. Ta Fei was silent. Get lost, I'm not going. Even if the great Qin king was crippled, he didn't want to provoke them. At this moment, Ta Fei was too lazy to argue with her. He said happily, he too, if there's no danger here, then we won't go. The Yuan restoring saber is gone. From now on, the Starry Mansion is our territory. You can come and play when you have time. Our lair is still here, why go to He Tu's place? He Tu cursed inwardly and looked at Xianxia. Can't you lie to them, say it's dangerous inside and we can't stay here anymore? Meanwhile, Suyu transmitted his voice to Xianxia, my lord, there are only 3 dead spirits left. Their strength is average. Why don't we join forces with He Tu to kill them? If they killed them, could they get any benefits? They were at the invincible realm. Xianxia ignored him. Kill, you only know how to kill. We, the dead spirit monarchs, don't kill all day long. Xianxia ignored Suyu and said, there may be other dangers in the Starry Mansion. Think about it yourself. She also didn't want to pay attention to them. She looked at He Tu and said, I need to talk to you. Are you going back to the ancient Hongmeng city? The ancient Hongmeng city was not too far from the Xinghong ancient city where she was. It was on the way. He too saw that he didn't have much confidence in tricking Ta Fei and the others. At this moment, he was speechless. He smiled faintly and said, yes, I haven't been back for a long time. That old tortoise is quite comfortable. Then, he looked at Ta Fei and the others, cupped his fists and said with a smile, this time, congratulations to all of you. The Star Mansion is in the territory of the living domain. All of you have expanded your territories there. Soon, you will officially step into the living domain. Ta Fei smiled. At that time, you can also come and be a guest. Be a guest, he too cursed in his heart. He was too lazy to say more. He looked at Xianxia and said, then we'll leave first. If there's something good in the future, we'll come and find you. Ta Fei and the others didn't have the mood to pay attention to him anymore. They all wanted to go to the 7th floor to have a look. After they flew away, he too said, Xianxia, you interrupted me. Xianxia was too lazy to pay attention to him. As for Suyu, he smiled and cupped his hands. Greetings, Master He Tu. He too said coldly, you're really brave. I learned from Master. Suyu smiled. Master was also brave when he was alive. He too smiled. Soon, he resumed his indifference. You entered the spiritual domain alone. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell the other sovereigns? Once it's revealed, you'll definitely die. There are many sovereigns of the dead here. Once your life aura is forced out, the rules will send countless sovereigns here. Master won't do that. Huh. He too sneered. He looked at Suyu, then at Xianxia. He smiled faintly. Xianxia, how dare you collude with the living? Once the rules find out, you'll also die. Xianxia said coldly, he too, just mind your own business. The two of them started to fight. Suyu didn't want to waste time. He went straight to the point. Master He too, I want you to take me to the area where you were sent. It should still be there. He too said faintly, you want to go there? Didn't Xianxia say that she knows where it is? Suyu smiled. Master, please don't laugh. How can we know that place? Then what you're saying is true. He didn't bother to say more. He directly refused. Impossible. That's the only way out that the rules left for the spiritual domain. Only there can you enter and exit normally. You can even find a way to enter the spiritual domain without being restricted by any rules. Of course, he couldn't tell Suyu about such a place. Suyu wasn't surprised by his decision. He quickly said, Master, when you become a living creature, the so-called rules are worthless. You can come out wherever you go. Why care about a passage? He too said lightly, you want to reverse dead spirits and turn them into living creatures. Do you really think it's easy? In the past, I also knew the death chi reversal method. I once reversed a sovereign. In my understanding, when my reversal speed is faster than the other party's death chi, I can succeed. But it turned out that I was wrong. The reversal failed. Halfway through, the death chi and life chi clashed, and he exploded. So, the reversal was not that simple. Then he said, moreover, there are some other difficulties. For example, you have to build a death chi passage. The passage you built now is built with Xianxia. Once you reverse it, you can only reverse Xianxia. Or you can cut off the death chi passage with Xianxia. Only then can you help other dead spirits reverse. Also, you're too weak. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Suyu broke through the air and punched. The void trembled, except for the fact that he didn't open his yang aperture. Suyu went all out. He too's eyes flashed. He took the punch head-on and retreated a little. Suyu smiled. Master, I'm not too weak, am I? He too was surprised. How did this guy become so much stronger in such a short time? Suyu smiled. Master, I think I'm improving very fast. I can't reverse it now. I think, maybe it won't be long before I can try it. Also, do you want to wait 10 years to use this passage? Master probably doesn't know much about that place, but I know a lot of things. If I'm strong enough, I can open that passage at any time. He too's eyes were strange. You can open it at any time? Of course. He too fell into deep thought. But Suyu didn't say much about this. He said, Master, where's that dumb king of dead spirits? You're looking for him? I'm just asking about the situation. He seemed to be a human when he was alive. He might be a human from this title change. I'm a little curious. In this era, which human still has such powerful strength after death? He wasn't the only one curious. He too was also curious. He said, that's true. This title change hasn't been around for long. That guy knew Great Qin King, so he might really be a dead spirit born from this title change. Even after turning into a dead spirit, he's still so powerful. Could he have been a level 9 Eternal Realm cultivator before death? Or was he extremely powerful before death? Or did he obtain some benefits from the dead spirit galaxy? He didn't know too much. He quickly said, that guy was teleported back by me. But after consuming the fruit of life and death, the will of the living and the dead spirits clashed. Even if you find him, it won't be of much help. But there's a high chance that he ran to the place where he revived. Dead spirits were like that. Even if they recovered some of their memories, it would be difficult for he too to control them. If we go there, we might meet him. He too said. He looked at Suyu and said, if you want to go there, tell me first. What is that place? Suyu thought for a moment and said with a smile, I won't hide it from you, Lord. I'm guessing that place is a special passage that corresponds to the starry mansion in the myriad worlds. There should be 360 planets or gates, and those are the locations of the divine orifices. He then added, the starry mansion was built by a living person. Do you know that, Lord? And this living person is terrifyingly powerful. He should have opened 360 origin and divine orifices. We teleported him here with the locations of his orifices. He too was stunned. He really didn't know. Of course, he had some guesses before. At this moment, even though he too was dead, he was still shocked. He thought for a moment and said, I've never heard of this when I was alive. He was the descendant of King Gong, even he didn't know about this. Clearly, not many people knew about it. He continued, when I was alive, I didn't even know that there was such a passage in the dead spirit realm. I don't think anyone has mentioned it. Suyu's words made him curious even though he was already dead. The face you summoned earlier was him? Yes. He too was shocked, is that person dead or alive? He's very powerful. When his face appeared, I thought human emperor had been resurrected. At the side, Xingyu said impatiently, are we going or not? What's so strange about it? The starry mansion was built by a corpse. Of course, not many people know about it. King Wu mentioned it once and disgusted many people. After that, he didn't say anything. He too was stunned. Suyu was also stunned. Both of them looked at Xingyu. Xingyu's face was cold. What are you looking at? I have some fragmented memories when I was alive. Is there a problem? If you mention it, I will remember something. If you don't mention it, I won't remember. He too was surprised. You, who are you? King Wu. King Wu, you can come into contact with him? Strange, Xingyu said coldly, so what if I can? I'm already dead. Thinking about this all day, isn't it tiring? Boring, I'm already dead. Thinking about this all day, isn't it annoying? Suyu was also curious. Lord Xingyu, who is King Wu? What's his name? Do you know? How would I remember? Xingyu said impatiently, everyone calls him King Wu. Who remembers their names? He too, on the other hand, opened his mouth and said, in the ancient times, there were a few big shots, and they were really big. High mountains. Human Emperor, King Wen, and King Wu were definitely the top three. Of course, there might be a Time Master, but Time Master is too mysterious. Then, he said, not many people know King Wen's name. King Wu, maybe, probably called Taishan? He wasn't too sure. Suyu's heart moved. Taishan, old Zhou scolded Taishan all day. So, the one who killed old Zhou was actually King Wu, damn, so powerful, one could tell how strong old Zhou was just by looking at him unleashing his resentment. But in ancient times, old Zhou was killed by Taishan. Did that mean that Taishan was stronger than old Zhou? King Wu was Taishan? Lord He too, are you sure King Wu was Taishan? I don't really remember. Probably. Then, he too looked around, try not to mention the names of those existences. If they're alive, they'll definitely know if you mention them. If they're dead, if they're revived in the dead soul's realm, they'll be able to sense it. If he's still in the dead spirit galaxy, you might wake him up if you yell for too long. That might cause a huge commotion. Even he too was extremely fearful of an existence like King Wu. Fearing that Suyu didn't understand, he added, in ancient times, the human emperor was the strongest. It's hard to say for now, but the human emperor's strength was unparalleled and could suppress 10,000 worlds. King Wen and King Wu might actually be stronger than the ancient demi-emperors. Only when the three strongest humans worked together could they suppress 10,000 worlds. You should know that although the human emperor was strong in that era, it didn't mean he was the only one who had transcended. Some of the half-sovereigns of the strong races are no weaker than human sovereigns. Human sovereigns can suppress them. King Wen and King Wu have made great contributions. Only when the three of them work together can they suppress all the realms in the universe. From this, we can see how powerful these existences were. So you understood, transcended? I just defined it randomly. He too didn't mind. In ancient times, almost all the marquises were at Dao integration. Dao integration was divided into weak and strong ones, but the human kings and demi-emperors of the other races were probably in another realm. The human emperors might also be in this realm, but I defined them as transcended. At their level, they wouldn't care too much about these things. As he spoke, Xingyu sneered, you don't know anything, yet you dare to deceive others. Not to mention others, at least from what I know, there are differences between human kings. Ordinary human kings like King Gong are on the same level as ordinary demi-emperors. Only existences like immortal emperors are on the same level as the human emperors. These existences are at least divided into two levels. He too felt like she was mocking him, his eyes became much colder. King Gong, my ancestor, fine, I don't feel much, I'm already dead, but I'm still a bit annoyed. Who said that King Gong was on the weaker level? So you didn't know what to do, so he quickly said, sirs, why don't we go over there and see what's going on? Also, both sirs are experienced and knowledgeable, so I think there are some things that both sirs must know. What is it? So you condensed a flower petal in the void, Master He too, you're a descendant of the human king. Do you recognize this bloodline symbol? Yes, bloodline symbol. He saw it in Suyu's memory. He too and Xingyu both glanced at him when he condensed this symbol, and he too said disapprovingly, a mixed bloodline inheritance, not pure enough. That's a hell hibiscus flower, plus the flame patterns. Hell hibiscus flower, let me think, should be the inheritance of the ancient Hell King. As for the flame patterns, there are many possibilities, but it's not pure enough, so it's hard to judge. Ancient Hell King, Suyu's heart stirred slightly. In that case, there were indeed some human monarch bloodlines in the human race, and that fellow who seduced the Tiani god cult leader was a descendant of the ancient Hell King. This was also the first time he confirmed the origin of the other party's bloodline. Suyu quickly said, Master, under normal circumstances, would people deliberately reveal these symbols? He too smiled disdainfully and said, some would. They flaunt their noble status. When they see some subordinates or weaklings, they will tell them that their status is incomparably noble, and that they are the direct descendants of the ancient human kings. Of course, ordinary pure-blooded descendants rarely do this, but mixed bloodlines, it's not surprising. In ancient times, mixed bloodlines were very lowly existences. The human king bloodline is noble, so how could it be mixed with other races? Wait. So you hurriedly said, it can't be the bloodline of two human kings? He too snorted disdainfully and said, what do you know? If both parties were human kings, the descendants born wouldn't form such a symbol. Such a mixed symbol means chaos. The authentic human king bloodline, even if the other party's parents were both human kings, if he wasn't born from the paternal or maternal bloodline symbol, or simply a special symbol of a newborn, it definitely wouldn't form such a mixed symbol. This means mixed bloodline. Human kings. And descendants of human kings aren't mixed bloodlines. He too explained. He knew more than Old Tortoise. After all, Old Tortoise wasn't human and didn't know much about these things, while he too was an authentic human king's direct descendant. After explaining this, he said again, where did you see this symbol? Did that person reveal it? If so, this person must be mixed bloodline, and should know some ancient secrets, so he might feel inferior. Revealing this symbol is also to tell everyone that he is an incomparably noble human king's descendant. In fact, this kind of mixed bloodline is usually not recognized. So you suddenly understood. I was wondering, if the other party was really powerful and could hide it, there was no need to deliberately leave this symbol. It turned out that it was deliberately revealed. Whether you understood it or not, the other party was telling everyone that his identity was incomparably noble, and that he was a human king's descendant. Hell King's descendant, so you remembered in his heart that mixed bloodline might not be pure human. Indeed, when it came to knowing more, these dead people knew more. Who said that the dead couldn't speak? Didn't this mean that even the dead could speak? So you thought to himself that in the future, killing people to silence them might not be reliable anymore. He had to kill the dead to silence them. It wasn't enough for a person to die. If he didn't want to be known forever, he had to find the other party's dead spirit body and then kill him. This was the way of the king. Otherwise, even the dead could speak. He too didn't care much about this, and quickly said, I can take you there, but Suyu, if you dare to play tricks, I will kill you. Also, you've humiliated me before, I still remember that. At the side, Xingyu said coldly, if you humiliated me, then so be it. Come at me, he too, I'm not afraid of you. He too cursed in his heart. Crazy, I'm talking to Suyu, why are you interrupting? Suyu immediately shut up. If Xingyu wants to stand up, you two fight. I just want to see the distribution of the divine apertures. It would be best if I can see the circulation route, but it doesn't matter if I can't, let me open the Yin aperture first. If I don't open the Yin aperture, I feel like I'm going to explode. I feel that he too is quite easy to talk to. He's really a good person. I didn't even try to fool you. He too, who was given the good person card, was thinking, the starry mansion was built by a living person. Is he dead or alive? If he is alive, can I subdue him? As for Suyu, if he wanted to see it, he would see it. He found that Suyu really knew a lot of things. A group of 3 people, 2 dead and 1 half dead, quickly flew into the air and flew toward the depths of the dead spirit domain. At the same time, Xinghong Ancient City. Nearby, there were more and more experts. The news of Suyu's entry seemed to have been guessed and leaked. Many people were judging whether Suyu was in the city or not. In the city lord's mansion, Lu Hong walked into the back hall, looked at Xinghong, bowed and said, My lord, we can't go on like this. We must find a chance to shock them again and make sure that Suyu is here. Otherwise, even if Suyu can come out, it will be difficult for him to return to the city. Xinghong opened his eyes and nodded slightly. Indeed, he had to let others know that Suyu was here, otherwise, if Suyu came out, it would be difficult for him to return to the ancient city even though the distance was not far. Wait a little longer. If someone dares to provoke me, I will take action. Lu Hong bowed and retreated. Very well, when someone provokes you, you can go. Xingyu doesn't seem to be here. Very good, I can go down. The dead spirit domain is full of dangers. It's not bad to improve myself. Within a month, I can leave. There are still 10 days. I have to leave within 10 days, before that brat Suyu returns. Little Suyu, you are still too inexperienced. I am leaving very soon, Lu Hongxin sighed in his heart and smiled. Suyu is powerful. He has calculated everything, but he did not calculate that I dare to go to the dead spirit domain. Are you afraid? Even if you come back, I will not be here. Goodbye, Suyu. At this moment, Lu Hong was full of emotions. He looked at the city lord's mansion, then looked around, and then looked at Xinghong behind him. He floated into the air and looked at the outside world. I may not have the chance to see the beautiful scenery outside the dead spirit domain again. I hope everything goes well. He looked at the group of invincible realm experts outside and sneered. With infinite contempt and disdain, he said in a clear voice, "A group of idiots, what are you looking at? Do you dare to enter the city and hit me? Trash." Arrogant, his arrogance made many people wonder again. Is this guy really not Suyu? Mother Fasters Kerr, so arrogant. To be honest, if you say that he is not Suyu, you will not believe it. Dead Soul's world. An angry roar sounded. How dare you? Who dares to cross my world? In the void, he too smiled and said loudly, Saber Wolf Monarch, it's me, He Tuesday. I'm passing by and returning to Hongmeng. In the distance, a powerful dead soul monarch appeared in the void. It had the body of a wolf and its dark eyes swept across the few people. Soon, it saw Xingyu and snorted, Xingyu, you dared to break into my territory. If not for the fact that I don't want to tangle with you, I wouldn't have let you go. Xingyu looked at it coldly and transmitted her voice to Suyu, kill it. Let's go together. Suyu, Xingyu, you've changed. He too was also speechless and transmitted his voice, don't cause trouble. It's not good to kill a dead soul monarch here. Besides, we're all family. We'll meet him sooner or later. After saying that, he too smiled and said, Saber Wolf Monarch, Xingyu didn't do it on purpose. Something important happened previously, and the Starry Universe mansion was in a riot. For my sake, if there's a chance in the future, host a banquet for Saber Wolf Monarch and apologize. Riot in Xingyu Mansion? The giant wolf murmured and snorted, for he too's sake, I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, I'll kill you without mercy. Xingyu looked at it coldly. I'll kill you sooner or later, so you didn't want to cause trouble, at least not now. His goal was to see the divine aperture map. It was easy to kill this guy. He would think about it after he opened the divine aperture. Now that Xingyu was easy to talk to, Suyu could come down from Xinghong Ancient City at any time. Suyu comforted, don't worry, Lord. I'll kill it and eat its meat in a few days. Humph, this trash is disgusting. Xingyu looked indifferent and didn't even bother to look at the giant wolf. Along the way, this had already happened for the third time. If Suyu was a social butterfly in the living soul realm, then he too was the social butterfly in the dead soul realm. He was familiar with some of the nearby monarchs. He could call their names and chat with them. Soon, the group flew past the sovereign's kingdom. Although it was called a kingdom, it was actually a wasteland. In the middle of the wasteland, some sovereigns would build huge palaces, some would simply build shacks, and some wouldn't even have shacks. These sovereigns seemed to be doing very badly. Of course, Suyu saw quite a few scattered undead spirits. There were a few sovereigns who might have recovered their memories from their previous lives, or they might even be generals. There was also an army of undead spirits in the kingdom. They were organized and easy to manage. Undead spirits were easy to deal with. They didn't need to eat or drink. All they had to do was absorb some death energy. In such a country, the monarch was usually more powerful. In the scattered countries, some of the sovereigns were just enlightened and ignorant. There were even 2 sovereigns who were almost as dumb as dummies. They stared blankly at them flying away, too lazy to move. If you don't find trouble with the dead spirits, they won't find trouble with you either. He too almost went down to trick them into becoming fighters, but in the end, he probably despised them for being too weak, so he didn't fall behind. At this moment, Suyu was also feeling a little suffocated as he flew. After passing the sovereign's kingdom, he couldn't help but say, "This damn place is too stuffy. Living people can suffocate to death here." He too and Xingyu looked at him quietly. "What are you talking about?" Suyu was speechless. He quickly said, "Sirs, what do the sovereigns of undead usually do?" He too smiled. "Many things. First, assemble the army of undead spirits and make preparations to kill into the world of living beings. Second, fight against the old tortoise. Don't let him have time to digest the death energy. Third, rope in the sovereigns and prepare for war at any time. Fourth, explore the dead spirit galaxy when you have time. Become stronger. Fifth." He had a lot of things to do anyway. He was very busy. Xingyu, on the other hand, said sullenly after a long while, "Cultivate." That's it, she didn't care about the rest. Suyu was speechless. "You're really bored. You've been cultivating for so long, but I don't see you getting any stronger. Look at Hichu. He's living a comfortable life, busy and busy. No wonder he's a key figure in the first tide flow." Suyu was quite interested in Tuesday. Hearing Tu's words, he said with a smile, "Lord Tu, I'm curious about one thing. How did you manage to lead the army of undead spirits into the world of living beings?" This was crucial, extremely crucial, Tu chuckled. "You want to learn?" "A little." "Why should I tell you?" Suyu thought for a moment. "Fate. We were both humans when we were alive. We were both lords of the ancient Hongming city. We both opened 360 orifices. We both learned how to reverse orifices. We were both men. We both went to the interstellar mansion. So, Lord, our fate is too great." He too was speechless. Speaking of which, there really was a little bit of fate between them. Hearing Suyu's words, he too said with a spurious smile, "You want to draw the Lord of Dead Spirits into battle? Actually, it's not difficult. Since you know how to reverse orifices, you can naturally reverse vitality and turn it into death chi. When the death chi in an area is too dense, you'll vaguely notice that the boundary between realms is weak. Break through the boundary and you can draw the Lord of Dead Spirits out. Of course, you have to discuss this beforehand. Otherwise, if an uncontrollable Lord of Dead Spirits comes out, you're asking for trouble." He too sighed. "Everything went smoothly for me back then. In the end, some disobedient Lord of Dead Spirits appeared. They killed indiscriminately and transformed undead spirits. That's why the old turtle was angry." "Unlucky." Xingyu mocked, "Serves you right. How can the Lord of Dead Spirits be so easily controlled?" He too sneered. "What do you know? What do you know?" There was indeed an accident. Back then, he had already discussed with some lords in the dead soul's domain. In the end, he was tricked by a few bastard lords who were passing by. Those bastards saw that there was a hole to go out and were extremely excited. They directly drilled out. He too didn't care. He was busy at that time, but those bastards came out and killed everyone they saw. That was why he was so unlucky, he too said again, "But even if you draw it out, it's not easy to control. It's too easy to lose control and cause chaos in the rules. The rules in the world of living are those 36 guardians. These people represent the rules. Don't think that the old turtle is helping you now. Haha, when the time comes, he will also kill you." Suyu nodded slightly. He thought for a while and said, "Back then, when you led the Lord of Dead Spirits to battle, you didn't break the rules in the beginning." Suyu fell into deep thought and said quickly, "First, the dead spirits are under the control of the Lord. Second, the death chi in the ancient city was drawn away by the Lord. Third, try to let the enemy touch the rules first. Fourth, don't kill the innocent. Fifth, don't let the death chi spread. Lord, do you meet these rules?" "More or less." He too was a little surprised. He looked at him and said with a faint smile, if you meet these, you can almost lead the dead spirits to run wild. But one thing is very important. You have to clean up the mess and keep absorbing the death chi. Don't let the death chi appear and spread. In fact, the most important point of the rules was to not let the death chi spread to the world of living. He too said again, in the world of living, you have at most 3 days. You have to take back all the death chi you created and take it away. Once the death chi spreads, you're finished. He too sighed. He had suffered a loss like this in the past. Those bastards couldn't be controlled and ran everywhere. He went all over the world to clean up after them. In the end, it was useless. They were monarchs after all. They ran too fast. Damn it, he was tricked to death by them. He then pointed at Suyu and said, also, remember, maintain the principle of equal exchange. What? Suyu was puzzled. He too explained, you'd better kill the same number of dead spirits as the dead spirits killed. Maintain the principle of exchange. Balance between life and death. It doesn't matter if there's a slight imbalance. Once the dead spirits kill too many, the world of dead spirits will give birth to more dead spirits and less living spirits. It doesn't conform to the principle of equal exchange. You will also face the punishment of the rules. So you remembered this. Sure enough, the old knew a lot. If he explored by himself, it would be easy to trigger some rules. On the side, Xingyu glanced at Suyu and said coldly, I won't fight for you. Give up. Suyu nodded with an indifferent expression, sir, you'd better cultivate in the passage. Don't get into trouble. If something happens, I'm worried that I'll lose my position as the city lord. He too smiled and said, it doesn't matter. If Xingyu dies, I can convert you. Forget it, you're a little dangerous. I see that you've opened half of the celestial aperture. If you act recklessly, I'm afraid you'll suck me to death. Obviously, he knew a little more. He said again, you dare to open the celestial aperture so casually? How audacious. In our era, it's not that no one knew how to open the celestial aperture, but, under normal circumstances, even if they knew, they wouldn't open it unless it was a life and death battle. If they opened it, it would be troublesome. Can a civilization master guarantee that he can open 360 celestial apertures? Can a fighter guarantee that he can open 360 celestial apertures? If he can't guarantee that his celestial aperture is not complete, he'll torment himself to death. Therefore, those who have opened the celestial aperture are either complete in both or just a little short of completion. They can barely open it or close it. Suyu nodded and said helplessly, I figured it out myself. How would I know all this? Monster, he too cursed inwardly. He had to admit that this kid was a monster. If he could figure it out himself, what else could he say? Under normal circumstances, no one would open 360 celestial apertures now. The celestial aperture should have become an ancient legend. In the end, Suyu opened them all. Are you sure you can open the celestial aperture and complete the yin aperture? If you can't, your so-called yang aperture will suck yourself to death sooner or later. The stronger you are, the greater the suction. How long do you think Xingyu can support you? Suyu didn't say anything. I'll give it a try, I should be fine. It was just 360 celestial apertures. Now that Suyu had opened 290, he didn't find it difficult. His talent was strong, even Suyu doubted himself. What's wrong with my talent? It was too powerful. There were some things that he couldn't judge himself. Was this talent related to the golden book in his mind or was it natural? If it was natural, that would be scary. It's normal if it's modified by the golden book. Suyu thought. If the golden book was really left behind by the time master of the previous era, it might be very powerful. It wasn't strange for it to modify his talent. This time, Suyu didn't come to explore the dead soul's realm. He had something important to do, faster the better. He didn't delay and continued flying for a while. They passed by the territories of a few lords of death again. Soon, they approached a huge river that stretched between heaven and earth. The passageway is nearby. He too pointed to the front and smiled. I just finished talking with Dumbo and saw a black hole open over there. It's the scene you mentioned. There are no other lords of death nearby. As he spoke, a roar came from afar. he too was embarrassed. F***ck, a war between lords, you're not giving me, Hichu, any face. Am I, Hichu, shameless? I just said there are no lords here and you guys started a war. Needless to say, Suyu and Hitu immediately concealed their auras and were about to fly over. Xingyu was about to release her aura to tell the other lords that she was coming. Suddenly, she felt that the two behind her didn't move. She quickly stopped and looked back. Speechless. Should they conceal their auras? Shouldn't lords be upright and dignified? Which lord of death would conceal their auras? Xingyu's brain stopped working. Soon, unnaturally, she concealed her auras bit by bit. Suyu glanced at Hitu's. Hitu's face was calm. It was a habit. Even if he died, he had maintained this habit for a long time. Don't look at it too much. 3. Hitu said. He sensed for a while and said uncertainly, 2 against 1. Are they fighting Dumbo? Dumbo might have returned here. Is he being targeted by other lords of death? He wasn't sure. It wasn't easy to judge the aura of death. A powerful lord of death like Dumbo didn't recover much of its memory. It was easy to be targeted. It was easier to kill and the benefits would be great. The few who were fighting in the distance were not weak. They might be the top lords of death who were targeting Dumbo. He too thought for a while and suddenly looked at Suyu. Your aura is weak. Just follow me. Xingyu, don't follow me. Just stay here. I'll go and see what's going on. If they are really dealing with Dumbo. Suyu quickly followed up, let's get close to them first and take the opportunity to strike. We can't expose ourselves at this point. Let's kill those 2 undead monarchs. Lord He too will pretend to help them, and I will pretend to be an invincible undead spirit and sneak attack them. Not bad. He too nodded, looking very satisfied. Look, it's easier to talk to living people. If you talk to Dumbo or Xingyu, it will be very troublesome. Xingyu might scold you. A lord would not be so shameless, boring lord of death. He too still wanted to come back to life. The world of dead souls was too boring. That was why he too helped Suyu and brought him here after Suyu said a few words. He also hoped that Suyu could come back to life. At that time, even if he was controlled by Suyu, he still wanted to come back to life. As long as he was alive, everything would be fine. Suyu didn't forget to play along with Xingyu. He said seriously, Lord, this place is very important. Lord, stay at the periphery. Once we make a mistake and let them escape, I hope you can stop them. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble. Xingyu didn't like the way he too talked. Hearing Suyu's words, she was relieved and said coldly, I have my own plan. Okay, done, everything was fine. Xingyu would stay here obediently. Suyu quickly said, My lord, you'd better find a safe place. At a critical moment, I might need your help. This time, Xingyu didn't say anything, but she was a little scared. I have to find a safe place. I'm not afraid of danger, but I don't want to be sucked dry by Suyu and be seen by others. That won't do. Soon, Suyu and he too concealed their auras and flew forward. They were getting closer and closer to the galaxy of dead souls. The aura of death was getting denser. Suyu opened up some of his yang acupoints to absorb the deathly aura so that his heart would not explode if it was too dense. Gradually, Suyu saw the scene in front of him. There were indeed 3 dead souls fighting under the galaxy of dead souls. None of them spoke, fighting in silence. One of them was familiar, Dai Dai. At this moment, Dai Dai's aura of death was a little weak, probably because it was injured in the battle with blood fire. It was surrounded by 2 dead souls in armor. He too's eyes changed slightly, and he transmitted his voice, it's one of the overlords of the nearby area, the Tiger Duo. They both have the strength of the 7th stage of the Eternal Realm. They've fought several times near our Hongmeng kingdom. These 2 brothers seem to be the 2 overlords of the Tiger clan in ancient times. They were killed by a peerless expert at the same time, resurrected at the same time, and founded the Tiger Duo Death Country in the Dead Souls domain. They're very difficult to deal with and have a bad temper. I've tried to subdue them several times, but they refused. It seems that Dai Dai is seriously injured, and his aura of death is overflowing. These 2 brothers are going to kill him, swallow his aura of death, and absorb his dead soul mark. They're not easy to deal with. It's a bit difficult to sneak up on them. They know me, but we're not good friends. There were also some social butterflies who were difficult to deal with, such as these two. He too had tried to persuade them several times, and even fought them several times, but it was useless. These two were stubborn. They couldn't beat he too in a one-on-one fight, but once they joined forces, he too couldn't beat them either. After fighting them several times and failing to subdue them, he too was too lazy to deal with them. He didn't expect to meet them here, so you didn't care, and quickly said, "My lord, I'll pretend to be a mindless dead soul and wander over." Stupid, mindless dead souls will also fear the king of dead souls, and won't dare to take the initiative to approach, let alone wander over. Is that so? So you had an idea, and quickly said, "Then I'll pretend to be a greedy dead soul and wander around, planning to reap the benefits." My aura isn't strong, and if these two are really overbearing, they'll definitely not like it. One of them will definitely attack me, and I'll take the opportunity to kill him, and my lord will sneak attack the other one. Are you sure? He too was a bit worried. I often meet some unreliable guys, and it's easy to mess up small things. Are you sure you can do it? Of course. Suyu was speechless. Of course I'm sure about such a small thing. If I go all out and open my young aperture, I can instantly burst out and punch. Even if I can't kill them, it won't be difficult to cripple them. Dead souls had fewer tricks than living people, and the only thing they were afraid of was the dead energy, which Suyu wasn't afraid of. When the dead souls fought with the living, the best weapon was the dead energy, which could easily corrode the opponent and turn the opponent into a dead soul, suppressing the opponent's vitality. This was the strength of the dead souls. Without this, the dead souls were no match for the same level in terms of tricks, power of rules, and intelligence. They would be defeated, so you didn't say anything more and quickly disappeared. His aura was slightly revealed. He looked a little sneaky and greedy. At this moment, he was wandering a few thousand meters away from the three dead spirits. He bent his body, and with greed and desire, he moved his feet and carefully moved toward the three spirits. The three dead souls who were fighting actually found him. The Tiger brothers sneered at him after sensing for a while, weaklings, quasi-invincible realm, or just barely entered the ranks of the king of dead souls. He had a little bit of intelligence, but his desire was greater than intelligence. He actually dared to hide under their eyes and even wanted a share of the loot. Second brother, you go kill him. No, boss, you go. The two brothers passed the responsibility to each other. This guy in front of them was finished. This was a big fish. If he was swallowed, both of them might advance. The premise was that one of them could swallow him. If two of them shared it, it would be a little difficult. Now there was someone who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Usually, they would love to eat one, but now, compared to this one in front of them, that one was too weak. Both of them were worried that if they left, the other would quickly kill him and take all the loot. Second brother, you go. The Tiger Clan's boss said telepathically, "Don't worry, this one won't die so soon. It's not too late for you to kill him and come back. Don't give that little guy any chance. Once he makes a move at the critical moment and ruins our plan, it will be too late for regrets. Such a powerful king of dead souls has just recovered, and his intelligence hasn't fully recovered yet. He's also injured. I don't know who did it. Finish the battle quickly, in case the person who injured him arrives." The second brother was a little reluctant, but the boss was right. After struggling for a while, the second brother quickly flew towards Suyu. He was extremely fast, a few thousand meters, and arrived in the blink of an eye. As for Suyu, as soon as he saw the second brother coming, his dark face collapsed, and he instantly fled backward. Humph. The second brother of the Tiger clan was very dissatisfied. "Run, where can you run to? You're delaying my business." If the boss took the opportunity to kill that guy, he would have less to swallow. He hurriedly chased after Suyu. He was very fast, and his sharp claws grabbed toward the back of Suyu's head. "I'll kill this reckless little guy. I don't know where this guy came from, but he's extremely daring." Suyu fled quickly, looking a little clumsy. He felt helpless. Sure enough, the dead souls were easy to deceive. The other party didn't even investigate much. That's right, since he's dead, there aren't many kings of dead souls who hide their strength, right? Maybe, forget it, Suyu, I'll teach everyone a lesson today. Even if you die, you have to be careful. If you fall into someone's trap, you will die a second time, and you won't be able to revive again." At this moment, his yang acupoint opened, and the seal on his heart was slowly unsealed. The deathly aura started to seep out, and he absorbed the power of the stars and moon. There was only one thing, and that was to kill this guy with one punch. If he couldn't be killed, then he would give him 2 more punches. Behind, the second brother of the Tiger clan caught up. He was extremely fast, and instantly appeared behind Suyu. He grabbed his head with his claws, and said coldly, "You're courting death." And Suyu suddenly turned his head, and with all his strength, he punched out. The other party didn't even dodge. Such a guy would definitely be able to take one of his punches. Speaking of which, will I be rewarded for killing the King of Dead Souls? Suyu punched out, thinking about this. There might not be any. He had killed many dead spirits before, and there were no rewards. The dead spirits had blood essence, but it wasn't of much use to Suyu. That's not right. I might be able to open a page of the Dead Souls Atlas, Suyu thought to himself. Right, it was time to open the Dead Souls Atlas. It would be a waste not to include such a powerful dead spirit in the book. Dead spirits were also a race. Even if they weren't, his book was still up to him, and he could include it if he wanted. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The second brother of the Tiger clan didn't even have time to say anything. He was only shocked and surprised. He seemed to have been punched by someone. Counterattack, with a loud bang, he was torn into pieces. Bones fell everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. It was all black blood. In the distance, the tiger was stunned for a moment. He looked over, and just as he turned his head, a palm came from behind. He too was very excited at this moment, and he sighed. As expected, it was still fun to work with the living. So you killed him just like that, without any hesitation. Damn it, it was too difficult to work with other dead spirits in the past. They would drop the ball at the critical moment. This time, he could finally deal with these 2 brothers. These 2 brothers were his great enemies in this area. Once they were dealt with, he would have the final say in this area. He too was very happy. He struck out with his palm, and with a bang, the body of the tiger boss cracked. On the other side, Dai was a little dazed. He also followed up with a punch, and the tiger boss was torn into pieces. He looked at He2 blankly. He2 ignored him and quickly chased after him. Although he was torn into pieces, the dead spirit monarch wouldn't die so easily. He had to destroy those bodies one by one, at the same time. Suyu quickly took out the book. The book covered heaven and earth, and hundreds of shadows of the sun and moon appeared, crazily devouring the scattered bodies of the dead spirits. Soon, pieces of black flesh and blood were devoured. In the end, Suyu grabbed a crystal-like crystal and revealed a look of doubt. Was this the dead spirit mark? Anyway, he didn't kill those weak dead spirits. After killing this guy, he actually got this. What was the use of this thing? Previously, He2 and Xingyu said that killing the dead spirits mainly devoured the death aura and the dead spirit mark. Could this be it? At this moment, he could see something struggling in the crystal-like object. It looked like the tiger boss. Suyu didn't think too much. He quickly sealed the heart, then suppressed it in the book and quickly flew over. A moment later, He2 beamed with joy and laughed. Suyu, you're very good. It's nothing. Suyu also laughed. This dead spirit was very stupid, and it wasn't difficult to kill it. It was indeed not a big deal. It felt easier than killing the crippled Shuehua. At least Shuehua had the risk of being overturned, but this one didn't. He2 said excitedly, this is not a small matter. I've always found it difficult to deal with these 2 working together. I've contacted other monarchs several times. It's really a trap. Every time at the critical moment, there would be mistakes. I didn't succeed even once. I'm so angry that I want to kill someone. Suyu laughed. Seeing that He2 was also holding a crystal-like object in his hand, he asked, My lord, is this the dead spirit mark? Yes. He2 said with a smile, good stuff. These 2 brothers are both ancient figures, and after their resurrection, they both have the power of the 7th phase of the eternal realm. If the necromancy seals devour them, they will strengthen our own necromancy seals, and we will recover even more memories from our past lives. Opening our minds and increasing our strength will be beneficial. After saying that, he looked at Suyu and said, "You should have taken one too. You won't be able to use it. Why don't you give it to me? I'll give you the treasures that I won't use later." Suyu grinned. "Forget it this time. This is for Lord Xingyu." In the distance, Xing Yu walked over weakly. Hearing this, she said indifferently, "I don't need it." Suyu grinned and said, "My lord, what are you saying? I'm your subordinate, have you forgotten? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. My lord, I'll give it to you. You can reward me with some treasures later." Same old trick, however, Xingyu fell for it. She pretended to ponder and said indifferently, "When I have the treasures, I'll kill a few Eternal Realm experts and take their bearer. Then, I'll reward you." "Thank you, my lord." As Suyu spoke, he tossed the crystal piece over. Xingyue caught it with satisfaction, feeling very satisfied. She couldn't kill the Tiger brothers. If she could, she would have done it long ago. This time, she picked up a treasure. "Not bad." Xingyue reluctantly praised him. "This subordinate of mine is not bad. He's just SOSO. He barely meets my requirements." It seems that the conversion wasn't too much of a failure. She glanced at he too provocatively. "Remember, this is my subordinate, not yours." He too didn't even bother to talk to her, he took a piece, which was not bad. At this moment, he looked at the wooden days and said in surprise, "Hey, after eating a life and death fruit, why do I feel that your spiritual wisdom is still ordinary?" He looked at Days strangely. "Dummy, do you remember me?" He too. Days replied. He looked at the river diagram with a blank look in his eyes. He too nodded. Not bad, he didn't forget him. "Dummy, you seem to have recovered some of your memory. Who are you?" Days looked at he too and then at Suyu. After a while, his eyes were clear and blank. After a long time, he said with difficulty, Tomb Keeper." He too was slightly stunned. "Tomb Keeper? Which tomb was it guarding?" "There are many Tomb Keepers." Suyu's eyes flickered, and he said quickly, "Tomb Keeper? The tomb of King Wen?" Days struggled for a while. After a long time, he nodded slightly. "The Tomb Keeper of the previous generation?" "Suyu, Tomb Keeper. The one who got the tombstone seemed to be the Tomb Keeper, right?" He hurriedly said, "Do you know Lu Wenyan? Is this Yibadian?" Days didn't respond. "Where is Yibadian?" Days was still numb, as if he was in deep thought. Suyu raised his eyebrows again. He didn't know Yibadian, Tomb Keeper. Could it be related to the Shenwen family? The Shenwen family. The first generation Xiachen, the third generation Nan Wujiang, the fifth generation Yibadian. This was a system. In fact, the second and fourth generation were not from the Shenwen family. In fact, the inheritance was Xiachen, Nan Wujiang, Yibadian, Yun Chen, Wan Tianxing, Lu Wenyan, Xiaolong Wu, Hong Tan, Baifeng, Chen Yong, Suyu, Wu Jia. At this moment, when he heard the name Tomb Keeper, Suyu's eyes flickered, and he suddenly shouted, "Principal Xiachen." The third generation did not die. Yibadian did not inherit the title of Tomb Keeper, but was a title general. Tomb Keeper. Xiachen, the first generation, Suyu was incredulous. The first generation Xiachen was indeed familiar with the great Qin emperor. He was from the same generation as the Daxia of Goguryeo, and was the Daxia of Goguryeu's cousin, not blood brother. Xiachen founded the great Xia Civilization University, the Holy Land of Exploration, and the Shenwen family. It could be said that without Xiachen, there would not be many people, so you did not know how Xiachen died. Xiachen did not seem to have reached the Dao realm. Could this powerful Days be Xiachen? There was a struggle in Days' eyes. Looking at Suyu, his eyes trembled. You are, do you know Nan Wujiang?" He too quickly said, "Don't ask. If you can't, eat a dead spirit mark to stabilize it." Xiachen? Interesting. The 10th Tide Shenwen Path Opener? He knew Xiachen, not only him, but Xingyu also knew Xiachen. At this moment, she felt strange and said, "He is Xiachen? I saw Xiachen once. His clothes were as white as snow, and he wandered the heavens alone with a sword. How could he be so stupid?" Suyu was speechless. Nonsense, he's dead, what else do you want? Speaking of which, what the hell was as white as snow? Wasn't that referring to me? Xiaochen also had this hobby. He looked at Days again. Days was struggling violently, gritting his black teeth. After a long time, he said, I guard the tomb. Inscribed tombstone. Inauspicious. Many Shinwen. Discard this. With a rumble, Days punched the ground. His aura exploded, but he quickly calmed down. The dead spirit's nature suppressed that wisp of memory, and he became dull again. On the side, he too rubbed his chin and smiled. Don't ask, it's suppressed again. It seems there's a big secret. Maybe he sealed his own memory before he died. After his death, it's even more difficult to unseal and recover. Suyu, on the other hand, was shocked. Inscribed tombstone, inauspicious? This was not the first time he heard this, but he did not feel anything. Previously, a big shot like Old Tortoise had said so. Such a big shot would not say it casually. Was there really a problem? But he really did not feel anything. He looked at Days again and frowned. Was this Xiaochen, the first generation, tomb guard? Did he obtain the inscribed tombstone and become the tomb guard, or was Xiaochen the tomb guard from the beginning? The ruins had always been under his control, but he stole the inscribed tombstone and walked out of the ruins. These two were completely different concepts. At this moment, thoughts rose in Suyu's mind. When I go back, I must find out more about Xiaochen. Because he did not pay much attention to the first generation before, he did not know much about him. Compared to the fifth generation, the first generation was much less famous. Suyu did not know Xiaochen's name in the Civilization Academy. It was only when he saw Xiaochen's name in the 100 Dao Pavilion that he knew this was the first generation. He did not know how the first generation died. He only knew that he left behind a secret realm in his sea of consciousness. The secret realm in the Sea of Consciousness was not a trash secret realm. Maybe Nan Wujiang knows something. Nan Wujiang was the first generation's disciple. The first generation died very early, not long after the establishment of the mansion. Could there be other reasons? The point was, if this was the first generation, why was he so strong? He too's awakening was only at the 7th stage of the eternal realm. Days' strength did not seem to be much weaker than he too's. Could it be that he was also at the 9th stage of the eternal realm when he was alive? Was this a joke? At this moment, Suyu could not wait to let Days recover its memory. Tell me why the inscribed tombstone was inauspicious. He stared blankly for a moment, unable to think of a reason. But it was very likely that the other was Xiaochen. Prefect. Suyu stared blankly, feeling a bit of melancholy. Prefect had left a heavy mark in the history of the 10th tide, in the history of the human race. The 10th tide had been the founder of Shinwen. But now, he had become a dead spirit whose nature suppressed humanity. Dead spirit marks or fruits of life and death could restore some of the other's memories. Suyu wasn't interested in anything else, but the inscribed tombstones. He suddenly looked at Tuesday. He-Two's expression changed. What are you looking at me for? You just took a dead spirit mark yourself. Can't you take it back yourself after giving it to me? He-Two was a smart man. Even though he had become a dead spirit, he understood the meaning in Suyu's eyes. Suyu smiled and transmitted, Your Excellency, you're too strong. One is useless. If you need it, you and I can work together. Dead Spirit Monarch, I don't need too many dead spirits domain. When I open my divine aperture, I can kill as many as I want. This is an investment, one that isn't too risky. In Suyu's eyes, dead spirit monarchs were like cabbages that could be killed at will. He too glanced at Suyu gloomily. Not too risky? I think it is. If you go out, you'll be in trouble. Do you really think I don't know? What a joke, people like you aren't destined to live in peace. If you go out, who knows how much danger you'll face, and a risk-free investment. Suyu transmitted, Your Excellency, you and I are tied players of the same generation. You should understand that people like us don't die so easily. Even if we die, it won't be now. At least we'll be able to recoup our losses. Haha, the tide player of the second tide died very quickly. He was killed by a passing demi-emperor as soon as he appeared. Suyu was speechless. He stammered, Human? Yes. He too had an indifferent expression on his face. That's right, he's a human. He just made a name for himself and confirmed his Dao into the Eternal Realm. A level 4 Eternal Realm expert fought with a level 7 Eternal Realm expert, and then there's no more. I don't know which old fogey passed by and killed him. Suyu cursed under his breath. F*CK, is there such a thing? How pitiful. Sure enough, there were all sorts of strange things in the infinite worlds. The pitiful son of destiny of this era had fought and killed a level 7 Eternal Realm expert. His strength was definitely not weak, but in the end, he was actually killed by that old monster. Agreed, just thinking about it made him feel aggrieved. Sir, has he turned into a dead spirit? I'm not sure about that. He too shook his head. The dead soul's domain was so vast that even he had not traveled all over. How could he know what was going on? What's more, some people wouldn't reveal their previous identities even if they recovered, or they might not even remember it at all. He was too lazy to say more. He glanced at Days and casually threw the dead spirit mark over. With his strength, consuming a dead spirit mark of the same level wouldn't help him much, but it was still very useful. However, what Suyu said made sense. It was better to invest a little. The cooperation with Suyu was quite smooth. And Days took the crystal piece, a little stupefied. He too said grumpily, absorb it. Days looked at this thing blankly, and his instinct took over. Soon, he began to absorb the crystal bit by bit. He too quickly said, let's go. There's a lot of noise in this place. Maybe there will be dead spirits coming to investigate soon. It won't take him a while to absorb this thing. Suyu nodded, and they walked deeper together. The black hole was just over there. At the same time, in a slightly prosperous country in the world of dead souls, there was a huge ancient city and a long stretch of dark palaces. In the palace, figures were walking around. In the dead soul's domain, those who were not quasi-invincible realm had almost no consciousness and were floating around randomly. At this moment, in a corner of the palace, in a huge hall, several dead spirits were sitting cross-legged. In front of them was a huge mirror. It was a floor mirror, similar to the shape of the sensing jade mirror of the Ming Mansion. At this moment, suddenly, a dead spirit opened his eyes and looked at some black light spots in the mirror. Just a moment ago, 2 light spots disappeared. The dead spirit frowned slightly. In the 28th district in the east, the tiger duo disappeared. Record it. I don't know if they were killed or pulled away by the rules. He too, Xianxia, and the one who has just been revived are nearby. As he spoke, he looked at an inconspicuous spot of light beside he too and the others. It was a little dark and blood red. He frowned and said, is there an outsider beside he too and Xianxia? Next to this dead spirit, another smaller dead spirit also opened his eyes and looked over. After a while, he said, it's hard to tell. Should we send someone to have a look? It may be a newly transformed dead spirit, or a half-dead spirit. Forget it. The 28th district in the east is quite far. When we get there, they will also disappear. Then, the dead spirit who spoke before added, keep an eye on them. In the east, the Star Mansion had a riot before. More than 20 kings of dead souls disappeared near the passage of the 30th district. The loss is too great. Give up the rules for now, and don't let dead spirits enter the Star Mansion. Does anyone know what happened in the Star Mansion? Did Lord Gong's essence restoring knife go berserk? It's hard to tell. Several dead spirits discussed. Soon, one of them said, should we report it to the king? No, it's a small matter. The king is in seclusion, but, let's report it to Marquis Yueming. There are many people who have recovered in the east. Let's leave it to Marquis Lanchan. Several dead spirits discussed and decided to report it. The tiger duo were very strong. After their recovery, they both had the power of the 7th level of the Eternal Realm. Such a powerful overlord of the dead spirits had to be reported. Of course, they had to wait. If the rules led them away, they might come back soon. After 3 days, they could only stay in the living world for 3 days because of the rules. The undead spirits guarding the mirror quickly closed their eyes and stopped looking at it. On the mirror, there were many black dots, some big, some small. There were also some that were similar to Suyu's, which were half black and half red. It either represented that they had just recovered, or they represented that they were half alive and half dead. This kind of thing was also very common in the dead soul domain. If it weren't for Suyu following He2 and Xingyu, few people would care about it. In fact, at this moment, no one cared. Whether it was a half-dead spirit or a newly recovered one, they were more concerned about the situation on He2's side. The tiger duo were killed, and He2's constraint was gone. They didn't know if it would set off waves nearby. At the same time, Suyu's Tribulation character in Shenwen jumped slightly. Suyu looked around and found nothing. There was no sign of human habitation, not even the shadow of a ghost. He too tilted his head. What's wrong? Nothing. It seems that there is a sense of crisis. The dead soul domain is full of crises. He too didn't think much of it. How could there not be crises in this place? In the sky above them was the dead soul galaxy, which was even more dangerous. He too didn't let his guard down. He looked around and shook his head. It's okay. If the sense of crisis is not too strong, then it's normal. He still attached great importance to Suyu's sense of crisis. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother to say or look. I didn't sense it, but you did, but since it was Suyu who said it, he still checked it. Suyu nodded and said with a smile, with my lord around, nothing will happen. Then, he calculated and said, today is the 21st day. I'd better go back in 9 days, or even earlier, to make some preparations. Lord, how long will it take? Soon. He too was also speechless. You want to go back in advance? Is this kid going to do something big? The two didn't mention the sense of crisis again. Of course, they had to be careful in secret. There was no harm in being careful, however, on their side, their strength was not weak. Dai Dai also had the power of a level 7 Eternal Realm expert, plus He2 and Suyu. Although Xing and Yu did not have the power, they also had the power of a middle stage Eternal Realm expert. This was an extremely powerful force. They were not afraid of ordinary crises. Unless a stage 9 Eternal Realm super mighty figure or a Dao integration super mighty figure came, they could still deal with it. There were also differences in strength among stage 9 Eternal Realm super mighty figures. The Great Qin Emperor, the Minister of Heaven, and the Blood Fire Demon King were actually among the stronger ones. There were people who were weaker than them, so they could deal with them. Suyu asked as he walked, why haven't we met those monarchs, half-emperors, marquises, and titled generals in the ancient times? Some are still in the Dead Soul Galaxy, some have awakened, but they might not be around here. He too said lightly, if you go east, you can actually meet a few old acquaintances. You can go and have a look when you have time. There were many people who were alive, but their minds were not very clear. Alright, the Dead Souls realm was too big, Suyu was also speechless. They had been flying for a day, but it sounded like this was only a small area. The Dead Souls realm was really big. It felt like even the All Heavens battlefield was not as big as this place. In fact, it was indeed not as big as the Dead Souls realm. After flying for a while, Suyu saw a huge black hole embedded in the bottom of the Dead Soul Galaxy. There were some weak dead spirits wandering nearby, but there were no strong dead spirits. He too pointed at the huge black hole. That's it. When I was receiving Dai Dai, a vortex suddenly opened here, so I came over to take a look and was teleported over. After saying that, he glanced at Days and said with a strange expression, this guy, he's also flying over here. Has he been here before? Suyu was surprised. Xiachen had been here before, it couldn't be. Senior Xiachen, you have been here before? Suyu asked, staring blankly at the black hole. After a long while, he said with difficulty, I know this place. Soon, the aura of death filled his eyes again, turning them gray. Suyu was helpless. This kind of situation was the most troublesome. He knew a little bit of everything he asked, but he couldn't explain it. Powerless, forget it, I don't need to know anything. I only need to know how the 360 divine orifices are distributed. He didn't hesitate too much. After making a quick judgment, he flew into the sky. He too, Xingyu, and the others quickly followed. A moment later. After passing through the long black hole, Suyu's eyes lit up. It was a pleasure to be able to see the starry sky in this godforsaken place. Hundreds of large stars floated in the air. Suyu took a look. It was fine if there was no comparison, but when he did, he was wild with joy. A map of the divine orifices, it's definitely it, my guess was right. Outside is the map of the origin orifices, and here is the divine orifices. At this moment, these stars were very dim. There were no signs of teleportation. Without teleportation, there was naturally no way to open them and use the cultivation technique. That's not important, Suyu panted, a little excited. What's important is that I can open all the divine orifices. Also, with the opening of the divine orifices, I might directly enter the mountain sea realm like before. Divine orifices fused. Last time, the origin orifices naturally fused with 40 acupoints. This time, if the 40 acupoints fused, it would be the mountain sea realm of the Master of Civilization. There were still some differences between the Master of Civilization and the Warrior of Civilization. As for the heavenly cycle divine orifices cultivation technique, even without it, the impact would not be too big. The impact would come later, when the sun and moon were invincible, not now. Xinwen only sketched 30. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Suyu thought. The splitting method seemed to have reached the mountain sea realm, and the sun and moon were trying to do it. Before the splitting method worked, Xinwen didn't finish sketching, so it shouldn't be a big problem. It wouldn't affect the subsequent outline of Xinwen's combat technique. Now, Suyu's outline of Xinwen was mainly about the natural Xinwen. As for the non-natural Xinwen, he rarely sketched it. The divine orifice's location map. Suyu looked at the sky, his face full of joy. He too looked at it carefully for a while and nodded slightly. I didn't pay much attention to it before. It is indeed a divine orifice's location map. I didn't open many divine orifices back then. As he spoke, he frowned slightly and said, "Is the divine orifice's location map useful? Those who come here are all dead, and their origin orifices and divine orifices have become illusions. What's the use of knowing the map?" Suyu smiled and said, "Maybe it was prepared for the living, or there were actually living people in the dead soul's realm back then?" He too was too lazy to guess, he didn't answer. Think what you want. This divine orifice's map was not very useful to him. He looked at Suyu and said, "Are you sure you can open 360 divine orifices?" That was the key. Suyu took a deep breath and looked at the sky. He said, "I'll try. I've opened 290 divine orifices now, and I'm still 70 away. It's quite difficult. I'll try to open 10 a day and finish it in 7 days." As he spoke, he took out a large number of treasures. Including the huge Sky River sand, they were all treasures that strengthened willpower. He too was too lazy to say more. Soon, he crossed over to a star. He wasn't afraid of being teleported to the star mansion. However, after a careful examination, he too shook his head and said, "There's no way to teleport it. It seems to lack energy. I don't know if it will be activated again after a month." If it didn't work, he could only wait for another 10 years. Suyu didn't care about this. He was most concerned about the divine orifices. As for the star mansion, it was up to him whether he wanted to go or not. Divine orifices. As long as the divine orifices are full, the yin orifices will soon be discovered, and the yin orifices will be opened and the yang orifices will be completed. At that time, I can open and close them as I want. I don't have to keep absorbing my energy. Even so, Suyu still needed a power bank when he was absorbing and activating the technique. The star moon seemed to be lacking a little, otherwise, relying entirely on his own energy output would be too weak in terms of endurance. As Suyu thought about it, he didn't say anything else. He quickly sat down cross-legged, compared the star map, and quickly began to open his orifices. Divine orifices opened. At this moment, in his sea of will, 290 divine orifices were opened. Among them, some were very strong. Suyu glanced at it and frowned slightly. It might not be smooth to close the orifices. The main reason was that he had swallowed a lot of sun-moon mystic yellow liquid in order to strengthen the orifices. Unless he had more, he could balance all the divine orifices. There's no hurry. At this moment, compared to his yuan orifices, the divine orifices were still too weak. Suyu didn't care whether he advanced or not, as long as he opened the yin orifices. Don't mess around. Suyu's willpower fluctuated, and he threw the little fur ball away. Don't stop me from opening my orifices. Go play on the side. In the sea of will, the little furball swayed its body and didn't care. Soon, it drilled into the floating book of civilization at the side, drilled into the book cover, and lay on the word civilization. Its small body lay on Tu Shenwen. It didn't matter. Now that it wasn't in the sea of will, it could also go to the book of civilization. These Tu Shenwen were also fragrant. As for Suyu, when he saw it lying in the book of civilization, he was slightly stunned, and his eyes moved slightly. That's right, the little furball kept saying that the golden atlas was fragrant. According to its own deduction, if this thing was a Time Master's weapon, the little furball didn't really care much about weapons. In that case, there might really be a Shenwen in this atlas. Suyu's eyes were strange. Maybe. Like himself, there was a Shenwen integrated into it. Shenwen, Suyu exhaled. This atlas, he didn't use it much now. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't use it at all. For example, if he got the blood essence of a pseudo-emperor, he could give it a try. If there was a chance one day, he would integrate this thing into his book of civilization. Suyu had this idea. In the sea of will, the golden atlas trembled slightly. Suyu felt it, and his eyes narrowed. Interesting, it might really be a powerful divine weapon that had a little bit of spiritual wisdom and could feel some of his thoughts. After all, even the medicine cauldron could feel it. Whatever, Suyu quickly began to absorb the willpower. The 290 God apertures erupted to open the God aperture. Previously, when he advanced to Ling Yan's 9 changes, Suyu absorbed a lot of rule force, and there were still some leftovers. The little furball was also full and didn't eat much. At this moment, it was the most suitable to open the God aperture. Unfortunately, he didn't know the location of the God aperture before. Otherwise, Suyu would definitely absorb more rule force, even if he didn't enter Ling Yan's 9 changes. The higher the God aperture, the harder it was to open it. However, it couldn't withstand the power of rule force. Boom, above the sea of will, another star was opened, and 291 God apertures were opened. The speed was quite fast. Suyu closed his eyes and continued to open the God aperture. 292,293, one by one, he opened the God apertures. Around him, some treasures were quickly crushed by him. Whether they were suitable for opening the God aperture or not, Suyu didn't care about wasting treasures. Some treasures were more suitable for the Kaiyuan aperture, but they weren't of much help in opening the God aperture. They could only provide a weak willpower. Suyu didn't care either. Crushing them all could provide a little, and with the purification of the Tianhe sand, it was still very pure. 300. 310, Suyu was still opening the God aperture, and time passed by little by little. He too and the others looked calm as they waited silently. For the undead spirits, this time was too short, and they didn't need to care about it at all. He too was a little bored waiting. He glanced at Xingyu and transmitted his voice, "Don't you want to take the opportunity to kill him? The stronger Suyu is, the more impossible it is for you to convert him. And even if he opens the complete God aperture, he won't absorb your death chi, but once the war breaks out, he will need to borrow the power of the God aperture, and sooner or later you will be sucked dry." Xingyu glanced at him coldly. He too smiled and transmitted his voice, "Don't tell me you want to wait for him to resurrect you? I'll tell you the truth. It's too difficult. Back then, there was also a monarch who converted me. I wanted to resurrect him later. I'm sorry, but he exploded. Halfway through the conversion, he died, killed by me. In fact, I didn't want to. I wanted to resurrect him and really go out of the dead soul's domain to help me, but he still died. Suyu knows nothing about this now. If he wants to convert, the first one will be you. The probability of you being converted by him is very high." Xingyu looked at him again. After a long time, she spat out 2 words, "Idiot." He too was startled and a little angry. "Are you scolding me?" Xingyu ignored him. "So what if I scolded you? You dare to hit me. I'm not afraid of you." Xingyu was too lazy to pay attention to him. While absorbing the dead spirit mark, she was thinking. It seemed like a long, long time ago. She was enjoying this feeling, silently experiencing it. What did he too know? Dead spirits were already dead. What harm was there in dying again? As long as Suyu was alive, she at least felt some emotions that she had never felt before. anger, thinking, excitement, surprise. Suyu's existence was reminding her that she was no longer a dead spirit who only had killing intent. She had emotions. This seemed to bring her back to the time when she was alive. In He-Tu's eyes, there was only life and death, only interests, while Xianxia thought more about feelings. Different feelings. He-Tu wouldn't understand. How could these people who only wanted to fight for hegemony understand these things? Gradually, some memories appeared in her mind. Xianxia silently absorbed, comprehended, and experienced. After a long time, she said, once the celestial aperture is fully opened, he will no longer be limited by it. When he really completes the first aperture, the power of the celestial aperture will also be his own power. He will no longer need to absorb external forces like now. Huh? He too was stunned for a moment, and then transmitted his voice. Do you know the situation of the celestial aperture? Opening the celestial aperture was really not something that ordinary people could do. It required the spirit aperture and yuan aperture to be fully opened. There were probably only a few such people even in ancient times, right? Xianxia said indifferently, why not? The celestial aperture has been opened in ancient times. Who the hell are you? He-Tu's interest was aroused. You know King Wu and know about the celestial aperture. I suddenly realized that your identity when you were alive may not be ordinary. Xianxia ignored him. She knew a lot, but there were some things that she was too lazy to say. He-Tu said again, then let me ask you, do you know where those guys who are still alive are? He gritted his teeth a little. Also, is there any communication between the dead soul's domain and the living domain? Back then, when I opened the dead soul's channel, there were suddenly dead souls rushing out. I found that they were not from this area, so where did they come from? Not only were there many of them, but they were also very strong. Was I being schemed against? He had already established a great advantage in the late stage of the first title change, but in the end, he was defeated by the dead souls, because he had seriously violated the rules. The old tortoise had to represent the rules and destroy him. In fact, he did not hate the old tortoise that much. He had already negotiated with the old tortoise, however, at that time, he had violated the rules too seriously. If it continued, he was not the only one who would be out of luck, but also the guards of the 36 cities. Because their defense was not good, once the aura of death spread completely, the 36 guards might die. So, the old tortoise killed him. With his death, the first title change gradually came to an end. The human race was defeated. Many years after his death, he too had been observing. Unfortunately, he could not go out. The old tortoise had suppressed him for countless years, and some of the things he observed were, after all, only seen, not experienced, so he was not too sure. Xianxia, do you know anything? Xianxia was silent. Suyu is the next me. He too said lightly, sooner or later, he will become me. He is too similar to me. Similarly, he became the master of the ancient city. Similarly, he used the strength of the dead soul domain and even wanted to summon the dead souls to fight for him. If he does not grasp the situation, once he opens the dead soul channel in the living world, a large number of dead soul monarchs will rush out. Out of control, I am afraid the old tortoise will kill him. Compared to Xianxia and the others, Suyu is obviously inferior. Violating the rules, the 36 city masters were punished. Killing Suyu was to uphold the rules, so he could not be punished. How to choose? The old tortoise must be biased. Xianxia slightly frowned. I do not know. I am already dead, how would I know this? But, the dead soul domain is not necessarily a land without a master. He-Tu's eyes narrowed. When you were alive, did you know the situation of the dead soul domain? I do not know, but I vaguely know something. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then sent a voice transmission. The dead soul domain should have a master. The human emperor may have even conferred the title of king of dead souls. I do not remember the specifics, nor do I know. She looked at He-Tu. You have been wandering around all these years. Did you find anything? I found some insignificant things. He-Tu thought for a moment, then said, in the dead soul galaxy, when some people awaken, a wisp of death aura will disappear. Maybe someone has collected their aura. For the record, maybe someone is collecting information about all the experts in this godforsaken place. Second, if you go east, at the end, it is separated by the dead soul galaxy. I tried to cross it, but failed. Huge waves rose to the sky and almost killed me. I suspect that the other side is still the dead soul domain. Third, it has been 100,000 years since the first tide flow. I found that the number of experts attracted by the dead soul galaxy is far less than what I expected. Many of them have disappeared. Fourth, apart from the fact that I consumed the fruit of life and death when I was still alive, the old tortoise showed mercy to me. He didn't destroy my body and directly turned me into a dead spirit. With some of my memories, I hid under the ancient Grand Mist City like a tortoise. I discovered that the main characters of the other 10 tidal waves were not here. He too did not awaken in the dead soul galaxy. He turned his physical body into a dead soul, and with some of his memories, he entered the dead soul domain under the ancient Grand Mist City, occupied it, and became the master of the Grand Mist Kingdom. That's why I speculated that those fellows weren't in this area, especially the one from the 9th tide. He was an expert who was close to the level of an ancient human king. His death should have caused a huge commotion due to the dead spirits galaxy, but I didn't sense anything. In the 9th tide flow, a peerless overlord appeared in the human race. He was extremely powerful, but he was killed in the end. However, he too did not see him here. He did not discover him, and there were no signs of him coming back to life. Almost 10,000 years had passed since the last tide flow. Now, even Xianxia might have come back to life. Was that person not coming back to life, although it was said that the more powerful one was, the more difficult it was to revive? But there should have been some signs, right? He too did not see many Dao integration stage cultivators here. There were very, very few of them. Xianxia was a little dazed. After a long while, she said, "I'm not sure. According to you, we are only in a corner of the dead soul domain, right?" "That's right." He too nodded. "Those guys who screwed me over might not be from this area." He continued, "There's one more thing. During the last tide flow, the previous demon monarch ventured into the dead soul domain and perished from severe wounds. To put it bluntly, how many people in this place could severely wound him to the point where he couldn't recover and perish on the spot? Apparently, he only perished after venturing into the dead soul galaxy and was severely wounded by the dead spirits in the dead soul galaxy. Let me ask you this. Have you ventured into the dead soul galaxy before? Did those powerful beings attack you?" "Very rarely." Xianxia looked at him. He too continued, "Hence, there might be some issues with the demon monarch's death. He might not have been severely wounded by the dead spirit monarchs in this area. Instead, he was an outsider." Xianxia didn't say anything. She wasn't too concerned about this. However, he too continued, "Don't think that this has nothing to do with you. I've discovered that the flame demon could be an opportunity. The previous demon monarch ventured into the dead soul galaxy. Perhaps he was trying to resurrect someone, but he didn't manage to find that person in the end, so he planted a pawn in the dead soul galaxy, which is the flame demon. The demon race has always wanted to resurrect him and lead him back to the dead soul galaxy. How are they going to resurrect him? If Xianxia wants to resurrect a dead spirit, he might have to make a trip to the demon race." Xingyi's eyes flickered. Perhaps. The flame demon's strength wasn't too strong, probably at level 6 of the Eternal Realm. However, he should have been stronger than that when he was alive. If he was resurrected, perhaps he could regain his strength, which would be of great help to the demon race. However, this might just be a prelude. What the demon race wanted wasn't just the flame demon. They might even want to resurrect other demon race experts. For example, the previous demon emperor, that was a powerful lord. There were many experts in the 9th tide, and the Bloodfire Demon King was one of the outstanding ones. However, he wasn't the main character, but a supporting character. Even he had the strength of level 9 of the Eternal Realm. One could imagine how many experts had appeared in the 9th tide. The conversation between the two was mainly with he. Tuesday time passed bit by bit. There were fewer and fewer treasures around Suyu. In the end, Suyu even began to crush things like the dragon blood fruit. Not just the dragon blood fruit, but also the water condensed pearl, the emperor's saliva. Suyu was absorbing all of them. He was using the Milky Way sand to purify some willpower. Obviously, he lacked willpower and needed a lot of it. Even if these things could only provide a little, he wouldn't hesitate to consume them to replenish his willpower. If outsiders saw this, they would probably cry in distress. As for Suyu, he understood a truth. Only when you are strong will things belong to you. If you aren't strong enough, once you die, no matter how many treasures you have, they might belong to others. In the Sea of Will, 350 apertures were lit up. There were still 10 left. However, the treasures that could replenish willpower had been used up by Suyu. Suyu was in a dilemma. The next moment, a giant hand suddenly grabbed Little Furball, who was licking Shinwen. Little Furball looked innocent and confused. "What are you doing, killing the ball? I'm already out." "I'm so powerful, yet you still want to kill the ball? Spit out some willpower and rule force to me." "Huh? Stop pretending," Suyu said angrily. "With your small physique, I know how much you can eat. Every time, you will eat a little more and store it as a snack. You think I don't know? Stop talking nonsense and spit out some for me to open my apertures. Once my apertures are opened, I will become stronger and kill Tiangu for you to eat. You can't kill them, but I can. Hurry up." I only have a little bit." Little Furball pitifully spat out a little bit of rule force. Suyu quickly absorbed it, and with a bang, 351 apertures were opened. Suyu looked at it silently. Little Furball was very sad and spat out a little more. "This is all I have." Boom, 352 apertures were opened. "There's really nothing left." Little Furball was about to cry and spat out a little more. Suyu continued to absorb and continued to open his apertures. 353 apertures were opened. Little by little, Little Furball's wealth was emptied. By the time Suyu opened 358 apertures, the Little Furball suddenly burst into tears. "There's really nothing left. There's nothing left. Really, it's so fragrant. I have nothing left." It cried. The fragrant feeling emptied it. It's not human. It had turned from a rich furry ball into a poor furry ball without a penny. Suyu was actually shocked. This guy hid so much, and it helped him open 8 apertures. No wonder this guy wasn't interested in treasures recently. In other words, it was hiding a lot. Had it really been completely emptied? Looking at how sad it was crying, Suyu was too lazy to say more. Soon, a few Shinwen enveloped it. "Go and lick it yourself." "What are you crying for?" "Wah, wah," Little Furball cried miserably, lying pitifully on Shinwen and licking it. It had no more love in this world. It was so sad. If Tiangu wasn't killed for it to eat, it wouldn't agree. As for Suyu, he was having a headache. Only two more apertures were left. What else could be used to provide willpower? He looked through all his storage, and soon, he saw some treasures. He gritted his teeth and used them. Those were the remaining manuals of invincible experts. Last time, Suyu burned a lot of them. At this moment, there were still a few left. In addition, there was Silkworm Destruction King's Time, Xiao Long Wu's Heaven-Splitting Blade. These were the will of the experts, and now, they were all burned. It was enough to open 2 apertures for himself. As these treasures burned, soon, a divine aperture was opened. After a while, Suyu almost exhausted all his savings, and the last divine aperture was shining. It was about to be opened. Suyu was overjoyed. Motherf ****. After exhausting everything, I finally succeeded. The 360th divine aperture was about to be opened. He just didn't know if the dead soul's domain would be covered by the rules and the human emperor would appear as a reward. If it appeared, it would represent that the human emperor had truly unified the heavens, including the dead soul's domain. This was a terrifying rule. He was in charge of life and death. At this moment, golden clouds began to slowly appear in the black passage. He too and Xingyi were both stunned. A reward from the world? It was almost impossible to see in the dead soul's domain. Was Suyu going to succeed? At the same time, in the hall before, several dead spirits opened their eyes again and looked in that direction. At this moment, the light spots on the mirror fluctuated, and one of the dead spirits said strangely, "The power of the rules is fluctuating so strongly. What happened? Is the rule guiding it? Or is a powerful undead spirit awakening? Why don't we send someone to take a look? It will take too long if we go. We still have to send someone to take a look. He too is over there." This guy entered the dead soul's domain directly back then, and it's not very easy to control him. We still have to investigate his movements. It's not easy to investigate. The Guardian General has been interfering with us. That old ghost, several dead spirits and the Guardian General were a little helpless. This person was just a nominal title. His real strength was probably comparable to the Guardian Marquis. A Marquis was an overlord even in the ancient times. He too was under his protection. Yes, protection. He too was in his territory. Any dead spirit monarch who went there would have to consider whether they could deal with that old turtle that was in existence that could be conferred the title of Marquis in ancient times. Originally, when the old turtle finished his mission, King Gong had already asked for a decree to confer him the title. Now, King Gong's descendant, he too, was in his territory. Who would dare to rashly find trouble? Sigh. The group of dead spirits sighed. There was no other way. They still had to investigate. That old turtle, it was better to avoid him a little. In the void, clouds appeared. One after another. Heavenly cycle stars, human emperor sends blessings. Suyu opened his eyes and glanced at it, speechless. Was this a perfunctory design by human emperor's subordinates? The last time he opened his 360 orifices, the blessing given to Suyu was heavenly cycle forging body, human emperor sends blessings. So, it was just 2 words changed. On the side, he too and Xingyu were a little sluggish. Looking at the starry sky, he too murmured, can the dead soul's realm also have blessings? This was the first time they had seen it, Suyu was used to it. It wasn't the first time he had sent blessings. This time, the enlightenment was related to willpower. This blessing was either willpower or shunwen, or the power of the rule. The power of the rule could only be harvested when divine punishment and divine blessing appeared together. Under normal circumstances, it could only be absorbed. Soon, the clouds fell toward Suyu, the 360 divine orifices bloomed with resplendent light. It was just that some of them were different in size, however, this problem was quickly solved. When the first cloud fell, Suyu was stunned. This power felt a little like the Sun-Moon Mystic Yellow liquid, but it seemed to be more useful than the Sun-Moon Mystic Yellow liquid. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. Now, he had 2 choices. The first was to strengthen Shunwen, and the second was to strengthen the aperture. After entering the Mountain Sea realm, the Mountain Sea realm would become one, and Shunwen would advance. However, if he couldn't complete the aperture closure, it would be difficult for Shunwen to advance. After hesitating for a moment, Suyu quickly chose to strengthen the aperture. The divine orifices were strong, and after completing the aperture closure, he would instantly step into the 9th level of the Mountain Sea realm, and then bring Shunwen to advance. This might be more suitable for him. In his mind, the little furball really wanted to eat it. Suyu quickly shouted, "You can't eat it this time, I don't have enough for myself." "Next time," I said, "I'll give it to you after killing Tiangu." "You're lying, you can't kill Tiangu." The little furball felt wronged. "You lied to me, I know." This was just a dream. Xianxia was very powerful now, but it wanted to kill Tiangu. "Just wait, who knew how long it would take, my inventory is all gone." "Can't you give me some?" "Don't worry, if we can't kill Tiangu, we'll kill some immortal clan first. It's all fragrant, what's the rush?" Suyu comforted her. "Don't cause trouble at this critical juncture. If I advance to the mountain and sea realm, I might be rewarded by heaven and earth. If I open my divine aperture, I might be rewarded." In this era, reaping the wool of rule force was the right way. Very quickly, Suyu absorbed the power of the clouds and strengthened his divine apertures, causing them to expand. All 360 divine apertures were operating naturally. However, this kind of natural circulation was not the kind of cultivation technique. It seemed that he was still lacking a cultivation technique. Suyu did not care too much. If there was none, then so be it. Level up first. The divine apertures devoured the power of the clouds. Xingyu watched for a while and disappeared in an instant. Not long after, a rumbling sound came from outside. There were dead spirits rushing over. It might be the dead spirits wandering nearby. He too also watched for a while and laughed. This talent. Amazing. 7 days, just as Suyu had said, he only spent 7 days to complete the opening of the heavenly cycle divine aperture. Inhuman, for Suyu, was there still a limit or a bottleneck? He too fell into deep thought. Suyu's talent was a bit heaven-defying. Was this talent because of his bloodline or something else? Suyu did not have time to think about this. At this moment, he rapidly devoured. One by one, the divine apertures bloomed with a dazzling light. The entire sea of wool was trembling, expanding, and growing. Above the sea, a large hammer appeared. It was the God-expanding hammer. Next to the God-expanding hammer were 99 Shenwen battle techniques outlined by Shenwen. At this moment, 28 Shenwen battle techniques floated above, revolving. Among them, the bloody Shenwen battle techniques advanced to the sun and moon battle techniques, and the other Shenwen battle techniques showed signs of advancing. Gradually, all the divine apertures bloomed with a similar brilliance, and the power of the clouds, the power of the reward, was almost completely absorbed by Suyu. Boom! At this moment, the stars in the sky above the sea of wool changed. 360 stars rapidly revolved, and 40 stars began to converge. This was a sign of advancing to the mountain and sea realm. The mountain and sea realm of a civilizator. Suyu's civilizator rank had always been slightly faster than his fleshly body, but his fleshly body was stronger. As a civilizator, his support was very good, but in terms of actual strength, Suyu made a rough estimation. Even if he had opened 360 divine apertures, Ling Yan's current strength was at the 9th level. It would already be impressive if he could defeat the sun and moon battle techniques. Compared to the fleshly body, the gap was too great. Yes, with Ling Yan's civilizator willpower, Suyu felt that he still had a chance of defeating the sun and moon battle techniques. In the path of civilizator, his strength was similar to Madonna's. Boom, the entire sea of wool trembled again. This time, 40 divine apertures were converging. Suyu didn't derive the divine aperture converging technique, which made him feel a bit sorry for Wu Lan. He had promised Wu Lan that he would derive the divine aperture converging technique and name it after her. Unfortunately, his strength didn't allow him to. Suyu sighed ruefully and helplessly. I can't do anything about it. I opened 360 divine apertures, so naturally, he has opened divine apertures. I really can't do anything about it. Since he's already opened divine aperture converging technique, what's the point of deriving it? How about I wait until I get the divine aperture circulation technique and combine all 9 divine apertures into one? At that time, I can change the name. With this thought in mind, Suyu began to strengthen the God-expanding hammer. Recently, he had been using his fleshly body so much that he was on the verge of losing the God-expanding hammer. This thing, once he reached the 9th level of the mountain and sea realm, compressed and opened 360 divine apertures, wouldn't he be able to hammer the sun and moon battle techniques into dizziness, even more powerful? With a hammer strike, even the sun and moon battle techniques of the sea of wool would collapse. The God-expanding hammer was truly a powerful divine technique. Rumble, his sea of wool continued to expand. Converging apertures, advancement, expansion, the 40 divine apertures rapidly began to converge. 10, 20, 30, when the 40th divine aperture merged with the other divine apertures, it became a single divine aperture. With a loud rumble, the sea of wool expanded again. At this moment, some clouds once again appeared between heaven and earth. The reward for advancing to the mountain and sea realm. Previously, he had already received a reward for opening the divine apertures. In fact, he had received it faster than opening the Kaiyuan aperture. The reward for opening the origin aperture was only given after the body forging. This time, it was different. It was given twice, however, this time, there were no blessings. Only some willpower emerged from the clouds. This time, Suyu didn't do anything else. He only wanted to advance Shenwen. He wanted Shenwen to advance. The blood Shenwen had advanced to the sun and moon battle techniques. However, Suyu still needed to advance a few more Shenwen. Tranquility, Calamity, Een, and Transformation. Suyu needed them to advance to the 5th rank. In addition, the Penetrate that he had just comprehended and the Slow that he had comprehended previously also needed to advance. The civilization that had entered the sun and moon battle techniques didn't need to be advanced now. When the civilization insight was advanced, these 2 Shenwen would naturally advance. The willpower reward for entering the mountain sea realm wasn't too much. Suyu felt that it might not be enough for him. Willpower. I'm too lacking. When I return, I have to borrow the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm. He had to borrow it. Suyu had a lot of Milky Way sand, but more importantly, he needed the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm to cooperate. He had to advance his Shenwen, otherwise, he would always count on the heaven and earth to reward him. Now that he had killed an invincible realm expert without any reward, how many more times could he count on it? Could it be that he could count on killing a half-emperor next time? Perhaps. Suyu rapidly absorbed the willpower. The little furball looked at it and drooled. It also wanted the willpower, but unfortunately, it was so fragrant that even it lacked it. Now, it wasn't going to eat it. The little furball had advanced to the mountain sea realm for some time now. After advancing, it had eaten quite a bit of good food. Unfortunately, it was still quite a distance away from the sun and moon battle techniques. So you didn't know how it had advanced. In any case, he didn't feel any signs of it advancing to the sun and moon battle techniques. If this little fellow didn't advance, it wouldn't be of much help to Suyu. In the past, with the little furball around, it could devour the Shenwen or the Sea of Will in a single swoop. It was still very powerful. But now, the little furball could devour a sun and moon battle technique or the Sea of Will, which was quite difficult. As for Suyu, he could kill it with a single slap. With this thought in mind, the Shenwen began to shine with the radiance of the sun and moon battle technique. Tribulation, yes, Suyu's first choice was to upgrade the Shenwen, the innate Shenwen. This was also the important Shenwen that he sought for advantages and avoided disadvantages. The Tribulation Shenwen trembled violently. Soon, after shining with dazzling light, it dimmed and went dormant. Without any tribulation, the Tribulation Shenwen had always been low-key. As for the second Shenwen, Suyu was conflicted. Which one should he upgrade? Silence. The Shenwen was also very useful. It was the best way to rob others and ambush others. It could weaken the enemy's perception and block the enemy's detection. However, it wasn't the innate Shenwen. As Suyu was thinking, the incomparably sinister Shenwen seemed to come to life. It rushed into the clouds and rapidly absorbed the power. In the blink of an eye, the dark and swarthy Shenwen had quietly advanced. Yes, even if it advanced to the sun and moon battle technique, it still didn't make a sound. There was no movement at all, other than seeing it stealing food. There was nothing else. It disappeared very quickly. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. I have nothing to say. This Shenwen had learned to steal food. The Yin Shenwen had advanced just like that. Suyu was speechless. This Shenwen was also very important. It could block the enemy's detection and conceal his aura. Together with the transformation and silence Shenwen, it could allow Suyu to hide and disguise himself better. The key was that I didn't consider letting you advance. You actually King advanced on your own. Suyu felt very helpless. He looked at his remaining willpower. It was not enough. It was probably not enough for one Shenwen to advance to the sun and moon battle technique. Forget it. I'll upgrade the two newly born Shenwen. One was penetration and the other was sage. The power of penetration was still very important. As for sage, this was also very important. It could increase the trust of others. These two Shenwen were not bad to upgrade to the 4th level. Very soon, the remaining willpower was consumed by Suyu. The two new Shenwen were both advancing. When the willpower was consumed, these two Shenwen had also advanced to the 4th level. At this point, Suyu had Wen, Ming, Blood, Tribulation, and Yin, 5 Sun and Moon Shenwen, and 25 Mountain and Sea Shenwen. Such a configuration was comparable to some invincible ones. If many invincible ones cultivated both, the Shenwen would be the same. After all, there was no invincible Shenwen in the human race. And the closing of the orifices continued. Suyu silently comprehended. And began to use the spirit expansion art to stabilize the Sea of Will. The Sea of Will was stable. During the battle, no one would penetrate the Sea of Will. Penetrating the Sea of Will was also something that Suyu liked to do. He had to be careful of how others tricked and killed him. The God expansion hammer hammered crazily. In the entire Sea of Will, one could only see this huge hammer hammering crazily, stabilizing the Sea of Will, stabilizing the Shenwen, and stabilizing the willpower. The calm Shenwen is not weak. Be careful, I'm close to the King of Great Zhou, he might be able to sense my presence. Now, Suyu didn't really read the text of Will, which was also related to this point. It was better to read less invincible text of Will. He had actually drawn a few invincible Shenwen, but he didn't use the others much. However, the calm Shenwen of the King of Great Zhou was often used. This way, it would be easy for the king of Great Zhou to sense it. Suyu had once considered whether or not to give it up, but he couldn't bear to in the end. Because it was really useful. Without this Shenwen, he would be like a light bulb when he killed people. He would come out and tell everyone that he was going to kill them. However, with this Shenwen, it was equivalent to the light bulb being extinguished, and it would be difficult for everyone to see him. I'll use it first. Suyu thought silently. As for the Sea of Will, it was still transforming. The second 40 divine orifices began to close. He wanted him to step into the 9th level of the mountain and sea realm. I'll take it slow, there's no rush. Suyu thought to himself. At the 9th level, he would still be stuck there, and the increase in his strength wouldn't be too obvious. Although it seemed like he had just advanced very quickly, in fact, in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. This was the 28th day since the Starry Mansion opened. If the teleportation channel could still be used, the day after tomorrow, it would start to teleport people away. I can't waste any more time. Suyu no longer cared about the closing of the orifices and quickly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he too, Dai, and Xingyu were all looking at him. When he saw Suyu open his eyes, he too sighed and said, "You entered the mountain and sea realm?" "Yes. The path of a civilizator is difficult, but you've really gone far in the physical body. Your talent, if it was in ancient times, you might be a human king." Suyu smiled and said, "Even now, it's still true." He too smiled and said, "That's hard to say." After saying that, he asked, "Have you opened the orifices?" "Not yet." Suyu smiled and said, "But I've already sensed it. It's not difficult to open it. I've opened all my divine orifices." After saying that, all 360 of Suyu's divine orifices lit up. The concept of the primordial spirit orifices that he had proposed a long time ago was going to be completed today. The primordial spirit orifices and divine orifices both had a final junction point, the combination of yin and yang. In ancient times, it was called the heaven orifices, but Suyu preferred to call it the primordial spirit orifices. Boom, in the Sea of Will, an orifices that was as huge as a bright moon was instantly opened by Suyu. Countless yin energy overflowed. It was not the aura of death, but a yin energy. This energy happened to be the opposite of the violent energy that overflowed from the yang orifices. This was probably a junction point for the fusion of the two, and the divine orifices and the primordial orifices were originally not connected. However, when this orifices opened, in an instant, Suyu's Sea of Will seemed to be connected to a passage. The next moment, a great sun appeared opposite this bright moon, yin and yang orifices. At this moment, the two orifices automatically began to fuse without Suyu's help. Boom. Suyu only felt his vision blur. In the next moment, he floated in the air and saw his own body and many things. He saw another orifices appear on his glabella. Primordial spirit orifices. This orifices was as bright as the sun and moon. It stopped at his glabella and after a moment, it was branded there. At the same time, a faint mark appeared on Suyu's forehead. It was not a flame mark like the demon races, but a small crystal door that was incomparably bright. Heaven Gate, a heaven gate like the white jade gate. Once the heaven gate opened, all worlds would worship it. He too was slightly stunned. Beside him, Xingyu was also stunned and murmured, "The heaven gate opened." Since ancient times, how many people could open the heaven gate? At this moment, Suyu's body overflowed with a faint holy light. Suddenly, a book appeared in front of him. On his forehead, the heaven gate mark appeared, shining with holy light. He too pays his respects. He too wanted to worship. As for Xingyu, she also bowed slightly. She was in a daze, as if she had seen an ancient existence that looked somewhat familiar. He too instantly broke free from this state. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He almost thought that an ancient ruler had descended. As for Xingyu, she trembled. Looking at Suyu, she murmured, "You. Time Master. I think I've seen a time master before." This was a time master. Suyu frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. He smiled and said, "Your Excellency, I'm Suyu, not a time master." At this moment, to the side, Xianxia suddenly clutched his head in pain. He looked at Suyu, his eyes alternating between clear and lifeless. Clenching his teeth, he said with difficulty, "Time Master. Time Master. King Wen. You are King Wen." I didn't betray King Wen. I didn't. I just passed on the legacy of Shenwen, passed on. I didn't rob tombs, didn't. Suyu was stunned. Looking at him with a holy light, he smiled gently and said, Xia Chen, don't be nervous. You're the gravekeeper of my tomb, right? Yes, yes. Lord Qingwen. I, Xia Jia, have guarded Lord Qingwen's tomb for generations. I didn't rob tombs, the tombstone is trembling, it wants to come into being. Suyu was stunned again, but he still said gently, does Xiao Wushan know? Wushan. Wushan isn't a gravekeeper, he's not a civilizer. I'm this generation's gravekeeper. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. His head trembled, and in the next moment, he suddenly cried out in pain. His entire person was dumbfounded again. Suyu was speechless, however, at least he knew something. Gravekeeper, as expected, Xiao Chen was the gravekeeper of King Wen's tomb, his status was quite high. This was a level 4 authority, comparable to the status of a marquis. He seemed to have brought the Wen's tombstone out of King Wen's tomb and inherited a lot of Shenwen. In the end, he might have encountered some trouble or mishap. Xiao Chen might have been very strong from the beginning, but he had been pretending. Why, was it related to the Wen's tombstone? Suyu guessed that perhaps he had taken the Wen's tombstone away, so he encountered mishap. As expected, it was an ominous object. Xiao Chen might have been very strong when he was alive, but he had died. What was hidden in the Wen's tombstone? Suyu thought that Xiao Chen had mistaken him for King Wen. Had he seen King Wen before? It couldn't be, perhaps, it was just a feeling of similarity. King Wen, Suyu murmured. Beside him, Xingyu also looked at Suyu in a daze. After a long time, she said, you're King Wen? Or a time master? Suyu smiled. I'm me. How could I be someone else? After saying that, he smiled again. Could it be that there was a saying of reincarnation in ancient times? Xingyu was silent. At this moment, he too also looked at Suyu. After a long time, he exhaled and said, there is no such thing as reincarnation. There is only possession, just like the demon emperor. However, just now, after you opened the heaven gate, you were indeed different. Suyu said with a smile, how am I different? I'm overflowing with death energy now. I already look like a dead person. How can I still be handsome? He was speechless. He too looked at him and said in a low voice, you opened the heaven gate. I know. Since ancient times, there have been only a few powerhouses who opened the heaven gate. At least, I haven't heard of a second person who opened the heaven gate since the first tide. It's almost impossible to open the heaven aperture. Suyu smiled and said nothing. At this moment, he was also silently sensing. There was no need to seal the yang aperture. At this moment, when the two apertures were united, it gave Suyu a feeling that the gate had been closed. Open it at will, close it at will, and in the 720 apertures, there were two kinds of power, one was essence energy, the other was willpower. They were converging in the heaven gate, Suyu suddenly realized that once the essence spirit aperture was opened, it might really be able to communicate with each other. For example, if one's willpower was insufficient, they might be able to convert essence energy into willpower through the heaven gate. As expected, the human body was still connected, whether it was the sea of will or the physical body, they were actually a part of the human body. How could they not be connected? It was just that they were separated previously, Suyu murmured, I kind of understand. When my 720 apertures form a great heavenly cycle, the power of the heaven gate will be my own power. I don't need to absorb external power anymore. But now, it hasn't been connected yet, so I still need to absorb external power. These words matched what Xingyu said before. As for Suyu, it was only because he himself had already activated it that he was somewhat moved. He looked at Xingyu and said with a smile, Lord Xingyu, in that case, when my great heavenly cycle is completed, you won't need to provide me with death energy in the future. At that time, he would be able to transform his own power and open the heaven gate. At this moment, Suyu felt that he was stronger. After Ling Yan's 9 transformations, his physical body's strength reached 66 million apertures. The Shenwen Dao didn't increase the physical body much now, so it was dispensable. However, once the heaven gate was opened, it was much more stable. Suyu sensed it slightly. Kaiyuan's divine aperture strength seemed to have increased by at least 50%. It was a very stable increase, close to 100 million, there wasn't much difference from before. However, now that Suyu could seal his yang aperture, he didn't need to absorb external power. Under normal circumstances, he could also exert the strength of 66 million apertures. This was the difference, and before that, he still had to satisfy his yang aperture's absorption. Otherwise, he would need Xingyu's support. At this moment, he only needed it when he needed to use it. Xingyu glanced at him and didn't say anything. So you didn't absorb her death energy now? Of course, he would still open his aperture acupoints to absorb it during the battle. But one day, when Suyu completed the connection of 720 heavenly apertures, he would no longer need external power to support his Kaiyuan divine aperture. At that time, would Suyu still need me? Xingyu suddenly had this thought. Very quickly, this thought flashed past her mind. She looked coldly at Suyu. You might not be able to live until then. Moreover, even if there was a 720 aperture cultivation method in ancient times, I'm afraid not many people knew it. Suyu smiled. That might not be the case. I think old Zhou from Xingyu Mansion knows it. If that was really the case, old Zhou would be extremely powerful. King Wu could kill him, but would King Wu know it? If he did, King Wen might also know it, and so would Human Emperor, King Wen, King Wu, old Zhou, Time Master. Suyu calculated for a moment. Now, he knew that there were probably 5 peerless experts. They seemed to be from the human race. It was strange that the human race was so powerful that they were actually destroyed in ancient times. Suyu no longer thought about it. He retracted the holy light and the will of civilization. At this moment, he looked especially delicate and handsome. Even if he looked like a dead spirit, he was still a handsome dead spirit. He too looked at him for a while and was speechless. He said, "Are you going back?" "Of course." Suyu nodded. The Xingyu mansion would open the day after tomorrow. He had to go back. He smiled. "Lords, thank you for your trouble this time. Everything went smoothly. I'm thinking about whether to go back through Hongmeng City or Xinghong Ancient City. I've made connections on both sides. Whether it's Hongmeng or Xinghong, I'll go back if I want to in the future, because they're both my territories. Let's go to Xinghong Ancient City." He too suggested. The news that I'm inside seems to be known by someone. Someone might be watching Hongmeng Ancient City, watching me. Suyu was stunned. Yes, I spread it. Everyone outside knows that he too is inside. Perhaps they will really watch over there. At this moment, he too was also a little suspicious. Suyu, the news that I'm inside, don't tell me it was you who spread it? He had a feeling that someone knew. It felt like many people were scolding him. Suyu coughed dryly. How can that be? I'm not that kind of person. Lord has misunderstood. Heh. He too sneered. It's you. Sure enough, the human race was treacherous. This guy had actually leaked the news that he had entered. He really had some tricks up his sleeve. Thinking of this, he said, could it be that you knew the moment I entered? Not really, I only found out when I reached the 2nd floor. Suyu said with a smile, I just happened to hear Lord's voice. I have great respect for a person like Lord. When I heard Lord's voice, I was very happy, extremely happy. He too wanted to kill him. He glanced coldly at Suyu. Shameless villain, no wonder there are only a few people every time I go up to the next floor. They were killed by you, right? Then, did you make me take the blame for you? No. Suyu denied, and quickly said, Lord, let's not talk about this, first seal this place. Don't let other dead souls know about this place, in case something goes wrong. Next time the world of dead souls goes to the world of living souls, this is a good place to not abide by the rules. After saying that, he said, also, Lord, this time I go out, I'm going to kill a few invincible to deter the heavens. Lord, are you willing to help? He too said indifferently, you want to open another passage and let me out? Aren't you afraid that if I go out, I'll go on a killing spree, let the death aura spread? Soon, your old turtle will kill you, believe it or not. That's true, troublesome, pinning hopes on he too not making trouble. Forget it, if he too really went out, he might not be able to control himself. The nature of dead souls is to kill, destroy, and spread the death aura. Still very troublesome, unless I can control he too, but that's very troublesome. Let's wait and see. Suyu said with a smile, Lord, let's wait and see. When needed, I hope you can help me, Lord Xingyu, Master Xiachen, if we join forces, as long as the half-emperor doesn't come out, we dare to fight anyone. If you aren't afraid of the rules, I don't mind going out to meet old friends. He too had a playful look on his face. Going out was very good. As long as Suyu wasn't afraid, Suyu laughed, and soon walked out with a few people. While walking, he asked, Lord He too, are you the only invincible in your territory? Of course not. He too said with a faint smile, I have 2 resurrected kings of dead souls under my command. In this area, the Hongmeng kingdom is the strongest, followed by the Tiger duo. Now that they are dead, the Hongmeng kingdom is the strongest force. Suyu looked at Xingyu, what about you? Xingyu's face was cold, I don't have a king of dead souls under my command, what are you looking at? Suyu understood. Yes, a king of dead souls who doesn't even go out, how can you expect her to subdue a king of dead souls? What a joke. On E2's side, there were actually 2 less. However, it was actually very difficult to subdue a king of dead souls. If they were subdued today, they might forget about it tomorrow and continue fighting. It was already good that he too could subdue 2. Then lead the way, Lord Xingyu. It's good that there aren't any invincible kings, it just so happens that there won't be any big movements. We'll go to the Great Star Ancient City and return quietly. Wait for others to wait for me outside, I'll go out and take care of them. The teleportation would open the day after tomorrow, and Suyu also wanted to see who would return alive this time. It might not be the human race. How many people were there on the 8th floor? What about the 7th floor, including the area that he too swept? No one in the lower 6 floors survived. These were all uncertain things. He too might not find some secret areas and treasures. If he didn't find them, he naturally wouldn't kill them. As for Zhan Wuxuan and the others, Suyu didn't kill them, but he didn't take them with him either. The world of dead souls couldn't bring living people, except for Harry Ball, who was not a living person. It was the same as Shunwen, it didn't exist. Suyu left Zhan Wuxuan and the others to the Great Qin King. He didn't know if it would give the human race more confidence to survive, or if it could make the god race give up on killing them. Let's go. A group of people walked out, and soon, He too's death chi filled the air, sealing the entire entrance of the black hole. He smiled and said, let's go, if others come, I will sense it. Xingyu walked in front, still cold, and led the way for everyone. They were going to her kingdom of dead souls. This time, everyone moved faster, and there were no kings of dead souls nearby. They flew all the way, and in less than a day, they arrived at a huge black forest area. Suyu was stunned. What was going on? He almost didn't see any vegetation along the way. How could there be a forest in this place? Dark forest, dense trees. Were there trees in the world of dead souls? And in the center of this dark forest, there was a huge castle, floating in the air, more lively than other places. Around the forest, there were groups of dead souls wandering around under the leadership of the quasi-invincible realm dead souls, as if they were patrolling their territory. He too was not surprised, because he had seen it before. At this moment, he too smiled and said, Xingyu, you are really bored. The other kings of dead souls are either cultivating or fighting. Only you, who have been resurrected for countless years, have nothing to do but plant trees and build your castle. You are too idle, no wonder your strength has never improved. Xingyu's face was cold, and she didn't say a word. Shame, not to mention he too, but at this moment, Suyu also clicked his tongue, which made Xingyu extremely angry. She said coldly, Suyu, what are you doing? Suyu laughed dryly and said, nothing, I mean, your excellency's territory is really beautiful. I'm tired of looking at other damn places. Your place is more beautiful. There are so many flowers and plants. Did your excellency like to plant flowers and plants when he was alive? Xingyu ignored him. At this moment, a quasi-invincible realm dead spirit quickly broke through the air and said loudly, greetings, your excellency. Dispense with the formalities. The necromancer swiftly rose to his feet and looked at Suyu and the others with a doubtful expression. Suyu seemed to be a little familiar with him. After looking at him for a while, he suddenly said with a smile, brother, did you go to Xinghong Ancient City and beat Suyu once? It was that time with the dark demonic dragon. The dead spirit was a little sluggish and said blankly, Your Excellency. I think I did, bang. Suyu patted his head and rubbed it. His big hand was like an iron pincer, holding his head, and said with a smile, Forget it, I won't argue with you. We are all on the same side. From now on, in this territory, Your Excellency Xingyu will be the ruler, and I will be your commander. Do you understand? The quasi-invincible realm dead spirit stared at Suyu blankly. So powerful. The point is, who are you? Why did Your Excellency bring so many kings of dead spirits out? They are all so powerful, terrifyingly powerful, Suyu said with a smile. What are you waiting for? I am Suyu. From now on, I will be the commander of this territory. Everything must be reported to me, and then I will report it to Your Excellency. Don't disturb Your Excellency. At this moment, in the territory, including this one, there were 8 quasi-invincible realm kings of dead spirits soar, looking at Xingyu. Xingyu didn't bother to pay attention to them. With a cold face, she flew toward the castle. Behind her, Suyu covered the sky and the earth with his big hand, as if he were grabbing chicks, and instantly grabbed the 8 sluggish dead spirits. He said with a smile, Did you hear that? Do you still have to ask Your Excellency? Now, send someone to Xinghong Passage to find out the situation. I will teach you when I have time. Don't just stand there. Seeing that Xingyu was silent, the several quasi-invincible realm generals were stunned for a moment, and then they all knelt down. Your Excellency. At ease. Suyu had a smile on his face. It was good to be an official. He casually threw out a quasi-invincible realm undead spirit. It's you. From now on, your name is Xingda. Go to the passage and see if there is anything unusual. I will go to the castle with Your Excellency to have a chat. Yes, Your Excellency. The powerful quasi-invincible realm undead spirit responded subconsciously. After Suyu left, he looked at the other quasi-invincible realm undead spirits with a dull face and said blankly, Your Excellency. Suyu. Is he dead? Dead? Converted by Your Excellency, so powerful, no wonder Your Excellency had been staring at the passage these days and refused to leave. This time, he suddenly ran away. It turned out that he was going to convert Suyu. The speed of Suyu's improvement was a bit terrifying. They had also been to Xinghong Ancient City, so they naturally knew that not long ago, Suyu couldn't even kill Sun and Moon. In the blink of an eye, 8 quasi-invincible realm undead spirits were easily suppressed by him. Was he so powerful? After the shock, there was excitement. Your Excellency brought back the great commander. I saw Master He too in Hongming City and another powerful excellency. Are we going to attack Xinghong Ancient City? In excitement, the expert who received the order shouted, Follow this general to explore the passage of life. In an instant, hundreds of dead spirits gathered together, all with the strength of Sun and Moon. They quickly followed the general and flew toward the Xinghong Passage in the distance. We are going to kill our way into the living world. The invincible excellency was actually enlightened this time. He no longer attacked alone. Instead, he called his friends and brought many superiors. They also had an extremely powerful great commander. At this moment, those conscious dead spirits were extremely excited. At the same time, Lu Hong was also ready to leave. Tomorrow, the Star Mansion would be closed. Suyu was coming out. I've done my best to help you pretend until today. However, if I don't leave now, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Goodbye, kid. Lu Hongxin smiled. Soon, he stepped into the back hall and said respectfully, Your Excellency, the outside world is like a tiger watching its prey. I hope that Your Excellency can go out of the city and take a look. You don't need to do anything. Just go to the Sky Destroyer Ancient City and take a look. Let everyone mistakenly think that you and Your Excellency are discussing how to deal with them. Tomorrow, Suyu will come out. If we don't deter others now, I'm worried that there will be trouble. Xinghong thought for a moment and said slowly, Then I'll go and take a look. Don't run around, don't move, and don't go into the Dead Spirit Passage. I feel that something is wrong. Just now, the death chi below was very strong. I'm afraid that a strong dead spirit passed by. Don't blame me for not warning you. Xinghong still gave a warning, don't run around. Just now, he really felt a strong fluctuation of death chi. It seemed that there was a dead spirit monarch coming, and more than one. Could it be that Xianxia had gone to seduce the undead monarch? Strange, after so many years, Xianxia didn't have this habit. Xinghong was a little surprised, but he didn't care. Dead spirits couldn't come up. In addition, now that there was someone to help him bear the death qi, he didn't feel that much pressure. Another dead spirit monarch was useless, because the passage could only support one dead spirit monarch. This wasn't Hongmeng City. Xinghong didn't say anything more. In an instant, he disappeared and flew toward Sky Destroyer City. He didn't hide his whereabouts, nor did he deliberately show himself, but he still attracted the attention of countless people. Xinghong came out again. Was Suyu in the Starry Mansion or not? What was going on? If he was, then why was Xinghong able to move freely? What the hell? As soon as Xinghong left, Lu Hong smiled. Strong death qi, who was he trying to scare? Xingyu had left, and the other dead spirits didn't have much consciousness, so they wouldn't deliberately guard the passage. Did he think that he didn't know? Xinghong, this ancient strong man, actually used such a childish trick to scare him. Lu Hong took a deep breath. These days, he was really good at pretending to be a grandson. In the mansion, Old Man Bai and Old Man Wang didn't reject him as much, which gave him the opportunity to go in and out of the back hall alone. Very good, this was the effect that he wanted. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly flew toward the vortex-shaped passage. Gritting his teeth, he chuckled and said, Suyu, thank you very much. I work for you, and you open a safe passage for me. Now we don't owe each other anything. At this moment, Xinghong suddenly turned around. He wasn't in a hurry, but frowned. Idiot, there really is a dead spirit monarch, and more than one. I even felt the aura of a certain kid. You really jumped in. Idiot, you think I lied to you? I'm a dignified ancient general. Why would I need to lie to a weakling yin like you? You're courting death. I can't be bothered with you. Seeing that you were obedient, I even reminded you, but you went to die yourself. Even if you don't die, you might meet Suyu. Speaking of which, why did that kid Suyu come back from the dead spirit world? Xinghong was shocked. He and Suyu were also connected. He did feel something when Suyu suddenly appeared. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered anymore. Idiot. The world of dead souls. In an ancient fortress. This fortress was indeed ancient. Star Moon had been revived for many years, but she had done nothing but build her territory. When Suyu came in, he was a little surprised. There was everything in this ancient castle, and the craftsmanship could be considered exquisite. Did Xingyue build this herself? There were tables, chairs, and benches. In addition, there were some dead gray flowers and plants around, which looked a little ugly. But in this damned place, she was probably the only one who had such a mind, and there were also dead souls in the fortress. Maybe they were women, a maid with some consciousness. Well, she was a little stiff. When she saw Star Moon and the others come in, she bowed respectfully and said, Monarch, would you like to eat? Star Moon waved her hand and sent the maid away. Behind her, he too was laughing. Star Moon was very annoyed. She turned to look at he too, her eyes cold. He too was still laughing. No, he couldn't hold it in. He had been to Star Moon's territory, but not the fortress. This was his first time here. Seeing that Star Moon was about to lose her temper, he smiled. Don't get me wrong. I'm just impressed that Monarch Star Moon still retained some humanity even after becoming a dead soul. Rare. Then, he stopped teasing and said seriously, dead souls are heartless. Laugh or be happy, after all, it's just a show. A show, yes, heartless and heartless, be it laughing or crying, the most direct emotion was actually anger and killing intent. Star Moon had been dead for many years, and she had regained some of her humanity. He too was a little surprised. He was a little bit like her, but he was different from Star Moon. He had transformed his body into a dead soul instead of going through the galaxy of dead souls. Compared to other dead souls, he actually had something more, such as a slightly higher IQ. Star Moon ignored him. Whether it was a show or a dream, she just didn't want to be like other dead souls, muddle-headed. Recently, her mind had become clearer. There were more memories in her mind, less anger, and more humanity. Star Moon felt that there was no need to talk to the egomaniac Tuesday Suyu, who was at the side, just listened and didn't say anything. He looked for a place to sit down. When he saw Xingyu looking at him, he smiled and said, "My lord, please have a seat of honor. We can sit anywhere." Xingyu glanced at him, her eyes deep. "Suyu, this is my territory." "Understood." Suyu readily accepted the advice and stood up from his seat. He bowed and said, "Sir, may I have a seat?" Speechless, he too was also speechless. "Your shameless look is so much like me." "Alright, I still need to be a little shameless." "You are really shameless." Xingyu lost her temper and said coldly, "Grant him a seat." "Thank you, my lord." Suyu clasped his hands politely, then flicked his sleeve and sat down. A teacup appeared in his hand, which he picked up with his right hand. After sipping the tea a few times, he took a sip. Yes, he brought tea. As a cultured person, it was not in line with his temperament to not bring tea when he went out. He just didn't have time to use it before. Xingyu felt tired and walked to the center of the hall. That was her seat. He too smiled and sat opposite Suyu. And Dai just stood there woodenly. Suyu took a sip of tea and said, "I'm not in a hurry since I'm already here. I came back in advance this time to let the Myriad worlds know that I, Suyu, am not someone they can kill at will." He too said faintly, "The rafter that rots first." "Suyu, you don't think that the old turtle and the others are really invincible, do you? Do you really think that the various races can't deal with the old turtle and the others? It's just a matter of the price. Let's not talk about other things. Now, the celestial race will come out in full force, and the old turtle and the others will all die. Do you believe it?" "I do." Suyu nodded and said with a smile, "I understand this. What you mean is that I'm standing out now and may attract some people's attention. Some old antiques might even appear to kill me. It's good that you understand." He too said with a smile, "My idea is for you to keep a low profile. Since you came back in advance this time, continue to pretend that you didn't go out in the city, let the human race become the target of public criticism, and deny that you went to the Starry Universe mansion. Those who know have all been killed by you, and the rest won't dare to speak carelessly. Even if they do, no one will believe them." Yes, now it was either Suyu coming out to attract the firepower, or the human race coming out to attract the firepower. "Give Suyu enough time to develop." In front, Xingyu also said coldly, "Don't think that the Dead Soul's realm is your last safe place. It's not that simple. If you really die, then you're not you. If you don't die, do you think you can stay in the Dead Soul's realm forever?" Both of them were trying to persuade Suyu not to stand out. "Return this time, keep a low profile. Pretend to be in the city. If anyone says that you went out, you can deny it. If you don't admit it, there's no evidence. You, Suyu, are in the city." Suyu smiled and took another sip of tea. He pondered for a while and said, "Then, do you think the human race can withstand it?" "They can." He too said indifferently. "Nothing more than some casualties and lying dormant for a few years. I think there's still time before the great change of the tide comes. The human race has dozens of eternal experts. If a dozen or 20 die, the other races will feel that the human race won't rise as quickly as before. Naturally, they will give up on trying to kill the human race." Suyu sipped his tea and didn't say anything. He too smiled. "Sure enough, the living are the living. They can't be like us. I'm different from you. At this point, even if the human race dies in front of me, I'll just sigh and sigh. I was also a human when I was alive, but if there's anger, sorrow, or reluctance, I don't have any." He sighed. Yes, there was none. When the great Qin King had almost been killed, he only felt that it was a pity. He didn't feel anything else. "I'm also a human, however, that was the previous he too, not me." Suyu also smiled. "Perhaps, Your Excellency is right. There are many things we can't avoid when we're alive. For example, I was born in Southern Yuan. I can say that Southern Yuan is trash, that Southern Yuan is too small, too weak, too cowardly, too poor, too bitter, but if an outsider says that, I will feel that they aren't qualified." Suyu chuckled. "If he bullies the people of Southern Yuan or kills the people of Southern Yuan, I'll teach him how to be a human." So, people are double standards. Some things may seem indifferent, but at the critical moment, you'll still care about them. Suyu sighed. This time, if I don't stand up, the great Qin king and the others will bear the brunt and become Wan's targets. Who told the human race to live too much? Living too much is a sin, and strictly speaking, I did this myself. I killed too many people, and if I didn't do anything about it, it wouldn't be impossible. However, if the great Qin emperor and the others were killed, I would still feel a bit guilty. You. He too smiled. You care too much about this. The king's way is ruthless. Is ruthlessness the king's way? Suyu smiled. If ruthlessness is the king's way, there should be countless kings in the dead soul's world. He was speechless. Above, Xingyu looked at Suyu and said in a low voice, "So, you must do it?" "Yes." Suyu nodded and said with a smile, "But I'm worried." Speaking up to this point, Suyu was silent for a while. "I'm worried that the Guardians won't be willing to stand up for me. Up until now, it's just an alliance of interests. How much affection can there be? I'm not afraid to be frank. I hope you two can help me. If the Guardians are willing to stand up for me, you two can try to control the nearby Dead Souls area and not give the ancient city too much pressure. But if you're not willing," Suyu was silent. "Then gather your strength to attack the ancient city and create pressure. Force them to realize Suyu's importance." Yes, he had to increase his importance. "The ancient city can't live without me, Suyu, and this requires the cooperation of the Dead Soul monarchs." He too looked at him and smiled. "Good plan. Not a big problem. I'm familiar with almost all the Dead Soul monarchs in the nearby area. They can't do anything else but attack the Dead Souls channel together to maintain deterrence. This is not difficult." Suyu nodded and said, "Also, I've thought about it. It's best not to involve the ancient city. But, the ancient city also needs absolute deterrence. So, can you two have a meeting or something in the next few days?" "What?" He too was startled. What did he mean? Suyu smiled. "That's right. Isn't Lord Xiaochen here? You two can be the host and invite the surrounding monarchs here. Eat and drink for a few days." He too laughed. "Impossible. The Dead Souls don't care about these things." Suyu smiled. "If eating and drinking can't work, then we can do something else. For example, Principal Xiaochen has recovered. He must have some territory, right? Let's discuss how to carve out a territory for Senior Xiaochen. Of course, he probably won't agree. But we can have a meeting and discuss peacefully. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very hurtful to start a war?" He too understood this time. "You're thinking that when you go back, you can take over the position of Castellan and help them bear the death energy. With the monarchs around, the death energy will be too thick. So, you want us to lure it away for a few days. At the critical moment, the 36 Guardians can help?" "Yes." Suyu nodded. "That's how it is. If I don't do it, I'll do it to the extreme. I want all 36 ancient cities liberated. Then usually, it's fine. The Guardians will stay where they are. I won't be under much pressure. At the critical moment, I can help." He too sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was so bold, he was going to release all 36 Guardians. But those guys might not all be willing to help you. He too warned, "You must know that not all of these 36 Guardians like humans." "I know." Suyu nodded. "But if I liberate them, they have to give me some benefits, don't they?" Above, Xingyu said coldly, "Since you're worried about the pressure, I think we should lure them out one by one and kill them all." Suyu smiled. "Lord, you've been a dead spirit for many years. It seems you don't understand this situation as well as I do. The rules don't allow it. If I'm not mistaken, after I kill one, there will soon be a second one to fill the gap, perhaps even stronger. I believe Lord He too understands this point. Otherwise, how could the 36 Guardians not have been able to kill all of you?" Xingyu was stunned. "Is that so?" He too was also speechless. He looked at Xingyu and said after a while, "There are few battles here and you rarely go out. You probably don't know that many sovereigns under the ancient cities have changed. Some were killed, some left on their own. But if one is gone, another will soon come. There will be no end. As long as the passage exists, if you kill one, another will come. Xingyu, you." How did you survive until now? He too was speechless. Even Suyu knew and guessed it, but Xingyu knew nothing. Xingyu felt humiliated. She glared at him. Soon, she snorted and no longer said anything. I don't want to talk to you. Is it so great to have a brain? One is dead and the other can only use tricks. I despise you. Suyu smiled and continued, so let's continue the meeting. Lord He too should be able to help me complete this task. Most people don't dare to go to Lord He too's side. I think the nearby sovereigns should not be so afraid of Lord Xingyu. Otaku for too long. Ordinary sovereigns are not afraid of you. Sure enough, Xingyu nodded. I can invite them here. But if they come, what should I do? Didn't I say it? Bullshit. If a group of sovereigns comes, they can just talk. Dead spirits' time is not valuable. 10 days, half a month, or even 3 to 5 months, 3 to 5 years, will these dead spirits care about this bit of time? It's not a big deal, Suyu smiled. If it doesn't work, there are many excuses. For example, they found the blood of death somewhere, or found the fruit of life and death, and need everyone's help. If it really doesn't work, we can tell them about the teleportation channel. If they don't believe us, let them ask around. If it really doesn't work, we can go there and ask Tua Fa and the others to testify. Tua Fa and the others use the dead spirit channel to enter the interstellar mansion. They have to follow the rules. If they want to teleport in. If it really doesn't work, we can bring them there and let everyone guard it for 10 years. Or, if we gather 360 sovereigns, we can teleport in directly. Too many excuses. Dead spirits are easy to deceive. At this moment, Xingyu's face was cold, but she was deep in thought. So many tricks to deceive people, I'll remember it, and he too also silently remembered that dead people were not as good as living people. There were some tricks that he had not considered. Not to mention, gathering 360 sovereigns, teleporting into the interstellar mansion, killing their way out of the interstellar mansion, killing their way into the living domain. Not to mention, this slogan is not bad. He too felt that he could use it as a reference. This was the real thing. It wasn't a lie, it wasn't a lie. If it could really activate the teleportation, it could indeed teleport 360 sovereigns. He too quickly smiled and said, all right, since you've said so and found a reason, I can help you. You probably have more than this idea. You probably have the intention to open the channel at the crucial moment and let us go out to help you, right? Suyu nodded. That's right. And you have to do it the old-fashioned way, pretending not to know me. The two of you don't know me, and I don't know you. The two of you can bring the dead spirit monarchs out and kill them everywhere. At the crucial moment, when I send everyone back. Please help me and don't let the dead spirit monarchs run around. If I let them out, they won't be able to find them again. Then I'll be in trouble. Xingyu sneered and said, living people are indeed shameless and hypocritical. They really had to use all kinds of tricks. They had already pretended not to know each other once, and they wanted to do it again. Suyu smiled and said, Sir, this is also to better serve you. Otherwise, if I really die, wouldn't you lose such an excellent subordinate like me? Heh. Xingyu sneered. Do you think I will still believe you, subordinate? Are you a subordinate? He too didn't care about this. He said with a smile, okay, I don't have any other requirements, just two. First, when I can be resurrected, I want to be resurrected. Second, as for the old turtle, if you have nothing to do, you can go to see him and fool him away, so that I can go out and get some fresh air. With the old turtle, he couldn't go out at all. Not to mention how miserable it was. The key was that there were people in other ancient cities. If they killed sun and moon or quasi-invincible realm experts, Xingyu and the others could still go out. But there was no ghost shadow in Hongming City. He too hadn't gone out from there for countless years. He was the one who was about to go crazy. If you really can't do it, you can kill a few quasi-invincible realm experts in Hongming City. It's good to go out and stay for 3 days to get some fresh air. That's not difficult. Suyu said with a smile, if you want to go out, I can raise dozens of quasi-invincible realm experts and kill one every 3 days. Then, I can call you up from a distance. Xingyu suddenly looked at Suyu and said coldly, I also want to go. Yes, this was a good method. Suyu said with a smile, don't, my lord Xingyu, don't use this method. My lord, he too is an outsider. If you can't complete the task, you can simply punish me. I don't care if my lord Xingyu can bear the punishment. But if my lord Xingyu can't complete the task in succession and can't bear it, I'll be so sad. Really? Xingyu was lost in thought. It seemed so. On the side, he too said to Suyu through voice transmission with a smile on his face, you can even fool the dead. You really have some of my demeanor in the past. I dare not. My lord, you are a good one. The two looked at each other and smiled. Suyu stood up and said, that's about it. I'm going back and won't stay here for a long time. I hope my lord he too can help me with the specific plan. My lord Xingyu may not have time. I'm afraid that you'll mess it up, so you didn't say anything. Xingyu didn't care, but he too quickly understood. Sure enough, only smart people could talk together. Xingyu didn't know anything except to snort coldly. There was no need to care about her. Suyu got up and was about to leave. It was almost time. According to the time, those people would be teleported back tomorrow. He still had to save some time to inherit the position of the other 32 city lords. As for the current city lords, they had to be controlled. Let Xinghong and the other guards do it themselves, at least, they couldn't leak the news of his current appearance. While Suyu and the others were discussing, Lu Hong jumped down, very happy, very excited. I'm finally down, safe, no king of the dead, no one, comfortable, much better than expected. Especially with Xingyu's departure, it was even better. He flew all the way down the passage, and as he flew, he turned around and ran toward the exit of the passage. Shit, what the hell? He saw countless dead spirit heads suddenly appearing at the bottom of the passage. What a joke! How could non-invincible dead spirits carry out their own tasks and guard the passage? Damn it! Behind him, the quasi-invincible dead spirit was suddenly overjoyed. Chase! Creatures are invading. The commander has just taken office. Let's catch a creature and let the commander see what we can do. Although the dead spirits behind him were a little stupid, it didn't matter. He didn't care. The commander had just taken office, and the first task given to him was immediately fruitful, which made this Xingyu very happy. He had killed the commander before. Behind him, a quasi-invincible dead spirit and hundreds of sun and moon dead spirits quickly chased toward the passage. This passage was full of invincible dead spirits. It didn't matter if they were not invincible dead spirits. A group of people quickly flew toward Lu Hong. It was fine to capture or kill it. Ahead. Lu Hong's face turned purple. How could it be? And they took the initiative to kill him. Damn, weren't dead spirits not very intelligent? It was over. He tried his best to fly up, but in this damn place, the suppression was very strong. He used all his strength, but the guys behind him continued to chase up, and they were getting closer and closer. Lu Hong gritted his teeth and quickly looked back. A token appeared in his hand, and he shouted, "How dare you? I'm the messenger of Lord Wen. I'm in the life and death realms. Anyone who sees me should stay away." The token shone with a brilliant light. The dead spirits who were chasing him suddenly froze. Those dead spirits unconsciously prostrated and knelt on the ground in an instant. And the conscious quasi-invincible dead spirit struggled a little, and gradually showed respect in his eyes. He lowered his head slightly. Although he didn't prostrate on the ground, he was not as arrogant as before. Lu Hong panted violently. He was overjoyed. It worked. He was almost done for. It was too dangerous. Sure enough, the dead soul's world was still under the control of the ancient times. The token of Lord Wen also worked here. Lucky. Lucky. Lu Hong heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the monarch of dead spirits. The monarchs had higher intelligence. Some of them might have been killed by Lord Wen, so they didn't care whether you had a token or not. But these quasi-invincible dead spirits weren't so smart and thoughtful. Lu Hong carefully walked toward the exit of the passage, bypassing the crawling dead spirits. After he bypassed them, the dead spirits behind him were still motionless, which made Lu Hong overjoyed. Not bad, scared me to death. At this moment, there seemed to be a few more dead spirits in front of him. Lu Hong used the same trick. As soon as he took out the token, he shouted, "How dare you, dead spirits? I'm the messenger of Lord Wen. I'm in the life and death realms. Anyone who sees me should stay away." In front of him, the four shadows didn't stop and kept moving forward. Suyu's cloak turned white, and the black and white looked extremely weird, but Lu Hong's expression changed dramatically. What a strong dead spirit. 4. Don't tell me this is the monarch of dead spirits. He had talked to Xianxia, but he hadn't seen them. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. There couldn't be 4 monarchs. Soon, the other 3 stopped at the entrance of the passage. They didn't enter. This made Lu Hong heave a sigh of relief. So, the token was still useful? The main thing was that the passage couldn't support more than 1 invincible realm expert. And Suyu looked at the guy in front of him with a strange look in his eyes. He stopped slowly with some surprise and shock. King Wen's token, messenger of Lord Wen, Lu Hong? Are you kidding me? He's the messenger of Lord Wen. Lord Wen was a top expert in the ancient times. Lu Hong was just a Ling Yun. How could it be? Or could it be that this token was fake and he had picked it up? However, those dead spirits were indeed greatly affected. Even Suyu was slightly affected. When he saw the token, a voice seemed to appear in his mind. King Wen's token, 1, back off. In his mind, there seemed to be someone telling him to back off, otherwise, he would get into big trouble. Suyu was shocked that Lu Hong had such a treasure. That token was really King Wen's token, and Lu Hong, seeing the dead spirit in the white cloak stop, breathed a sigh of relief again. Scared me to death. Damn, is this a quasi-invincible realm dead spirit? So are the other 3, it feels so powerful. After all, he was just Ling Yun, and it was hard to tell. In his eyes, the quasi-invincible realm and the invincible realm were both invincible existences. He carefully took a detour and was ready to go out from Suyu's side. Scared to death, he had to stay away from this guy. While he was thinking, a hand was gently placed on his shoulder. Ah! Lu Hong screamed and quickly raised the token. King Wen's token, life and death are separated. How dare you disobey? His voice was sharp, and Suyu, one hand picking his ear, the other hand directly reached out to grab the token. And the moment the token was grabbed, a beam of light burst out, as if it was very dissatisfied with the person who disobeyed and wanted to punish him. As a result, as soon as the light appeared, it was swallowed by Suyu. At the same time, in his mind, the tombstone of Wen shook a bit, shaking off all the light. Suyu grabbed the token in his hand, and Lu Hong was completely stunned and scared out of his wits. I'm done for. He died before he won the battle. This token doesn't work anymore. Behind him, as soon as the token was in Suyu's hand, Xingde and the others returned to normal. At this moment, seeing Suyu, Xingde and the other undead all knelt down, and Xingde suddenly said loudly, "Greetings, Commander. Dispense with the formalities." Suyu said lightly, put away the token, looked at Lu Hong, and said with a faint smile, "Mr. Lu, you are really brave." Lu Hong was just in infinite horror. At this moment, when he heard this, he suddenly became even more horrified. No, impossible. F***ck, Suyu, impossible, this is impossible. He was in the Star Mansion. How could he be in the dead soul's world, let alone here, let alone become a commander? The next moment, he heard an even more horrifying sound. The voice of Xianxia. He had heard it before. Outside the passage, Xianxia said coldly, "Interesting. It seems to be the King Wen's token, but the level is not high." Then, Xianxia asked, "He too, did you feel it just now?" He too, horrifying, Lu Hong was almost stupefied. He too, whom all the realms were shouting to kill, was here. Xianxia, he too, Suyu. And there was also an extremely strong existence. What was going on? He too said with a smile, "It seems to be the King Wen's token." Interesting, is this person a descendant of King Wen? Or a descendant passed down from King Wen? Ordinary people can't use the King Wen's token. Interesting, very interesting. Suyu, do you know this person? Suyu said with a smile, "Yes, my dear Mr. Lu. He taught me many things, such as swindling and deceiving." At this moment, Lu Hong was completely stunned and scared silly. F***ck, where the hell am I? Is this the dead soul's world? This can't be. Not only is Suyu here, but he is also wandering around with several undead lords. He went crazy. He suppressed his fear and asked, "Suyu, you are dead?" "Mr. Lu is dead, but I probably won't die." Suyu smiled, grabbed his shoulder and said with emotion, "Mr. Lu, I really admire you. Tell me, what are you doing in the dead soul's world? How did you get this King Wen's token? Also, I said I will release you when I come back. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you not giving me, Suyu, face, or are you despising me, Suyu, for not being a good host? Lu Hongdu was about to cry, you are not dead? If you are not dead, then what the hell is this? You are actually hooking up with the undead lords. This is too scary. Did you come back from the dead soul's world? Oh my god, Lu Hong was completely stunned. Suyu ran amok in the dead soul's world. He might have come from the Xingyu mansion. He heard that there was a passage there. So, this guy is too scary. How did he do it? Lu Hong's face was dull. His eyes were full of despair and helplessness. I will be *king defeated by this brat for the rest of my life. This is too miserable. With endless despair, Lu Hong said pitifully, I didn't mean that. I just came to see what the dead soul's world looks like. Suyu smiled, you want to see? That's easy. Master Xingyu and the others are going to have a banquet for the nearby sovereigns. Mr. Lu is here, along with dozens of sovereigns. It is rare to see living people in the dead soul's world. Master Xingyu, Mr. Lu will be the main course. A king of the dead soul's world can have a taste. It is too difficult to eat a living person in the dead soul's world. Let's have a taste. Suyu said indifferently, this is King Wen's man. It will be great to eat him. Lu Hong said in horror, don't, Suyu, we have no grudge against each other. When you were weak, I helped you. Look, you've been gone for so long, and I even helped you disguise yourself. Even now, no one can be sure if you've really left or not. I only left on the last day. Suyu, I've taken on countless risks. Otherwise, I would have left long ago, and you wouldn't have met me, right? Suyu took a deep look at him. Fine, the dead soul's world. No living people should go there. Master, go back with me. Stay in the mansion of the governor for a few days. Master Xingyu, send someone to guard the passage. If he comes down, kill him. Xingyu said coldly, I will guard it myself. Thank you, master. Suyu didn't say much. He grabbed Lu Hong and walked away. In front of him, Xing De and the other dead souls all stepped back respectfully. This is the commander of our Star Moon Kingdom, a big shot, very strong, it is easy for him to fight. Against 8 quasi-invincible realm experts, and Lu Hong was full of despair and helplessness. I am so unlucky, how did I meet Suyu? If he met other sovereigns, he could talk a few words, fool them, and use the Wen King's token as a magic weapon. But when he met Suyu, everything was useless. Suyu was smarter than him, no matter what, Suyu wouldn't believe it. The key is my Wen King's token, I want to cry, Lu Hongyi kept looking at Suyu's arms. My Wen King's token, can I still get it back? I am so miserable, and Suyu walked away while fading the death energy. Gradually, Suyu in a snow-white robe returned. Compared with before, he looked more ethereal. After a while, Suyu stepped out of the passage with a smile. In front of him, there was one more person. Xinghong looked at Suyu and said with emotion, you are really omnipotent. You can come back, and it went well, so, Star Moon has been settled by you, really good, Suyu smiled and said, sir, you praise me too much. It's just a small matter. Small matter, Xinghong was speechless. Is this still a small matter? Much stronger. Xinghong looked at him again and sighed, looking at you, I always feel that we have lived all these years in vain. As he said, he looked at Lu Hong and said indifferently, I told you that the death energy down there is very strong, but you didn't believe me. Lu Hong wanted to cry but had no tears, if I believe him now, is it too late? Suyu threw him to the side and said with a smile, sir, this is a big shot, maybe he is a descendant of Wen King. Impossible. Xinghong shook his head, Wen King has no descendants. There seems to be an inheritance, but it seems to have been cut off, he can't be a descendant. Lu Hong hurriedly said, I am not, I was just lucky and picked up a token, Suyu, that is for you, Suyu was too lazy to say more, directly waving his hand, Lu Hong was instantly sealed. Teacher, please think about it, I am done with my work, I hope teacher can say a few words to your student. As for lying. Teacher, if you think you can hide it from me, then go ahead and lie. Suyu said indifferently, I will give teacher time to make up a lie, it must be true. Don't be full of loopholes, otherwise, I think teacher will be a big dish in the monarch banquet. Monarch banquet? Xinghong didn't care about anything else, he just looked at Suyu strangely. What monarch banquet? Suyu smiled and said, I will let Starmoon host a monarch banquet for the dozens of dead spirit kingdoms in the castle below. What do you think, sir? Xinghong's face changed instantly, he looked at Suyu. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, go to the Sky Destroyer City. Don't come to me, fuck, do you want my life, are you kidding me? Go to Tianmia's side and cause trouble for Tianmia. Don't cause trouble for me here, the Sky Destroyer City is full of energy, he has time to fight with these dead spirits, I can't. Suyu grinned and said, don't worry, sir, it's fine, I said it's just a gathering, I won't attack the passage, don't worry. The dead spirits down there are all my people. I made some friends this time, oh right, he too is also here, they are all friends. Xinghong looked at Suyu deeply. Is this a deterrent? Maybe a little. Suyu really stood up. In the past, he and the ancient city, Suyu was completely in a passive state. If the guard wanted to help, he would help, if not, Suyu couldn't do anything. If the guard wanted to send the death chi, he could send it, Suyu couldn't refuse. In short, Suyu was in an absolutely passive state in the deal with the guard of the ancient city. Now, he actually invited dozens of dead spirit monarchs. Xinghong thought, while Suyu bowed slightly and said, I've caused trouble for sir, I've caused a lot of trouble for sir this time. Now, I have some ability, I will do my best to help reduce the burden for all sir. Suyu said in a low voice, the guard's mission is to guard the dead spirit passages, I promise, with me here, all the dead spirit passages are as stable as Mount Tai. Unless I die. In other words, if he died, the passages might not be stable. Xinghong looked at him for a while, the cautious Suyu finally had the capital to talk about these things in front of him. Xinghong was a little absent-minded, it didn't seem long. Soon, Xinghong smiled faintly, the guards only care about the rules. Within the rules, everything is fine. Outside the rules, depending on the situation, the dead spirits don't spread, the death chi doesn't overflow, everything has nothing to do with the guards, even if the heavens are destroyed, it has nothing to do with us. Thank you, sir. Suyu cupped his hands and bowed slightly to show his thanks. Xinghong smiled, it's fine, the guards are too bored, in fact, a little change is good. If someone can really break the rules. I have nothing else to ask for, just remove us from our positions. Xinghong laughed self-deprecatingly, no one wants to be a stone for 100,000 years. If not forced, who would be a guard? Break the rules, if you really have the ability, then break it will give us a little hope, it's too long, 100,000 years. Xinghong felt that it was rare that his group hadn't completely gone crazy, he saw that Suyu was strong, gathered the other sovereigns, and was a smart man, he couldn't help but chuckle, go to Sky Destroyer first, the other guards. I can help you contact them, how many are you prepared to accept? All. Xinghong was shocked, are you sure? Yes. Suyu said calmly, now, my strength is 100 times stronger than before I went in. Of course, the increase in strength was not 100 times, however, the current him, if he were to fight the previous him, it would be an understatement to say that he could fight 100 times stronger than the previous him. Xinghong sucked in a breath, Shui was death, is it related to you? Yes, I killed him. Suyu smiled, not just Shui Hua, this time, other than the human race and a few who helped the human race, I killed all the invincibles who went in, leaving no one alive. Behind, Lu Hong, who was immobilized, heart pounding, what the hell, you are a peerless evil, I say, why are people dying like this time, invincibles are dying one after another, it's all because of you, too ruthless. Xinghong was stunned, he couldn't help but say, your hand, is too evil. Big kill, I might not even kill as many invincibles as you. Suyu smiled, sir, I didn't want to, but these guys, they all want to kill me when they see me. I didn't provoke anyone, but all the worlds want to kill me. Suyu gritted his teeth, I didn't look for trouble first, you kill me, I will kill you. They are not kind to me, I will pay them back 100 times. Xinghong exhaled, you came out early, ready to kill? It depends on the situation, everyone is good, I am good, I can't wait to stop, but if someone still wants to kill me, this time, I hope to kill more to deter the worlds. I hope you can help me. Xinghang hesitated, then said in a low voice, "You better go to the boss first." He agreed, "It's not a big problem." If he doesn't agree, even Sky Annihilation may not dare to disobey his orders and attack recklessly. Suyu nodded, "Right, he really had to communicate with Old Tortoise, so you didn't think it was a big problem, provided that he didn't cause too much trouble for the ancient city, such as a disaster." "Sir, then I will go out for a while." After thinking, Suyu said, "It's best if I pretend to be you, sir. How about, you restrain your aura?" "You," Xinghang was convinced, "you even dare to pretend to be me, you can even pretend to be me, this guy." This trip to Xingyu Mansion, in just a month, has undergone earth-shattering changes. What a monster. Fine. Let's see if you can hide from Sky Annihilation and the others. It's not a big problem, Suyu laughed. This time out, he was indeed much more confident. Soon, in the sky above Xinghang Ancient City, a stone statue flew out, once again attracting the attention of countless people. On the side of the Celestials, someone sneered and said, "I'm guessing that Suyu is most likely in the Xingyu Mansion. It seems that these guards are anxious and are thinking of ways to save Suyu. Otherwise, why would this Xinghang keep flying around? As for why he could fly around, maybe there was a method they didn't know." And at this moment, these people were sure that Suyu was 100% in the mansion. This time, Suyu was dead for sure. Someone gritted his teeth. So many people died this time. Could it be that Suyu, that big killer? If so, he must be killed. And in Sky Annihilation Ancient City, Sky Annihilation was a little surprised. Again, what is Xinghang doing? He just left. Why is he here again? "Xinghang, why are you here again? Are you deliberately provoking me?" Sky Annihilation scolded, "Are you doing it on purpose? Do you think I can't get out? Believe it or not, I will beat you to death with a stick, bastard." He scolded a few times. The next moment, when Suyu approached, Sky Annihilation was startled. Suddenly, his eyes flashed fiercely. Even Suyu felt a chill in his heart, quickly sending a voice transmission, "Lord, it's me. F***CK. Sky Annihilation was stunned for a moment. "Suyu, you, am I hearing things?" Sky Annihilation was stunned. How did Suyu come out? My god, where did he come from? At this moment, Sky Annihilation doubted life. Seeing that it was Suyu, Sky Destroyer was really confused. Just now, he felt something was wrong. After all, he was a top expert. As soon as Suyu came near, he felt something was wrong. He was ready to kill him with his stick. But when he heard that it was Suyu, he felt that it was better to kill him. "TSK, bold evildoer, you dare to deceive me." Sky Destroyer suppressed the shock in his heart. "No more nonsense. I'll give you a punch first." He punched at Suyu through the air. As for Suyu, after sensing it for a moment, he smiled and also punched out. Sky Destroyer, of course, didn't use his full strength. If he did, wouldn't he turn Suyu into ashes? This punch probably had the strength of a quasi-invincible expert. He wanted to test Suyu and beat him up to calm himself down. After punching out, Suyu also punched through the air. Boom, the two fist seals disappeared after colliding in the void. Sky Destroyer was stunned. He punched again and shouted, "Bold evildoer, there's something wrong with you. So strong, this definitely isn't Suyu." "Fine, he isn't, but I'll beat you up." Boom, another punch was thrown. And Suyu, with a smile on his face, followed up with a punch. The shockwave spread out. Sky Destroyer was stunned again. F***CK, he's fine, you forced my hand. In the next instant, he punched out again. This time, his strength had reached the level of invincible. This brat Suyu's strength had increased by a lot. Seems like an invincible punch might not be able to kill him. Sky Destroyer was relieved. Boom, this time, Suyu didn't resist. He just stood there and took the punch. His body shook a bit, dispersing the power. Sky Destroyer stared at him, dumbfounded. What was going on? He wanted to punch again, but Suyu coughed and said, "Your Excellency, it's about time. If we continue, the outside world will sense it." The Sky Destroyer withdrew his hand in boredom. He looked at Suyu with a stiff expression on his petrified face. "I'm petrified, I don't want to talk to you." He didn't say a word. Suyu was no longer the weak trash who couldn't even break a strand of his hair after beating him for half a day. It was very sad. Back then, when Suyu first came here, he hit him for a long time with a big hammer, but he couldn't even move a hair on him. But now, as expected, humans are the most despicable creatures. I hate humans. Xianxia was so depressed that he didn't really want to talk. Suyu, on the other hand, took out some meat with a smile and said, "My lord, do you want some? This is good stuff, roasted from an invincible body, dragon meat of the dragon race." Sky Destroyer's eyes lit up as he looked at the things in front of Suyu. Dragon meat? Yes. That. I don't really feel like eating, sir. Have a taste. Sky Destroyer said reluctantly, "Since you're so enthusiastic, how about I eat a little?" As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly shrunk and turned into a delicate youth. He looked quite young, but he wasn't too peaceful, giving off a somewhat restless and fanatical feeling. This person indeed had such a temperament. If you provoked him, he would pull out a city and turn it into a stick, beating you to death. Sky Destroyer was a bit anxious. He grabbed the dragon meat in front of him and ate it. His mouth was glowing as he ate, and his eyes were bright as he said, "It's really dragon meat. Kid, you're good. Did you kill the 2 dragons that went in?" "Yes." "What about the phoenix race?" "Killed them too." "Give me some phoenix meat." "That's fine too." Suyu smiled and took out some. These corpses weren't complete, but their bodies were too big. Even if they were destroyed, it was still possible to collect a bit of flesh. There weren't many complete corpses, so he returned them to the Heaven Devourer. In fact, Suyu didn't have a complete invincible body. Sky Destroyer ate in a hurry and asked, "Where's Xianxia?" "I didn't see it." "Maybe it's dead." Suyu shrugged. He didn't see it. He had killed his way up, and if he saw someone he knew, he would have taken them away. But he didn't see any of the half-dead spirits that came out of the ancient city. Oh. Sky Destroyer didn't care too much. They probably aren't dead. If they were, I would have sensed it. Not dead, then where could they be hiding? So you didn't care too much. Sky Destroyer said while eating, "Why did you come back early?" "I came out of the dead soul's domain." "Kid, you're good." Sky Destroyer ate until his mouth was full of grease. He said happily, "The taste is not bad." The dead soul's domain. It's not easy to go there, but if you don't provoke some things, it's not too hard. Don't go to the dead soul's galaxy, don't cross over, it's not too big of a problem. Then, he ate until his mouth was puffed up. He said vaguely, "But don't go down too often. It's not that simple down there." "It's really simple. Big Tortoise has already destroyed those dead spirits down there. Be careful of a Hoyi patrolling. It's troublesome. Big Boss isn't easy to provoke." Suyu was startled. Hoyi? Yes, a marquis when he was alive may still be a marquis after death, or even an ancient marquis of dead spirits. Either way, he's very strong. A few years ago, he even fought with Big Boss. A few years ago? Suyu was puzzled. Sky Destroyer continued, "When Hichu died, Boss fought with a marquis and chased him away. However, Hichu also went out of control. Boss didn't have time to suppress the dead spirits, and in the end, the rules went berserk, so he had to kill Hichu." Suyu was very surprised. Hichu's death really had the meaning of a conspiracy. A marquis came, unification, sure enough, conspiracies were everywhere. Even the dead soul's domain had these kinds of troubles. But the years before Sky Destroyer was really long ago. It had been 100,000 years, and you're still talking about a few years ago, so you remembered this in his heart. As long as he remembered it, there was no need to say anything else. Soon, Suyu said with a smile, "Sir, Tian he isn't here. Give me the title of Vice City Lord or something. I'm afraid there will be a little trouble tomorrow. I hope Sir can fight." Sky Destroyer's eyes moved. "Fight what?" "Let me say this in advance. Fighting Tiangu won't be easy. This guy is still very strong. Don't look at how he's been suffering recently. If he really fights, even Big Boss will find it hard to suppress him. He didn't even ask how to fight, only whether to fight Tiangu or not. So you didn't know whether to laugh or cry." He quickly said, "It's hard to say. If Tiangu really shows up, do you have the confidence to defeat him?" "No confidence." Sky Destroyer shook his head. He wasn't bluffing. I can't defeat the one from the demon race, but I'm not afraid. That guy is too young. But Tiangu is not young. He has participated in the first 9 of the 10 tides. He has fought against eternal, Tao unification, human monarchs. He's not to be trifled with. Suyu thought for a while and nodded slightly. Understood. Sky Destroyer said, but with Xinghong and Yun Xiao, if that doesn't work, we can call another one. Even if we can't defeat him, it will be difficult for him to deal with us. He won't dare to come out with his true body. At his level, he was afraid that he would be killed and surrounded by others. Even if he sends an avatar, he definitely won't be able to defeat us. Hearing this, Suyu felt a bit more confident. All right then, sir. Is it okay for me to be the Vice City Lord? Sky Destroyer glanced at him. I'll say this in advance. After the fight, I'm going out for a stroll. How long? 80 to 100 years. Suyu stood up and packed his things. He took the cup from Sky Destroyer's hand and turned to leave. Sky Destroyer hurriedly said, 8 to 10 years is fine too. Suyu continued to walk. Don't go. I'm half a master to you. How about 3 to 5 months? Sky Destroyer saw that he still wanted to leave and became angry. Don't go too far. For an expert like this to help you, won't you have to leave for 8 to 10 days? I can consider this. Suyu turned around and laughed. Sir, it's not that I don't want to, but you have to consider my situation. If you leave for 8 to 10 days, the others will also have to leave. If I calculate it, a year will have passed. I don't have the ability to last a year. Sky Destroyer gave a cold snort, his face filled with dissatisfaction. He turned into a stone man and returned to his original position. He looked down at Suyu and said, then it's like this. You're too realistic. Xinghong, Yun Xiao, and the others can leave as they please, but if this one leaves for 8 to 10 days, you still want to make irresponsible remarks. Suyu was speechless. I've heard that you're too reckless. What if you leave and don't come back? Sir, this is what Sir Hongmeng said, it's not that I don't want to give it. Che. Sky Destroyer disdainfully said, he can leave, but he won't let me leave. That old turtle can sleep for 8 to 10,000 years, but can I? True, with Sky Destroyer's personality, he was probably impatient. So you didn't say much and said with a smile, Sir, give me a token that can communicate with you. If there's a fight later, I'll call you. Right, before the fight, don't come out, lest others find out, we can all go out. Okay. Sky Destroyer wasn't in a hurry for a day or two, so he casually said, I think we'll fight tomorrow, so there's no need to rush today. Suyu gave a thumbs up, you're right. Sky Destroyer quickly threw a token to Suyu and said with a smile, you brat, in any case, you're not someone who knows your place. I knew it on the first day. But I advise you to talk to Demigod God-Eater, otherwise I'll find it difficult to deal with him. There are hundreds of Eternals gathered outside. Suyu nodded, he could let Furball communicate with him. With that said, Suyu was about to leave. Sky Destroyer watched him leave, hesitated, and suddenly said, fight, fight. Kill less. Destroy 3 bodies, and try to limit the number of deaths to less than 10. Especially one clan, don't kill too many, got it? Suyu looked sideways and saw Sky Destroyer petrified, not saying a word. Suyu slightly frowned, not saying a word. Just as he was about to leave, Sky Destroyer's voice sounded again, actually, I really want to kill a few more. Brat, I'll teach you a method. Don't lure the dead out, put the living in. Open an opening, and hit them with a few sticks, got it? The dead soul's world was eliminated, but the living world didn't react much. Suyu suddenly looked back at Sky Destroyer. Sky Destroyer remained petrified, I'm a stone man, I didn't say anything, don't look at me. But Suyu's eyes lit up, Sky Destroyer's words hid many things. First, kill invincible, preferably not more than 10 deaths. Second, it's best not to kill all the clans. Third, it's not necessary to lure the dead souls out, but to fight in. Fight in, the dead soul's world has the final say on how many died. Suyu took a deep breath. Interesting. Sky Destroyer knew a lot of things, But he seemed to have some scruples and didn't say it directly. In fact, he had said a lot. Suyu exhaled and cupped his hands. Thank you, my lord, I got it. It's good that you got it. Add 10 days, at least more than Xinghong. Suyu laughed in spite of himself. This was exactly what he was thinking about. Okay, I will satisfy my lord first. Okay, get lost. Right, leave the things, where's the meat? Suyu was speechless, leaving behind the wine and meat he had taken before. Soon, Suyu turned into Xinghong again, disappearing from Sky Destroyer Ancient City. As soon as he left, Sky Destroyer returned to his human form, happily running to eat meat. While eating, he sighed, there's going to be a fight. Let's talk after eating. 100,000 years. He looked outside the city. 100,000 years, I, Sky Destroyer, have had enough. Rules. Sky Destroyer's eyes revealed an ominous glint. Rules my ass, I will break them sooner or later. I don't want to do this job anymore, Suyu. Hichu, Suyu is more ruthless than Hichu, damn it, I bet he is ruthless enough. Kill for me, turn the world upside down, break this world, break this rule, I don't want to do it anymore. Xinghong and the others still want to follow the rules, but Sky Destroyer. I really don't want to. I want to go out, 100,000 years. I will beat you all to death with my stick. Hee hee, Sky Destroyer sneered, Suyu this kid, be ruthless for me. How can I not be ruthless? How can I fight if I'm not ruthless? Kill until the world is turned upside down, get those old farts out, and beat them all to death. As he was thinking, a hazy voice came, Sky Destroyer, what did you say to Suyu just now? Nothing. Sky Destroyer bare one's teeth grinned, boss, I didn't do anything. I just told him that if he wants to fight, it has to be within the rules. Otherwise, our guards will never violate the rules to help him. For example, unless our holy city is attacked, I will never take action. Old Turtle's voice came faintly, Sky Destroyer, you have to know that you are not only representing yourself, but also the other brothers and sisters. If the great law Tribulation descends because of a momentary rush, Sky Destroyer's eyes flashed fiercely, boss, I know. If it weren't for everyone, I would have killed my way out in the first tide. Now, it's already the 10th tide. Old Turtle seemed to realize something. After a moment of silence, he said again, do you have your own plans? No. Tell me the truth. Sky Destroyer was silent for a while, and bare one's teeth said, it's really nothing, it's just. I'm going to talk to Suyu and find an advanced eternal human to replace me. This father will go out and help him kill people. What do you think? Nothing. Sky Destroyer was speechless. He snorted, a little unhappy, forget it, I won't talk about it anymore. It's so annoying. He stopped eating and instantly shielded the surroundings. He didn't want to listen to the boss's nonsense anymore. He directly turned into a stone statue, motionless as if he had died and continued to guard the channel. Star C, Seabed. Ancient Grand Mist City. Old Turtle felt a headache. He sighed helplessly. He couldn't bear it anymore, 100,000 years, he could still bear it, but Cloud Sky couldn't bear it, Sky Destroyer couldn't bear it, Xinghong too, if they could bear it, if it was the first tide, he too could also bear the death energy. Sky Destroyer and the others weren't as anxious as they were now, and they didn't put in so much effort. At that time, these guards were a little casual. The first tide wasn't far from the ancient era, only about 1,000 years. 1,000 years, for them, they still had a lot of expectations. They looked forward to the recovery of the ancient era, the return of the human sovereign, the return of King Wen and King Wu, everything. They looked forward to changing their positions and continuing to fulfill their duties. 100,000 years later, everyone couldn't bear it anymore. The ancient era had really been destroyed, the rules were still there. They became generals and prisoners, and their strength improved very slowly. Sky Destroyer had long been close to Dao integration. After 100,000 years, he was still close to Dao integration, and his strength didn't improve much. He lived like a prisoner. Suyu was his life-saving straw. Therefore, in this tide change, Suyu appeared, but his treatment was completely different from that of He Tuesday. For him, Xinghong went to the human realm and secretly killed many invincible beings. For him, Cloud Sky and Sky Destroyer disregarded the Great Tribulation of the rules and fought, almost triggering a world-ending tribulation. This couldn't have happened 100,000 years ago. Because at that time, they believed that the chaos was only temporary. At that time, there were actually some old friends who would chat every now and then about when they could be relieved. Later, the old friends became fewer and fewer. With each tide change, the old friends became fewer and fewer. Gradually, all the guards became autistic, no longer as active and expectant as before. In the outside world, when they saw Xinghong fall into another ancient city, in the distance, the invincible being's eyes flickered. Someone transmitted his voice, "What are these guards going to do? Are they really going to start a war with the heavens for Suyu? There's no need to be afraid of war. Unless they really want to die, they won't be able to leave the ancient city. I'm afraid it'll be like before, ignoring the rules. That was an accident before, and he was threatened by that old turtle. Plus, he's just a guard, and the clans don't want to fall out with him. So be it. If these guards really violate the rules, the Great Tribulation will come instantly, and as long as we avoid it for a while, these guards will all die. Don't worry about them colluding with each other. It's almost as if they want to die. I'm just afraid that the dead soul's domain will open. Don't worry, there's a way. The rules are still there, and it's not that easy for the dead spirits to kill everywhere. The key to the ancient city is still Suyu. As long as Suyu is destroyed, these guards will also give up. Are you sure Suyu is among them? I wasn't 100% sure before, but now he must be. Xinghong probably used a special method to get out of the ancient city. Now he's probably anxious, and probably realized that Suyu has been exposed. Just wait. These people were talking and discussing with each other. And on the human side, Daxia of Goguryeo looked over there, frowning slightly. Xinghong is running around, isn't he telling everyone that Suyu is really among them? Is he anxious? It's been 100,000 years, and these ancient guards really can't keep their cool. What's the hurry? Even if you're anxious, don't run around. You guards can communicate with each other through voice transmission. Why do you have to contact each other one by one? Daming King, who was disguised as the Great Zhou King, also looked over there, frowning slightly, and did not speak. On their side, there were a few experts who had arrived. The Great Han King, the Great Tang King, the Great Shan King, the Great Song King, the Great Silkworm Destruction King, who was proficient in the power of time, Daxia of Goguryeo, and Daming King, a total of 7 top experts had gathered. At this time, the others also looked over. The Great Han King, the Great Song King, and the Great Silkworm Destruction King had a faint feeling in the depths of their hearts. It was a very faint feeling, different from before. However, there was a faint feeling that this Xinghong seemed to have some connection with them. What connection? It was hard to say. This was because Suyu had outlined their Shunwen, and the distance was too close. However, the current Suyu was too strong. In terms of pure willpower, he was definitely weaker than them, but not by much. After stepping into the Mountain Sea realm, opening 360 divine apertures, and advancing to the Sun-Moon realm in Shunwen, the current Suyu was actually very good at concealing himself. These few people could only sense it faintly. The Great Silkworm Destruction King mainly focused on the power of time. He stared at Xinghong and did not look any further. If he stared too much, others might think that they were provoking him. Hearing Daxia of Goguryeo's words, the Great Light King said in a low voice, "Don't be anxious. We still don't know the specific situation inside. Tomorrow, the teleportation should be done, but the passage is broken. We still don't know if the teleportation can go smoothly." Daxia of Goguryeo exhaled. He hoped that everything was fine. In reality, the hope was slim. At this moment, more and more invincible experts gathered outside. The immortal race had more than 10 immortal kings, and many other races had also come. The recent turmoil had caused great losses to the various races. This was especially so for the immortal race. They clearly knew that 5 of their immortal kings had fallen. Before this, when Xiao Longwu had proven his Tao, 5 immortal kings had fallen, and the 3 bodies of immortal kings had exploded. The immortal race had suffered great losses. They had been dormant for many years, and this tide had just appeared, and they had already suffered such great losses. If this continued, the immortal race would be in turmoil, their deterrence would decrease. If it were the human race, 7 or 8 invincible experts had died, and many invincible experts had lost their 3 bodies. They would not be able to live, and a great disaster would befall them. It had to be said that the immortal race had a deep foundation. At this critical juncture, they had mobilized a large number of immortal kings. Suyu did not care about the outside world. He knew that there were many invincible experts, it didn't matter, he didn't care, he walked city by city. In some ancient cities, he directly took over the position of the city lord, and in some cities, he served as the general of a city and could transmit death aura. These ancient city guards did not say much. One by one, some were silent, some were excited, some were gloomy, and they all seemed to be looking forward to it, or rather, longing for it, longing for killing, longing for war, longing for destruction. 100,000 years, even for them, 100,000 years was a long time that was enough to drive them crazy. In the end, after a round, Suyu came to Cloud Sky Ancient City. Xianxia had long known the situation. She also knew that Suyu had returned. This female invincible expert, who had a bad temper, pulled out the city as a sword, and killed people, smiled when she saw Suyu. Do you want me to accompany you to boss? Suyu smiled, no need, Lord Xianxia, you don't have to go out, in case those people think too much. I came this time to thank you. Last time, you were almost killed by the great tribulation of loss for me. It's a small matter. Xianxia smiled faintly, it's not just for you, but I hate this restriction. We are like prisoners, trembling in fear. We have guarded the dead spirit world for 100,000 years, 100,000 years. But not many people remember our good deeds, and they only treat us as tools. Xianxia said coldly, they feel that it is our duty to guard. What a joke. The ancient era is destroyed, the imperial court is gone. The ancient council is gone too. Now, what other duties do we have? It is just limited by the rules. What kind of bullshit rules are these? She scolded for a while and quickly said, Suyu, boss is worried because of us, but we are not afraid. But to convince him, you have to do something or agree to something. He might help and try his best, speak. Suyu looked at Xianxia and she said, representative token. 99 of them. In ancient times, the reward rules were set by the humans. The punishment rules were set by the parliament. Of course, both sides made some other rules, but this has nothing to do with us. We went against the rules and the blood tribulation came from the parliament's token. Get 99. No, just 50 and you can make the rules retreat. If you can get 99, you can even cancel the rules and use them to set new rules. If you agree to collect 50 ancient counselor badges, you will be able to avoid the punishment from the rules. You might even be able to change our positions. If that's the case, everything will be fine. Suyu took in a deep breath. This was too difficult, it was really difficult. This was because he saw that the tokens were in the hands of some big races and ancient races. They were controlled by the experts of the races. If they wanted to snatch it, they should just kill them. Xianxia was giving him a difficult problem. Xianxia smiled, don't worry, I don't expect you to do it now, but you can do it in the future. Suyu was silent for a while and nodded, I will try my best, but I can't guarantee it. That's enough. Then, Xianxia said, I feel that the flame demon in the passage is gone, so I can put in more effort. I asked Xingyue and the others to take it away. Xianxia laughed and quickly said, that's even better, the pressure is not great. However, it is not good to use the sacred city, or else it will cause the passage to open. Without weapons, our strength will decrease. How much pressure can you withstand? If you can, I will transfer all the death energy produced by the passage to you. That way, you can use weapons. Our weapons will increase our strength greatly. Suyu understood. Last time, Xianxia was defeated by a few invincible realm experts. In the end, he drew his sword and fought. His combat power sword and he killed an invincible realm expert instantly. I can probably hold on for a while. Without the king of the dead, I should be able to. That's good. Then, Xianxia smiled, don't tell Tian Mia, or else you may not be able to hold on. Got it. Suyu bowed, thank you, Lord. I will go to Lord Hongmeng. Go. Boss knows a lot, and he has a lot of concerns. He's from the primordial turtle clan, so he's different from us. In his eyes, 100,000 years might not be a long time, but to us, it's too long. Xianxia sighed. They were not a race after all. The primordial chaos tortoise was the race with the longest lifespan in the world. Sometimes, Boss did not understand them. Boss always said, wait, sleep, it will be fine, it is okay, endure a little more. Year after year, Boss could endure the loneliness, he could endure not opening the city for 100,000 years, but they could not bear it. So you said goodbye to Yunxiao, feeling a little emotional. These guards seemed to be anxious and could not bear it anymore. It was very smooth. After Suyu said it simply, all the guards did not seem to have any objections. At the bottom of the sea. Ancient primordial chaos city. The moment Suyu arrived, the primordial chaos tortoise's incarnation appeared. It was still that young man. With a wave of his hand, a table appeared in front of him. Suyu did not mind, but was a little surprised. There seemed to be a little monster at the entrance of the ancient city. It was quite bold. Suyu cupped his hands at the old tortoise and sat down at the side of the table. The old tortoise also sat down, smiling. Did you go to the 8th floor? Yes. Did you bring the black heaven tea? The heaven supervisor came and drank a cup. The taste was not bad, I miss it a little. No, I just went to the Blood Cavalry General's residence and left. The old tortoise was a little surprised, but he quickly smiled. You are quite generous, you actually did not investigate. It's fine, I will go sooner or later. The old tortoise laughed. You make it sound simple, but maybe it really is. After saying that, he looked at Suyu's forehead with a strange look. You opened the heavenly gate? Yes. The heavenly gate, the old tortoise sighed, looking outside, as if he could see through the void, seeing the white jade gate above the sea of stars. That is also the heavenly gate, do you know? I know. Suyu nodded. Moreover, it is not an imitation, it is most likely the real heavenly gate. Huh? Suyu calmly said, this is the heavenly gate of a living person, does Sir not know? The old tortoise was silent for a moment, shaking his head. I am not sure. Does Sir know of Mount Tai? The old tortoise frowned. Do not call out the names of these peerless powerhouses in the outside world. Ordinary people do not care, but for you, for me, there are fates in the unseen, easily perceived, very dangerous. This is the title of Sir Wu King. Suyu nodded, as expected of Wu King, a terrifying existence. Suyu said again, Sir should know why I am here. I know, this may cause Sacred City to fall into war, but I hope to receive Sir's help. The old tortoise sighed. They all agreed? Yes. Sigh, I can't help it, it has been too long. They always think that I do not understand them. In fact, I can understand, but I hope that they live until the day the rules are re-established. The old tortoise sighed. They are all heroes. They are heroes of the universe. The rules are re-established. No matter who becomes the overlord, they will be rewarded by the rules of heaven and earth. They will step into the Tao integration stage, and they will become lords. We do not need to choose a side. We wait in silence. Whether it is you, him, the immortal race, or the human race, as long as it is not the dead spirit tribe dominating the universe, we are all heroes. What do you think? Suyu nodded. This was true. No matter who won, as long as the ancient city did not choose a side, their contribution to suppressing the dead spirit realm for 100,000 years was indelible, undeniable. But now, they can't wait, they want to choose a side, the old tortoise side, but they should also know that this is a crisis. If they lose, their 100,000 years of contributions will go down the drain. Unless you, Suyu, win, the human race wins. It may not be useful, only if you, Suyu, win and become the overlord of the universe. Otherwise, any investment from the guardians will be useless. You cannot give us anything, you can only liberate us in terms of the rules. Suyu, do you understand? Suyu was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes, only if I win, if I win the universe, can I bring benefits to everyone. Otherwise, all the benefits now are insignificant. Yes. The old tortoise smiled bitterly. So, I have always advised them not to participate too much. Don't even speak, just quietly be a stone statue. Would you argue with a stone statue? Don't speak, don't open your mouth, wait for the universe to re-establish itself, then we will be liberated. Xianxia nodded, Sir is right, but Sir, seems to have failed. The old tortoise glanced at him for a long time, then said angrily, failure is also your responsibility. If it wasn't for you, no, if it wasn't for that bastard Xianxia running around everywhere, Sky Destroyer and the others would have given up. How could they have become active again? Blame me, Xianxia shrugged, I didn't ask Xianxia to run around, he ran on his own, I can only say. Xianxia did a good job, activating all the guardians at once, so, we are still alive. We can still go out, Xianxia thought for a moment, then said with a smile, Sir, it is your idea to live until the world is established, it doesn't mean that it is the idea of others. Perhaps, what they want is a grand and spectacular life. Sir, we have cultivated to this point, I don't believe that everyone's goal is simply to live like a prisoner. To live as a person without ideas, without thinking, it is better to die, become a dead spirit, at least be able to move around in the dead soul's domain. The old tortoise sighed, then said after a long time, Xianxia, your talent is very good, your strength is also not bad, but I am not optimistic about you. Of course, I am not optimistic about everyone, I only believe in facts. But since those old brothers have agreed, I can promise you, at the critical moment, I will block Sky Ancient and Heaven Supervisor for you, the rest. I don't care. Xianxia was overjoyed, that was enough. Before coming, he didn't expect the old tortoise to agree, he only hoped that the old tortoise could help keep an eye on the dead soul's domain. Sir, about the dead soul's domain, you let them go to Star Moon? The old tortoise was amazing, he even knew this. Xianxia nodded, The old tortoise was silent for a moment, go then, in the dead soul's domain, as long as you don't move, don't cause trouble, it won't be a big problem. As for the other problems, I will deal with them. In addition, don't let Xianxia and the others violate the rules. This time, the other races won't act, they will die when the blood calamity comes. I understand, the so-called rules, in one sentence, don't let the dead soul spread, don't let the death chi overflow, I will take care of it. The old tortoise nodded, that was it. As long as this could be done, everything else could be discussed. The key problem was that it was easier said than done. It took a total of 36 powerhouses to prevent the death chi from overflowing, Xianxia, it was difficult, being able to hold on for a moment didn't mean he could hold on forever. Then so be it. The old tortoise sighed, vanishing where he stood. After waiting for 100,000 years, he hoped to wait until the world was at peace, but his old friends weren't willing to wait any longer. Xianxia, no, the cause was Xianxia, you bastard, it's all because of you that these fellows were tempted. If you don't bring them back safely, I will deal with you. These were all heroes who had rendered meritorious service to this world, the old tortoise returned, and soon, his will reached into the dead soul's domain, spreading endlessly, soon reaching the direction of the dead soul's galaxy. At this moment, a dead monarch was crossing the river. Boom! The heavens fell, the earth cracked, and the galaxy raged. The dead monarch was shocked, shouting, Are you General Xianling? I am under the order of the Eastern Sky King to inspect the 30 eastern districts. Boom, the old tortoise's phantom appeared, shaking the dead soul's galaxy, saying coldly, This world is guarded by me, the primordial mist. Those who cross the boundary will be killed without mercy. No matter how strong the Eastern Sky King is, he can't violate the rules, wait until he becomes the emperor. Boom, the earth cracked, the dead monarch was like a small boat in the river, capsizing in an instant, swallowed by the dead soul's galaxy. The old tortoise's phantom projected, looking into the depths of the dead soul's galaxy, saying coldly, I am the General Xianling, the guardian of this world, Eastern Sky King, Western Sky King, cross the boundary, fight me. With a boom, the galaxy shook violently, and the old tortoise disappeared in an instant. Not long later, a few dead monarchs appeared in front of him, fear lingering in their hearts, saying in a low voice, General Xianling. Marquis Xianling is about the same, this old tortoise, the marquises of the manor, may not be his match. What a terrifying existence, 100,000 years ago, he was already a marquis. If the ancient times were still around, he might be able to join the parliament. The primordial mist tortoise clan seemed to be his. The group of dead monarchs hesitated for a moment, then left. Forget it, go back and report, this matter was not something they could handle. Suyu returned to Xinghong ancient city. As for Xinghong, he returned to his original state, turning into a stone statue to guard the passage. In the rear hall, Lu Hong was fixed in place, unable to move. When he saw Suyu return, he quickly winked, wanting Suyu to let him go. Suyu ignored him and looked at Xinghong, bowing slightly. Sir, does Qingwen have an inheritance? Inheritance? Xinghong thought for a moment. Yes, but it's extinct. In the first 3 tides, it actually appeared, but then it was completely destroyed. It's likely gone now. Then, he looked at Lu Hong. You mean him? Yes. It's hard to say. Xinghong thought for a moment. If he has Qingwen's inheritance, then it's too weak. It didn't seem like it, Qingwen's inheritance couldn't be so weak. Suyu nodded, waved, and let go of Lu Hong. He said softly, Teacher, have you made up a reason? Lu Hong was speechless, I can't even respond to that. After thinking, Lu Hong quickly said, I was really lucky to find Qingwen's token outside. Suyu said calmly, you know Qingwen? I dare say that many invincibles don't know Qingwen. Do you? Suyu took out the token from before. Look for it for me. Where is Qingwen written on it? Teacher, do you have to force me to kill you and extract your blood essence? Lu Hong was powerless. After a moment, he said, Suyu, this is my own opportunity. You also have a great opportunity. There's no need to take my opportunity, right? Suyu said calmly, I don't care about opportunities or treasures. I'm not forcing you to give your opportunity to me. I just want to know, Qingwen. Tombstone. First principle. Fifth principle. What's the connection between all these? And how much do you know? Lu Hong shook his head. I don't know. A book appeared. Suyu looked at him and said, then I'll invite teacher to take a tour in my civilization book. Lu Hongxin's heart palpitated. He felt threatened. After a moment of silence, Lu Hong powerlessly said, I'll speak. I won't tell you everything, but I can tell you roughly what I know. Some things are my personal secrets, and I don't want to talk about them. What do you think? Sure, tell me about it. Lu Hong felt helpless and said, actually, it's not that complicated. I'll tell you the truth. My opportunity was obtained at the Great Xia Civilization University. I picked it up. Maybe you won't believe it, but it's all true. Many of my Shenwen's combat techniques and Qingwen's token were obtained from the Great Xia Civilization University. I really don't know much. All I know is that Qingwen was an expert from ancient times. He was incredibly powerful, and after he died, there would always be a gravekeeper in every generation. The previous generation's gravekeeper stole Qingwen's tomb. The Wen King's medallion I obtained belonged to the previous generation's tomb keeper. He left some things at the Great Xia Civilization University, and I obtained them by chance. The reason I went to the Dead Soul's domain is also related to the things that he left behind. He looked at Suyu and thought for a moment. According to the clues and information I obtained, there is a Qingwen's mansion in the Dead Soul's domain, and there are treasures left behind. Carrying the Wen King's token, I might have a chance to obtain all of this. Therefore, I've been planning how to enter the Dead Soul's domain, Suyu said calmly, it's that simple? Where did you get the treasures? The Sea of Consciousness secret realm. Lu Hong explained, really, it's that simple. Then why did you enter the Dead Soul's domain? You're a living person. Aren't you afraid of dead spirits? Lu Hong hurriedly said, I'm a half-dead. I turned into a half-dead to suppress my vitality. With the Wen King's token, as long as I'm not too unlucky and encounter some dead spirit monarchs, it won't be a big problem. Suyu looked at him deeply. Other than that? Lu Hong said weakly, that's all. By the way, the previous generation's tomb keeper left some words. Suyu said slowly, don't rush to tell me. I met the previous generation's tomb keeper, Principal Xia Chen, in the Dead Soul's domain, and he's down there right now. If you can't tell me anything, I'll take you to confront him later. Lu Hong opened his mouth and looked at Suyu. Are you kidding me? Suyu said coldly, do you think I'm lying to you? Is it necessary? I really want to deal with you, kill you, swallow you, and then everything will be under my control. Master, don't let me down. Otherwise, I'm afraid the little bit of friendship in the academy will be completely gone. Lu Hong was a little helpless. He nodded and said, fine, I'll tell you everything. What I said before is true, but I hid some things. There is a mansion of King Wen in the dead soul's domain, but there are no treasures in this mansion. There is only a key, which is the key to King Wen's mansion. Also, the tomb keeper said that Shenwen is not accepted by the world and has no future in the living soul's domain. If there is a way, it's best to leave the living soul's domain. Also, don't take the inscribed tombstone. You'll die if you take it. The inscribed tombstone should be the battle skill stele of Shenwen in the academy. Whoever takes it will die. Not only that, anyone who learns the battle skills of Shenwen from this stele will die. Also, there is a high probability that there is a traitor on the human side, and he is very strong. Lu Hong shrugged and said, this traitor will not show himself normally, but when Shenwen rises, he will definitely make a move. This guy is a spy, and he's specially keeping an eye on Shenwen. It's not the Burning Sea King. The Burning Sea King is just being used. This is my own judgment. When the Burning Sea King appeared, I thought it was him, but later I judged that it shouldn't be him. There should be another one. This guy should have appeared after the tomb keeper. You can think of a way to check it yourself, because there was also a spy who might have been killed. The tomb keeper went to kill him, and he might have perished together. If you say that the tomb keeper is the first generation, then he was probably killed by the first generation. Lu Hong analyzed for a while, added some of his own judgment, and continued. Some of the words left by the tomb keeper said that he was actually being watched when he came out of the tomb. Someone specifically kept an eye on him, in the human race. The spy from the beginning must have been discovered by him, so the tomb keeper went to kill him. I'm not too sure about the specifics, and I don't have the ability to investigate. After that, the tomb keeper probably didn't return. I'm guessing that he died together with the spy. In the end, there might be another spy. This is one of the reasons why the Shenwen faction has been suppressed for so many years. In any case, I don't dare to say that I'm from the Shenwen faction. I can only say that I learned the disassembly method, and not from the Shenwen combat skill stele. Otherwise, I would definitely be in trouble. It's not a big problem to learn Shenwen's combat skills from the Shenwen combat skill stele. So, the real problem is with your faction. He said whatever came to mind, and Suyu just listened quietly. After a long time, when he finished, Suyu said slowly, so, you've actually already sketched out Shenwen's combat skills, but you're not willing to join the Shenwen faction because you're afraid of being punished? Yes. Lu Hong didn't feel embarrassed and said, of course I'm afraid. From your tone, the situation is very complicated. I don't even want to stay in the world of life anymore. I'm going to the world of dead souls to develop. I brought King Wen's token to King Wen's mansion and took the key. Although there aren't any treasures, I think it's enough for me to cultivate, right? After cultivating to the invincible sun and moon or something, I'll go to the starry mansion and inherit King Wen's family property, and then... Forget it, I've already been caught by you. There's no then. Suyu fell into deep thought. At the side, Xinghong was also listening quietly. At this moment, he interrupted, what he said might not be a lie. King Wen died before the end of the ancient era. Less than 1,000 years before the end of the ancient era, King Wen disappeared. Disappeared? Suyu looked at him. Disappeared, not death, Xinghong explained. At King Wen's level, everything is a secret. You can't find out anything. If he really died, it would definitely cause a huge commotion, and the one who killed him would definitely be a supreme existence. Existences like that were the ones who set the rules. So tell me, would you be able to see the phenomenon of a perishing phenomenon? The phenomenon is also the rules, and the rules are them. Now, be it the death of the invincible sun and moon, or the death of the invincible sun and moon, they were all part of the rules. And the rules couldn't do anything to the people who made the rules, or those who could break the rules. At King Wen's level, he was one of the people who made the rules. If he really was killed, it was done by someone stronger than him. If he was killed, then so be it. The fluctuations of the rules could be instantly suppressed. The outside world couldn't sense anything at all. Therefore, Xinghong used the word disappeared instead. King Wen disappeared, but later it was said that he died. Therefore, some of the experts of that era, some of King Wen's inheritance, in despair, built a tomb for King Wen, erected a monument, and from then on, King Wen's tomb was born. Later, the ancient era was destroyed, and gradually, some things became extinct. Xinghong continued, King Wen's death was too unexpected, so it's normal for someone to keep an eye on the tomb keepers. I didn't know much about this before, but I vaguely heard that after King Wen died, his heir and some of his good friends chose an heir to be a tomb keeper for him, and was even conferred the title of Marquis Wen by the human emperor. I'm not sure about what happened after that, but there's a high chance that someone was secretly keeping an eye on this line. He really wasn't sure. They didn't belong to the same system. Moreover, at that time, they were already here, so they didn't have time to care about this. They didn't belong to the same system. In ancient times, a human emperor was a system. They belonged to King Gong's faction, and King Gong was directly responsible to the human emperor. They didn't have much interaction with King Wen's faction. Even if they did, he wasn't sure because King Wen's status was too high. Without being a marquis, what could he know? And no one would tell them. Suyu nodded slightly, glancing at Lu Hong. Teacher, do you have anything else to say? Lu Hong was helpless. No. In any case, I only know that you're very dangerous, extremely dangerous. The Wen tombstone is definitely in your hands. I know that smart people don't live long, but I still have to say. Why don't you run too? Come with me to the dead soul's world. No one who carries this thing has a good ending, and no one who comes into contact with it has a good ending. Whether it's Nan Wujiang or Yun Chen, they would have died long ago if they didn't hide fast enough. The fifth generation came into contact with it a lot, so they died quickly. It wasn't just because they wanted to prove their Dao, Lu Wenyin, Hong Tan, and the others. In any case, I don't think they had a good ending. Rumor has it that obtaining this can prove one's Dao to become a monarch. I think it might be related to King Wen, but I don't know the specifics. I only know that thing is most likely in your hands right now. So you didn't say a word. At the side, Xinghong suddenly said, when you have time, you can ask Sky Destroyer. Suyu was surprised. What did that mean? Xinghong explained, Sky Destroyer had a good relationship with King Wen's faction. When the Wen tombstone was built, he seemed to be there. Even if he didn't see it, he might know something. At that time, the rules weren't as strict as they are now. That guy ran around everywhere. I remember he ran away, and when he came back, he said that once the Wen tombstone was built, King Wen's faction's inheritance would be severed. Suyu was very surprised. Sky Destroyer, this person was related to King Wen's faction? In fact, Suyu didn't know that Sky Destroyer had seen the Wen tombstone the moment he saw him. He knew what it was. He had seen it before, and very few people had seen this thing. Of course, Sky Destroyer was too lazy to say this to Suyu. There were some things that Suyu didn't ask about, and these old antiques were too lazy to say. There were some things that they simply forgot to say, or didn't want to say. Lu Hong's words didn't dispel Suyu's doubts. He only vaguely sensed something. The Wen tombstone, this treasure that didn't seem to have much use, seemed to be really unusual. Many people in Shenwen had been targeted, suppressed, and killed. The inside story was far more complicated than he had imagined. From the beginning, he had fallen into this quagmire. Now, he had long been unable to extricate himself. He glanced at Lu Hong and suddenly threw the Wen King's token to him. Somewhat dispirited, he said, go where you want to go. If you think it's an opportunity, go take it yourself. Lu Hong looked at him in a daze, somewhat in disbelief. So you said coldly, to me, an opportunity is only a scenery on the road ahead. It's nice to look at, but it doesn't necessarily have to be taken away. If you get it, then it's yours unless it's extremely useful to me. Teacher Lu might be hiding something, but I'm not interested in knowing. In this era, which genius doesn't have some secrets? I'm also not interested in asking. Whether it's King Wen or King Wu, if Teacher Lu can reach that step, then it's your fate. If you can't, then it's also your fate. I, Suyu, will naturally walk my own path. There will come a day when I will overturn everything and thoroughly investigate everything. I don't care about what has nothing to do with me. If I'm indebted to someone who interferes with me, then I'll repay the favor. If there's a grudge against me, then I'll take revenge. Speaking of this, Suyu said calmly, "Teacher, you can enter the passage. I won't stop you." At the side, Xinghong was deeply moved. Magnanimous, this was the bearing of a hegemon. It's just an opportunity, I don't want to give it to you. Even if it's King Wen's opportunity, I don't need it. I, Suyu, will only walk my own path. Xinghong was deeply moved. In this era, a hegemon was really going to be born. Lu Hong looked at him blankly with a complicated expression. After a long time, he said faintly, "Can you say this after you let Starmoon Monarch go? Have you forgotten what you said? You told her to stop me. Do I dare to go? F***ck, it's over. Suyu, did you really forget, or are you pretending to forget? I suspect you did it on purpose. Kid, your heart is a little too black." Suyu had an indifferent expression. "That's your business, it has nothing to do with me." King knew it. Lu Hong was inconsolable. After a long time, he said dejectedly, "I won't go. When I go treasure hunting, I'll definitely call you along, okay? I don't care about these treasures, don't, I'll give it to you." Lu Hong said bitterly, "You're the grandpa, I'm begging you to go. I beg you to go treasure hunting with me. The big one is yours, the small one is mine. I don't need it." "No, grandpa, I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you, you definitely need it." Suyu pondered for a while. "I can't handle your enthusiasm." "Forget it, I'll go with you when I'm free." "That's right, the dead soul's domain is too dangerous. I won't be at ease if you go alone, I'll escort you." At the side, Xinghong was dumbfounded. "This works too? F***ck, I'm sorry, take back all the praises I said in my heart, you're not worthy, Suyu, this kid is really black-hearted." "Yes, I'll let you go, go. Where are you going? If you're capable, go. I'm generous, right? A group of sovereigns is waiting for you down there." Suyu couldn't be bothered to say more to Lu Hong. "Teacher, you can go back and rest." Lu Hong sighed, bent his back, in infinite despair, left the back hall, looking for a place to hide. Falling into Suyu's hands, there really wasn't a good time. As soon as he left, Xinghong suddenly smiled. You're too." Suyu smiled, "He's hiding something, there's something he didn't say, I'm too lazy to ask him now." As he spoke, Suyu smiled, "Don't worry about him, I'll go out and take a look, judge the situation. It's dark, it's going to be closed soon, Lord, get ready." Xinghong nodded, not saying anything else. Soon, Suyu flew up with his own identity soar, suspended in the sky above the ancient city, looking at the starry mansion in the distance. At this moment, the passageways were all broken. The white jade gate where the starry mansion was located seemed to be breathing, slightly fluctuating. Now, the gate seemed to be not breathing, as if it had stopped breathing. It was going to close, and seeing Suyu, someone looked at him and sneered. Was this really Suyu? Even now, he was still pretending, he could be considered a capable person. An invincible smiled faintly. "City Lord Su, guard Xinghong has been visiting friends everywhere, quite leisurely. Is he preparing to welcome the return of Tianhe City Lord?" Suyu looked at that person, it was a nether race expert. Suyu looked at him coldly. "What's your name? Tell me, I'll kill you later, I know how to write your epitaph." "Huh." That person smiled, too lazy to pay attention. There was nothing to talk about with a fake Suyu. No matter how arrogant and domineering he was, it was just a fake. On the side of the human race, Dasha of Goguryeo and the others also looked over. Dasha of Goguryeo looked for a while, and transmitted his voice. "This guy, he is quite good at pretending. Lu Hong, this guy, still has a bit of a future, it's just that he is too scheming, but he is also considered smart, keeping a distance from the Shenwen faction." De Mingwang also looked over, slightly frowning. It felt slightly different from before. Is his disguise more real? He thought for a while, and said, "Old Xia, don't you feel that, this guy, has changed a bit, more calm?" These words of killing invincible, from his mouth, it feels a bit domineering. Dasha of Goguryeo also had this feeling, nodded slightly, and transmitted his voice. He is used to this kind of scene, after training, he is indeed a talent. In this kind of situation, ordinary people could not be calm and magnanimous. Lu Hong still had some courage. Suyu did not care about them, he was observing, probing. How many invincible experts were nearby, who came in 3 lives? and who came in person. If it was the 3 lives, they would all be destroyed. If it was the true body, they would kill some, and the rest would find a way to enter the dead soul's world. Soon, Suyu looked over to the side of the celestial race. There were many invincible experts there. He could sense at least 10, and there might be many more in the dark. The celestial race was really rich, not only invincible experts, but also some quasi-invincible experts. Suyu was looking, and an invincible immortal probably noticed that Suyu was looking at the celestial race, and said coldly in the air, "Boy, tomorrow, the transmission will open. I wonder if you can continue to pretend tomorrow." Suyu laughed, "I know you, Sky Universe Celestial King. I even saw your little fairy once. She was very proud, and then she was killed." Xiaohu said that she was killed to protect her. "Nonsense, I remember I was the one who killed her." Sky Universe Celestial King's eyes were cold. This tone was really not much different from that annoying guy, Suyu. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more to this imposter. After killing the real Suyu, there would naturally be someone to take care of this guy. At this moment, the white jade gate began to tremble slightly again, as if it was about to officially close. And at this time, Suyu also cast his eyes on the floating sky hunting list. Sky hunting list, it was not quite the same as the sublist. Suyu saw the difference at a glance. There was a list of Dao verification, which was strange. There was no list of Dao verification before. Wasn't the list of Dao verification released by the All Heavens Treasure Tower, and on the sky hunting list, there was some news. Fortunately, before he came out, he destroyed those sublists, or else he would have to be careful of being located. It was not a small matter for the Star Mansion sublist to appear outside. And as the white jade gate trembled slightly, a line of words suddenly appeared on the sky hunting list. Suyu entered and killed Shuehua. That was the second elder of the sky hunting pavilion, who had been persistently sending news to the outside. At this moment, as the Star Mansion was about to close, the mansion trembled slightly, and the news was actually sent out. When this line of words appeared, in an instant, dozens of invincible realm experts looked at Suyu. All of their eyes were cold. This time, it was confirmed. How dare this guy, who was this guy, actually dared to pretend to be Suyu under the eyes of so many invincible realm experts, fooling them, and on the side of the human race, Da Xiao of Goguryeo and the other side. They were still discovered. Now, the news was completely confirmed. In the sky hunting pavilion, the scholar floated in the air of the main hall and said softly, "This seems to be the news sent by our pavilion's law enforcement elder, sent through the sky hunting mask, and is not quite the same as the other news." This was also to tell everyone that the news was still very reliable. There was no need for the law enforcement elder of the sky hunting pavilion to send any fake news. And on the side of the demon race, several demon kings, with their blood and chi rushing to the sky, roared, "Kill Suyu! Kill whoever dares to stop us! The demon race will not rest until Suyu is dead." They were from the Blood-Fire Demon race, or the Blood-Fire Demon King's supporters. Shuehua actually died in the hands of Suyu. An invincible realm expert hesitated. Will Shuehua be killed by Suyu? It's hard to say. The heaven and earth fluctuated before. So many eternal realm experts fell. I don't know what happened. Maybe he was seriously injured, and Suyu took the opportunity to kill him. At this moment, in front of Suyu, these people began to talk about Suyu. No one took this Suyu seriously. The news had already spread, and he was still pretending. A celestial expert looked coldly at the ancient city, said in a low voice, "Guard Xinghong, Suyu is not in the city now. He killed countless experts. I think the guards should not become enemies with one for Suyu, right?" Xinghong was silent. On the side of the demon race, a demon king said coldly, "Suyu must die. He should die." All the experts were shouting, but Suyu himself laughed. "Isn't Suyu here? Everyone, aren't you mistaken? Is the news from the Sky Hunter Pavilion true? What a joke. Someone pretended to be me and killed people in the Star Mansion, or simply lied, and you believe it? Ignorant child." Someone sneered, too lazy to pay attention to him. Suyu had a helpless expression. "People say the truth, no one believes. See, I said, I am Suyu, no one believes. I am also very helpless." Suyu shrugged, then shouted to the Sky Hunter Pavilion in the sky, "Senior Pavilion Master, I heard from the lords that your Sky Hunter Pavilion is a force under King Wen, and King Wen is an ancient human. I wonder if Senior Pavilion Master is a human?" If you are, will you help the human race? By the way, I heard that our Shunwen faction may be the inheritance of Kingwen, so we are one family with the Skyhunter Pavilion. Senior Pavilion Master will help me, right? In the Skyhunter Pavilion. The scholar glanced at Suyu, slightly frowning, and said calmly after a long time, I am not a human, and Kingwen did not pass down any Shunwen faction. He did not say anything else, nor did he say that he had nothing to do with Kingwen. These words, even now, he did not dare to say lightly. I heard that Pavilion Master is the ancient Ho Yi. Suyu said with a smile, he should be very strong. I wonder if he can kill Tiangu. If Pavilion Master kills Tiangu, how about we let bygones be bygones? What do you mean? The scholar was a little surprised, looking at Suyu. Who was this impersonator of Suyu? He knew a lot of things, he was really bold, too. For a moment, he wondered if his judgment was wrong, if this was Suyu, and Suyu really did not go in. Suyu said with a smile, there is nothing to understand. I just want to say that Senior Pavilion Master has made a mess of the Skyhunter Pavilion, not standing on the side of the human race during the 9 tides. This time, if you stand on my side, I will let bygones be bygones. The scholar chuckled. I was conferred a title by the ancient human sovereign and I serve the ancient parliament. I am not a slave. Whether you are the real Suyu or not, you must understand this logic. I am the Heaven Supervisor Marquis, not a slave of a single person. Understood. You want to go against me, right? Not really. The scholar did not care if he was real or fake, saying softly, the Skyhunter Pavilion does not interfere in these matters. City Lord Su, do not misunderstand. Hongmeng and I are old friends, we will not help anyone, nor will we deliberately target you. That would be for the best. Suyu laughed. He did not say more, there was no need to say more. If they all think I am fake, then so be it. At this moment, he also looked at the white jade gate, and the trembling of the gate gradually stopped. Suyu was thinking, if I shouted Mount Taishan outside, would old Zhou react? If he did, that would be interesting. Forget it, he would not try it now, it was too dangerous. If old Zhou really sensed it and killed his way out, everyone present would probably cry, including himself. Waves rolled up, the tide gradually subsided, everyone knew that it was about to be sealed. Could those people still be teleported out? At this moment, the void fluctuated, as if space was shaking. This time, someone heaved a sigh of relief, saying with a smile, it can still be teleported, I can feel the space fluctuating, there should be a teleportation door inside now. When everyone inside has entered, when the time is up, they can be teleported out. I wonder who is still alive. In any case, a lot of humans survived. Humans, of course, many will survive. So you went in, can he kill humans? This guy, he is bold and vicious, most of the people in the lower levels were killed by him. In the distance, Suyu was tired, he spoke again, don't slander me. First, they were killed by he too, you all know the news of he too coming. Second, I am here, what does it have to do with me? No one cared about him, shut up, who would care about you? As for the humans, the invincible ones were nervous. Da Xiao of Goguryeo and the others were all experts, the top few invincible ones of the human race, except for the great Qin King and the great Zhou King, had all rushed over, but they were still nervous. If many humans survived this time, there would be trouble. As for the Celestials, some of them were tempted, an invincible one said solemnly, don't hurt our experts, we did not offend anyone. They were worried that the Celestials would kill indiscriminately. On the side of the 5 elements race, an invincible one said in a low voice, wait until everyone is teleported out, there are still people of my race inside. So are my race. Celestials, if you want to kill, wait until everyone is separated, don't provoke us. The 5 elements race, the ancient Ho clan, the Iron Eater clan, even the Celestial clan and the Demon clan, there were still people alive, indiscriminate killing was not allowed, the Celestials were all dead, that was their problem. On the side of the Celestials, the invincible ones did not respond, but one by one transmitted something. Dao King, Sky Universe Immortal King, Mysterious King, what do you say? These were all experts, late-stage eternal existences. Of course, Dao King was a bit useless, 2 of his 3 bodies were destroyed. This time, the Celestials suffered heavy losses, and now seeing the experts of other races about to be teleported out, these people were not willing to let other races take advantage of them. Mysterious King, also the ancestor of mysterious infinity, at this moment, this expert, sitting cross-legged in the void, said indifferently, "Don't worry, there are many experts from the human race here. Kill Suyu first, then talk about other things. Find Suyu first, don't give him a chance to fish in troubled waters. Kill Suyu, then talk about the human race. If there are too many humans alive, find a way to kill some. Suyu is the first, the others could be put aside for now." As he spoke, the void fluctuations became more and more intense, and some of the previously broken passages, at this moment, appeared in the void again. And the stars above the star sea also became much brighter, which meant that it was dawn, it was time to teleport. In the next moment, everyone felt a powerful spatial fluctuation spreading towards them. They're out. How many people are still alive? A group of invincible ones watched. In the void, gradually figures appeared. Some people had already seen some. An expert said in surprise, "That's my race. There are still people from the celestial race?" "And quite a lot. There are indeed a lot of humans, those seem to be humans." At this moment, Xianxia of Goguryeo and the others all released their auras, guarding the eastern passage in trance, their eyes cold, but nearby, there were also some experts vaguely threatening. Someone said coldly, "Don't panic. First see how many people are left, then, find Suyu. Humans, don't act rashly, otherwise, when trouble arises, don't blame us for killing indiscriminately." The experts of the Five Elements race also wanted to approach, but there were experts pressuring them, shouting, "If your race has nothing to do with Suyu, you can naturally leave safely, don't make a mistake." In the sky above the ancient city, Suyu felt very tired. "What? How many people have I offended? All of them, regardless of whether they are celestials or not, are looking for me, but am I not right behind you? What are you doing?" At this moment, he did not say anything, looking at the passages. Not to mention, there were more survivors than expected, not as few as he had imagined. Suyu counted and found that there were about 500 channels that had been opened in all directions. So many? Suyu was surprised. There were quite a lot of humans, about 300, there were also quite a lot of celestials, more than 100. That meant that the other races also had close to 100? Damn, I missed so many. This starry mansion is indeed mysterious. He too swept through twice, but still did not clean it all. And at this moment, in the void, there was a powerful invincible expert shouting, "All those who were teleported out, do not move. Stay where you are, otherwise, kill without mercy." The shout resounded through the world, "All of you stay where you are." In the east, the human experts who were blocked all had grave expressions. There were so many humans, now it was troublesome. These people wanted to find Suyu, but if they found Suyu, did the humans not care? Xianxia of Goguryeo and the others were extremely nervous. They still had to wait for the great Qin King to make a decision. This time, the human race had sent many high-level experts, which meant that they were ready for war. Following the roars, many figures appeared from all directions. The great Qin King also came out, still in the form of a shadow. He looked around and was shocked. There were so many. Looking at the humans, he saw Xianxia of Goguryeo and the others. He was a bit surprised. There were many of them, they were sent by old Zhou. At this moment, someone shouted, "Moto, was my race's Lord Bloodfire killed by Suyu?" As soon as he said that, everyone looked in one direction. That was Madonna. Moto was slightly dizzy. Hearing the question, he was silent for a while, then nodded, "Yes, he killed him. Bastard." A demon king was furious, his eyes bursting with light. "No one is allowed to leave, find Suyu, or all of you will die." Especially on the human side, this demon king almost killed his way over. There were too many survivors there. In the sky above the ancient city, Suyu dusted his clothes. If he could not be found, the humans would be the punching bag. Looks like I have to do it. Passively taking a beating wasn't Suyu's style. Instead of being passive, it was better to take the initiative to attack. At this moment, Suyu flew up and shouted to the people below, "Lord Xinghong, please come out of the city and help." There was a lot of noise over there. However, there were still people paying attention to this side. At this moment, all of them were very surprised. As for Suyu, he shouted, "I, Suyu, am here. What do you want to do? If you want to kill me, come and kill me." In the city, Xinghong flew up and landed beside Suyu. Suyu shouted, "Did you see that? Lord Xinghong has already left the city and is right beside me. How can I be fake? Idiot." Anxious, some of the Invincible Realm experts sneered in their hearts. He was anxious, this imposter, he was anxious. "Suyu, you are Suyu," and the Suyu inside appeared out of thin air. Suyu shouted, "If you don't believe me, you can come and investigate me. Come on. I, Suyu, will never change my name or my surname. I am Suyu. Do you have the nerve to attack these innocent people? Do you have to investigate them one by one? Aren't you afraid of offending the races? I saw it, 5 elements race, fated race, god race, iron eater race, sky devouring race, space beast race are all here. Do you have to offend so many races?" The group of Invincible Realm experts looked at him silently. Some Invincible Realm experts even seemed to be joking. "You are anxious, so anxious, are you really Suyu?" At this moment, Xinghong also said coldly, "He is Suyu. So you didn't go to Xingyu Mansion at all?" Good heavens, even the guards were anxious. At this moment, everyone was certain. No, they were already certain. Suyu was among these people. At this moment, they were even more certain. As for the fake Suyu, hee. You are nothing, did anyone respond to you? Suyu was exasperated. He quickly soared into the sky above the starry sea. There are people from my holy city's bloodline in there too. No one is allowed to investigate our bloodline. Otherwise, we'll go to war. Begin. Xinghong added. At this moment, he already understood Suyu's intentions. Sneak attacks were very difficult. Not a sneak attack, let's do it openly. Sure enough, after a while, 4 Invincible Realm experts arrived. 1 from the celestial race, 2 from the celestial race, and 1 from the demon race. 4 Invincible Realm experts. One of them was Sky Cosmos Immortal King, a high-level Eternal Realm expert. At this moment, Sky Cosmos Immortal King said coldly, "Guardian Xinghong, you wouldn't attack for no reason, right? I still have to consider it, lest it leads to an irreversible outcome." Suyu said angrily, "Do you dare touch me? If you touch me, I am the Lord of the 36 holy cities. You are provoking my holy city bloodline. Do you really think you're strong? Do you believe that our 36 guardians will attack together and kill all of you? Annihilate your clan." Sky Cosmos Immortal King laughed lightly and said, "Little guy, compared to Suyu, you're still too inexperienced. At least, Suyu wouldn't say such childish words." He laughed, not only him, but the 3 Invincible Realm experts around him also laughed. 36 guardians attacking at the same time, how would they attack, violate the rules and directly kill their way out, or what, abandon the ancient city, abandon the passageway, and then, get killed by the lightning tribulation? The several Invincible Realm experts laughed. This little guy didn't say much before. He was very calm when he didn't encounter trouble. But when he really encountered trouble, he couldn't be calm at all. From this point of view, he was not as good as Suyu. Sure enough, a fake was a fake. No matter how real his disguise was, he was still a fake. His bearing and response were not as good as the real Suyu. Sigh, after all, he was missing something. Otherwise, everyone would be Suyu. At this moment, the few of them didn't think too much about it. This Suyu in front of them was fake. Wasn't that certain? There shouldn't be any surprise, but calmness. Suyu was angry and said angrily, "You guys are looking for me, I'm here. You guys want to kill me, I'm here. I'm right under your noses. You guys don't kill me, and you're still talking nonsense. What are you doing investigating this and that? I, Suyu, will take responsibility for my own actions. Why do you have to implicate others?" In the distance, an Invincible Realm expert said coldly, "Don't waste time with unrelated people. Tianyu, you guys, take care of Guard Xinghong. I also hope that Guard Xinghong doesn't do anything out of line. Taking the initiative to leave the city and take the initiative to kill is not in line with the rules of you guards. Do you have to make things difficult for everyone?" He couldn't be bothered with this fake Suyu, wasting time with an unrelated person. Did he have nothing better to do? He knew what this fake Suyu was thinking. Now he was luring everyone to divert their attention. It was best to attack Xinghong and the others. When the battle started, the real Suyu would find a chance to run back to the ancient city. His thinking was too simple. Would an invincible realm expert go to war with Xinghong and the others for an insignificant person like you? What a joke. The 4 invincible realm experts surrounded Xinghong and didn't give him a chance to intervene. In front of the Xingyu mansion, many people were attracted by Suyu. Some people who came out of the Xingyu mansion also saw Suyu when they entered, but they didn't care too much. That was a fake. They had seen the real one inside the Xingyu mansion. At this moment, the second elder of the Hunting Sky Pavilion said faintly, "My Hunting Sky Pavilion only cares about intelligence. I'll tell you what I saw. I met Suyu on the 8th floor. Suyu killed the Taoist brothers of the All Heavens Treasure Tower. After that, in the Blood Cavalry General's mansion, he killed the seriously injured Blood Fire Demon King. I can guarantee that what I saw and said is the truth." At this moment, no one spoke. In the Hunting Sky Pavilion, the scholar frowned slightly. "Tell me, where is the Heaven Minister?" "This? I don't know." At this moment, the invincible realm experts of the Hunting Sky Pavilion also appeared. They were slightly puzzled and surprised. All of them were a little confused. Where was he, the Heaven Minister? Dead? Impossible. If such a powerful person really died, there should be some movement. Could it be that he was left in the Xingyu mansion? And, at this moment, someone asked anxiously, "Who has the 9-leaf lotus?" This was also the key. Where was the 9-leaf lotus? Suyu. At this moment, Empty shouted, "In Suyu's hands." It was indeed taken by Suyu. These were the words of the powerful warriors of the 5 Elements race. These were all told by Suyu. At this moment, the great Qin King's expression changed slightly. Soon, in the distance, the fated Qin's invincible also said softly, "It was taken by Suyu. It's in Suyu's hands." September, who was eating, said vaguely, "Suyu took it." Everyone's words could melt gold. They all said that it was taken by Suyu. The great Qin King's heart moved slightly. He had talked to these people before, but none of them did as he said. Clearly, Suyu made his own decision. At that moment, the great Qin King's expression changed slightly. Suyu was in big trouble now. They all said that the item was in Suyu's hands, and the person was killed by Suyu, but the others did not get anything. What else could they say? This was forcing Suyu into a dead end. The great Qin King Yuguang looked at Suyu. Was that Suyu, real or fake? He was far away, and he could not use his willpower to investigate. He only cast a simple glance. The invincible Qin were nearby, and he could not investigate carefully. For a period of time, he could not tell whether it was the real Suyu. Even he could not be sure, much less the others. At this moment, among those who came out, some were sure that Suyu was in the crowd, but some were wondering whether Suyu had left through the Dead Spirit Passage. For example, September and the others. They had some doubts, but it was not easy to say it now, and they could not say it. If they said it, some things could not be explained clearly. So many invincible Qin were dead, but they were still alive, so this matter could not be explained clearly. Therefore, the best way was to push everything to Suyu. Everything. Let Suyu bear everything alone. This was also Suyu's own choice. There was no need to complicate things, and push everything to himself. At this moment, in the distance, the faces of Daxia of Goguryeo and the others were also changing. It was all Suyu's, everything became Suyu's. Even the 9-leaf heavenly lotus was in Suyu's hands. The number of people who coveted this thing wasn't just 1 or 2. As long as one was above the 7th level of the eternal realm, there was no one who didn't want it. Even if they hadn't reached that realm, there was no one who didn't want it. Suyu, he actually took the 9-leaf lotus? The group of people was also speechless. Are you all trash? What's his strength? He can fight quasi-invincible realm experts. Someone gave the answer. A group of invincible realm experts were still speechless. F*CK, a group of idiots, a guy who could fight quasi-invincible realm experts was terrible, but there were 30 invincible realm experts, plus a lot of guys on the Dao proving list who could fight invincible realm experts, and it was actually taken away by Suyu. Was this a joke? At this moment, some experts of the 5 Elements clan outside said in a low voice, Jin Rue, how could the 9-leaf lotus be taken away by Suyu? Jean Rouet, the expert of the Metal Spirit clan who had participated in the battle before, cursed in his heart. Nonsense, you will know when you go. I'm lucky to be able to come back alive. How could it be taken away by Suyu? Do you think you are more powerful than Shuehua and the others? Thinking of this, Jean Rouet said, it's hard to say specifically. Suyu seems to have controlled some terrifying existences inside. I don't know how he did it, but he summoned an extremely terrifying existence and killed everyone in one fell swoop. Even Shuehua and the others were seriously injured. We were lucky that we did not dare to snatch it, so we escaped with our lives. Terrifying existence, how powerful must an invincible realm expert be to be called a terrifying existence? At this moment, some people connected this to the previous turmoil, and their expressions changed. So that was it. No wonder Suyu killed people and snatched treasures. It turned out that this guy had found a backer inside. No wonder, at this moment, the eyes of the invincible realm experts burst out as they looked at those who came out. Some of them even had an eye in their hands, Dao integration eye, search. Some eyes saw the great Qin King and suddenly moved slightly, but it was difficult to see through them. Some people saw Zhan Wushuang and the others, but they were all unconscious. Not only that, but it seemed that someone had placed a restriction on them. This made the expressions of some god race experts change, and they all looked toward the humans. On the human side, the great Qin King did not say anything. Zhu Tianfeng said with a smile, don't look at us. This is a restriction set up by Suyu. The god race had better not interfere. Otherwise, if these people explode, no one can do anything about it. On the god race's side, some experts' expressions changed. Some god race experts wanted to rescue them, but a few invincible realm experts shouted, wait until the search is over. Who knew if it was Suyu who had come in disguise? At this moment, there was not just one Dao integration eye, but several. This meant that several Dao integration realm experts were searching, looking into the past, looking into the future. As for searching the Sea of Will, this was a taboo, even now. Many of them were descendants of invincible realm experts. Soon, someone looked toward the humans and shouted coldly, all humans, open the Sea of Will and let us search. The Great Qin King said coldly, what are you talking about? Great Light King, don't think that we don't know what you're thinking. You want to protect Suyu? Someone berated, coldly shouting, Suyu might be hiding among the humans. On the side, Xiao Longwu said in a low voice, he still cares about the humans. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many humans left. Since that's the case, why would he hide among the humans? Just think about it. Humph. Although Xiao Longwu's words made sense, the humans had survived for so many years, and not a single invincible realm expert had died. Not only that, but Yunchen had also reached Dao validation. Shouldn't this be difficult? Not only should they make things difficult, but they should also make things difficult for them. In the distance, the Great Light King, who was disguised as the Great Zhou King, quickly shouted, you just want to find Suyu. Do you really want to start a war with the humans? Let my people come over first. You won't get any benefits if we start a war. The Great Qin King's aura didn't seem too weak. This surprised the Great Light King and the others. Did he recover, or what? In short, they didn't feel too much of a problem at the moment. They were making a ruckus, but no one really cared about Suyu's side. With the 4 invincible realm experts overseeing, they didn't have any ideas. If you don't cause trouble, we won't care. If you cause trouble, the 4 invincible realm experts suppressed Xinghong. Even if Xinghong was very strong, it was not possible for him to fight against 4 invincible realm experts alone. Xinghong's strength was about eternal realm level 8, but his existence was very ancient, and he might be stronger than ordinary people. However, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't easily defeat 4 invincible realm experts. Moreover, Xinghong had a duty, and they didn't provoke the ancient city. Did Xinghong really think that the rules were just for show? And Suyu had a helpless expression at the moment. I really had no choice, he gritted his teeth and said, I am Suyu, the real Suyu. If you beat me, you are provoking the holy city. I'll give you a final warning. Don't go too far. Tianyu, I'm warning you. If you beat me, you are making an enemy of the holy city. I will let all the guards attack and kill you. Ha ha ha. Tianyu Immortal King laughed. This guy was too funny. He looked at Xinghong, guard Xinghong, I killed him. He is just an ordinary ancient city resident. Killing him is not a problem, right? If it was for Suyu and your city lord, it would be pardonable. I think you won't find trouble for an ordinary resident, right? Xinghong said coldly, killing ordinary residents is not allowed in the city. Outside the city, it is naturally not my business. But killing Suyu and my city lord is a provocation. Ha ha ha, he isn't Suyu, right? Tianyu laughed, little guy, you've jumped around until now. If you cause trouble again, this king will really kill you and let you know what is eternal. Do you understand? The last sentence was obviously filled with killing intent and anger. Shut up, you're just a small shrimp, jumping around endlessly, aren't you? Suyu had the capital to provoke the invincible, but did you? As for Suyu, he calculated in his heart. Okay, the provocation was laid out. This time, these guys would definitely attack him. There was no problem, he looked forward, calculating who to fight, who to kill, which races he could let go and which he couldn't. Now, those who surrounded the humans and refused to leave, he had to kill them all. Those who were watching from the sidelines could be temporarily put aside. If he killed them all, he wouldn't be able to kill them all. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, it wasn't that even the monkey had to be killed. The main thing was that it would be very difficult to kill them all, so you thought of this and roared again, you are insolent. You are provoking the great holy city lord. All guards, listen to my command. These people dare to attack me, kill them all. There was silence. No one replied, but after a while, Sky Annihilation's lazy voice was heard, okay, I got it. If they attack you, we will go out of the city and kill them. Killing Suyu is a provocation, understood? The group of people laughed. It was as if it was real, come out and kill, these invincible experts didn't think much of it. But at this moment, someone's expression changed. On the Five Elements race's side, the floating earth spirit looked at Jean Rouet and quickly sent a voice transmission, Elder, hurry, let the other old fellows of our race leave quickly. Jean Rouet was stunned. What now? Elder, you still can't tell? That is Suyu. The floating earth spirit was convinced, how could he not know, that was the real Suyu. Once Suyu took the initiative to attack, the immortals and demons would attack him. Very good, a great battle would break out immediately and the guards would attack. Because, it had been said many times in advance. Killing Suyu was provoking them, could they not understand, could they not see? Jean Rouet was dazed. No way, this was the real Suyu. Suyu wasn't hiding around, stop it. He thought that Suyu was hiding in the crowd, but he wasn't, damn, he really went out early. On the other side, Madonna frowned slightly and looked at the idiotic Suyu. If he was fake, then he was really an idiot. Who would take these provocations seriously? But what if it was real? Did Suyu go out? How did he go out? Dead Spirit Channel. Madonna was a bit suspicious, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at the ancestor in the distance. Demon King Emoga hesitated a bit, but still said quickly, Ancestor, check me first. After that, I want to leave this place. I'm injured. Emoga glanced at Madonna. There weren't many demons alive this time, not just Madonna. With luck, a few demons were still alive, but Madonna was the most important. Emoga also had the Dao integration eye. He looked at Madonna and said, everyone, Madonna has the aura of the Demon Emperor's essence blood. He can't be Suyu. I'll take care of him myself. How about that? The others thought about it and didn't say much. Since he had the Demon Emperor's essence blood, it shouldn't be a big problem. No matter how brave Suyu was, he wouldn't dare to touch the Demon Emperor's essence blood. He would be easily killed. Only then did Emoga reach out and grab Moto. As for the other demons, he didn't pay much attention to them. He would check carefully later in case Suyu sneaked in. Once Madonna came to his side, he quickly said, Ancestor, it's none of our business. Let's go. Emoga frowned and said, no matter what, we have to kill Suyu this time. If he doesn't die, he'll be a big problem. Also, you're from the same generation. If he doesn't die, your brilliance will be overshadowed, and your providence will be stolen. You won't be able to improve as quickly. Madonna fell silent and didn't say anything. The ancestor didn't want to leave, he was worried that something bad was going to happen, at this moment, the Dao integration I scanned those people one by one. There were a few from a small tribe, and the Dao integration I didn't hold back at all. It even scanned the Sea of Will. The Dao integration I also knew how to deal with people. Why would a race that didn't have a powerful expert overseeing it care so much? For the large tribes, such as the God tribe, they mainly used the Dao integration I to scan, and they didn't directly invade the Sea of Will. At this moment, on the side of the celestial tribe, an invincible being's face was slightly pale, but there was surprise in his eyes. My son is still alive. A group of people turned to look at him, one of a kind. On the celestial tribe's side, one was still alive. Suyu was also surprised. There was a fish that slipped through the net. Among the crowd, a celestial tribe elite at the Sun-Moon tier looked around with a confused expression at this moment. Celestial tribe. I'm the only one? He looked at his father, and hurriedly said, Father, I went down to the first level to investigate that day, and there was no danger. As for Suyu, I didn't encounter him, and there was no danger. He remembered his father's words. Right, I have to say I went to the first level. Otherwise, there seems to be trouble. That's right, this was the guy who had been notified by the invincible celestial tribe. He pretended to go to the first level to investigate, but in reality, he had already run away, very early, shockingly early. He went straight up to the 7th level, and before the 7th level received news of Hitu's arrival, he ran to the 8th level. He didn't go anywhere on the 8th level. After entering, he found the residence of a surplus general of the celestial tribe and went into seclusion. Until now, his strength had improved a lot, and he was already at the 8th level of the Sun-Moon tier. At this moment, he remembered his father's warning, and he was shocked. The others died? F*CK, then I have to say I went to the first level, or else what would I do if the responsibility was given to me? However, when these words were said, the crowd was extremely strange. You went to the first level, are you sure? He too killed his way up. You went to the first level, and you didn't encounter he too? Who are you F*King kidding? And that invincible celestial's expression also stiffened slightly, but he quickly recovered, and softly shouted, Nonsense, you went to the 6th or 7th level, and didn't even have the ability to go to the next level. How can you speak nonsense? Nonsense? This celestial was also dumbfounded. What's wrong with my father? When I was inside, you told me to say that. This celestial king was slightly embarrassed. After all, he was shrewd with age, and his expression soon didn't change, and he said, Don't speak nonsense, you were scared by He Tuesday Sai, why do I have a useless descendant like you? You ran when you encountered He too, and you dared to speak nonsense? He too, this Sun-Moon tier wasn't too stupid, and vaguely understood. I seem to have said something wrong. He too is also in the Star Mansion. Fine, then I said I went to the first level, there seems to be a problem. Forget it, no matter, I've already come out, I don't care, the others are all dead, impossible, 5 celestial kings, he didn't even dare to think. Not only were the celestial kings gone, at this moment, it seemed that the invincible celestial kings of the various large races were all gone. The other invincible celestial kings weren't stupid, either. At this moment, they all looked gloomily at that person. Understood, this guy was the first to inform the descendants inside, and everyone thought that he really sent his son down to investigate, so, it was a lie, damn this guy, a dignified celestial king, actually so shameless. This time, it was exposed. The key was that some celestial kings of the celestial race were still very jealous and angry. The celestial race was all dead, this guy's son ran away, not surprisingly, it might have something to do with this guy's reminder. In the distance, Suyu was also surprised, and in his surprise, he also roughly guessed some things. Not bad, there was actually a soul descendant alive, heavens, this luck, this person was a person with great luck in the celestial race. Looking at those people, one by one, approaching the human race, Suyu took a deep breath. It was fine to investigate the human race, in case they found out about the Great Qin King. Although the Great Qin King's strength had recovered a lot, after all, he didn't have 2 lives. Suyu's expression was one of righteousness. He took another step forward, a little away from Xinghong, and said angrily, Do you have to stop me? Don't go too far, I just went to pick up a few people back. Tianyu and the others were stunned. They had seen people seeking death, but they had never seen someone seeking death like this. Do you really want to die? It's one thing to be by Xinghong's side, but you even came out alone. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Beside Tianyu Celestial King, another Celestial King said lightly, isn't it good to be alive? You small fry, don't get involved, don't cause trouble, killing you will dirty my hands. Do you know? A dignified Celestial King killing a small fry like you will really dirty my hands. Do you know? As for Suyu, he was very angry, very anxious, very helpless. He gritted his teeth and looked at Xinghong behind him. "Milord, they attacked me. Will you really make a move?" Tianyu and the others almost laughed again. "Didn't you say that you were righteous before? Why are you not confident now?" As expected, a fake is a fake, no confidence, afraid that Xinghong won't make a move. They were about to die of laughter from this little cutie. Today's happiness was all built on this little guy. Previously, he was still very sad, but after being messed around by him, he really became a little happy to the point that if he really wanted to kill him later, he would give him a quick death. Xinghong was stunned. "Your acting is really trash." "Fine, you directed and acted on your own. If it was trash, so be it." "Yes. Then, thank you, milord." Suyu looked like he didn't care about his life, looked at the Celestial King, and then looked at Tianyu, thinking, who should I hit? Those who came here all had 3 bodies. Of course, if a single person dared to come and surround Xinghong, that was courting death. Hitting Tianyu, at most, killing 1 body, and not necessarily killing him, not necessarily being able to hide from his perception. Fighting the other Celestial King, the other party was about the 5th stage of the Eternal Realm. There was hope of directly killing him with 1 punch, exploding his body with 1 punch, ending the battle with 3 punches, directly killing him. Suyu made up his mind, looked at the Celestial King with incomparable anger, gritted his teeth and said, "What's your name? I'm going to beat you to death." "You, ha ha ha." The Celestial King smiled brightly. "This king can fulfill your wish, you small fry. This king's honorific title. There's no need to know, too much nonsense." Suyu snorted, suddenly gritted his teeth, and charged towards him angrily. They were stunned, the group of people were stunned. This fake Suyu was courting death like this. The Celestial King was a little speechless and a little surprised, but he was still a little vigilant. He probed towards Suyu, and at the same time, reached out his hand and grabbed towards him. It was better not to let this kid get close to him, in case something went wrong. He was speechless. "Where did you get your courage from? I really don't know who gave you this courage. Did Xinghong give it to you?" Suyu continued to fly towards him, looking death calmly, gritting his teeth. When the giant palm of astral energy slapped over, Suyu suddenly cursed, "You really dare to attack me? You took the initiative to attack me." The Celestial King didn't give him a chance to speak. "Idiot, I'm going to slap you to death." "You took the initiative." Suyu shouted. "You took the initiative, you broke the rules." At this moment, he passed Shenwen suddenly activated, instantly traversing. It was less than 100 meters, but it was enough to arrive in front of that invincible person. The traversing distance was very short, however, it was also very fast. Space traversing was very useful. Otherwise, it would take some time to kill him directly. He appeared in an instant, and that invincible person also felt the spatial fluctuations. He sneered, a little surprised, but not afraid. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched towards the space that had just been torn. "Go to hell, kid." It was actually a space element. As everyone knew, Suyu didn't know the space element Shenwen, otherwise he would have used it a long time ago. "You dare to pretend to be Suyu?" Mountain suppression. And at this moment, Suyu shouted, and except for not using his yang aperture, all his power erupted in an instant. F***CK, we're face to face, and you're still so arrogant? Do you think that I, Suyu, haven't killed an invincible person before? This mountain suppression alarmed everyone, and they all looked over. Boom, a loud noise came out, and everyone saw a clear scene. The Eternal Stage 5 Divine King was blown up by Suyu's punch, smashed into pieces. The river of time and space emerged. In an instant, an immortal king was resurrected, with some confusion and fear. It was confusion. How could this be? How could this be? However, he had no time to think. Suyu's long fist fell again, and with a muffled roar, his fist smashed down again, and nearby, the other 3 invincible people felt it, and they all made their moves. They were all extremely surprised and shocked, but they knew that they had to make a move. At the same time, Xinghong was already prepared. At this moment, he shouted angrily, "How dare you provoke us and kill the lord of the sacred city? You're courting death." Boom, he also smashed out with a punch, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The expressions of the 3 invincible people changed drastically, and they hurriedly changed direction, charging towards Xinghong. Xinghong really made a move. What was going on? Why did Xinghong dare to take the initiative to attack? Impossible, impossible. Could it be that this was really Suyu? This thought emerged, and they didn't dare to think about it. They really didn't dare. How could Suyu be outside? This was impossible. They were still in shock, and before the invincible people in the distance could react, Suyu showed no mercy, and once again punched with all his strength. Boom, another earth-shattering sound. The second body was destroyed by him. Once one of the 3 invincible bodies was destroyed, one's strength would plummet, and it was completely unexpected. In the long river of time and space, the last body appeared somewhat uncontrollably. At this moment, the immortal king was completely terrified, and he roared angrily, "No, you can't. You can't kill me. I am an immortal king, the king of the celestial race. I didn't do anything. How could I die? Impossible. Who the hell are you?" He was filled with endless despair and fear. He wasn't Suyu, no, definitely not. How could Suyu be so strong? Who the hell was he? Boom, the third punch was thrown, like a mountain, it pressed down on his past body. With a punch, with a loud bang, the river of time and space broke, and the third body was completely shattered. Rumble. In the void, a blood cloud gathered. In the distance, the celestial world shook slightly and trembled. Inside the celestial world, a mountain split open, revealing a Tao palace. The sky fell and the earth cracked, essence energy overflowed, and willpower overflowed. Until the moment of death, the immortal king's resentment rose, filled with endless unwillingness, and his roar resounded throughout the world. "Who the hell are you? Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Why can you kill me?" The great killer, Suyu, had just left the city and killed an immortal king as a sacrifice. At this moment, he didn't care at all. With a backhand punch, he punched the demon king, and Xinghong attacked from the front and back. With a violent roar, countless stars appeared, suppressing the sky and the god king. Only then did the people in the distance react. It was too fast, it was unbelievably fast, unimaginably fast, and unbelievable. In at most 1 second, an immortal king was destroyed, 3 bodies fell, he died directly. This wasn't one of the 3 bodies, but all of them. He was dead. "King Heng!" An immortal expert exclaimed, shocked, angry, and afraid. What happened? Who was that? And Suyu, with a muffled punch, didn't have time to care about them, killed the immortal king as a sacrifice, and in the next moment, more than 10 invincible beings rushed over from afar. Someone roared, "He is Suyu!" Horrifying, Suyu, killing the invincible Suyu, killing the eternal stage 5 Suyu. At this moment, everyone only had one thought, crazy, really crazy. Suyu could actually kill invincible beings. This was not the point was, Suyu was really outside. Who was inside? They were all confused. The invincible beings were a little confused at this moment, they only felt that they were like idiots, being played in the palm of Suyu's hand, being played by him, and the price was the death of an immortal king, which happened in an instant, as the invincible beings rushed over. Tianyu and the immortal king were punched by Xinghong, and Suyu also punched the demon king back. The expressions of the 3 invincible beings changed wildly. Until now, they didn't have time to think about what happened. They only knew that Xinghong was very strong, and he made a move. The fake Suyu was also very strong. F***ck, was it the fake Suyu? Was it real or fake? And at this moment, Suyu said angrily, "Are you bullying me with your numbers? So many invincible beings against me, Suyu? 36 guardians, help me kill the enemy." "Yes." A shout resounded through the world. The next moment, 34 invincible beings appeared in the void, including Xinghong, a total of 35 invincible beings. This was something that no one had expected. Between heaven and earth, there were only these 35 powerful figures, no, including Suyu, 36, they were all incomparably powerful beings. Kill. With a roar, between heaven and earth, 36 punches, all shot out. No. Immortal King Tianyu was terrified. He was closer to the ancient city, and the invincible beings behind him were further away. Even if someone could arrive in an instant, they wouldn't dare. F***ck, with all the guardians out, who would dare? No one. Boom, 36 punches landed, and the void collapsed. Immortal King Tianyu was instantly blown up by 7 or 8 punches. As soon as he came back to life, he was blown up by another 7 or 8 punches. He came back to life again, and yet another 7 or 8 punches. For the last time, just like the one before, he was filled with despair, reluctance, confusion, and helplessness. "Who are you?" he asked in a shrill voice. He looked at Suyu. Suyu, on the other hand, threw a punch, looking speechless. "Nonsense, I'm Suyu. How many times do I have to tell you?" Suyu, Immortal King Tianyu was filled with reluctance. Yes, he was Suyu, he had said it before, but I don't believe it. I'm Immortal King Tianyu, I'm a level 7 Eternal Realm being, I'm a king of the immortals, I actually died. I can't accept it. Boom, the river of time broke, and 7 or 8 punches landed. Immortal King Tianyu died, and the blood clouds instantly gathered. At the same time, the Demon King and the God King were far weaker than Tianyu. Under the attack of 36 experts, the 3 bodies were as fragile as tofu. Rumble, many loud noises rang out, and a moment later, there was only darkness left in the void, nothing else. In the sky, for blood clouds gathered, and indistinctly a rain of blood fell. Silence. At this moment, there was no sound. On the opposite side, more than 10 invincible beings stopped, their faces pale. On Suyu's side, 35 stone statues stood behind Suyu, and Suyu's snow-white robe fluttered in the wind, and his long hair danced slightly. Suyu took out a piece of white cloth and wiped the blood on his hands. Throwing down the white cloth, he looked at the invincible beings opposite him, and smiled brightly, like a saint, and said in a gentle tone, "Everyone, they hit me first. I said, I'm Suyu, and you can't hit me, but they wanted to die. You don't think it's inappropriate, do you?" He killed 4 invincible beings, just for this sentence, I'm Suyu. He really was Suyu. At this moment, Suyu's body was shaking the sky, caused by bearing the death energy of 35 cities. At this moment, even his white robe was turning black, but he looked even more evil and demonic. This, really was Suyu, because only he could bear all the death energy of the ancient city at once. On the opposite side, all the invincible beings of the races were stunned. Suyu summoned 35 invincible beings to guard, out of the city. At the same time, the void was torn apart, and incomparably powerful and ancient existences appeared one after another. In the Sky Hunter Pavilion, the Heaven Supervisor's expression changed. In the distance, the wealthy general of many treasures had a solemn expression. Even further away, the entrance to the immortal world opened. Ancient Sky stood at the entrance, looking tens of millions of li at Suyu. At this moment, the hidden ancient existences revealed strange expressions. Some tore through the void, some probed with their wills, and some watched from above the realm. On the star sea, Suyu's smile was bright. The death energy corroded his white robe into a black robe, but he still maintained his original appearance. The black-robed Suyu looked even colder. Suyu! Suyu! A series of murmurs rang out from all directions. One after another, these supreme experts felt that they had to reacquaint themselves with this young human. An incomparably terrifying existence, because behind him stood 36 ancient invincible beings, and he himself had easily killed a level 5 Eternal Realm expert. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was still his strength, a strength that made people despair and disbelieve. On the human side, the Great Qin King, the Daxia of Goguryeo, the Bright King, the Great Tang King, they were all stunned. This is Suyu? Are you kidding me? Is this really Suyu? Even further away, Baifeng and the others also opened their mouths wide. Baifeng murmured, my disciple? Don't joke, it's impossible, an existence that easily killed an immortal king. Even further away, in the eastern Rift Valley, the Great Qin King gnashed his teeth. The Great Zhou King was stunned. I'm experienced and knowledgeable, but after not seeing him for a month, he killed 4 invincible beings. I can't believe he's Suyu, this is too fast. No one in the Myriad Worlds one dared to believe it, but they had to. and at this moment, the stone statues behind Suyu only felt exhilarated, carefree, crazy, released. We are invincible, we're out, ha ha ha. The ancient invincible beings were all extremely crazy at this moment. Even though they could sense experts rushing over from all directions, even though they recognized some of them, they were disdainful. Come, let's start a massacre. The old antiques in Suyu's eyes, even if they were at Tao integration, were only juniors in their eyes. It's just that after guarding for 100,000 years, they had fallen. Today, we will tell the myriad worlds that we are still here, that we are still alive, that we are not dead. Ahead, Suyu's robes fluttered. Behind him, he could feel the excited hearts. Suyu smiled and said slowly, "How many people want to kill me? Come, stand up. Today, let's decide victory and defeat, fight to the death. I, Suyu, am here waiting for you." His voice was powerful, shaking the heavens. "I'm here, if you want to kill me, come." At this moment, the invincible beings of the five elements race quickly retreated, and the invincible beings of the fated race quickly retreated. Today, Suyu was the main character of this world. For invincible realm cultivators sacrificed their flags, the invincible realm cultivators stopped in their tracks and looked up at the cool Suyu in the air. For a moment, they felt their hearts palpitate. The human race, was there going to be another monstrous genius that could suppress the ages? The air was being torn apart. 35 invincible realm cultivators had appeared. This was not a decision that could be made by the people present. Soon, experts from the immortals, demons, and gods tore through the air and appeared. A white-haired and white-bearded celestial elder with age spots on his face tore through the void. He stepped on the river of time and landed nearby. He coughed non-stop and said softly, "Protectors of Holy City, what are you doing?" "Jade King." The invincible realm cultivators from the immortal side were shaken and bowed. Almost no one from the human race knew who he was. One of the nearby ancients recognized the old man. "King Jade, if I remember correctly," he said, "he's the seventh tide flows and human immortal Daoist, the one who fought the mortal king of the seventh tide flow." "It's him. My people have records of the seventh tide flow, the peerless monster of the immortals, first on the hunter's list." "He's still alive? Wasn't he killed in the ninth tide flow in our records? Maybe he was just killed in 3 lifetimes." All the powerful beings were discussing the matter from afar, and all of them were shocked. On the side of the immortal clan, a peerless genius from the seventh tide walked out. Although he looked old, he was actually much younger than most of the powerful beings from the ancient times. But it looked like he had been injured. The old man, who was none other than King Jade, looked at Suyu, and then at the garrison guards. Clearing his throat, he said, "The garrison guards of Holy City haven't picked a side even after 9 tide flows. This time, the humans aren't as strong as they were during the previous tide flows. I hope you all will think it over carefully before acting. The humans don't know how strong the immortals, demons, and gods are. The lesser races don't know, and the new races don't know. Do you think the guardians don't know?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Suyu didn't even have time to respond. The heavenly annihilation's incomparably violent, cold laughter filled the air. "Who do you think you are? So what if the immortals are strong? Are you strong?" With a sneer, the Sky Destroyer roared and tore through the void. A staff made of origin energy appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the King of Jade. The Jade Monarch's expression changed slightly. He sighed and said, "Xianxia, there are records of your violent temper since ancient times. However, you are courting death." The Jade Monarch's lips moved slightly. Suddenly, tens of thousands of longswords appeared in all directions. These countless longswords turned into a sword net that shot towards the sky. "Looks like it won't work." The Jade King's strength was also incomparably valiant. Looking at the guards, even if the heavenly destroyer was strong, he was still indifferent. Suppressing the death spirit channel for countless years, you still have merit points. Die. Boom boom boom, as he spoke, the Sky Destroyer smashed the countless swords with his staff. The swords seemed to be endless as they were constantly being born. On Suyu's side, someone was about to make a move. Sky Destroyer roared, "I'll do it myself." King of Jade, he was just a junior, yet he dared to be so arrogant in front of him. The next moment, an incomparably ferocious roar resounded through heaven and earth. A moment later, a 30,000 zhang tall primordial giant ape appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the Jade Monarch's expression changed slightly. On Suyu's side, Xinghong laughed, "You're courting death. You've angered the Sky Destroyer. You've angered me." The Sky Destroyer was indeed angry. At this moment, Suyu's voice rang in his ears. The Sky Destroyer moved slightly, and the ferocious light in his eyes exploded to the extreme. "Kill!" The roar pierced through the ears of countless people and caused blood to flow from their orifices. At this moment, a long staff suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Nearby, the Sky Destroyer ancient city disappeared and turned into a long staff that fell into the hands of the incomparably tall Sky Destroyer. Boom! The Sky Destroyer held the huge staff and chopped down. The sky was torn apart. At this moment, the sky was torn in half by the staff. The Jade Monarch's expression changed dramatically. Instantly, the 10,000 swords became one, and a dazzling light shot out for thousands of miles towards the huge staff. Rumble! A loud noise shook the nearby Invincible Realm experts and made them want to vomit blood. Under everyone's shocked and palpitating gazes, the huge rod smashed the long sword into pieces with a bang. With a bang, the rod smashed down and smashed the Jade King into pieces. In the distance, a person appeared, then a second person, a third person. All of them attacked the huge staff. The incomparably powerful Sky Destroyer laughed, and an ominous light erupted from his eyes, piercing through heaven and earth. "Little brats, you dare to challenge your grandfather?" Nearby, the other Invincible Realm experts were already shocked to the point of disbelief. The Jade Monarch was blown up. One of his 3 bodies exploded. That should be a true eternal level 9. Many people looked towards the direction of the ancient city. There, a dark passage appeared, but there was no death energy. All of the death energy was borne by Suyu. At this moment, Suyu's black robe fluttered in the wind, and his expression was indifferent as he continued to watch. At the same time, behind him, Xinghong coldly snorted. The next moment, Xinghong and Cloud Sky attacked at the same time. They charged towards the newly arrived Invincible Realm experts. As for the Sky Destroyer, he was still tens of thousands of zhang tall. His staff swept in all directions towards the Jade Monarch's River of Time. At this moment, in the entire battlefield, only this staff tore through the void and swept across the heavens. Jade Monarch, was he very strong? The Sky Destroyer's ferocity was boundless. In ancient times, he was a vicious beast. Later, he was saved by the Old Tortoise and joined the Old Tortoise's Spirit Suppression Hall, becoming a general under the Old Tortoise's command. Even King Gong had to laugh a few times when he saw him, telling the Old Tortoise to suppress his violent temper. 100,000 years, after being suppressed for 100,000 years, the Sky Destroyer at this moment was incomparably powerful. Once again, his staff swept out. Xinghong and the others moved to block the newly arrived experts. Boom! Another explosion rang out. In the void, an incomparably powerful long sword was broken with a bang. It was the Jade Monarch's long sword. "Bastard!" A roar sounded. In an instant, the Jade Monarch's River of Time moved, disappearing on the spot. In the blink of an eye, it appeared millions of miles away. The next moment, a young expert resurrected. It was the Jade Monarch, young, powerful, domineering, and outstanding. However, at this moment, he was a little weak and pale. His aura instantly dropped with a hint of anger. One of his 3 bodies had been destroyed. In addition, his heavenly weapon had also been destroyed. Sky Destroyer, bastard! At this moment, the Sky Destroyer's ferocious gaze did not diminish. It was as if he wanted to kill him. At this time, Suyu spoke with a smile. "Lord Sky Destroyer, don't be impatient. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill people. There is no need to be impatient. There is no need to be impatient for a small fry like him." "Humph." The Sky Destroyer coldly snorted and instantly returned to his original position. The long staff disappeared and once again turned into the ancient city, suppressing the place. As for Xinghong, Yun Xiao, and the others, they all returned. The 35 stone statues once again returned behind Suyu. At this moment, Suyu looked around at the direction where the restless people were about to erupt. He lightly smiled. "Since all the seniors are here, come out and show yourselves. Let's talk properly. The Jade Monarch doesn't know how to be beaten by society. Don't embarrass yourself." In the distance, the Jade Monarch looked coldly at Suyu. And Suyu also looked in that direction. He lightly smiled. What, not convinced? In terms of qualifications, all the people behind me are much older than you. In terms of strength, you can't even take a blow from the Sky Destroyer. In terms of talent, even if I, Suyu, lay down and don't cultivate, I should still be stronger than you. A piece of trash from the seventh tide who hasn't even reached Dao integration. Why are you looking at me? Silence. Behind him, the Sky Destroyer and the others also felt a little uncomfortable. Suyu transmitted his voice. Seniors are different. You need to suppress the dead spirit channel. You are different from those pieces of trash. As soon as he said that, the guards were relieved. That's true, however, around them, many of the invincible cultivators had strange looks in their eyes. Some of them felt unspeakably sullen and uncomfortable. Did the seventh tide have to reach Dao integration? If Dao integration was that easy, there wouldn't be so few half-emperors. How unbearable. In the distance, the Jade Monarch looked coldly at Suyu. Suyu sneered disdainfully and didn't even look at him. This was worse than killing the Jade Monarch. He said coldly, you humans, I've killed 7 eternal beings in the seventh tide. Suyu said indifferently, is that so? As for you immortals, I've already killed more than 7 immortal kings. I can't even be bothered to count. I killed 5 in Galaxy Mansion, and just now, I killed 2 more. I remember that I also killed 1 last time. You immortals have a lot of immortal kings. I'd like to see how long it will take for me to kill 100 of them if I gather them together. Suyu smiled gently, not angry at all. He looked around again. Seniors, are you not willing to show yourselves? Or do you think that I, Suyu, am not qualified? Moments later, one ancient existence after another appeared in the void around them. Soon, the invincible cultivators on the other side were shaken, and before long, the invincible cultivators flew toward their respective old antiques. Yes, old antiques. There were experts from the 9th tide, geniuses from the 8th tide. This time, 10 old-timers appeared, all of them in the late stage of the eternal realm. They came from all sorts of races, including gods, devils, immortals, dragons, and netherworlds. A moment later, the Jade Monarch returned, flanked by 4 other experts. Including the Jade Monarch, there were 5 of them, all of them incredibly powerful. The Jade Monarch had an unsightly expression on his face. As soon as he came out, he had been destroyed by the heavenly annihilation. His domineering and mysterious demeanor had been shattered, and he didn't know what to say. In the rear, no one cared about the Grand Qin King and the others. They were safe, all of the experts had been drawn away by Suyu. Suyu's group was incredibly powerful, and no one dared to be careless. No one cared about the humans anymore. Compared to Daxia of Goguryeo and the others, these defenders were even more difficult to deal with. The Grand Qin King quickly met up with Daxia of Goguryeo and the others. Daxia of Goguryeo breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, they were safe. The Grand Qin King couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Looking at Xiao Longwu and Qin Zhen, he transmitted, you guys take the others and leave. Return to the Eastern Rift Valley. Father. The great Qin King glared at Qin Zhen, causing Qin Zhen to shiver in fear. Leave now, the Grand Qin King transmitted. Longwu, Qin Zhen, the rest of you leave. You've corroborated your Dao too late. Go to the Eastern Rift Valley and help old Zhou defend it. Don't leave. Then. Xiao Longwu was somewhat hesitant, he transmitted his voice, I'll stay. No, you go back. Old Zhou isn't weak, but he doesn't know how to lead troops. He can't raise morale. War, after all, was fought for dominance and morale. Go. Xiao Longwu frowned, cupped his hands, and left with the others. Qin Zhen was reluctant, but he couldn't do anything. Since his father had spoken, he was afraid and could only leave. Now that they were leaving, no one would stop them. This was the best opportunity. The Great Light Lord and Daxia of Goguryeo looked at the Grand Qin King. At this moment, even the few human experts who didn't know what was going on were bewildered. This isn't the Great Light Lord, otherwise, Daxia of Goguryeo and the others wouldn't be so obedient. After all, they were old friends. Soon, the Great Tang King and the others had strange looks in their eyes. They probably recognized the Great Qin King. They were shocked. This courage. Fooling around, if something were to happen in there, it would be a huge mess. The few of them almost scolded the Great Light Lord and the others. Unfortunately, it wasn't the time to scold them. Dasha of Goguryeo transmitted, Old Qin, what do you think? The Great Qin King looked around and sent a voice transmission, wait first. He can stop them. Don't interfere. I know what he's thinking. He doesn't want to drag the human race into this. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to step forward. I appreciate this favor, and you guys must also appreciate it. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have come out alive. He would have come out long ago. He only stepped forward and exposed everything for us. After saying this, he added, I won't force you. If you're willing to stay, stay. Don't make a move for now and watch. If more experts come, kill them with me. The Invincible Realm experts' hearts trembled slightly. Soon, they seemed to have returned to the past and transmitted their voices in agreement. Yes. If the Great Qin King said kill, then kill, that was how it was back then. At that time, no one was willing to submit to anyone. At that time, the Great Qin Emperor stood out and beat everyone. In the end, he walked onto the stage covered with wounds and yelled, follow me and kill our way out. Thus, there was the 400-year history of the human race's resistance. Today, they vaguely felt that way. Kill again, resist again. On the human race's side, several Invincible Realm experts moved. Soon, 7 or 8 Invincible Realm experts appeared around them. Someone said coldly, if the human race doesn't want to be destroyed now, then be obedient and return to the East Rift Valley. Yes, they were driven away. Before, they didn't want to let them go. But now, this group of people together was not as difficult to deal with as Suyu's side. Today, Suyu showed such strength that the major clans would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. They would never let it go. The appearance of more than 10 elders was proof. The war was about to begin. Suyu didn't care about them. At this moment, he was enduring the endless death chi, but he didn't open the gate of heaven to absorb it. Instead, he let the death chi overflow. Good thing, unlike he too, who needed to accumulate death chi bit by bit to open a passage. Look at me, I can absorb as much death chi as I want from 36 cities. I don't even need to do much for Xingyu. The main thing was that he needed to locate the death chi passage and open it on the heads of Xingyu and the others. Suyu looked around. At this time, there were experts in all directions, one after another. Not to mention the gods, demons, and immortals, Long Ming, Heaven Abyss, Primordial Giant, Gu Ao, Iron Eater, Phoenix Clan. People from the major clans came one after another. More and more experts appeared. On Suyu's side, Sky Destroyer and the others were restless, their chi and blood surging to the sky. Many people looked at Suyu and transmitted their voices continuously. And Suyu was in no hurry to make a move. It was not easy to fight now. Wait a little longer. When I open the death chi passage, I can open it at any time. I have to pull a group of people into the dead soul's domain. If I'm going to cheat, I'll cheat big. If I'm going to kill, I'll kill to my heart's content. At least I'll kill these guys so that they won't dare to find trouble with me every 2 or 3 days. And this time, more experts appeared than last time. Last time, when the human clan erupted, most of the invincible experts were in the middle and lower stages. But this time, the guardians were almost all in the upper stages. A few might have fallen from the upper stages, but they were also in the upper stages in the past. Such a huge force was not something the human clan today could compare to. So, to deal with Suyu, many experts came at this time, ancient experts. In the void, ancient palaces appeared one after another. Not only the Sky Hunter Pavilion, in the All Heavens Treasure Tower, a magnificent hall appeared. Soon, General Many Treasure stepped into the hall and looked down. Not long after, another hall appeared. In the hall, a somewhat decaying expert appeared, causing some of the invincible experts around to be surprised. More and more experts appeared. Everyone's aura was locked on Suyu. After an unknown amount of time, on the side of the Celestial Clan, the void was torn again, and an incomparably old woman walked out. The old woman bent her back and looked at Sky Destroyer and the others. Holding a walking stick in her hand, she was in good spirits. She smiled lightly and said, "Seniors, Han Xiang greets you." Immortal Monarch Han Xiang, the old woman's self-introduction surprised Sky Destroyer. He looked at her and said in surprise, "It's you? I really didn't recognize you. When you were young, you were very good-looking. How did you become like this?" Immortal King Xianxia smiled, "Seniors, you are powerful. I am, after all, a junior, a little weaker. So many years have passed, and I can't maintain my appearance from back then. I've made a fool of myself, seniors." Beside Suyu, Cloudy Sky sent a voice transmission, "Be careful, Han Xiang. Fifth Tide Flow, a peerless monster of the Celestial clan." In that era, all of the chosen from the other races fell head over heels for her. She even had an ill-fated relationship with one of the inhuman chosen from the Fifth Tide Flow. In the end, Han Xiang killed that chosen, and the defeat of the humans in the Fifth Tide Flow was largely due to her. Suyu smiled, understanding. "How strong is she?" Suyu asked. Cloudy Sky was silent for a moment, then sent a voice transmission, "I probably can't beat her. Sky Destroyer can probably only barely win. She's a little stronger than the Jade King. In other words, she might be a little stronger than your human race's Xianxia of Goguryeo." Suyu's heart trembled. That was really strong. Xianxia of Goguryeo, ranked second in the human race. Of course, Suyu felt that there was someone stronger, but no matter what, Xianxia of Goguryeo was one of the pillars of the human race. This Han Xiang was actually stronger than Xianxia of Goguryeo. Didn't Cloudy Sky mean that this person was not much weaker than the Great Qin King? On the Celestial clan's side, including the other clans, they all looked at Han Xiang. They were all waiting for someone with enough status and strength to speak. At this moment, Han Xiang had come out. Clearly, she was that person. The various clans treated Suyu and the human race in a unified manner. There was no struggle for power on the battlefield, it was the same old rule. Whoever took the lead, contributed the most, and fought the strongest. This was the tacit understanding of the One race for many years. At this moment, Han Xiang Fairy, or perhaps it should be called Old Woman. With a smile on her face, she looked at the guardians and said softly, "The Holy City has not interfered in the affairs of the One race for many years. All of you are meritorious people of the myriad worlds. What you want is nothing more than freedom. General Hongmeng can be appointed as a guardian. If you don't mind, the Celestial clan can contact the other clans and use the council token. In addition, General Hongmeng can be appointed as a guardian, and we can rotate the position of guardian with you. Although Han Xiang is weak, I am willing to share some of the pressure with the guardians. The Celestial clan is willing to take on the position of guardian of the 12 cities." Immortal Queen Han Xiang smiled and said, "The Celestial clan has this intention for a long time, but General Hongmeng is unwilling. If you don't believe me, you can ask General Hongmeng." "Is this a lie?" The guardians were silent. Was this a provocation? The Celestial clan said that they had long mentioned that they were willing to take on the task of guardian of the 12 cities. However, they were rejected by the old tortoise. If that was the case, the culprit who had imprisoned them for 100,000 years was the old tortoise instead. Next to her, Suyu smiled. "Immortal Queen Han Xiang, does this mean that Lord Hongmeng has harmed the guardians?" "I don't mean that. General Hongmeng might have his own concerns. After all, he was only a titled general in ancient times, not a marquis or king. It might be troublesome to appoint a large number of guardians again, but it's understandable." Han Xiang smiled. She didn't show any dissatisfaction or impatience because of Suyu's words. Suyu smiled. Troublesome, instead of being in a hurry to use the hard way, he used the soft way. The Celestial clan had been arrogant for a long time. Now, they had finally sobered up a little and started to use the soft way. They were arrogant because they hadn't been beaten for many years. Now that some old antiques had come out, the Celestial clan finally saw the situation clearly. Suyu smiled and said, "Since Immortal Queen Han Xiang said so," Suyu looked around and said with a smile, "How about this? Each clan will send out 35 powerhouses who are at least level 7 Eternal Realm. I will persuade Lord Hongmeng. Right now, everyone can give up their guardian positions. If Immortal Queen Han Xiang doesn't believe me, I will ask Lord Hongmeng now. I promise that he will be willing to do it." As soon as these words came out, the old tortoise's calm voice came from the void, "I have no objection to Suyu's words. Now, gather the counselor tokens. Each clan will send out 35 Eternal Realm powerhouses who are at least level 7 Eternal Realm. Today, I will appoint 35 guardians. Immortal Queen Xianxia's eyes flickered. So you said calmly, did you hear that? Now, immediately. There's no need to say anything more. I think 35 Eternal Realm powerhouses from each clan should be able to gather. So you said lightly, it's useless to say it. I also said that I want to be an immortal king, but Heaven Ancient won't let me. Otherwise, I will lead the immortal race to become the #1 race in all heavens. If Heaven Ancient doesn't agree, then forget it. If he agrees, I will say fuck you. Silence. Xiang's eyes flashed with killing intent, but she quickly suppressed it and restored her smile. Suyu, you are a genius. In this tide, you should be the most outstanding one in the human race, even more outstanding than Great Qin King. Suyu nodded, yes, thank you for the compliment. Great Qin King is not as good as me, Great Zhou King is not as good as me, Daxia of Goguryeo is not as good as me, it's a fact. If you don't believe me, you can ask Daxia of Goguryeo and the others. Are they as good as me? Are they as good as me? In the distance, Daxia of Goguryeo's mouth twitched, but he ignored her. Suyu looked at Xiang again. And smiled, is there anything else you want to say? If you were tens of thousands of years younger, you could be like you were in the past, like the fifth tide. You could be a piece of trash that could be ridden by tens of thousands of men and seduce me. Let's see if I can be seduced by you. Didn't you seduce an idiot in my human race? You can try and see if I, Suyu, will take the bait. Xiang, come here, I'll kiss you. Let's be a family and I'll love you, okay? All around, some of the old antiques expressions changed. Suyu was truly audacious, he truly had no scruples, he was truly lawless, he dared to say anything, he dared to do anything. Behind him, the defenders all had strange expressions on their faces. As for Suyu, he chuckled lightly. Save it for later. Sowing discord, goading, seducing, threatening, all of that is useless. I'm young and inexperienced, but my master taught me that when dealing with those who talk too much, you can tell they're not good people. You can tell they're treacherous. For such people, speak with your fists. I'm sorry, but I'm also a talkative person. Ever since I was young, I've liked to read people's expressions, and I like to use my brain to deal with them. I don't like to use force. If I can talk, I'll talk. If I can't, I'll use my fists. What do you think? As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone's expressions became even more strange. These words were the end of the line. There was nothing more to say. Xiang sighed. Suyu, the humans have failed 9 times. Do you think there'll be a 10th? At this moment, the auras of the experts all around them skyrocketed. Suyu glanced around. There were many invincible experts, not just from the major clans, but also from the minor clans. He didn't know if they'd been forced to come or if they'd volunteered. Among them, he even saw the Profound Armor King. Surprise, this clan only had 1 king, and yet he dared to come. After thinking about it, he smiled. It seemed normal that he'd come. I, Suyu, will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I've killed countless invincible experts today. It would be strange if he wasn't afraid. Since he was afraid and couldn't hide, then he'd kill Suyu. That was the only solution. He was quite decisive, he didn't continue to hide. At this moment, Xiang's hunched back gradually straightened. She looked at the Heavenly Destroyer and said softly, Defenders, are you really not willing to take a step back? You still haven't seen through Wan's 9 tide flows? The Heavenly Destroyer's eyes flashed fiercely as he said coldly, Xiang, do you want to test my cudgel? Suyu glanced at the Heavenly Destroyer and saw the ferocity in his eyes. Forget it, he didn't want to think too much about it. Xiang smiled. Senior Heavenly Destroyer is extremely powerful. Xiang doesn't have the fortune to enjoy it. How about General Many Treasure spar with Senior Heavenly Destroyer? In the void, the wealthy and oppressive General of Many Treasures chuckled when he heard this. He quickly sighed and said, I've known Brother Xianxia for many years. Xiang, now that you've said that, I'm in a difficult position. Xiang said respectfully, General, His Majesty said that if you take down the Heavenly Destroyer, he's willing to lend the Immortal Emperor tablet to you to observe one tide flow. The General of Many Treasures was silent for a moment. He looked at the Heavenly Destroyer and walked out of the All Heaven's treasure tower. He sighed. Brother Heavenly Destroyer, I've proven my Tao with many treasures, but I can't reach Tao integration because of them. The Immortal Emperor tablet might be able to help me reach Tao integration. Since ancient times, I can't wait. The Heavenly Destroyer's expression was solemn. This was a titled general from ancient times. He had been one step away from reaching Tao integration. 100,000 years later, he was still the same. Back then, their strength was about the same. Now, he had guarded for 100,000 years. The other party had been injured by the river diagram during the first tide flow and had also recuperated for countless years. At this moment, the two were evenly matched. It was hard to say who would win. The Heavenly Destroyer took a deep breath. He was not as ruthless as before. He transmitted his voice to Suyu. Be careful. The General of Many Treasures is not easy to deal with. I'll try my best to take him down. If I can't, I'll try my best to delay him. Even the proud Heavenly Destroyer said this. Clearly, the other party was not easy to deal with. Suyu did not mind. He smiled and cupped his hands. I wish you victory, Your Excellency. There's no need to be anxious if you can't kill him. General of Many Treasures. I like this kind of person. Your Excellency can't kill him this time. If I don't die, I'll definitely settle accounts with him for interfering with my affairs today, Suyu. In the distance, the expression of the General of Many Treasures changed slightly. The words of a peerless prodigy like Suyu could not be false. If he didn't die and his strength reached a certain level, he would definitely settle accounts. No one would take such words as a joke. General of Many Treasures revealed a bitter expression and sighed. The human race is as domineering as ever. However, the Tao follows. Forget it, forget it. If I really can't kill you, then I'll just wait to die. Suyu smiled and said, General is too polite. This time should still be early. Many Treasures became even more distressed. He looked at the immortal side and sighed. Add another tide. Otherwise, I'll leave. The Heavenly Destroyer is worth one, and Suyu is worth one. Han Xiang frowned slightly. Very quickly, she nodded and said, all right. Brother Heavenly Destroyer, clear up. Many Treasures sighed and waved his hand. The void tore apart. Outside was an endless dark void. It was just right for them to fight. The Heavenly Destroyer's expression changed. Suyu smiled and said, Your Excellency, bring your staff. I don't ask to kill him, but, please beat him until he knows what pain is. The Heavenly Destroyer's eyes moved slightly as he looked at Suyu. Without saying much, he reached out his hand. The ancient city that had just returned turned into a staff again and landed in his hand. In the distance, Many Treasures sighed again. How troublesome. With a weapon, the Heavenly Destroyer was 3 times stronger than he was now. The Heavenly Destroyer sneered. Many Treasures, I will beat you until you call me grandfather. If you don't, this battle will not end. Boom, the void was torn apart as the Sky Destroyer disappeared from where he stood. He stepped into the endless void with his cudgel in both hands. The void wasn't sealed yet, but an earth-shattering explosion rang out as the cudgel smashed down, causing the void to tremble violently. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, there was only the endless sound of explosions. The phantom of the Heavenly Destroyer covered the world. It was extremely powerful and attacked crazily. As for Many Treasures, he was worthy of his title as an ancient titled general. Countless treasures floated in the air and continuously attacked the Heavenly Destroyer. The two sides instantly fought, but the Heavenly Destroyer was truly savage. After holding back for 100,000 years, this time he attacked with boundless brutality. In the blink of an eye, he roared and smashed the golden body of Many Treasures, but soon, the shattered golden body returned to normal. Many Treasures cursed, F*CK, Ancient Sky, 3 tides. Otherwise, I will leave immediately. Okay. Ancient Sky's voice sounded in the distance. He agreed, because the Heavenly Destroyer really wasn't to be trifled with. the next moment, on Suyu's side, Xinghong and Cloud Sky took a deep breath and looked at Suyu. Suyu nodded slightly and the two looked at Han Xiang. Cloud Sky sneered, "Little slut, come play with me." Suyu gave her a thumbs up. And Cloud Sky was mighty. Han Xiang's expression also changed slightly. She looked at him coldly and quickly tore open the void, stepping into it and waiting for her and Xinghong to enter. The two didn't hesitate and instantly stepped into the void, disappearing from where they stood. In the surroundings, the antiques walked out one by one. Both sides had a tacit understanding. One by one, the ancient invincible guardians stepped into the void, disappearing from Suyu's side. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people. In the end, there were only 3 guardians left by Suyu's side. And around him, there were more than 10 invincible guardians. These 3 guardians had no intention of leaving. Suyu was the key. Without Suyu, they wouldn't be able to leave the city. At this moment, even if those invincible guardians surrounded them, they didn't leave. On the human side, the great Qin King glanced around. At this time, many invincible guardians surrounded them, including the Tao King whose 2 bodies had been blown up, the God race's white-haired God King, and the Demon race's Demon King Mo Go. They were all experts. A total of 15 invincible guardians surrounded them. This time, in order to kill Suyu, one had mustered a large force. Heavenly Annihilation and the others had taken 17 or 18 invincible guardians and nearly 30 invincible guardians. Over there were 50 top-notch experts. Here, there were more than 10, and there were also more than 10 on Suyu's side. In order to kill Suyu, more than 80 invincible guardians had been mobilized. It didn't seem to be as many as last time, but the quality was top-notch. There were many above the 7th level of the Eternal Realm. The white-haired God King looked at Daxia of Goguryeo and the others and said in a low voice, "Everyone, think twice. The human race can still exist, not because they are strong, but because the various races haven't found the opportunity to unite. Suyu doesn't die, and the opportunity to destroy the human race has arrived." Daxia of Goguryeo glanced at him and said calmly, "You've been crippled for a lifetime. Do you really think you're qualified to be so arrogant in front of us? We can try." At this moment, an ancient expert walked out from behind him. It was an old God King with hair even whiter than his own. He stepped out into the air and looked at Daxia of Goguryeo and the others. "Do you want to make a move?" Daxia of Goguryeo's expression changed. Six-winged. The king of the six-winged god race, an absolute king, comparable to an existence like Bloodfire, even more ancient than Bloodfire. The six-winged god king looked at them and said calmly, "Return to the East Rift Valley, and everything will be fine. Otherwise, bear the consequences." In the crowd, the great Qin King looked at Suyu, who was still calm and indifferent in the distance, and took a deep breath. Leave? Where to go? If he left now, the dozen invincible beings here would soon go to kill Suyu. On Suyu's side, no one could stop the six-winged god king. Absolute kill realm. One went crazy. Was he going to kill all the guardians in one fell swoop? The great Qin King only realized today that there were so many high-level eternal existences in one. It seemed that he really didn't use his full strength before. He couldn't retreat. He looked back at the direction of the human realm, then at his old brothers, and smiled. His smile was not so stiff. "Again? Yes. We'll listen to you. As usual, on the battlefield, you have the final say." The invincible beings responded. The great Qin King's smile was bright, but in the next moment, his smile disappeared and turned cold. "Kill." A roar resounded through heaven and earth, a long saber pierced through the void and slashed down. This saber was extremely powerful, and it was not any weaker than his previous peak strength. Slash! Everyone thought that he was the great bright lord, but in the end, he was greeted with a saber technique more powerful than Daxia of Goguryeo's. Those invincible beings were instantly cut by him. One invincible being couldn't dodge in time, and with a slash, one of his 3 bodies was cut in half. A great battle broke out. Kill. Daxia of Goguryeo and the others attacked one after another. The sky fell, the earth cracked, and the void shattered. In the blink of an eye, a group of people entered the endless void. Today, let's kill to our heart's content. I'm really speechless. At this moment, Suyu sighed. What are you doing? I'm waiting for them to come. I'm opening the Dead Spirit Passage, the Great Qing King, you guys are making it difficult for me. Is the Dead Spirit Passage still open now? If it is, this thing might only have one chance to trap and kill. There are more than 10 invincible beings outside, and I have 3 guards here. They are stronger than them, and I'm not weak either. I might not have to open it, what a dilemma. Lord Chongping. Let's play with them? Suyu smiled, and the guards also smiled, nodding slightly. Then let's play with them, boom, a loud sound rang out, and the 3 invincible beings attacked, surrounding Suyu, intertwining with the invincible time rivers. In the blink of an eye, the starry sea exploded, and the waves rose to the sky. Suyu stood in the middle, not taking the initiative to attack. He was not fast enough, and he was waiting for someone to kill him. Someone would come to kill him. He was the main character. As expected, very soon, invincible time rivers spread out. Suyu's eyes turned cold, and he punched out, shaking the heavens and the earth. With a boom, the river trembled, and an invincible being quickly retreated, his face full of shock. So strong. The invincible grunted. Although Suyu had killed King Heng before, that had been a sneak attack. But now, Suyu was fighting him head-on. The invincible shouted, he only has brute force. Be careful of his Tao of space. Kill his past and future. With these words, the invincible who had attacked Suyu also knew how to deal with it. Suyu's vision blurred. The river of time once again flowed over, surrounding him. In an instant, Suyu's vision blurred, as if he had returned to a moment ago. This person was even more difficult to deal with than Xuehua. At that time, Xuehua had been seriously injured, and his time force hadn't been very strong. But Suyu knew how to deal with it. The invincible wanted to kill his past. Although Suyu wouldn't die so easily even if he was killed, he would inevitably be injured. Suyu shouted, activating the slow Shenwen. With a loud rumble, cracks appeared on the slow Shenwen, but the invincible's river of time also paused. The attack that had originally been in a different dimension instantly appeared in the same dimension. Suyu punched out. The invincible's expression changed, and he quickly controlled the river of time to flee. Suyu's punch hit empty air. With a kick, time trembled, the river of time froze. Break the river. The time force cultivation method was pushed to the limit by Suyu. With a kick, time seemed to stop. In another space, Silkworm Destruction King was fighting with someone. His heart stirred, and he looked over, his eyes flickering. Good kid. To actually use this kick, using brute force to break time, truly using brute force to break the Tao. This was almost impossible. Only someone like Suyu, who had boundless strength but didn't have much control over the laws, could do such a thing. Boom, another explosion rang out. In the void, Suyu's kick struck the river of time. The river trembled, and with a loud rumble, it exploded. The invincible powerhouse was knocked back once more, blood leaking from his mouth. He was a little shocked. This person was also a level 5 Eternal Realm expert. However, in terms of brute force, he was no match for Suyu. When he used his laws, he was interrupted several times by Suyu, causing him to suffer some backlash. Suyu, you really are a monster. Suyu looked at him and did not chase after him. It would be difficult for him to catch up to him. Moreover, he did not want to leave. He had already located the area where Xingyu was. He would not leave this area. This place had opened a dead spirit passageway. Perhaps there were dozens of dead spirits having a meeting below. Suyu thought that there would definitely be people who would be very satisfied. Suyu's expression was calm, neither arrogant nor impatient. He looked at the other party and said calmly, what other trump cards do you have? Take them out. They aren't enough now. You think an Eternal can kill me? Evenly matched, no, one would never do that. Since he wanted to kill him, since he had put in so much effort, he still had invincible powerhouses. Why should he fight evenly with Suyu? As expected, in the void, another 3 invincible powerhouses walked out. At this moment, the other powerhouses besides Suyu were entangled. At this time, the 3 invincible powerhouses walked towards Suyu, all of them looking serious. What a good Suyu, he had only cultivated for a few years, but now he could fight invincible. There had not been such a monster in the human race for countless years. Even the previous human king of the tides, at Suyu's age, was not so terrifying. This person had to be killed. the three invincible powerhouses arrived and met up with the invincible powerhouse from before. The four invincible powerhouses did not say a word. 4 rivers of time pierced through. Boom, a loud sound rang out again. Suyu punched, punching continuously, boundlessly powerful. At this moment, above his head, the gate of heaven vaguely opened. He wanted to explode and kill, opening the gate of heaven to kill invincible powerhouses, in the hunting sky pavilion. The invincible powerhouses did not attack. At this time, they all gathered. The 4 division heads of the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow divisions, the pavilion lords of the east and west pavilions, the pavilion lords of the north and south pavilions, the grand elder of law enforcement. The division head of the heaven division was not present, and the division head of the yellow division was Zhu Tianfeng. At this moment, including the heaven supervisor, there were 7 invincible powerhouses. This was also a powerful force, especially the heaven supervisor, who was the ancient Hou Yi. He was extremely powerful, a true Dao integration powerhouse, an ancient Dao integration powerhouse. At this moment, everyone looked at the scholar. What should the hunting sky pavilion do? A large number of powerhouses from the various clans rushed out. Now, both sides were fighting with more than 100 invincible powerhouses. A large number of high-level eternal powerhouses participated in the battle. This battle was really a life and death battle, not a simple obstruction like the last time. Those guards were extremely crazy, killing as many as they could. They had no intention of stopping at all. Once they participated in such a battle, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Pavilion Lord, the heaven supervisor, did not say anything, but looked at Suyu below. When he saw the looming gate of heaven between Suyu's eyebrows, his expression was complicated. So similar, Lord Wen. Are you really the Time Master, Suyu? Is the inheritance of your Time Master lineage, or is the Shenwen lineage really your direct lineage, no matter which one it was? Suyu might be the direct lineage of King Wen. The real one, if he inherited both, it would be even more terrifying. Would he be the next King Wen? He watched silently, not saying a word. An invincible powerhouse could not help but ask, Pavilion Lord, should we intervene? The heaven supervisor watched for a while and said calmly, no rush, let's wait and see. Do you think this is the end? No, this is just the beginning. Sure enough, at this moment, the willpower of all sides spread for a while, as if they had reached some agreement. Suddenly, a nether river flowed out from the underworld. A moment later, an ancient existence walked out of the nether river. This powerhouse who walked out wore a grey crown on his head. His gaze turned to the depths of the sea, where the old turtle was. He was watching, waiting for the old turtle to make a move. However, nothing happened. In the ancient primordial city, the old turtle seemed to be asleep. It had no intention of making a move. At that moment, a weak ripple appeared near the nether river that had existed since ancient times. In the next moment, a round god-devouring beast appeared. "Yah, nether race, you stink." The netherworld emperor looked at the little beast and said calmly, "You want to stop me?" "No, no. I'll eat you." The little beast opened its mouth. Suddenly, there was only one mouth in the world, and it swallowed the nether river. "Stinky, let me lick it a few times and it won't stink anymore." "Bean Bun, King Wen is dead. Do you still think it's the past?" The nether river swirled around the nether emperor. A scepter appeared in his hand and he swung it at Bean Bun. "Your clan should have been destroyed long ago. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? It's not the ancient times anymore." I've mistaken you." The God-Eater beast shouted. At this moment, an even bigger mouth appeared behind the Netherworld Emperor. It opened its mouth and shouted, "Bean Bun is here." "Stinky, you've mistaken me." The Netherworld Emperor's expression changed slightly. At this moment, a sigh sounded, and a powerful figure appeared at the side. He said softly, "Senior Bean Bun, why do you have to do this?" "Solitary nothingness." Bean Bun jumped away and looked at the expert who had just walked out. He widened his eyes and said, "Solitary nothingness, you want to make a move too? You two are so strong. The two of us can't beat you." The Divine Emperor Solitary Nothingness, the Divine Emperor sighed. "I don't want to make a move, but I have a reason to. If Suyu is not killed, all worlds will be unjust." Bean Bun, you have lived since the ancient times and experienced 9 tides, but you have never made a move for the human race. I thought you had forgotten the past and that the ancient times were like yesterday's flowers. Why are you making a move this time? Bean Bun and his wife both made a move, yet 2 ancient emperors appeared. They were both very strong. At least, the Divine Emperor was stronger than the Demon Emperor, and the Netherworld Emperor was not weaker than the Demon Emperor. Under such circumstances, although Bean Bun and his wife were strong, they could only deal with one. It would be difficult to deal with 2. Big Hairy Ball was a little confused. Did I make a move? My hand is still inside. I didn't come out, so I made a move. The Divine Emperor sighed. You know what I mean. Bean Bun thought for a moment and said, my young man is inside him. If you kill him, you kill my young man. Is it still the same as before? Your race chose another person to rely on. Bean Bun, you relied on Kingwen for many years. In the end, Kingwen was so strong, but he still died. How is Suyu compared to Kingwen? Bean Bun laughed. I don't know. Why don't you wait and see? Then, his mouth opened wide again. At the same time, he said with grievance, I didn't make a move just now, but you insisted. So, I made a move. 2 hands emerged from his round body as he spoke, and he lashed out toward the Divine Emperor. The Divine Emperor had the river of time revolve around his body, and he paced back and forth within the river. Instead of fighting head-on, he heaved a forlorn sigh. The human race has been destroyed, and the one is at peace. We've been fighting for 100,000 years, and we're all tired. Everyone says that gods and demons love to fight, but that's only because the human race forced us to. You only know that the human race is weak, but you've never seen how the human race swept through the heavens when they were powerful. Hell. Bean Bun bit down on his mouth and couldn't even be bothered to listen. 4 Tao integration stage powerful beings instantly engaged in battle at the edge of the void. What was even more terrifying was that a series of scenes from the past and the future appeared in the air above their battle. Not only were they battling in the present, but they were also battling in the past and in the future. This was different from the 3 movement techniques. As the 4 powerful beings battled, the 4 rivers of time gradually merged into one. It was as if there were tens of thousands of them battling on the same river. It was as if they were battling at different nodes. On the river of time, a Bean Bun swallowed a Divine Emperor, and that scene instantly disappeared. Moments later, the real Bean Bun swallowed the Divine Emperor, and the Divine Emperor suddenly burst out from the Divine Emperor's stomach. Bean Bun immediately spat out a mouthful of saliva and spat the Divine Emperor out. Countless powerful beings who didn't participate in the battle were completely flabbergasted. In the demonic realm, the Demon Emperor's expression changed incessantly as he observed the battle. He didn't participate in the battle, nor did he attack. Instead, he merely observed the battle between the 4 Tao integration stage super mighty figures. All of them were ancient beings. Compared to them, the Demon Emperor was a junior. He had only inherited the throne after the previous Demon Emperor perished, so he was relatively young. However, he was able to progress to the Tao integration stage at such a young age, so he was naturally no ordinary being. In the last 3 tides, there were only a few who had progressed to the Tao integration stage, and he was one of them. As for the others, they were either dead or missing. There was practically no one who was the same age as him, or who was stronger than him. At this moment, a demon king beside him sighed and said, Your Majesty, they don't cultivate the Tao of 3 bodies. The Demon Emperor replied calmly, I've guessed it. Most of these old geezers walk different Taos, and each has its own pros and cons, so there's no need to worry too much. The Tao of 3 bodies is slightly weaker, but it's not without its advantages. The Demon King beside him nodded. Then Shuehua, so what if he's dead? In this era, people will die eventually, and many will die. It's just a matter of time. The Demon Emperor looked into the distance. Let's go back. One of my 3 bodies has fallen, so I'm quite weak. Shuehua is dead, and the demon tribe has been greatly weakened. I need to unify the Blood-Fire Demon tribe, so it's only natural that the demon tribe doesn't have any powerful beings participating in this battle. Let's avoid this battle. The Demon King beside him nodded. What about Amoduona? Him? The Demon Emperor looked into the distance and seemed to see Amoduona. His providence isn't as prosperous as Suyu's, but it's still prosperous. However, he's used to having everything go smoothly. Now that Xuehua is dead, send someone to capture him. Chase him into the Demon Sea. There's an old geezer in the Demon Sea who hates me for 10,000 years. He can't wait for me to die so that Mo Duo Na can inherit his legacy. I, the Emperor, am wise. The ancient demon king beside him nodded slightly and disappeared silently. Capture Mo Duo Na. The demon emperor looked for a while more, and soon, he looked at Suyu. After a while, his figure gradually disappeared in the sky above the demon world. Immortal world. Tiangu also looked at the demon world with a frown. Not willing to make a move, worried that the two bodies would be ambushed, or was it simply not willing to make a move? Tiangu looked into the depths of the star sea and seemed to see the ancient Grand Mist City. A moment later, above the ancient Grand Mist City, Tiangu's face gradually appeared. He looked at the ancient city and said softly, Grand Mist, are you going to drag the holy city into the quagmire of war for Suyu? You've always been biased. I know that you contributed a lot in the matter of the river diagram 100,000 years ago. However, won't Suyu be the next river diagram? In the ancient Grand Mist City, the old turtle's figure appeared. He looked at Tiangu and said indifferently, I only follow the rules. Within the rules, I care. Outside the rules, I don't care. Now that the ancient era is destroyed, I am under the direct jurisdiction of King Gong. Other than King Gong, only the human emperor can make me listen. Tiangu, you can't control me. Tiangu looked at him, if I kill Suyu, will you make a move? Kill Suyu. The rules will care. Tiangu's eyes were cold, he's the descendant of the Time Master? I don't know. Hong Meng, you're going against the heavens. Wrong, I'm following the rules. Since it's the rules, then it's the heavens. I'm following the heavens, and you guys are going against the heavens. Hong Meng's voice shook heaven and earth. Tiangu, you're the rebels, the ones who are going against the heavens. My holy city guards are all following the heavens. Tiangu was speechless. Who was going against the heavens? Perhaps, the old turtle was right. It was one who was going against the heavens. The human race unified the heavens. This was the reality of the ancient era. The human race was the orthodoxy. Now, exterminating the human race's prodigy was going against the heavens. Tiangu was silent for a moment, then said, I'm going against the heavens. Hong Meng, you're not a human either. You're stubborn. Are you willing to let your race be suppressed by the human race? I only obey the heavens. Unable to communicate, in an instant, Tiangu disappeared. Since he couldn't communicate, then he was not in a hurry to make a move. If he made a move, the old turtle would definitely make a move. It was meaningless. Since that was the case, add more people. One was lacking in Dao integration, but he had many invincible ones. At this moment, Tiangu's shadow roamed the heavens. Soon, he appeared outside a realm and said coldly, where is the shadow monarch? A moment later, a shadow invincible figure appeared above the realm and bowed slightly. Greetings, Immortal Emperor Tiangu. Join the battle. The shadow monarch was silent for a moment. If I die in battle, the shadow realm is under the protection of the immortal clan. Tiangu said indifferently, until the shadow realm produces another king. The shadow monarch sighed inwardly and looked back at the shadow realm. He felt a little sad. The small race was like this, there was no way to resist. After all, this was not the sky of the small races. It was the sky of the gods, immortals, demons, dragons, and the human races. It was not their sky. Understood. The shadow monarch looked a little bitter. He turned into a shadow and disappeared instantly. Below, in the realm, a group of shadow clan suns and moons rose up one after another. They looked at the shadow monarch who had left this realm with worry in their eyes. This time, would he be able to return? At this moment, Tiangu's shadow split into millions. His figure appeared in the sky above all the small realms. The invincible figures of the small races flew helplessly toward the all-heavens battlefield. Join the battle, immortals, demons, gods, dragons, and underworld were one. If they did not join the battle, they would be going against these large races. Even if the small realms were difficult to attack, they could not do anything to these large races. Tiangu floated in the air and watched silently. He knew that after this time, the kings of these small races might have second thoughts. But at least they did not dare to do so now. Because now, the Wan and the human race were one. The human race did not have the ability to resist the Wan, and the strong were the Wan, and the weak were vassals. One invincible figure after another was forced to join the battle. At least before the large races declined, these small races would not dare to resist. That was enough. Who knew how many people would be able to survive after the change of the tides ended? Who cared about this? Boom! The four invincible figures besieged Suyu with incredible speed. The past and the future were besieging Suyu. At this time, Suyu was also somewhat powerless. He thought, should I open the dead spirit channel? And just as he was thinking of this, his eyes suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, Lord Hongmeng? An invincible figure quickly turned his head and saw. F***CK, there was not even a shadow of a ghost. Courting death. He was furious, and Suyu took the opportunity to kick out, causing the river of time to tremble. The next moment, the gate of heaven opened wide. Suyu roared and punched out. With a boom, this punch was boundlessly powerful, shattering heaven and earth. With a loud bang, the invincible figure's body was destroyed by this punch, and Suyu's death chi flourished. Nearby, the three invincible figures hit his body one after another. The defensive power of Suyu's body was unimaginably strong. The three invincible figures only made him fly back 1,000 meters and spit out blood. But Suyu, on the other hand, destroyed the body of three invincible figures. Under the siege of the four invincible figures, he actually destroyed the body of three invincible figures. What a strong body! The invincible figures were all shocked. This body was really too strong. Soon, the three invincible figures surrounded him in the middle. Not long after, the fourth invincible figure, the one whose body was destroyed, also flew over with a cold face. But he did not go closer to the inner circle, but hovered outside, gritting his teeth and saying, Suyu, how long can you hold on? They had already felt some movement. Reinforcements were coming, probably a lot of them. Today, in order to kill Suyu, they really mustered a large force. Of course, the races did not dare to go all out, that would be courting death. Don't forget, there were still many human invincible figures in the East Rift Valley. The reason why Tiangu asked the other invincible figures to attack was to guard against the human race. At this time, the human race, King of Great Zhou led dozens of invincible figures in the human immortal defense line. Once the celestial race moved out, the human invincible figures would charge into the celestial world and perhaps break through. The gods and demons also did not dare to go all out. No race dared to go all out. Although there were not many invincible figures participating in the battle, the remaining invincible figures were used to deter the major realms and did not dare to send out too many invincible figures. East Rift Valley. King of Great Zhou still maintained the appearance of the Great Qin King, even when the Great Qin King came out. At this time, he brought many invincible figures close to the human immortal border, deterring the celestial world. Beside him, an invincible figure said faintly, the celestial race sent out dozens of eternal realms, and many died. Now, how many eternal realms do you think the celestial world has left? King of Great Zhou cut him off. Only deterrence. Unless Tiangu leaves, it is not enough, and another 20 celestial kings come out, then we will charge in. Otherwise, it is just deterrence. The moment he said this, the expressions of some human invincible figures changed. This time, the celestial race sent out almost 20 celestial kings, and a bunch of them died. In total, the celestial world lost at least 30 celestial kings. Now, what King of Great Zhou meant was that Tiangu and 20 celestial kings had to leave before the human race dared to press forward. Didn't that mean that the celestial race probably had more than 100 invincible figures? The invincible ones of the human clan were all shocked. Were there really that many? Back then, when the Great Qin King brought people into the celestial world, not many went. What did he see? King of Great Zhou did not make a sound. After a while, he said solemnly, okay, let's do as I said. Our goal is to deter. To deter all sides, and not to send too many eternal realms. At the back, an invincible figure said solemnly, then now. Suyu, King of Great Zhou looked at that person. What are you trying to say? That invincible figure frowned slightly. What I mean is, the situation on Suyu's side is unclear. Now, can you let our people go over and find an opportunity? What opportunity? King of Great Zhou looked at him. The invincible figure was silent for a while. To make Suyu give you the 9-leaf sky lotus and let you Dao unification. King of Great Zhou looked at him coldly. Do you think that is possible? The invincible figure fell silent. I have no other intentions. I just think that with one more Dao unification, if a war really breaks out, it can at least increase the strength of the human race. It can also give more support to Suyu. He should not need it now. King of Great Zhou frowned. Enough. Do you think Suyu will give it to you? Even if he does, how long will it take for him to Dao unification? Then, that's it. King of Great Zhou said indifferently, some things should not be mentioned, talked about, and thought about. Everyone fell silent. No one spoke. They all waited silently. Boom. Suyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Bear One's teeth grinned. Impressive. Invincible figures are indeed invincible. Ruthless. I can only hit 5 out of 100 punches. You guys are really impressive. The 4 invincible figures were cold, but their hearts were shaken. Suyu's defense was truly too strong. In their battle, the 4 invincible figures hit Suyu many times. Suyu could rarely hit them. However, each hit was a huge blow to them. Suyu's opening of the heavenly gate was not continuous. If he opened it intermittently, once they were hit by his opening of the heavenly gate, all 3 of their bodies would explode. Up till now, 2 of the 4 invincible figures had one of their 3 bodies destroyed by him. The remaining 2 had somewhat damaged bodies as well. There was no justice in this world. This guy was way too powerful. At this moment, the 4 invincible figures no longer attacked. Instead, they surrounded Suyu, entangled him, and waited for other reinforcements to arrive to surround and kill Suyu. And at this moment, there was a loud bang. Dark clouds covered the sky. In the endless void, countless experts looked to the side. They saw the King of Great Qin sweep out with his saber, turning the saber into a spear. The spear roared and turned an invincible figure into dust with one strike. An invincible figure fell. At this moment, the King of Great Qin could no longer hide his identity. He no longer concealed himself and returned to his original appearance. All around, the crowd was shocked. The King of Great Qin. At this moment, the King of Great Qin was slightly panting after killing this guy with one strike. This Yuan returning saber was really powerful. Daxia of Goguryeo barely blocked the 6-winged God King, giving him a chance to kill a level 5 Eternal Realm guy on the spot with one strike. At this moment, opposite the King of Great Qin, several invincible figures retreated, their eyes filled with horror. The 5th invincible figure was killed. Amazing. Suyu also laughed. Looking at the 4 invincible figures again, he suddenly widened his eyes and said, "What the F***ck, why? Are you here?" The 4 invincible figures couldn't be bothered with him. Suyu had used this trick several times. The first 3 times, everyone still cared, but after that. Screw you, if there was really an expert coming, they could more or less sense it. Again with this trick, and at this moment, behind them, someone chuckled and said, "You're always messing around. Such a big thing, yet you act like it's a joke." Calm and collected, the sword pierced through an immortal king. It was the immortal king whose first incarnation had been destroyed by Suyu before. At this moment, the second incarnation was instantly shattered, and the third incarnation had just appeared when Wan Tianxing slapped down with his palm, and with a loud crack, the third incarnation exploded. Boom, dark clouds rose again, and a rain of blood slowly fell. Wan Tianxing walked in the river of time and space, looking at Suyu, chuckling and shaking his head. Brute force isn't weak, but it's a pity. You're obviously a good seedling in the nomological path. How did you become a barbarian? He killed an invincible figure as if he were crushing an ant, and Suyu also laughed and said, "House Chief, you're amazing. Where did you hide to heal your injuries just now?" Fortunately, the great medicine you asked Blue Sky to bring back was quite effective, and my injuries are almost healed, Wan Tianxing explained a little. He had just gone to heal his injuries, otherwise, he would have appeared long ago. And his appearance was also full of legendary colors. Instantly killing an invincible figure, Even though this invincible was injured and had died, his silent arrival still caused the other three invincible to be incomparably terrified. Wan Tianqing said with a smile, "Kill them. You're strong in brute force, and I'll tear their river of time and space apart. It's rare for us to kill people together. I thought you were still too early." Yes, he was strong in the nomological laws. At this moment, an incomparably thick river of time and space appeared, instantly wrapping the three invincible figures in the river of time and space, pulling them together. Wan Tianqing growled, and Shoshin transformed into a long sword, slashing out. This sword changed the color of heaven and earth, so you had long known that Wan Tianqing's nomological power was very strong, because long ago, this person had brought him through time and space to meet Xinghong. He was a very terrifying powerhouse, but his explosive power was not too strong. At most, he was a level 4 or 5 Eternal Realm expert. In a real life and death battle, he might not be able to kill a middle-stage invincible figure. But at this moment, he didn't need to. He only needed to cut off the invincible figure's power of time and space, and Suyu's eyes were bright. "Damn, House Chief is awesome. In this case, I don't need to open the dead spirit channel." When Wan Tianqing slashed towards the river of time and space, one person held back the three invincible figures in the river of time and space. Suyu also opened the gate of heaven. Suddenly, between heaven and earth, a book appeared, covering the surrounding void. "Don't even think about running, this daddy will beat you all up." Without the river of time and space, what are a few middle-stage Eternal Realm experts? Suyu went all out, absorbing endless death energy. Space Shenwen erupted, instantly shuttling in front of one person. That person was used to teleporting in the river of time and space, but at this moment, he was being held back by Wan Tianqing. For a while, he wasn't used to it and just dodged a little. As for Suyu, he punched out without holding back. Boom, his body was torn apart, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. On the other side, Wan Tianqing stirred the river of time and space a little, and the killed invincible figure instantly restored one of his three bodies. As a result, Suyu punched out again, and his body exploded again. No, a shrill scream resounded throughout the world. Rumble, dark clouds rose again. Not only that, but at this moment, golden clouds descended between heaven and earth. After killing several invincible figures in a row, Suyu had accumulated enough benefits, and he actually received another reward from heaven and earth. And this time, Suyu's civilization was shaken. Whether it was clouds or flesh and blood, they were all included in the book. He didn't have time to absorb anything now. There were still two invincible figures left. Working together with Manor Head felt so good. As for Wan Tianqing, he also had a smile on his face. At this moment, the two were equally elegant, the same white robes fluttering in the wind, and both had smiles on their faces. Suyu's explosive power was too strong, and Wan Tianqing controlled the opponent's river of time. This was a killer combination. Manor Head, control him again. Watch me kill him. Suyu pointed at one person, and that person's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, with a roar, his body shattered, and his blood essence burned. He instantly pierced through the void and disappeared. He ran, yes, he ran. At this moment, this invincible figure was afraid. Fighting Suyu, it was difficult for Suyu to hit him, so he wasn't that afraid. Fighting Wan Tianqing, he wasn't actually afraid either. Wan Tianqing controlled the river of time, so he didn't have time to do anything else, but with the two of them together, there was no way to fight. The other Demon King also wanted to run, to shatter his body, but Wan Tianqing destroyed his body with a sword. At the same time, Suyu punched and said angrily, "Run your ass." Were the four invincible figures so useless? Only two died, one ran. But weren't you still here? Why are you running? Fight. With a punch, the opponent's body exploded. Wan Tianqing stirred the river of time again, speeding up the opponent's resurrection speed. The opponent instantly resurrected, and Suyu was already waiting with his fist clenched, punching out. Rumble. With a single punch, he completely destroyed this Demon King. In the blink of an eye, it was really just a blink of an eye. In less than 5 seconds, Wan Tianqing arrived. 3 of the 4 invincible figures were killed by Suyu, and one destroyed his own body and escaped into the depths of the void. At this moment, countless experts from all directions looked over. All of them had different expressions. Wan Tianqing, Suyu, when they joined forces, they were a little terrifying. At the beginning, 4 invincible figures died. The king of the Great Qin dynasty killed one, and now Suyu and Wan Tianxing killed 3 more. Today, invincible figures fell like rain. In the blink of an eye, 8 invincible figures were killed. At this moment, some of Wan's invincible figures had arrived one after another. Gradually, there were 7 or 8 invincible figures, and soon, there were more than 10 invincible figures. These invincible figures all looked serious. They had just arrived. Suyu and Wan Tianxing joined forces and killed 3 invincible figures in the blink of an eye. Were they afraid? No one was afraid. In the distance, someone sighed. Wan Tianxing controls time and Suyu cuts the flesh. I think, if you don't have the Eternal Realm 8 or 9, don't go to die. Yes, go to die. Neither of these two had reached the invincible realm. However, an ancient existence was saying, if you don't have the Eternal Realm 8 or 9, don't go to die. The cooperation between them was too complementary. Suyu's explosive power was comparable to an advanced Eternal Realm expert, and Wan Tianxing's control of the rules was also comparable to an advanced Eternal Realm expert. If they joined forces, if not an advanced Eternal Realm expert, they would not last long, and Suyu, at this moment, didn't care about the invincible figures in the periphery. Instead, he looked at Wan Tianxing, took a breath, and said, Principal, your river of time seems to be thicker. How did you do it? Teach me. In the face of the great battle, he didn't worry too much. He was as heartless as ever. Wan Tianxing smiled. What's the hurry? It's not something that can be done in a short time. As your principal, if I don't have some skills, I won't be able to come out and meet people. Suyu left. Old Wan was still very powerful. Without him, even if Suyu could kill the 3 invincible figures, he probably would have to wait a long time, and he would have to be careful of a comeback. As a result, when Wan Tianxing came, Suyu had a good time. Hitting empty punches was very uncomfortable. Now, it was comfortable. Old Wan stirred up the rules, and Suyu gave the finishing blow. Beating the invincible figures was like beating a grandson, and this unforeseen event caused even more people to look at them. Immortal Realm. Tiangu's face was a bit ugly. He didn't expect the combination of Wan Tianxing and Suyu. As a result, in just a short time, the moment the other invincible figures arrived, of the 4 invincible figures, 3 were dead, and 1 was disabled. He looked sideways into the depths of the Immortal Realm, frowning slightly. Many immortal kings had gone out. Go out a little more. He looked into the distance. That was the East Rift Valley. The humans were threatening. Once a large number of immortal kings went out, the humans would definitely attack the Immortal Realm. If their lair couldn't be protected, even if they killed Suyu, they couldn't make up for the loss. Tiangu suppressed the irritation in his heart and looked in the direction of Skyhunter Pavilion. You should have seen and felt it too. Even if you don't kill Suyu, you have to be careful. In Skyhunter Pavilion, the Heaven Supervisor closed his eyes in contemplation. He seemed to see Qingwen, not only Suyu, but also Wan Tianxing. These people were somewhat similar. He seemed to see Qingwen come back to life. He saw Qingwen smiling at him, a smile that made him shudder. After closing his eyes for a moment, the Heaven Supervisor opened his eyes. Go kill Suyu. As soon as he said this, the invincible figures below looked a little strange. Were they really going to make a move? Was Skyhunter Pavilion going to make a move? Did the Skyhunter Pavilion have any powerhouses? Many. The North and South Second Building Masters and West Pavilion Masters were all very strong. Zhu Tianfeng had middle stage eternal strength, and in the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, he was only the Yellow Division's division head. As for Zhou Tianyuan, he was stronger than Zhu Tianfeng and was the Profound Division's division head. The Profound Division and the Yellow Division were the weakest existences within the entire Heaven Hunter Pavilion. At this moment, when the Heaven Supervisor said that he was going to kill Suyu, the powerhouses of the Sky Hunter Pavilion were shocked. They had watched the 9 tides from the sidelines. Today, the Sky Hunter Pavilion was going to participate. The ancient city had chosen Suyu. Choosing Suyu did not mean choosing the human race. However, the Sky Hunter Pavilion choosing to kill Suyu meant that they had drawn a line with the human race. The powerhouses were silent for a while. Soon, the Law Enforcement Grand Elder said, Kill. In that case, kill Suyu. This person has killed many of our law enforcement elders. Go. The Heaven Supervisor did not want to say more. He waved his hand. In addition to him, there were 6 other invincible powerhouses here. Among them, the South Building Master and West Pavilion Master were high-level eternal existences. Such combat power, once joined, could change many things. At the very least, if Suyu and Wan Tianxing joined forces, their powerful posture would change. These powerhouses were enough to suppress these two. The invincible powerhouses said no more and disappeared in place. The Sky Hunter Pavilion was going to participate in the war. As for the Heaven Supervisor, he looked into the distance, lost in his memories. I still chose this path in the end, he thought of many years ago, when King Wen asked him, if one day he died or disappeared, would he look after the Sky Supervisor Pavilion? His answer was very simple, very certain, definitely. Now, it had been 100,000 years, in the first 9 tides, he was waiting for the first 3, hoping for King Wen's return. In the middle 3 tides, he was disappointed, hesitated, and hesitated. I can't wait for King Wen. When the 7th tide flow began, he came to the conclusion that King Wen would never return. Therefore, he began to assimilate the Heaven Hunter list. 60,000 years after King Wen's death, he committed an act of betrayal. He was afraid of King Wen. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have waited for 60,000 years, even though it was said that King Wen was dead, he still waited for 60,000 years. Starting with the 7th tide flow, he began to do his own thing. That was when the Heaven Overseer Pavilion officially changed its name. Originally, it had been called the Hunter Heaven Pavilion, but by the time the 7th tide flow arrived, the Hunter Heaven Pavilion became the official name. In the void, Suyu bore more and more death energy. His white robe turned completely black. He looked into the distance and frowned slightly. Wan Tianxing did not bat an eyelid and sent a voice transmission, "Trouble seems to be coming. There's some movement." At this moment, the two of them, one black and one white, were like the black and white devils. The surrounding smaller clans were intimidated, not daring to rashly step forward. They were all hesitating. But Suyu also felt the danger. He and Wan Tianxing had probably crossed some people's line of defense by joining forces. Just as Xianxia was thinking this, the air around him fluctuated. 6 extremely powerful beings showed themselves. Their faces were all covered with gold. Sky Hunter Pavilion, Suyu sighed. Sky Hunter Pavilion. Heaven Overseer Marquis had made his choice. And Wan Tianxing's expression also changed. He said coldly, Sky Hunter Pavilion has been neutral for countless years. As a third party, being mysterious is your capital to protect yourself. You are the same as the ancient city. Now, Sky Hunter Pavilion has made its choice? The appearance of the 6 powerhouses made many people heave a sigh of relief. Sky Hunter Pavilion had made their move. It was not just these few. The key was that the Heaven Overseer Marquis was about to make his move. Since he had made his move, he would not hold back. An ancient Hou Yi, perhaps the existence with the highest status among the remaining ancient figures, was about to make his move. This made countless people excited. On the Sky Hunter Pavilion's side, the Deacon Grand Elder said lightly, "We are only targeting Suyu." "Suyu indiscriminately killed our elder." Suyu smiled, "What are you saying? Senior Zhu Tianfeng killed him, how can you blame me? How wronged I am. I even led the Sky Hunter Pavilion and made a name for myself. Now, I am an elder of the Sky Hunter Pavilion. Are my own people going to fall out with me?" The Deacon Grand Elder was speechless and did not say more. Since he had already made his move, if he said more, it would be a joke. The void fluctuated, and the rivers of time connected. The Deacon Grand Elder looked at the Invincible Realm experts outside and said in a low voice, "If you do not dare to come forward, please use the law of time to interfere with Wan Tianxing." The Invincible Realm experts from the small clans were overjoyed. This could be done. In an instant, 16 rivers of time ran through heaven and earth, covering heaven and earth, not counting the 6 from the Sky Hunter Pavilion. At this time, the rivers of time were like silk threads, wrapping the entire void. Interfere with Wan Tianxing. This was not difficult. No matter how strong Wan Tianxing was, he was only a non-invincible realm expert. In fact, if they really wanted to kill him, the 16 invincible realm experts could kill Suyu and the others. The key was, who wanted to be a ghost under their blades. Now that the Sky Hunter Pavilion was willing to help, it could not be better. Suyu took a deep breath, and on his forehead, the gate of heaven appeared. Trouble was coming, then he would open the Dead Spirit Passage. With so many elites, he definitely could not do anything, neither he nor Wan Tianxing could. The key was, how to beat these bastards down. It was not easy to beat them down, or, he would deliberately open the passage and go in, letting these guys go in with him. He was afraid that they would not go in. In the void, the Wen Mingji was taken back by Suyu. At this moment, the Wen Mingji was even more dazzling. More than 300 shadows appeared, all in the Sun-Moon tier. Among them, the shadows of the gods, demons, and immortals all had the strength of the 6th or 7th tier of the Sun-Moon tier. But it was not enough, it was still very weak. Even if there were more than 300 shadows, they could only barely block the attack of the Invincible Realm experts once or twice. Suyu got the Wen Mingji, but did not use it himself. The Wen Mingji instantly turned into a white robe and landed on Wan Tianxing's body. Wan Tianxing glanced at him, and Suyu smiled. Academy Chief, your physical body is too weak. After all, he and Wan Tianxing only had one life. Wan Tianxing smiled. Am I very weak? Fine, compared to Suyu, his physical body was a bit weaker. This heaven tool was extremely powerful. Once it entered his body, Wan Tianxing knew that it could at least block a few attacks from the middle stage of the Eternal Realm. Wan Tianxing took a deep breath and looked at the several Invincible Realm experts that surrounded him. He did not look at Suyu, and only said with a smile, "What cultivation level are you at now?" Physical body Ling Yun, Civilization Master Shanhai. Ling Yun, Wan Tianxing smiled bitterly. Ling Yun Zhan Shanhai, you brat, you tricked me badly. Suyu knew what he meant and smiled. You can't blame me for being filled with death aura. You have to see the future yourself. What does it have to do with me? Forget it. As Academy Chief, I'll teach you how to make use of the rules today. Wan Tianxing laughed. We Civilization Masters should be the best at using the power of the rules. You are a fake product. Watch me. With that said, Wan Tianxing let out a low shout. In the void, countless willpower condensed. In the next moment, he tore the river of spacetime apart. Immediately after, he took Suyu and instantly stepped onto the river. He smiled and said, "Come up, don't be afraid. Just like last time, I'll bring you to travel through the past, present, and future, and kill the 3 of them. The 3 movement techniques are the worst. Kill the past and future of the river of spacetime. You and I don't have a past and future body, so we aren't afraid of their battle of time." Suyu laughed and instantly stepped into the river of spacetime. He and Wan Tianxing instantly appeared in a long river, like a small boat in a lonely sea, drifting in the waves, and at this time a total of 22 rivers of spacetime pressed down, and in this thick long river, 22 branches opened. Wan Tianxing took Suyu and instantly disappeared, stepping into a long river. Above that long river, an incomparably huge frog floated. When it saw them, its expression changed, and it turned pale with fright. It instantly cut off the long river, and Wan Tianxing took the initiative to follow up. He took Suyu and instantly charged over. In the long river of time, the other party could not dodge, and Suyu gave it his all and punched out. Boom, the long river broke, and the frog was directly blown up by Suyu with a bang. At the same time, in the periphery, among the 16 invincible small races, a huge frog suddenly grunted, and its 3 bodies separated. One of the past bodies had just appeared, and suddenly, a fist appeared behind it. Bang! This loud sound scared the invincible around them, and their hearts trembled. Boom! The frog in the past body directly exploded, and the fist also disappeared in an instant. It was as if a punch from the past had blown up the other party's past body. How dare you! At this moment, the experts of the Sky Hunter Pavilion were all shocked. This Wan Tianxing's power of time was too strong, and it really pierced through the past, the present, and the future. He actually instantly traveled to the past, and in the blink of an eye, killed an invincible 3 incarnation. Rumble. Wan Tianxing's river of spacetime fluctuated violently, but Wan Tianxing did not care, and transmitted his voice to Suyu. I can't hold on for long, intimidate them. Intimidate those invincible small races, and make them not dare to participate in the battle, let them avoid. It was just deterrence. He did not expect to really be able to kill invincible under such circumstances. Blowing up 3 incarnations was already his limit. Do you still have a backup plan? Wan Tianxing asked. If there was no answer, that was probably the end of it. He did not think too much about it. If it really ended here, it was not bad. At least it was not a loss, and he killed many invincible. It was useless to care too much in one's life. One word, smooth, 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 and follow my thoughts. If I really lost, that was also fate. After all, it was too late to rise. And, the last resort. Don't be afraid, there will be trouble later, I'll run with Mansion Master. Suyu transmitted his voice. What are you afraid of? I'll run to the undead realm with you. Yes, run. Are you waiting to die if you don't run? With Hichu and the others around, he could still survive in the undead realm. As for Old Wan, at most, he could ask Hichu to help him switch. What was there to be afraid of? They wandered in the river of spacetime, and with a rumble, Wan Tianqing opened another river. However, as soon as he opened it, he saw the figure on the other side. The other party directly closed the river of spacetime, and of the 22 rivers that covered the sky, one of them disappeared. It was an invincible small race. At this moment, his face was pale, and he directly withdrew from the river of spacetime. Without a word, he retreated some distance. When he saw someone looking at him, he gritted his teeth and did not say a word. I don't want to die here, my race, only I can support the sky. Although the immortals promised to protect them, but, now that a great change is about to happen, will the immortals still have the strength to protect them? I'd better live alone. If he lived, even if the immortals wanted to kill him in the small realm, they would need to send at least 6 or 7 invincible, or even more. I can't die. With this thought, he hesitated for a moment. If he stayed here, the immortals would probably hate him. Without another word, he flew into the air and left. Run, the other invincible, their expressions changed slightly. He ran, he actually ran away, he was too bold. Was he really not afraid that the immortals would attack him? Suyu and Wan Tianqing were also surprised. The Wan was actually ruled by a few giants, and the human race did not count. The human race did not make friends with the top 100 races. After being ruled by the immortals and demons for so many years, he actually dared to resist. You've got guts. Surprised, the two ignored him. Not bad, better than expected. Although they did not kill the other's 3 incarnations, he ran away, which was a good sign. But suddenly, Old Wan's river of spacetime trembled violently. With a rumble, 6 thick rivers of time forced their way in, and the next moment, 6 invincible beings appeared. Little tricks are useless. The 6 experts surrounded the two from all directions. Suyu Bare One's teeth smiled and pointed at the one who spoke. You, Hunting Sky Pavilion's great elder of law enforcement. You talk too much. Today, even if I, Suyu, die here, I will kill you. Kill. He and Old Wan cooperated tacitly and instantly rushed toward him. Both of them were extremely ruthless. The 6 people attacked one after another. The two did not stop, block, or even look at them. They truly disregarded life and death. Old Wan's river of spacetime directly collapsed, interfering with the great elder of law enforcement. As for Suyu, he went all out, ignoring the others and letting them attack him. He used all his strength and punched at the great elder of law enforcement with a loud rumble. I said I will kill you, so I will kill you. You are a middle-stage eternal realm cultivator, yet you keep blabbering. Even if I am injured or crippled, I will kill you. At this moment, the great elder couldn't help but curse. F***ck, madman, do you too want to die? Kill them, he screamed. These 2 madmen, you only have 1 life. The West Pavilion Master and South Pavilion Master are both high-level Eternal Realm experts. In such a situation, you two actually don't defend, aren't you crazy? Completely crazy, he screamed and ran. The river of spacetime was broken by Old Wan, and Old Wan's river of spacetime was also broken. At this moment, everyone was in the real space. He didn't even think about escaping. He was not a madman, he also didn't want to become a ghost under the blade of these 2 before they died. These 2 were being attacked, they had no chance at all. The great elder cursed in his heart. You guys have no chance at all. Just as he was thinking, Suyu's fist arrived. The great elder was stunned. So fast, no one stopped him, his heart trembled. At this moment, the West Pavilion Master suddenly slashed out with his sword, shattering the South Pavilion Master's palm. That palm was aimed at Suyu, the West Pavilion Master was originally targeting Wan Tiansheng, but at this moment, he didn't attack Wan Tiansheng. Instead, he slashed out with his sword, catching the South Pavilion Master off guard. As for Suyu, he didn't receive any interference and punched out, boom, the Great Elder's body directly collapsed. With confusion and anger, he said, "You are a traitor, traitor?" The West Pavilion Master softly said, "I am not. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis betrayed us. This hunting Heaven Pavilion belongs to King Wen's bloodline, and King Wen's bloodline belongs to the human race. Do you all really not know who the traitor is?" A sword instantly appeared in the South Pavilion Master's hand. He looked at the Great Elder and said in a low voice, "West Pavilion, don't forget that this is 100,000 years after the ancient times." The West Pavilion Master softly said, "I didn't forget, but 100,000 years later, this is also the human race's territory." The two peerless powerhouses instantly clashed with each other. Their swords rippled in the void, creating cracks in the void. Suyu and Wan Tianxing were a little surprised. They wanted to kill the Great Elder with heavy injuries. Suyu planned to instantly open the dead spirit channel while heavily injured, but the hunting Heaven Pavilion had internal strife again, yes, the human race again. Suyu was speechless. How many times had this happened? What was the Heaven Supervisor Marquis, the West Pavilion Master, the Heaven, Mystic, and Yellow Division heads thinking? Did he think that these humans had been brainwashed to the point where they didn't care about their race at the crucial moment? As for the Great Elder, his physical body shattered. The river of time barely recovered, and soon, a figure appeared again. Suyu wanted to make a move, but the other experts did. In addition to them, the North Pavilion Master, the Earth Division, and the Mystic Division heads were also extremely solemn. They shouted, "Those outside, come at me together." Damn it, the West Pavilion Master had betrayed us. In the void, the two were in a mess. In the hunting Heaven Pavilion, the scholar didn't seem too surprised. He just sighed. As expected, life and death, race, faith. Sometimes, it was difficult to change. The hunting Heaven Pavilion was, after all, a subordinate organization of King Wen. Some of the old antiques knew about it, and the human race also liked to sneak in. He didn't care too much, or rather, there was nothing he could do even if he cared. The human race enjoyed this, generation after generation, tide after tide, they all mingled here. In the first 6 tides, he didn't dare to kill these humans indiscriminately. In the end, he still took them in. Whether it was the division head of Heaven or the West Pavilion Master, he knew that they were all humans, but they were humans before the 6th tide. In the end, the West Pavilion Master still betrayed him. In the end, he wasn't as popular as King Wen. He wasn't surprised, letting these people make a move was also a test and a test. He could only say that he overestimated himself and underestimated the human race's racial ideals. At this moment, he walked out of the hall step by step. In his hand, a golden book appeared. It was time to make a move, it was time to clean up the hunting Heaven Pavilion. There were too many humans who had sneaked in. Since he was here, there were some things that he had decided. At this moment, in the ancient Grand Mist City, the stone statue of the old tortoise twisted its body slightly. Soon, the old tortoise turned into a human and floated in the sea. It looked at the ancient city, and then at Suyu. After thinking for a while, it laughed. "You can do it, right? I think you can. It won't be a problem for you to bear the ancient city's death aura, although it's a little dense here. But I have to uproot the ancient city, only after uprooting it can I fight the Heaven Supervisor. Otherwise, he has the Heaven Supervisor book, and I won't be easy to deal with." As the old tortoise thought about it, the ancient Grand Mist City instantly turned into a golden robe. Yes, this was not an offensive weapon. It was a defensive weapon. In ancient times, the primordial tortoise was said to have the same defensive power as the iron-eating ancient clan after 72 castes. The iron-eating ancient clan had not reached 72 castes, so they were inferior to the primordial tortoise. And this powerful long robe with 144 golden patterns was also a defensive weapon. At this moment, the old tortoise smiled. "My fighting ability is average, but Heaven Supervisor Marquis, break my defense first, and then we'll talk about other things." The void tore open, and the old tortoise walked out. At the same time, the Heaven Supervisor Marquis's footsteps paused. A moment later, he walked out of the hall and looked at the handsome young man in the air. Brother Primordial Tortoise still wants to stop me? The old tortoise chuckled. Ho, you must be joking. But if Ho Yi wants to come down, you have to ask me first. After all, this is my holy city lord. General Spirit Guard, I've long heard that Monarch Gong wants to make you the Spirit Guard Marquis. Why did you refuse? The old tortoise smiled. That's just a rumor, it can't be true. Of course, there are some truths, but Monarch Gong said that if I become a Marquis, I have to oversee the 7th floor's passage. I thought about it and gave up. It's more difficult to oversee there. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis smiled. So that's how it is. Dao brother, please. Please. The two were very polite. They smiled at each other as they tore open space and walked into the endless void. They didn't fight, but the moment they stepped in, the entire void disappeared. In the endless void, they turned into streams of light. The two continued walking. With each step, it was as if they had returned to the past, to the future. Behind them, corpses kept falling, the Heaven Supervisor Marquis had more, and the old tortoise had less. But when the Heaven Supervisor Marquis took out the golden book and the old tortoise walked, it became much more difficult. A sigh resounded through the world. You used Monarch Wen's item to deal with the human race, to deal with me. Is this appropriate? I have no other choice. That's right, you can't turn back. It's just a weapon, why do you have to refine it? But, if you refine it, Monarch Wen might not make things difficult for you. Moreover, there's a high chance that he's already dead. Will Suyu oppose you because of this? I don't dare to gamble and I don't want to put my life in the hands of others. Brother Grand Mist, you should understand me. I understand, but, it's not yours. You're still lacking if you compete with me. Although I'm not good at fighting, you might not be good at it either. They seemed to be chatting, but the corpses around them piled up higher and higher, more and more. Countless old tortoises died and countless Heaven Supervisor Marquis fell. With each step they took, corpses would fall. If it wasn't the old tortoise, then it was the Heaven Supervisor Marquis. Moments later, the Heaven Supervisor Marquis groaned and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the old tortoise with incomparable bitterness. You do have the power to become a Marquis. Dao brother Grand Mist, you really hid your strength. Just so. The old tortoise chuckled. But it's mainly because the Heaven Supervisor register isn't yours. You've spent too much energy on it. You're even inferior to me. Heaven Supervisor Marquis, give up. How is that possible? As the two chatted and laughed, more corpses fell. At this moment, in the immortal world, Tiangu's eyes flickered. Suddenly, a lidless coffin flew toward Suyu. The old tortoise was entangled by the Heaven Supervisor Marquis. As for him, he had only been wary of the old tortoise. This old guy was too ancient. At that moment, the old turtle sighed. A turtle shell flew out and blocked the coffin. Tiangu, don't play tricks in front of me. If you can break my turtle shell, I'll let you kill Suyu. The old turtle sighed. Tiangu's expression was a bit ugly, but he didn't speak. Right at that moment, another murmur resounded through heaven and earth. Pfft. Suyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind felt like it was about to explode. The entire sea of will seemed to be attacked by something. Fortunately, the tombstone blocked it, and then the golden book defeated the black power, saving Suyu from disaster. Wan Tianqing's expression changed drastically. He was incomparably enraged. He was no longer polite as he roared in anger, "Bastard, you shameless thing!" A mighty half-martial emperor sneak attacked Suyu. Far in the distance, an extremely formidable being revealed his figure at this moment. His entire body was enveloped in darkness. Half-martial Emperor Heavenly Abyss, that's right, he had just sneak attacked Suyu. At this moment, this half-martial emperor murmured, "What a good treasure. Suyu, you really do have great fortune." The moment the old tortoise disappeared and the moment Tiangu attacked, he had arrived. He was very powerful. He was the only Heavenly Abyss tribe cultivator to reach the Dao integration stage after the apocalypse. And the curse he had just cursed Suyu was actually blocked by Suyu. This was too incredible. Precious treasure. Suyu definitely had a precious treasure on him, divine weapon. It was most likely a divine weapon. Even a pinnacle heavenly soldier would not be able to block this attack from Suyu. At this moment, all the spectators and participants of the battle were shocked. They had mobilized too many people to kill Suyu this time. This was the true one encirclement, the Divine Emperor, the Immortal Emperor, the Heavenly Abyss Emperor, the Underworld Emperor, and the Heaven Supervisor. 5 Dao Integration Stage super mighty figures wanted to kill Suyu. If the Demon Emperor hadn't perished in 3 bodies, he would probably also participate in the battle. And on Suyu's side, there were also 3 Dao Integration Stage super mighty figures participating. As for the 6-winged Divine King, the Great Qin Emperor, the Many Treasures, the Sky Destroyer, there were more than 10 9th stage Eternal Realm super mighty figures. This was also the most powerful cultivators participating in this battle. There were too many. More and more powerful cultivators chose to participate in the battle, either to help Suyu or to help one. At this moment, Suyu had no other choice. He opened the Dead Spirit passageway and ran. Holy F***ck, he was almost killed. The Heavenly Yuan Half-Emperor had made his move, and then there was the Dragon Monarch. He was also the most likely Dao Integration Stage super mighty figure to participate in this battle, but he still hadn't made his move. Once he joined the battle, there would be no chance for him to escape, just as Suyu was about to run. The Heavenly Yuan Half-Emperor suddenly faltered slightly as he looked up into the sky. The sound of crunching and tearing erupted from the sky. At this moment, a gargantuan being descended from the sky, eating one person after another. No one knew what that gargantuan being was eating. As it ate, a bashful smile appeared on its face. Suyu can't be killed. A few days ago, the ancestral rules changed, and Suyu seems to have completed our tribe's 72 castings. If that's the case, then he can't be killed. Iron Eater, the Heavenly Yuan Half-Emperor's heart trembled. The Iron Eater ancient tribe had chosen to side with the human race. Why? The Heavenly Yuan Half-Emperor couldn't help but ask, why? You didn't even choose to help that person in the 9th tide. Why did you choose to help Suyu? I don't understand. The gargantuan Iron Eater beast chuckled. Because, that guy didn't cultivate the 72 castings during the last tide. I only recognize one thing. Since Suyu has cultivated the 72 castings, then he is our ally. At the very least, we are somewhat related. He has no choice but to acknowledge it. He has cultivated our tribe's cultivation method. In the distance, Suyu nodded frantically. Holy F***ck, I'll acknowledge it. I'll definitely acknowledge it. I'll even call him Daddy. This mighty figure had made his move. Surprise, what a surprise. Suyu was just about to run away when a big fatty, cough cough, a mighty figure fell from the sky. What a pleasant surprise. The Iron Eater Beast Emperor continued to eat. Only at this moment did people realize what it was eating. Many people felt chills run down their spines. That was a dragon. A huge dragon, however, it appeared too small at this moment. It was still alive, it was eating a living dragon. Moreover, it was an invincible living dragon. The Iron Eater Beast Emperor chuckled. Suyu said the celestial race is delicious. Wrong, the celestial race is not as delicious as the dragon race. I won't lie to everyone, the taste of the dragon race is not bad. I've always liked to eat dragons. Dragon liver tastes even better. Of course, maybe Heavenly Ancient is really delicious. Last time, I smelled the fragrance. But Heavenly Ancient is also hard to eat. In the distance, the big hairy ball's voice rang out. Big fatty, old turtle, let's change opponents, okay? Jiwoo and the others are not delicious, and they stink. I want to fight Heavenly Ancient with my wife. It wanted to change opponents. Heavenly Ancient is still delicious. Not good. Not changing. The big hairy ball seemed very unhappy and angry. The next moment, an enormous ball appeared in the world. There was a black hole on the ball. It was a mouth. The big hairy ball was angry. Not changing. I'm so annoyed. Jiwoo and the others have angered me. I'm going to eat God Realm and Underworld together. Wife, eat their bounded domain. At this moment, only 2 large balls appeared in the world, endlessly expanding, endlessly strengthening. Under everyone's shocked gazes, these 2 existences ignored the 2 half-emperors. So annoying, I'm going to eat your domain. Their mouths became bigger and bigger. Soon, they spread to God Realm, to Underworld, the God Emperor and Underworld Emperor's expressions changed. They couldn't help but curse, F***ck, these two madmen didn't have any clansmen. The only one was with Suyu. They were annoyed and started killing indiscriminately. They were going to swallow the domain, boom, the two half-emperors didn't bother anymore. They quickly returned to the sky above the domain and started fighting with the two hairy balls. These two were going to start killing indiscriminately. Everyone wasn't like them, so they still had some misgivings. Once these two really swallowed the domain, even if it was still there, they wouldn't be able to digest it. It would cause the death of countless people, countless. Suyu also gasped in amazement. Suddenly, he touched Hairy Ball in the Sea of Will. Hairy Ball, be good. Big Brother will treat you well in the future. Your daddy and mommy are too awesome. There's nothing to worry about. At least the Great Qin King and the others had the strength to do so. They wouldn't dare to do this, too scary. If they did this, the other half-emperors would also slaughter the domain, but these two had no misgivings. Don't be distracted. Wan Tianxing shouted in a low voice. What are you doing? Even now, there were still a few invincible existences killing them. Are you trying to die by being distracted? Suyu sighed. So powerful. If I were so powerful, I would definitely slaughter the god, demon, and immortal realms. I would kill them all and give them to the Iron Eater Emperor as biscuits, and the God Eater Emperor as a sumptuous meal. He said it casually, but the invincible existences from Sky Hunter Pavilion felt a chill in their hearts. He said it like he was playing around, but they vaguely knew that it might not be a joke. If he really had the strength, he might really do it. Cruel and merciless, there were not many in Wan who were more ruthless than Suyu. And at this moment, Suyu suddenly shouted, Department Head, do it. In an instant, the two department heads of Earth Department and Xian Department trembled. On the other side, the head of North Tower was also shocked. There was another traitor? Boom, with a loud bang, Suyu punched the Great Elder's second reincarnation. Wan Tianxing didn't even think about it and followed closely behind, slashing the river of time with his sword. When the Great Elder quickly came back to life, Wan Tianxing killed him with a slap. Silence. Today, 9 invincible existences fell, and Suyu and Wan Tianxing joined forces and killed 4. Previously, Suyu and the others also killed 4. Up until now, only the Great Qin Emperor had killed 1. Even though they knew that Suyu was tricking them, at this moment, the 3 invincible existences from Sky Hunter Pavilion suddenly separated and did not dare to approach. There was no other reason. They were really afraid, because this was not the first time the Sky Hunter Pavilion had betrayed the human race. Mother Kerr, many times, who was not afraid. Even the West Pavilion Master could betray, the Xian Department and the Huan Department could betray. Why couldn't the others? Life, that was the most important thing. In the distance, the Heaven Supervisor sighed. Sky Hunter Pavilion made him feel helpless. Now even if he said that the others were fine, they might not be 100% at ease. Because too many people had problems, and at this moment, even Ancient Heaven couldn't help but curse, a bunch of trash. More than 20 Eternal Realm experts can't kill 2 non-Eternal Realm experts? He was about to explode in anger. He was strong and could bear it. However, so many invincible existences went to kill Suyu and the others, but nothing happened, and one of them was killed. What was this? It was more than enough to kill a level 9 Eternal Realm expert, but they actually failed to kill Suyu and the others. This time, in order to kill Suyu, they used so many Dao integration experts, but still failed to kill them. Ancient Heaven said angrily, Dragon Emperor, are you still not going to make a move? At this moment, he didn't count on these guys. This was too disappointing. A group of invincible existences just stood there and watched. Of the more than 10 invincible existences on the periphery, 1 ran away, and one of the 3 incarnations was killed. The remaining 14 were all very perfunctory, like bystanders. Even if the Great Elder was killed, they just had to lend a hand and the other party wouldn't die. But there was nothing. A group of invincible existences just stood there and watched, letting the Great Elder be killed, and no one did anything. Were they here to fight, or to sightsee? At this moment, they could only hope that the Dragon Emperor could kill Suyu, and on the human side, was there anyone who could resist the Dragon Emperor? The Iron-Eating Beast Emperor's attack was a bit surprising. Because this existence didn't attack in the previous 9 tide flows. Why did it attack this time? He said it was because of the 72 Iron-Eating Beasts. but no one knew whether it was true or not. But it didn't matter, kill Suyu, and everything would return to normal. Today, most of the experts who attacked were because of Suyu, not the human race. From this point, it could be seen how important it was to kill Suyu, near the East Rift Valley. The king of Great Zhou watched silently. The experts attacking were out of his expectations. For example, the iron-eating beast emperor, this was something he didn't expect before. Over at Tiangu's side, his coffin was entangled by the old turtle, and Tiangu himself didn't come out. The king of Great Zhou continued to watch for a while, and then looked at the distant star sea. Was the Dragon Emperor going to come out? He didn't know, but the possibility was high. The king of Great Zhou was silent for a while. Suddenly, a Xinwen appeared, and a black hole appeared in the void. The king of Great Zhou looked at everyone and said in a low voice, "Stand up, don't resist, quickly." The invincible existences looked at the king of Great Zhou with solemn expressions, and someone said in a low voice, "Teleport to Xinwen? Come up." The king of Great Zhou didn't reply. The invincible existences hesitated for a moment, but still walked up one after another. The king of Great Zhou said calmly, "Teleport later, once we arrive, kill indiscriminately. Last for 30 seconds, regardless of whether you kill them all, regardless of whether you kill them or not, everyone, go to Xinwen. Teleport back." Did you hear that? The king of Great Zhou said faintly. In the crowd, the king of Great Yuan was speechless. "Old Zhou, can you change your appearance before you speak? You've teleported out of Xinwen, and you're still pretending." The king of Great Zhou laughed lightly. "Old Qin's appearance is more threatening, less nonsense. This is Old Qin's decision, quickly come up." Very quickly, the other invincible existences walked up one after another. And the king of Great Zhou, another Xinwen appeared, like a lid, covering them. Instantly, everyone's aura was restrained, and that was similar to the quiet Xinwen. Not only that, he waved his hand again, and suddenly over 20 powerful Xinwen appeared on the spot, but it felt like there was only an aura, and no power. These Xinwen suddenly turned into human forms, and the invincible existences appeared beside everyone. In the blink of an eye, these people all ran to the border of the celestial world, as if they were confronting the celestial world. The invincible existences looked on silently, and all of them were shocked. This old ghost had more tricks than the king of Great Qin. It felt like he had more tricks than the king of Great Qin. Alright, the king of Great Qin had no tricks other than waving his spear. There was no point in competing. The king of Great Zhou waited silently, and after waiting for less than a minute, his expression suddenly changed, and in an instant, the Xinwen teleported. In the next moment, everyone appeared at the entrance of a passageway. Kill. The king of Great Zhou did not waste time, and with a slap, an invincible existence guarding the passageway was directly smashed into pieces by him. In an instant, the other invincible existences did not care where they were. Kill. At this time, they could only obey the order. After killing that invincible existence, the king of Great Zhou stepped into the passageway, and with a slap, a huge city in the distance was instantly smashed by him, and countless dragons flew and exploded. At this time, everyone knew that they were in the dragon world. Outside the dragon world, the dragon emperor who had just opened the time passageway was about to leave to kill Suyu, but suddenly roared, and a huge dragon that covered the sky quickly returned to the time passageway, flying towards the dragon world. On the side of the celestial world, the heavenly ancient eyes broke through the void and looked towards the East Rift Valley, and with one look, there were still more than 20 invincible existences. The heavenly ancient eyes was slightly stunned. What was going on? In the dragon world, dozens of invincible existences were killed indiscriminately, and in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sun-moon dragons, mountain sea dragons were slaughtered. Too fast, the killing continued, and an invincible dragon just flew over, but in the blink of an eye, he was blown up by 7 or 8 invincible existences, and completely died. In just an instant, 2 invincible existences died. In the distance, the invincible dragon figures soar, all of them incomparably shocked. The humans are here. Countless dragons roared, screamed, and chaos. The dragon world was in chaos. The king of Great Zhou calculated the time and shouted, "To Xinwen." A group of people quickly landed on Xinwen. In the blink of an eye, the king of Great Zhou flew to the entrance and teleported again. With a buzz, a group of people teleported away, and at this moment, the Dragon Emperor returned, stepping into the passageway and looking at the Dragon World. The Dragon Emperor's eyes burned with anger. In less than 30 seconds, his dragon race, 2 invincible existences were killed, hundreds of sun-moon dragons, countless sun-moon dragons, 2 large cities near the passageway were completely destroyed. Not a single one was left alive. Humans! The Dragon Emperor roared, his anger boundless. Humans! Near the East Rift Valley, the king of Great Zhou instantly brought his people back to the original spot. All of the invincible existences were in a daze. What did we just do? It was too fast. Not long after, they appeared in the Dragon World, went in, killed, massacred, killed invincible existences, killed the dragon race, killed thousands. Then, they came back. All of the invincible existences were stunned and looked at the king of Great Zhou. This guy was a little terrifying. As for the king of Great Zhou, he did not say a word. He silently looked in the direction of the Dragon World, continued to go out and try. He did not confront the Dragon Emperor. It was meaningless. He only needed to make the Dragon Emperor not dare to leave. He was also threatening the other half-emperors. Go, you guys try. He was even shaking the other half-emperors, the half-emperors who participated in the battle, such as the Heavenly Abyss race, Heaven Ancient, and the Underworld Emperor. Be careful. I, the king of Great Zhou, have the ability to instantly bring dozens of invincible existences into the realm. Without an emperor, I will slaughter the realm. At this moment, the king of Great Zhou and the others killed 2 invincible existences, but this deterrence was comparable to slaughtering an emperor. At this moment, the Dao integration stage cultivators were all shocked. The human race's king of Great Zhou had mastered the super long-distance teleportation technique. It was too far away. It was so far away, and there were dozens of invincible existences. The backlash and pressure he had to endure were unimaginably powerful. How did the king of Great Zhou do it? In the Eastern Rift Valley, the king of Great Zhou had an indifferent expression. Don't ask, don't ask. Don't care if I'm injured or not, just ask if you're afraid. Afraid, that's right. The king of Great Zhou's expression was calm, but cracks appeared on his body under his long robe. Blood seeped out and disappeared as soon as it seeped out. His green robe was still clean. He looked toward the celestial world, as if he was looking at Heaven Ancient, silently saying, if you dare to go out, your celestial world will be the same. Stay here obediently. At this moment, Suyu was also stunned, and Wan Tianxing was also at a loss. The king of Great Zhou was so powerful. The moment the Dragon Emperor came out, the 2 of them had discussed to escape. In the end, they didn't manage to escape again. The Dragon Emperor still dared to come out. The dragon race had lost 3 invincible existences in just a short while. That was because 1 had been killed previously, and at this moment, there were as many as 11 invincible existences that had fallen. So you couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Palace Chief, let's not run anymore. Run for what? If 1 comes and 1 leaves, we won't have a chance to run. The king of Great Zhou's timing was too good. It was as if he had predicted when the Dragon Emperor would leave and return. He left and returned in an instant, killing 2 invincible existences as if nothing had happened. So you suddenly felt that the king of Great Zhou might really be stronger than the king of Great Qin, not just in terms of strength, but also brains. With this, not only did the human race not suffer any losses, but this deterrent force was truly comparable to or even more terrifying than Dao integration. In the void, the Dragon Emperor's angry roar was still reverberating, but at this moment, even Suyu could hear some helplessness and anger. He was very helpless. The Dragon Emperor didn't dare to go out. Even if there were still many invincible existences in the Dragon Realm, the Dragon Emperor was afraid that once he went out, he would be tricked again. If a few more invincible existences died, the dragon race would be almost as miserable as the celestial race. The king of Great Qin is really powerful, Suyu murmured. Wan Tianxing coughed lightly. Be careful, he's helping you suppress the half-emperor. End of chapter 590. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.